Yeah, so this started as a vegetation fire. This was in the 1100 block of North Piedra Morada Drive, and it has grown to, like we said, 20 acres at this point, but likely to grow because of the powerful winds that the fire has to basically, it'll spread, no question about that. So Maria, you mentioned there are homes above the fire. We're obviously seeing the homes below the fire. Many people in this area, you think about the fact that it's 11:15 in the morning. Some people probably not even home, right?
That's right.
And it's concerning. They went off to work, and now they're going to have news that their home is essentially in danger.
Yeah, potential evacuation warnings according to the LA Fire Department right now.
And this,
Yep.
go ahead, Maria.
No, I was just going to say that these winds are not going to let up either. So these winds are actually expected to strengthen even more as we get to the latter part of the afternoon and evening hours and overnight. So the danger is going to be with us in terms of the red flag warnings and the extreme fire danger, not just in this area, but everywhere. But at the moment, of course, our focus is here on this fire, and this is really threatening a lot of homes just to the south and north of this Palisades fire.
All right, we think we have a shot from the ground right here. This is PCH looking at Palisades from PCH, and you can see the different perspective right there, but a lot of homes in jeopardy if this continues to spread as quickly as we've been watching it in the last few minutes or so. This is exactly the scenario that fire officials have been warning people about even as early as yesterday morning, that these dangerous wind conditions were going to come through, and they were hoping and praying the situation wouldn't happen. But here we are watching this vegetation fire quickly spread. It's being called the Palisades fire, and we don't have exact acreage. The last we heard is 20, but it could be much bigger now.
Well, that doubled in just a few minutes from 10 acres when we first started reporting this at around 10:30 this morning.
Yeah, officials actually are predicting that the fire could grow to 200 acres in the next 20 minutes. This is a tweet coming from Pepperdine University I'm looking at. University officials, of course, monitoring the fire right now. Currently, they're saying 20 acres, but officials predicting it could go to 200 acres in the next 20 minutes or so as a result of the winds pushing it from the northeast toward the Pacific Ocean. At this point, they're saying, according to this tweet, it's not a threat to the Malibu campus there at Pepperdine University, though obviously there is smoke filling the air. Air quality is going to be very poor on campus. But remember what happened not very long ago, just a few weeks back, where you did have students who had to shelter in place.
Right, the whole campus
as a result of the Franklin fire.
Pretty much locked down. They were sheltering in place. They were looking out of big windows in their common areas and watching the wind just whip around the smoke and the flames that were threatening the campus. Thankfully, fire crews during the Franklin fire were able to keep that campus safe and secure. You're taking a live look, though, at the aerial assets firefighters are using to try to keep this fire at bay, but clearly they need more, and they need more help. Clearly, also, Maria, the winds are going to be a challenge for these aerial assets, right?
I'm wondering how much longer they can use those assets, because I know in fires past, when the wind was really whipping around, they weren't able to use those fixed-wing aircraft.
They have a criteria, and at the moment, I'm not sure exactly what that figure is, but right now, they're still able to fly. These winds are still ramping up as we get to the afternoon and evening hours. So at the moment, they are able to fly. But when we're talking about these winds, expecting to gust anywhere from 60 to 80 miles an hour in this area at the top of these ridges and the mountains. Of course, the fire will create its own weather, so we're getting those variable winds. However, the prevailing winds are definitely coming out of the northeast, and they're very, very strong. This is what we were afraid of, we were talking about, and anticipating these strong winds, and they're going to be staying with us through the day today. Stay with us. We're going to have more coverage on the Pacific Palisades fire right after this quick break. about these strong gusty winds that can carry embers down several blocks, even a mile or two. So there's huge concern for all of those homes downwind of this fire, as well as the homes up north or above this fire. Fire tends to move even more rapidly as it moves uphill, because in essence it just preheats all of that fuel or that brush ahead of it, and it just climbs all that much faster. And we saw it just explode in a half an hour from when it first started, and this is the result of what's happening with the winds.
Yeah, it is spreading rapidly and quickly towards the ocean. You've got hard closures, it looks like, of southbound PCH at Topanga Canyon Boulevard there. Structures are in fact threatened, which is no surprise judging on what we're seeing. And firefighters are on structure defense right now. Air resources are attempting to make those water drops as we speak. By the way, there is a report of another fire that's burning right now. This is in the West Hollywood area. It's called the Sunset Fire. Reported that there's an 1.5 acres burned
Because
so
it, it broke out in a building and then quickly spread near the Hollywood Hills adjacent to it, spread to the brush there. And this happened very quickly. What did you say? It was about an 1.5 acres?
1.5 acres, 20 units have been deployed. So, you know, resources are going to be tight. And that is why we talked about this morning that they were prepared for this, and they were moving resources down to this area up from Northern California because they anticipated that this was something that was going to happen. It wasn't a question of if, it was a question of when, and here we are. You have two vantage points here that you see. You've got the ground shot there on your right-hand side of the screen, and then you have the wider shot on your left-hand side there. Very shaky, obviously, on the left-hand side because of those winds, but wow, that is some heavy, heavy smoke. Okay, we're gonna take another break. We'll be right back and continue our coverage here.
See the response right there from the air and from the ground. We have a number of videos that are coming in. This is a shot, I believe, is this on the ground? And then we have another one that we can see the camera is static, but it is very shaky because, again, the winds in that area are treacherous. We've been talking about this even since yesterday.
They're saying 30 acres now burn, but they're expecting 200 acres to burn in the next hour or so. That's how quickly they are anticipating this to spread due to those high winds that we've been reporting and Maria's been talking about all morning long, even to as early as yesterday, those warnings coming out. Again, let's look at some video that was sent to us. Here is some cell phone video. You can see the wind gusts right there, palm trees swaying, and all of that smoke. You could see the glow of the flames as well. The vantage point here from a neighborhood, somebody recording cell phone video as they're traveling through some of these neighborhoods, more downhill, I guess, you know, not very close to the Santa Monica Mountain hillsides yet, but you can see how far you can see it. I'm sure you could smell it in the area as well. But look at how strong those winds are, because you could just take a look at the palm trees really swaying and just showing how strong those gusts are.
Well, also the contrast too, when you can see the smokiness and the grayness and the flames on one side, right? And then immediately right next to it, adjacent, is a blue sky. That just shows you how that wind is pushing in one direction. It almost looks like on the left side of your screen, it's nighttime.
Yeah, you can see how threatened those homes are right now, and this is even more so than we saw even when we started this newscast just about, what, a half an hour ago. We began with our coverage on this, and the fire at that point was 10 acres. Now it's 20 plus acres. So it is exploding because of these Santa Ana winds, which is exactly what we were afraid was going to happen.
So I think on the left side of your screen right now, we have a shot from, is that LAX? Is that right? Okay,
Yeah, we
so
saw
that's
that plane.
LAX right there. You saw that plane taking off. The wind's also going to impact some flights, of course, as far as landing and takeoff is concerned as well. Not just at LAX, but also in Burbank, if you're flying out of Burbank. The areas that are really of concern, you've got the highways, 118, the 210 corridor, the San Gabriel and Santa Susana, Santa Monica Mountains, the foothills, San Gabriel, San Fernando Valleys, Pasadena, Burbank, San Fernando, Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Simi Valley, Port Ranch, Sylmar, Altadena, La Crescenta, Malibu. These are all areas that are in great danger and concern. So you are encouraged to try to stay indoors and away from windows if you find yourself in this near this area. Obviously, air quality is a big concern, and you also should know that you should expect power outages at some point today. That is going to be something that will impact residents if I named off some of those cities that I just named off. Maria?
This is not confirmed right now, but listening to a lot of radio chatter and radio traffic, some officials are saying now approximately it is at about 200 acres, and this fire is currently bumping that area of Chastain Parkway East and Cali Brittany. The Getty Villa right now is being threatened. There are a lot of officials going to protect homes and structures. There's a lot of homes here around this fire in this canyon, just to the south of this fire and to the north of that fire, and I'm very concerned about spotting right now. These winds are so very strong, gusting between 60 to 80 miles an hour, and with that close proximity of these homes, these winds can carry embers down not just blocks, but by a mile or two, and that's why there's great concern right now for all those homes all the way to the coast and the beach.
But even this particular red flag warning, I feel like was a bit more severe. It's a rare January red flag warning.
It is unusual to get it a little bit later in the season, and you have to remember that this is the third driest start to the winter season that we've had on record. The last drier period before this was 2017, 2018. The National Weather Service measured the moisture content for a lot of the brush that's out there. There's a lot of vegetation here. There's a lot of dry fuel. And when we get these strong winds, that dries out the vegetation even more. So they issued a PDS, potentially dangerous situation. This is on the extreme level. So you're right, Jen, when we're talking about the extreme or the severity of the danger that was out there, this particular red flag warning was on the definite higher side when we can compare recent years. We had a lot of vegetation that grew over the last 2 winters when we had a lot of rain. So it can dry out very quickly with just a couple of periods of strong gusty Santa Ana wind events, and that's exactly what we had. We had that one earlier this month in December, late November, early December, and it dried out the vegetation, and now we've got this. This is compounding, and this is going to continue through today, in fact, get stronger in terms of these winds this afternoon, this evening, through the overnight hours into tomorrow. So the danger is going to stay with us.
So this is something interesting, Maria. I know that a number of aircraft were not allowed to fly because of President Biden being in Southern California, but we are just told that he's canceled his planned event today in SoCal because of the winds, and that he'll eventually give his remarks. I think he was set to declare two national monuments today. So he'll be doing that virtually.
That makes sense given the concern over the weather, as well as now fire crews battling this and the possible loss of structures and homes. It is a devastating scene just to watch this play out on these live cameras right now. But as those evacuation orders may be issued fairly quickly, the county really wants to remind people of the checklist that's involved when you do have to evacuate quickly. Now's the time to gather everything you need, the people, pets, important to you. Papers, phone numbers, and important documents. There's a whole checklist here. Prescriptions, vitamins and eyeglasses, pictures and irreplaceable memorabilia. Make sure you pack that all up. Also, personal computer hard drives and disks, and of course, plastic. So we're talking about credit, debit cards, and cash. If you can gather those things, they call it the 6 Ps. As you prepare to evacuate, I'm talking to the areas that are all along that ridge right there, the Santa Monica Mountains, because fire officials do say to be prepared to evacuate. That evacuation order may take effect fairly quickly depending on where you're living. So gather those things quickly. Hopefully you have a plan to get emergency notifications. You can check on Notify LA as well, but you can see those first responders heading to the scene right there as more and more resources head to the scene. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back with the very latest.
Okay, so we have a resident of Pacific Palisades. Is this individual joining us on camera or over the phone? Oh, there we go. Okay.
Come a little closer.
Let's see.
Thank you. Tell us your name and where you live.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Butler. I live in Pacific Palisades at the corner of Sunset and Muskingham. And all I can tell you is that, we're going to take extra precaution and get out early. I got my dog and got what I could carry. Sunset's already backed up and people are fighting. And the only access, ingress, and egress is Temescal Canyon and Sunset Boulevard. But I would strongly suggest that anyone who's close or involved in this download the Watch Duty app. Watch Duty app. It'll show you the fire, the distance to your house, where you are in terms of the fire. It'll give you the number of people involved, all the fire tankers, the planes, and how many men on the ground. I'm concerned because, like I told this gentleman, this is my 9th urban wildfire. And when I saw it that close to my house, I thought, just better go. And these are just the start of the winds. They're going to get up to like 50 to 80 miles an hour, if I read that right. I hope not. But I got my dog and, hopes, thoughts, and prayers. And, do what you can, but get out. Get your go bag and get out. Don't underestimate the ability of the fire to jump from house to house to house. Thank you.
Tell us your name.
Sean Butler.
Great. And what other fires have you gone through in this area?
Well, I'm here because of the Wolseley fire. And, I grew up in Malibu, and so I've been through 8 urban wildfires. And so I always have a bag packed. I got my dog's medicine, my medicine, and what I can pack in my little car and just leave the rest up to the professionals. The best thing I can do is get out of everybody's way and get down to this beach. I'm currently staged at the huge empty parking lot on Temescal Canyon and PCH. I would suggest anybody who wants to meet people would come down here and meet their loved ones here because there's lots of access.
Thank you, sir.
Did you get any of that?
This gentleman obviously is very well prepared. He's very well experienced.
Mm-hmm.
He's gone through many fires. He talked about how he's prepared to go. He has his dog. He has his medication, his paperwork, that sort of thing. And his home it appears to be in harm's way. So he's thinking ahead and doing exactly what fire officials and authorities hope that people do. Getting out of the way, he said. I'm getting out of the way so they can do their job, which is perhaps the best thing you can do. Also, he did mention the Watch Duty wildfire map and alert. It's an app that you can get where it can basically give you information as far as how far the fire is, the proximity of it, the logistics, the location. So maybe that's something you can download or pass that information on to others who may be impacted by this fire.
And we're also hearing unconfirmed reports right now that homes are burning on Lockman Lane. Again, this is something that hasn't been confirmed through officials, but they're requesting additional resources there. And we know that this fire has grown now to 200 acres in the last 20 minutes.
Yes.
Wow. Yes.
According to that app, which I've been mentioning this morning, there's now, according to the radio chatter, there's a fire that's been spotted across Palisades Drive, which is on both sides of the road. This is just north of where the fire started. So that fire is kind of in that canyon between where the village is at. If you're familiar with the Pacific Palisades area, there's that area kind of near the village and St. Matthews. And then you go up Lockman Lane to that upper part, and that's where Palisades Drive is at. And there are reports of several structures that are on fire off Lockman and off Palisades Drive. So yes, just echoing what you said about having that ready, set, go and being ready to evacuate. If you're in that area.
Yeah, and the importance of going now, going early while you can, because as that resident was mentioning, already traffic is backed up along Sunset, and the only free area he was saying is Temescal Canyon. But soon, as residents start to evacuate, try to get out of the area, those areas are going to be backed up. Not to mention, this broke out at around 10:30, this fire, and so if there are any residents that were at work and not home, and now trying to get back home to perhaps collect their belongings or their pets or loved ones. That's a situation as well that first responders don't want to deal with. People trying to get to this area, to get into their homes that might be threatened. So you have both situations here, people trying to get out, people trying to get into the area, and that's just going to create a traffic nightmare.
Well, already fire units are having a hard time coming up Palisades Drive because of the traffic and the evacuations I'm reading. And what you're looking at, just so you're aware, you have the live video on the left side of your screen. This is happening as we speak right now on the ground. We have our photographer there. On the right side, you have video from a little bit earlier. Again, we started hearing about this about 10:30 in the morning, so we're over an hour in here, hour 15. It was 20 acres only, but it has grown to 200 acres. And what's really disturbing is that we haven't even hit the peak of the winds quite yet, right? Those winds are really going to pick up. We're clocking them in at what, 40 miles per hour, Maria? But that's just the beginning.
Yeah, that's just sustained winds. We're talking about the wind gusts up at that higher elevation, nearing 60 to 80 miles an hour. And as you mentioned, this is not even the peak of the winds. This is right now where it's just starting to ramp up. And I'm hopeful because I'm still seeing those fixed wing aircraft flying and some of the helicopters. But as these winds are expected to really strengthen later this evening, I'm not so sure they're going to be allowed to keep flying. So it's really critical these next couple of hours on what they do to attack this fire. And it's critical what you do if you are living in and around this area. Please, maybe, yes, evacuate early before you're told to go and prepare for this.
The evacuation orders have been requested for this area down the Pacific Coast Highway per the radio traffic, but the exact parameters at this point, it looks like they haven't released that information. But as you mentioned earlier, it is a disturbing detail that Palisades Drive, on both sides of the road, there is that fire being spotted. And as you mentioned, because of the winds, the embers are flying around, and that's when you get these spot fires, right?
Yeah.
Popping up all over the place.
Yeah, we talk about that and how the winds can carry these embers a couple miles down the road, not just blocks, but really fires down even to the coast. There was some chatter about perhaps the villa or the Getty Villa was in danger, but it's a large part downwind of that fire all the way to the coast, but also to the north of the fire. It's important to note that this fire, you know, it burns quicker as it goes uphill, and there's a lot of vegetation in this area, so there's a lot of fuel for this fire to burn.
And yeah, we're also being told there's absolute gridlock on Palisades Drive and that people are driving along down both sides of the road. So that's also something to look out for sure. You want to be safe and careful when you're driving in that area and making sure that fire crews can get there and get to where they need to be. But look at that shot there on the right-hand side. It almost looks like nighttime. That smoke is so thick and so close to some of the homes there.
Yeah, it really shows you how dramatic a fire can be, especially with these whipping winds. At one moment, it can change in an instant. And having covered fires for so many years, when you're in the thick of it like that, it can turn from day to night, seemingly because of the smoke and the situation with the winds just whipping things around, covering the sky and covering the sun. It is very dramatic and frightening, frankly, for the people on the ground there, the homes that are being threatened. And hopefully a lot of the residents that we've spoken to, it seems like they're kind of in a situation where they've lived with this threat for a while. So many people are prepared. They do have a plan. They do have a go bag. But hopefully that is the situation today, given the warning, especially that fire officials, emergency responders, and all of us on the news have been saying for quite some time, starting yesterday morning, that this was going to be a dramatic weather event today, these dangerous wind gusts and these windstorms. You could take a look at these two people standing on the ridge line right there, just to give you a perspective of the enormity of that plume of smoke and that's billowing in the sky that we've been looking at. And just to show you the enormity of and the sense of size that we're talking about right here, more than 200 acres burned already in in a matter of minutes, really. You know, looking at this for just over an hour now, this vegetation fire that broke out around 10:30 and now just difficult to get a handle on because of the high winds. We have been watching these fixed wing aircrafts doing some aerial drops, but clearly, I mean, look at how dangerously close it's come to those structures, the homes right there that we're looking at from the vantage point of PCH at this point.
Video of.
Okay, we're looking at an aerial drop right here. And look at how shaky the camera is because of the winds. That's what we're talking about, and how hard it is for these first responders to really tackle this. Of course, they've been trained and they know what they're doing, but clearly the winds are going to be posing a challenge as they just get more gusts coming throughout the afternoon.
We know the evacuation orders have been requested for that fire area all the way down to Pacific Coast Highway. And the fire, we know, has been spotted across Palisades Drive, so it definitely jumped both sides of the road. And this is just from the radio traffic that we're gathering right now.
And a reminder, if you don't have the Watch Duty app, or you can even pull this information up online, it's very helpful. You're looking at it right now. If you pull this information up, there you will see it shows you where the fire is, and then if you click on that fire icon there, you get a ton of information on, you know, what needs to be done, what's being recommended as far as evacuation zones are concerned. So it is a very useful tool to have to share with other people who may be in this area or who may be at risk of having this fire spread to their location. You can download the app or just pull this information up online. Watch Duty right there.
You could also make sure to follow Notify LA, because that is where you're going to get your emergency notifications, as well as local authorities straight from LAFD and LA County Fire. There's a number of resources where you can find out the information you're looking for and that you need. LAFD.org/alerts. It'll give you a quick evacuation checklist as these evacuation orders take effect. You want to make sure you bring along all the important necessities that you need to make sure you stay safe and protected.
And there's also Notify LA for emergency alerts, as well as Ready LA for the emergency management department.
All important resources for the community right there. And of course, we'll bring you all the information as we know it and get it into our newsroom, but giving you the vantage point of two locations right here, the ground shot. This is just off of Temescal Canyon, PCH. That is where a lot of residents say that they will be going, because look at the space in the parking lot. We have Tony Butita, I believe, our photographer there on the ground, showing us as he pushes in on that ground shot. But clearly, the issue is traffic, as we saw gridlock on PCH, I believe, or Palisades Boulevard, as well as Sunset, according to some residents there. And traffic is just getting backed up because of residents coming and going from the area, either evacuating or trying to get back into the location to check on their belongings and get out. So we want to make sure those roads are open to make sure that first responders can make their way back and forth. Again, with the red flag warning in effect, there are parking rules also that are in effect, not just here, but in locations all across the Southland with this dangerous wind warnings, right? Because when there is a red flag warning, parking restrictions are in place. And that's to make sure, especially along these canyon communities, these canyon roads, to make sure people aren't backing up and clogging these roads that could potentially be a high-risk area when it comes to fire danger.
Yeah, and so, I mean, Sandra, you can see how close that fire and that smoke has really gotten to some of the homes that are being threatened in that area. Even since we started broadcasting just before 11 o'clock, this fire broke out at around 10:30, looking at fixed wing aircraft. I believe these are seaplanes that are scooping up the water from the ocean and then dropping it onto some of the structures and the vegetation that this fire was able to pick up. But you're talking about Winds, Maria, 60 to 80 miles per hour gusts in that area. These are just horrific conditions for a fire to have broken out.
Yeah, right now the winds are not even at their peak, so they're going to get stronger as we get into the evening and overnight hours. I do want to just quickly read a tweet that our point of contact at fire here, Eric Scott, he has just tweeted that there is indeed, they updated the number to 200 acres and growing. The fire is burning westward near the Pacific Palisades Highlands community, with Rustic Canyon just to the east and then Topanga Canyon to the west. This is, they are all under that evacuation warning. The news media, they're all gathering and meeting with LAFD and the PIOs right now, or the officers involved at the Will Rogers State Beach Command Post. So that's where we're going to get an update from them in momentarily, hopefully. But 200 acres plus now burning westward near that Pacific Palisades Highlands community, with Rustic Canyon to the east, Topanga Canyon to the west, and you are all under that evacuation warning. Be safe out there as you are heading out. I'm seeing people walking with their dogs.
Yeah, you can see that one gentleman's walking his dog up there, and people are just kind of like up there just to get a look, an up-close look at the fire. Not recommended at all. You heard that guy who had been living through, I think he said 9 separate fires that were in that area, including the Woolsey fire, and he said the first thing that he thought to do when he saw the smoke, especially on a day like this, is to grab all of his personal belongings, anything that he could, and to get out. And that's exactly what he did.
And we do have an emergency alert coming in right now, this emergency message coming from the LA County Fire Department. And there is an evacuation order issued for Sunset Mesa area. You see those alerts coming through your phones right there. They are saying leave now. Evacuation order issued for the Sunset Mesa area. Leave now. So follow those instructions from emergency personnel. They want you to leave right now. So that means no time to pack up and do all the things. You should have done that already. Leave immediately. And again, evacuation order in place for that area. So time is of the essence when it comes to emergency situations like this, clearly. And now you have emergency personnel. They don't want to fight this dramatic fire and
look at the fixed wing aircraft, Sandra, that we're looking at right now. It's the wings are kind of rocking back and forth because of how high the winds are.
And you can see how close they are to the property right there. It is so low, and they're trying to get that exact precision and the drop to really battle this blaze as best they can. But clearly, again, to the point of these evacuation orders, there comes a time where you have to leave, and the last thing first responders want to do is go back and try to help you while they're trying to get everyone else to leave and then also fight the fire. So please listen to these warnings. Let's go right now to Captain Eric Scott, who has been such a wealth of information for us throughout the years. You could tell us right now what we're looking at and what the situation is, Captain.
Well, what we have is a 200-acre fast wind-driven fire in Pacific Palisades. It's particularly affecting the Pacific Palisades Highlands community. So if you're looking at a map, you would see Topanga Boulevard, that's going to be to the west, and Rustic Canyon to the east. And so anywhere in between that is in an evacuation warning right now. So that means you should know your Ready, Set, Go program, and you should absolutely be in the set portion. That means grab your predetermined belongings that are important to you and your family, back your vehicle in the driveway, and get ready to leave. We actually encourage you to leave right now if you're able to, and we want you to expect some evacuation orders to be coming shortly.
What can you tell us in terms of any structures that have burned or damaged right now?
We don't have an estimate on that. You know, with this significant wind event, we've had countless meetings and pre-deployed additional resources in these areas just in case a fire would break out, so we can hit it as hard and as fast as we can, and that's what we did. But we knew if we couldn't catch it in 20 minutes that it's going to go to hundreds plus acres, and that's exactly what's transpiring. So now's the time period that we want people to start to leave that area. A lot of those folks are evacuating by foot, and I'm watching walk down the streets and we want them to start to enact their Ready, Set, Go program.
Okay, Captain Eric Scott, thank you. Stay with us. I just want to welcome our viewers. If they're just joining us, we're extending our coverage, of course, because of this fire that has spread so quickly. You mentioned 200 acres have burned thus far, and likely, of course, that is going to get much higher as a result of the winds. At 10:30, it was just at 20 acres, and it didn't take long for us to reach 200 acres.
Correct. Yeah, it is very rapidly moving. It's not, a lot of people are lulled to sleep right now because it's perhaps cool out and they think it's not wildfire season, but that absolutely is not the case. It's the wind that is the significant driver, and we have some of the most powerful winds Southern California is going to see in Los Angeles and Ventura counties since 2011.
And Captain, we're taking a live look at the aerial view of this massive fire right now, as well as a ground shot. We are seeing some fixed-wing aircraft making those aerial drops. What are we talking about in terms of the situation that they're facing? How difficult is it for these aerial assets to really attack this fire given the wind?
It's definitely a challenge. We immediately got our helicopters up. We have a Bell 205, and they were able to get up overhead and show us where the fire was, where it's going, and that assisted deploying waves of additional firefighters into the key locations. So air assets are difficult when you have such significant, strong wind, but in all sincerity, we have the best pilots out there, and we're really proud of their work today.
Captain, there's some chatter online. I don't know how confirmed this is, but some people taking refuge in their swimming pools in these communities because they're concerned about the fire and it's close to them. Have you heard anything about this, and do you have anything to say about this type of a reaction?
Well, first off, we understand that people want to try to save and protect their home. Now is not the time to do that. When you have such a rapid wind-driven fire, your garden hose or pool pumps are not going to have any significant GPM to make a difference. And what we're going to have to do is then reallocate resources to save life, when right now we'd like to just be able to worry about property. So we want people to stay tuned, and we're going to provide some more information of where the fire is going and get people out ahead of it. But, staying at your home is not a wise course of action. However, a swimming pool is a safe refuge in the event you cannot escape and you have impeding fire upon you, or if your house is burning, then that is the time to look at a swimming pool.
Thank you. That's actually quite helpful. There is that Watch Duty app where people can follow along and get updated information as far as the acreage that's burned thus far, evacuation orders, where they can go, the proximity of the fire. Are there any other resources you encourage people to follow?
We're setting up a full command post at Will Rogers Beach and an emergency operations center with including a joint information center to keep people informed in downtown LA. So you could look to LAFD on Twitter, LAFD.org for updates. We're working on providing more information on there. LAFD.org/wildfire for a lot of good overall information. For instance, we always tell people to keep the 6 Ps of evacuation. So that's in case of an immediate evacuation is required, which is what we're looking at here. We want you to grab your Ps. That's the people and pets is one. Then it's think of papers, any phone numbers, important documents. The third thing is prescriptions. Think of your vitamins, your eyeglasses. The fourth is what pictures, essentially any irreplaceable memorabilia that your family has. 5 is your personal computer or laptop, and lastly 6 is plastic. So think of like your credit cards, ATM cards, and cash. You should have already had everything predetermined that you want. Now's the time to take that predetermined plan, put it into action.
Absolutely. Action is the key to make sure you get ahead of this. Thank you so much, Captain Eric Scott, for your time and invaluable information. This is really necessary for the communities there enduring this threat of a wildfire. We'll check back in with you later. I know you're very busy and can get the very latest in terms of information for us as this progresses. So thank you so much, Captain.
Pleasure, ma'am. Take care. Be safe.
All right, let's now go to Matthew Seedorf, who is live on the ground there near the area where he can give us a different perspective. Matthew, what are you seeing?
Well, right now we're on West Sunset Boulevard in the Palisades area, and it is just a traffic gridlock. We see emergency crews trying to get through the traffic and just a large plume of smoke. We just got that evacuation order on our cell phones, and it seems like a lot of other people in the area did as well. So the traffic out here right now is just horrible. As you know, a lot of families are trying to evacuate. We see school buses, and again, just that big plume of smoke in the air. Very ominous situation.
Are you seeing people evacuate away from the area that's causing the gridlock? Or are you seeing some people trying to get in too? Because that's usually the situation when it comes to something like this, especially a fire that breaks out while people are already at work or school. They've left their homes already for the day and now they're under threat.
Yeah, we're driving towards the fire, and it is just absolutely gridlocked. No one's moving.
Yeah.
And then there's the other situation, too, where emergency first responders are trying to get through, and it's so gridlocked that it's a hard situation for everyone to get towards the fire right now.
Okay, is this your video on the left? I believe the traffic. Wow, this is the situation we're looking at.
That was on PCH going towards Pacific Palisades. Probably about 15 minutes ago, and you can see even on PCH it's also backing up pretty far, and then you can see possibly an ambulance trying to go on the wrong side of the road with lights and sirens on, just trying to get there as fast as possible. But yeah, traffic is a huge problem right now.
So is that just past the California incline, the video that you took going up PCH?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, wow, all the way down here. And this is the situation they're talking about, you know, be prepared to leave, have all your items packed, knowing that this was going to be a severe and devastating windstorm that was going to impact this area. And unfortunately now residents are trying to go back into this zone to get their belongings.
Yes, absolutely. If you can, it's very hard to say. I know when you're being given this advice and it's your home and your belongings and your property that's in danger. Initially, that's what you want to do is go towards that, but your life is not replaceable, so that is the direction you should not head. You should be going the opposite way. The gridlock on Pacific PCH obviously is going to be an issue. Pacific Palisades Drive already seeing a ton of traffic. You have first responders obviously trying to make their way into these areas, so you want to clear up the roadway for them. There you see some police cruisers quickly race towards the danger zone. We did speak to a gentleman who perhaps gave the best advice, and he'd been through several wildfires. He said up to 9, I believe. He said, this is my 9th one that I'm dealing with. And he said, my goal is to just stay out of the way. He already had his things and had moved out of the way. And if that's something you can do, that would be a tremendous help to these first responders. So Matthew, where are you exactly right now? Just describe to us one more time what you're experiencing and seeing.
Yeah, we're on West Sunset Boulevard. I'm trying to get another video out on Twitter of just how bad the traffic is right now towards Buena Avenue. The traffic is so bad, and it's just a scary situation because you can see the smoke just getting closer, and the wind is picking up, and then just the first responders trying to get to this fire to help put it out are having a hard time getting there because the traffic is so bad. We did get that evacuation order with the alarm on our phones, and we've been getting it a couple of times now, and it says evacuate now, evacuate immediately, just emphasizing the danger of this situation. And like you've been touching on, just a lot of these people going towards the fire right now, likely trying to get their belongings and stuff as this fire gets closer.
Yeah, we should say fire officials are saying that the evacuation warnings in place right now span from Topanga Canyon on the west to Rustic Canyon on the east. and crews are on the scene requesting evacuations stretching to PCH. So there you have it, and we want to make sure that people can get out of harm's way. Listen to the evacuation warnings and orders in effect right now. There are confirmed reports of structures that are damaged as well as homes that are damaged, but unconfirmed as to where specifically those homes and structures are. But in fact, we do have confirmation from fire officials that property has been damaged in all this, and hopefully things won't get worse. But we're not looking at a good scene right now with all of the wind gusts that fire crews are dealing with, and the amount of time, the quick amount of time this fire has spread and doubled in size is just so dramatic at this point.
And remember, as Maria's been saying, you know, this is kind of the beginning in the sense that the winds aren't as strong as they're going to get, right? We are talking about 40-mile-per-hour winds at this point, but Maria, you said that's obviously going to reach much higher.
We're definitely expecting these winds. According to the computer models and according to the weather dynamics in place, this is just the beginning. We're expecting these winds to increase as we get to the evening and overnight hours. This is the time, this is the window, I think, that firefighters have in order to continue to fly these fixed-wing aircraft. I know they brought in a lot of resources from the north to handle a situation like this should it occur, and this is exactly what happened. So this is the critical moments, as our Fire Captain Scott was mentioning. So you really have to stay alert during this time, not just in this area, but there is a widespread red flag warning that's in effect, not just for the Pacific Palisades area, but up and down the coast, down through parts of Orange County and the Inland Empire. So under these weather conditions, the smallest spark can cause a fire, and it can grow exponentially. It can explode under these weather conditions. Wind is the most important component in allowing the fire to spread, and this is exactly what happened today. So stay vigilant, please, stay alert, and have that ready, set, go plan in place. Hopefully you have had it in place, and you're listening closely to the reports.
All right, so we want to let people know what they're looking at on the screen right here. So on the left-hand side, this is live footage right now. If I can actually get a locator on this video, where are we exactly? We're looking at cars leaving.
Temescal Canyon, is that?
Temescal Canyon and Pacific Palisades.
Okay.
That's a vantage point you're looking at on the left.
Right, and this is now a bigger, wider shot of that. So you're looking at that hillside burning. Look at the charred debris below, and that fire active, fully engulfed, right? So you were looking at lots of vehicles making their way out of that area. On the right-hand side is video from not that long ago, but it is not a live look. It's just showing you.
It is a live shot.
It is a live shot.
PCH at this point, yes. We're looking at on the right as well.
So these are both live videos then.
Yeah.
Okay. So there you see the vehicles, the fire trucks making their way up that hillside. Oh, lots of resources.
You could sense the urgency there. And
yeah.
The fact that schools have been closed down. There were red flag warnings in effect, red flag parking restrictions in effect as well. These are canyon areas that are known and prone for these fire hazards like this, and then when something comes up, you want to make sure that those roads are clear for exactly that reason. As you saw there, 3 rigs racing up the hillside to try to battle this blaze, and they need those roads clear to be able to make their way to the fire. So clearly you just saw firsthand why that's so important.
You're going to smell that smoke too, I imagine. Matthew, if you're still on with us, I don't know if you can hear us, but are you there?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. If you can talk about, I mean, you look at, we're just looking at the footage, obviously, we're in the studio, but where you are, I imagine you're smelling that smoke.
Actually, I'm not smelling the smoke, but we are seeing the flames right now. We're just getting onto Las Lomas Avenue by Oreo Place. The fire, you can see it just from the homes, and a lot of people are outside watching it right now. As it's growing, we see some thick black smoke and the big flames up on the hill as we try to get closer. But yeah, just the traffic overall in the area is a real problem. We see people on this road where we're on packing up, putting their belongings in their bags as the flames are getting dangerously close. Very intense.
That's interesting that you're not smelling the smoke. I had just assumed that you would, but that's good. That's good that the air quality is okay where you are. Maria, people who have asthma or any kind of
upper respiratory issue, you definitely want to stay indoors. If you're anywhere near this area, of course, you're listening to the evacuation orders. If you're not familiar with this Pacific Palisades area, there's kind of a mix of homes here. There are beautiful multi-million-dollar homes, and then you have, you know, the regular homes, but this is a very desirable area to live. There are amazing sweeping views of the ocean from up here. Where the fire is located, it's kind of in between. It's in a canyon that's in between a really populated area of Pacific Palisades. There's the village, and you can see from this vantage point, it goes all the way down to the beach. You've got the upper Mesa area, and off of Palisades Drive, Lockman Lane, there's that whole area up there just to the north of the fire. So there's a lot of people that live in that area. There are schools. I think Pali High is not too far from there. So I know a lot of parents may be trying to get up to where their kids are, but hopefully you have had that plan in place with what your family is going to do in cases like this today.
So evacuation now from the area of Pacific Palisades. Those not in the evacuation area should shelter in place. That is what the LAFD is putting out on social media. There are maps that they are providing for you to follow. If you follow LA City Emergency Alerts, you will have access to the maps and the information. That's LA City Emergency Alerts. Another helpful tool is that Watch Duty app. If you can download that or even just find it online, you can get up to the minute information as far as acreage that's burned, your proximity, your location, evacuation suggestions and warnings that are being put out by the minute. Radio traffic is indicating that traffic on Palisades Drive is in fact gridlocked, which is what we've been talking about. And you know what? Now we're seeing, according to the Watch Duty app, that cars are being abandoned by people, which is making it very tough for actually firefighters and firefighting vehicles who are trying to make their way up to this danger zone. If you're abandoning your vehicle, that makes it quite tough, obviously. Firefighters are requesting that people at the top of Palisades Drive shelter in place at this point. So
gosh, look at that mess.
Yeah, that is very messy.
You can see how backed up traffic is along our live look right here at PCH. Along the coast right there, and frustrated residents are just parking their cars and leaving their cars, and that's creating a gridlock for a lot of people who obviously need to get through. We know that the eastbound PCH is closed at Topanga, so that's another area you want to avoid as well. But please just heed the warnings and listen to the evacuation orders in place. Evacuation warnings as well, or a shelter-in-place situation like Araxia was saying. So there are certain orders for each community, depending on where you live, and those are so necessary to follow because first responders are trying to get to you. They're trying to get to this fire to make sure that they can protect life and property. That is their main goal, and they can't do it without your cooperation and without your help, and that means try to keep the area clear of traffic. Don't abandon your cars on the streets. Make sure those arteries and major thoroughfares are open for first responders to get through, and to make sure that if you're out of the area, don't try to get back in to get that piece of paper you need. You know, you need to get out and be safe. Nothing is more important than your life. So.
Property is replaceable, as hard as that is to, accept, but your life is not. I think we have some, our director just said we have some new videos, so let's see what we have.
I'm on
This is our...
Pacific Palisades.
There you hear our photographer Armando Hernandez saying Temescal and Pacific Palisades Drive. That's the traffic you're looking at on the right-hand side of your screen. Just the amount of traffic of people trying to get out and get in, and you can see the fire line right there along the ridge side of the Santa Monica Mountains. That's what they're trying to battle and try to keep at bay, trying to protect these homes if they can.
Well, with the footage, with the image that we have, if we can go back to a wider shot, it's interesting because yes, you're seeing vehicles trying to make their way out, but you're also seeing the opposite. You're seeing vehicles trying to make their way in, and we're not talking about just fire trucks and rescue personnel. We're talking about regular vehicles, civilian vehicles. So we're seeing traffic both ways, which actually isn't a good sign. There we go. There we see more fire trucks.
That looks like previous video.
This is previous video, right?
On the right of these three rigs going up the hill right now.
Okay.
So yeah, that was...
I'm thinking I'm having deja vu here, but yes, that is video from not very long ago where you saw those fire trucks racing up towards where they need to be, and you're seeing vehicles trying to make their way back. But that was an interesting development that the Watch Duty app released, where they were saying that there is gridlock on Pacific Drive and cars are in fact being abandoned by people, making it really tough for firefighting operations. So I'm not quite sure why people are abandoning their vehicles. Maybe it's panic, maybe they feel like they can't get out and they need to, and they're just saying, okay, I'm gonna walk, I'm gonna leave my car here, but that's really creating a problem. If you feel, I guess, the need to do that, I would say try to at least pull over, right? At least give some pathway to those fire trucks and police personnel so they can make their way in.
And you're looking at Temescal Canyon right there in PCH. It looks like they are shutting down that area into the community towards the fire. So if you're going towards your home that is perhaps under threat or in the evacuation zones, it looks like police are right there to check your identification perhaps, or to turn you around, because the last thing they need is more gridlock and more people on the streets around that area as fire crews try to battle this blaze. So right there you're seeing a road closure, a road stop, identification check perhaps. And look at this dramatic scene right here as we take another live look from this ground perspective. You see the flames getting closer to the homes right there. And so this is what we're talking about. What first responders do need to tackle are those flames, not the people that want to come in and out of the area. So again, very dramatic scenes right here as the flame looks like it's encroaching on the property line right there in terms of this vantage point we've been looking at. But this looks much worse on the left-hand side of your screen than we saw a couple minutes ago. And then again, on the right-hand side of your screen, you are seeing those fixed-wing aircrafts making those water drops. This is a good sign, obviously. That means that they are able to continue to attack the fire from above, that the winds aren't so dramatic that they are not able to do this, because we do know that in the overnight hours and when the wind gets too dangerous, they do have to stop some of these aerial drops from time to time. But at this point, the wind gusts aren't as bad, where they are allowing these fixed-wing aircraft to make these drops. And it's certainly a welcome sight, because they do have a lot of work ahead of them. With more than 200 acres burned at this point, I'm sure that number has grown over the past half hour or so. But clearly you can see all those homes in jeopardy, and you don't want those flames to spread.
I do really quickly want to just let you know Evacuation Center is available at Westwood Recreation Center. This is Evacuation Center at Westwood Recreation Center. I just Googled the address. That's at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. So if you can get to Westwood Recreation Center at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard, that is an area that is welcoming people if you need to get out of harm's way. Maria, I see you standing there. Is there some information?
About they often will go to Westwood and use that as sort of the ground or the base for the evacuees. So you can get to Westwood if you can get there. That's here on the west side, just off of Wilshire between really Santa Monica and Wilshire is the Westwood Recreation Center, and that is providing some shelter for you if you are evacuated.
Okay, that's good. That is good information to have. Let's see. Yes, with whom? We're going to try to speak to Tony Butita, right? Our photographer there. Okay, wonderful. Okay, Tony. Hey, Tony, it's Roxy and Sandra. Tell us where you are and fill us in on some information you have where you are.
Hey guys, here at Will Rogers State Beach, which I understand the command post is going to be set up here. So far, as far as air quality here, you can see the smoke is blowing out to sea. So it's actually not smoky at this location, so this will be a great spot for their command post. The only air assets I've seen actually making drops so far have been the super scoopers that are on lease from Canada. And I did see some big VLAT tankers fly through the smoke. From my vantage point, can't see where they're dropping, but we still have lots of emergency equipment coming. And so far, Pacific back up slightly, but you can see lots of police command posts coming in. I showed you guys earlier at Temescal Canyon there, they blocked traffic finally, trying to alleviate some of that. So it's just now, like, maybe 2 hours into this fire, finally starting to back up PCH.
Tony, you're the camera to our right, where you're showing us this parking lot right here. From when you got there to now, it looks like there's a ton of vacancy, right? There's not many people who are there right now.
Yeah, it's, it's not a summer day, so the parking lot was pretty empty. Matter of fact, the parking guy didn't want to let us in, even though we got this big emergency going on, so I had to park far away and walk up here. Now some of my colleagues are starting to show up, and this is where the command post is going to be eventually. So this parking lot's about to get very busy.
Yeah, that's right. We talked to Captain Eric Scott, who did say that Will Rogers was the place where they're going to disseminate and give out all the information. The command post is going to be set up there. It doesn't even look like they've set up yet, which indicates that it's probably difficult for them to get the resources they need to that location at this point. People are busy fighting this fire, doing the work that they have to do first.
Before they can give the information out.
Correct. And also just to get to that point because of all the traffic backup perhaps. So again, you're looking at the aerial view right there of Super Scooper. Tony, great shot of them doing their work. And the wind gusts, Tony, what's the wind situation like where you are?
It comes and goes. Right now, it is great. You can kind of see the smoke is going straight up again. When I first got here, it was blowing hard out to sea, which it's still, if you look down the coastline, you can still see it's getting pretty smoky down there. But if you look at these trees right here, it really, the wind is not too bad right now. But then all of a sudden, we'll get a big gust out of nowhere.
Yeah, I imagine for so many people who have lived through so many fires in this area, this does look reminiscent of the Woolsey fire. I remember being there along that beach on PCH when the wind gusts and the plume of smoke was blowing that way towards the sea. It is difficult to see this and watch when you remember the devastation of the Woolsey fire, but clearly we're hoping for the best in this situation, and we are seeing that they are battling this. This shot is amazing, Tony. These looky-loos along the hillside right there. Maria's here too, and watching this all happen watching the smoke come over the ridge.
Well, there are homes nearby, so they're probably looking. Hey, Tony, it's Maria here. I know that you've covered so many of these. You're a volunteer. Search and rescue. Sure. When we talk about these winds, which clearly the fixed-wing aircraft are still able to fly, do you know what that criteria is? Because we are expecting the winds to increase later this evening and overnight. But do you know what the criteria is when they are not allowed to fly at some point?
I don't know that they have a specific miles per hour. It's more if the people in charge of the aerial attack, they'll decide. I know for a fact that the ones that will be shut down first will be these super scoopers. They do not do very well in high wind. spot where they're at now is perfect for them because we're right next to the ocean. It's a little hard for them to pick up when the ocean's rough, but so far it's not too bad. You don't see any big white caps out there, so they're able to go out and return quickly, where all those other VLATs and other ones dropping Phos-Chek, they have a long return time. They got to go all the way to an airport somewhere and be reloaded and then fly back out here, where these guys are making great work. They're just constantly, you know, nonstop since I got here.
That's
They've made, I don't know, hundreds of drops already.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's, you know, you could probably see him here as he comes down, and he'll just drag on the ocean.
Yep,
and
picking up all that
I want
water.
to say they pick up over 3,000 gallons, I believe.
It's amazing what they're doing and the work that they're doing so quickly to battle this blaze. All right, Tony, thank you so much. Please stand by, because right now we are going
Let's just watch this for a moment, though, because this is pretty incredible how quickly all that water was gathered, right? And they're going to just go right back up that hill.
Yeah, and the precision and the experience that these pilots, these firefighter pilots have, it's really incredible what conditions they're fighting against right now. They're able to fly despite the wind gusts up at that high elevation nearing 60 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So this is really incredible work that they're doing. I'm so grateful for them to be here right now.
Let's watch this action. The logistics of the location, really ideal, if you could even say that.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Near the ocean.
Maria, how, at one point, I guess, how strong would those winds be for them to be unable to do this?
Well, if I remember correctly, you know, when we were covering that fire earlier in the month of December, there was a time where they were not allowed to fly because those winds were really nearing 100 miles an hour in terms of those gusts. We're not quite there yet, but they are expected to strengthen for the rest of today.
All right, thank you for that. We're going to go to Armando, our photographer, who actually has a neighbor there. Armando, hi. Oh, he can hear us. Hi, sir.
Okay.
What's the situation you're facing right now, and where are you?
Well, I live across the street from where the fire is. I can't get there, and I'm in contact with my neighbor. We were told to evacuate. I wasn't there at the time. We were told to evacuate, although she just called me, and the instructions are conflicting. That's actually been the case all along. LAFD has a couple of different sites, and they conflict with each other on whether we should evacuate or not. We had a little tiny fire a couple of weeks ago, and the same thing was true there. It's across Palisades Drive. Palisades Drive's about 100 feet wide. And I imagine, and the wind was blowing favorably, but it's changing back and forth, according to my neighbor. So we don't know what's going to happen.
Sir, we didn't get your name. I apologize. What's your name?
Fred Frankel.
Fred. Thank you, Fred, for taking the time to talk to us. So you left your home this morning, and then you got word of what was happening, and you're unable to go back, and you're getting updates from your neighbor. Is that correct?
That is correct. My next door neighbor.
And is your next door neighbor staying in place? Have they been told they need to leave? What is the situation?
Well, that's what they were telling me. Some of the sites say leave, some of the sites say no. So LA has a couple of different sites, and they don't always agree with each other. The text I got says evacuate now on my phone, and my daughter's at school. And she's also told, they don't know where she is, but she was told on her phone to evacuate.
Is she in?
But so far,
is she in high school? What school does she go to?
Yeah, high school.
High school, okay.
Geffen Academy.
Well, I think if in doubt and you're in the area, you should leave. Obviously, if you're getting these alerts.
And please stay off the road. The fire, there's going to be this is a big fire. This is way bigger than we've seen before. The smoke is really dark, and there's a lot of it. And I'd appreciate giving the firemen, the fire companies, a chance to get up there, the fire, to fight this fire.
Fred, how long have you lived in the Palisades in this neighborhood?
Well, since 2004. More or less.
Okay, so you've experienced a number of fires throughout the years.
Yeah, nothing as bad as this in this neighborhood.
And so
there
what
are
is-
pretty bad fires.
What is your neighbor reporting they're seeing from outside their home, which is right next to yours? Is the fire threatening your home at this point?
It's not clear. It depends on which way the wind is blowing. She lives across the street from there, and she says the wind keeps changing. Sometimes it's blowing favorably to us, and sometimes it's not.
Yeah, that makes it frustrating. So at this point, you're not going to attempt to go back to your home?
Well, I have a dog at my home. I was trying to get to her to get her, but I can't get in there. And here comes another engine. Yeah, it's a tanker engine. I don't know. I imagine it's full of retardant or water.
I imagine how frustrated you are and concerned you are for your dog. Is there a way your neighbor can go maybe next door and get your dog for you?
I don't know. And PCH is closed at Temescal.
Yes.
Yeah, they're
So
doing checks.
don't
of
bother
cars
trying to
and
get up there.
turning people away at that
Yeah,
point.
and Sunset is locked solid, going away from the fire.
Well, certainly we hope you stay safe.
We live across the street from a reservoir.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
No problem. Thank you. We appreciate you talking to us. It's a very stressful situation, obviously. Fred, wishing you and your family safety, and hopefully you can get some help and get your dog out of your house as well. Hopefully we'll be in touch with you, and our photographer can get some of your information, and we'll check back in with you. Thank you for talking to us.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Maria, that is concerning, right? Because he's saying, you know, I'm getting conflicting information. I also, you know, one minute our neighbor is telling us the wind is blowing this way, the next minute the other way. That makes it hard for people to know what to do.
Well, I mean, it depends on where you are right now. I mean, there was that evacuation order, but if you were at the top and then the road got really stuck with all those cars, so then they were saying shelter in place, right? So there were some conflicting messages. That's true. As far as the wind, the fire will create its own wind at some point. So all of this heat, the air mass will heat up and it rises and it just sucks in all the air from all directions. But generally, the winds are still coming from the northeast. So we've got these very strong Santa Ana winds. We talked about it yesterday. We tried to prep and warn everybody in these really vulnerable areas. These are the areas, actually, that was under the extreme fire danger. We talked about anywhere from Santa Barbara down to Ventura, and in this area in Malibu, Santa Monica Mountains. So this is the area particularly vulnerable to these very strong wind gusts. The bad news is the winds are going to get stronger as we get to the evening hours and overnight tonight. Right now it's sort of kind of in between. And this is the window, I think, that firefighters are gonna have to take advantage of, getting those fixed wings up there, try to get all that water, and they're flying back and forth right now from picking up and scooping the water from the ocean and dropping it. But there might be a time later this evening where the winds are gonna get so strong and maybe too strong for them to fly. So that's what we're concerned with. But the bad news is the winds are gonna continue to be really dangerous and damaging.
Yeah,
Getting
there's about
information per the radio traffic that the Getty Villa is on the path of the fire, which is obviously unfortunate.
Very concerning.
And concerning, that's right. It is impacting the Villa area and impacting Coastline Drive as well.
It's approaching that area along Coastline Drive. And as you were mentioning, Maria, there's about 5 hours left of daylight when you think about it. And that's the operational hours that are going to be most significant for these firefighters. And you're looking at the smoke kind of going straight up, which is great for right now. So we're not looking at these extreme wind gusts.
Right, so this is that window.
Yep, the window of opportunity is right now, and they're certainly trying to take advantage of that as you see those super scoopers making those drops right there, hitting those flames. Wow, look at that.
it's dramatic, but you're right. There is some change in the wind right now in terms of the velocity. But look at that palm frond. Look at how strong that wind is still blowing, though. And this is going to continue and even strengthen more as we get into the evening hours. These wind gusts are clocking in near 60, 70 miles an hour. There's some isolated areas up at the ridge tops that are expected to be gusting near 85. So we're talking about hurricane force wind gusts here, and that can just spread the fire. And of course, those embers that you see, they can be spread downwind. That's why there's such great concern for all of the structures and the homes in the Getty in particular, the villa downwind of this fire. And we're getting reports of spotting on both sides of the Palisades Drive area. So it is going further south toward the shore there in the ocean. So please stay alert if you're in the area.
We do have Haley Winslow right now with us. Hey, Haley, let us know where you are and who you're with and what's going on.
Hey there, Roxia. Yeah, we just got to Will Rogers State Beach here on just down really from the Getty. It looks very ominous, the sky. The traffic was insane trying to get here, gridlocked. And I've got a very dear friend on the line right now, Eric Robertson, who is trapped in the fire. I've got him on my other cell phone on speakerphone so he can describe what's going on from his perspective. He's been sending me videos. We're having a hard time getting them in. Eric, what's going on where you are?
Well, we're in the middle of the Palisades Highlands, and we are right in between the path where the helicopters pick up the water from the reservoir and the fire itself. So around us on one side is just billowing smoke. We were standing about 100 yards away from where the fire started. Right when it started, we were out for a walk, and the flames were 30, 50 feet tall. The helicopters dropped, load after load of water, and it still kept spreading so quickly. So it's traveled all the way down the hill. It's crossed Palisades Drive, which is close to Sunset Boulevard, near the PCH. It's our only exit, and there's a car on fire down there. One of our neighbors tried to drive down. They were turned back because the road is surrounded by fire. So we really have to stay put for now. The fire isn't immediately upon us, but it's really close, and it's pretty scary.
Okay, yeah, they're showing your video right now, Eric, that we got one of them in, and yeah, it's crazy. I mean, you definitely see the flames. The sky is just unbelievable. And here on PCH, traffic finally is moving a little bit, but it's been gridlocked, and we're hearing now that the Getty Villa is being impacted. They're about to evacuate Coastline Drive, and people are basically having to abandon their cars because they're not able to drive through. What's going on in your neighborhood? Like, what are people? I'm sure they're not, they're, on edge.
Kind of standing by. We're all at our garages outside, kind of waiting for the all clear. Everyone's got their bags packed. We're kind of poised to run away once we're able to. But at the moment, we just have to stay put, and there's only that one street, so there's not much we can do for now.
So why can't you get out? What makes you trapped? The road's closed, right?
Our neighborhood is only accessible by one road. That's Palisades Drive, and the fire has crossed that road, and it's jumped onto both sides below us. So we're effectively now above and below and in the middle of the fire.
Wow.
So we're getting evacuated from the city, but we can't comply because the road is shut for now.
All right. Well, be really careful. Thank you very much. I'll call you back in a little bit and check on you guys. But yeah, thanks, Eric. Bye. So that was Eric Robertson. He's right there in the middle of it, in the thick of it. And you can hear the sirens. I mean, it's nonstop. I mean, police driving on both sides of the road. Everyone's pretty much driving like a maniac when you can finally move. And yeah, again, the sky just very ominous out here. You can't even see the Santa Monica Mountains at all. And I know Maria's probably kept you very well updated with the weather, but the winds just in the last 40 minutes, I've seen 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and it's looking like overnight tonight and tomorrow, it's going to be like 65 to 70 mile-per-hour winds. So this is only the beginning. This isn't even the peak of this monstrous Santa Ana wind event that we're hearing could be the strongest of the season. Araxia?
Yeah, well, Maria's standing right next to me, and she was just mentioning how up top the winds are much
even stronger.
Yeah.
So you're reporting this at the surface, and you know that up at the higher elevations, it's going to be gusting now closer to between 60 and 80 plus miles an hour. Captain Eric Scott was saying how the conditions out there today are so bad that we have to go back to, he was saying even 2011 was the last time that we saw the dynamics in place, the conditions, the dry conditions, the vegetation, that's how far back we have to go to how dangerous it is. And the National Weather Service issued this PDS, or potentially damaging situation. And the last time we did that was early in December. And that's how dangerous this situation is with these winds. Oh my goodness, look, this is what you guys were talking about.
Yeah.
People walking down to Mescal and evacuating.
Oh, let's see if we can, I wonder if we can listen in.
Wow.
Let's see. Our photographer is speaking to them, obviously. Okay.
We don't have sound right now, but hopefully we can listen and hear from their story.
It looks like he's preparing
maybe they can connect with us soon, but this is just such a hard situation for so many residents there who are under that evacuation order, trying to leave, perhaps can't because of the traffic, but where are they going to go on foot? You know, that's
Not
the big
far.
question, right? How far can they go, and who's going to help? So you can tell that, you know, it's probably like the last resort.
Okay, great. So I think our photographer Armando connected us with this gentleman. Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Can you hear us?
If you could speak into the microphone.
The microphone.
Maybe. There we go.
Hold the microphone up to your mouth. Hold the microphone. There you go.
I don't hear anybody.
Yes, we hear you. Do you hear us?
We hear him, but he can't hear us.
It looks like he's with his mom, maybe?
Okay, they're getting set up right there as we continue to look at this shot from Will Rogers. This is where the command post is going to be set up.
And where Haley is right now. So she was speaking with a friend of hers who's in Palisades Highlands area, right? And they were saying how they were trapped and they had nowhere to go because there was only one road leading in and out, Palisades Drive, which is really frustrating and really concerning. Haley, check back in, of course, throughout the day with your friend there. Hopefully he and his family will be okay.
What's your name? Zen. Zen. Yes, I hear you guys.
Hi, do you have someone you need to speak with?
Hey, Roxia. Yeah, this was my new friend. Right when we got off the air, he was showing me a video. He works up there in the Palisades and saw a bunch of cars on fire. Tell me what you saw.
Oh, so just cars backed up on the way up. There's a bunch of cars that are abandoned. So,
Let me show this. You can see it. Come on over here.
Abandoned
So he was
cars.
showing us palm trees on fire, cars on fire.
Yeah, so I'll speed it up. But yeah, so anyways, I started all the way from the top, and all these cars aren't going anywhere because some cars are abandoned, and on the other side, you know, on the way up, I saw like a palm tree on fire, so I ended up like brushing it off, taking it off, and then on my way back down, I started seeing the car on fire. So here it is. There it is.
Wait, can you ask
So
him?
all that other side is abandoned, so that's only going to get worse. And then
See the van, you guys?
so
Haley, where people are abandoning their cars, is it on the side of the road or just in the middle of the street?
It looks like it's in the middle of the street, like this one van on fire. I don't know if you can see it. I know the glare is bad, but it looks like they pulled over on the side of the road. Can you explain what, I don't know which road that was, but they're asking where this is happening.
it's the main road that goes up. I don't know. I don't know.
Abandoning
So you
their
can see
car in the middle
Sandra
of
on
the
both,
street?
yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's the main road, and then there were parents that their kids aren't like in school and they can't even get them, so they were like pretty frustrated.
It's tough for you guys to see, but there's basically a van that's on fire in the middle of traffic. People are abandoning it, and the palm tree's on fire as well. And he actually took it upon himself to put put one of the fires out, but the trees just caught fire again. So it's just
maybe he can
showing the
try to send us that video
intensity
so we can
of it.
Get a better look if possible.
The signal's terrible, but we will try to get it to you as
Yeah.
soon as possible. But yeah, it's just the magnitude of this fire. And again, this is only the beginning, already up to 200 acres.
That's another challenge that people are facing there. Thank you, Haley. The fact that the cell service is very spotty in that area to begin with on a good day. Now, on top of that, with these wind gusts and probably some power outages because these power lines are going down because of this fire and the smoke really impacting this area. So imagine if you're a resident living in these communities, trying to get the latest updates or trying to connect with somebody, and then the service is so spotty as it is. So it's really frustrating for so many people. As she was mentioning, people trying to get a hold of their kids who may be in school. Thankfully, a lot of schools are closed, but clearly just the situation is so stressful at this point.
They decided to have a short day and they have to go pick them up.
Right. It's really tough, and we appreciate the video that people are sending in to show us what they're dealing with right there. But again, it is tough with the connectivity being as it is in Malibu and the PCH, that area along the shore right there. So it is a tough situation. I wonder if we have the people from Armando's location. We were watching people evacuating on foot, carrying bags with them, and it's interesting in certain neighborhoods that they're resorting to that. Let's check in with Armando and his vantage point.
He's on the left side of the screen. Looks like we didn't get a chance to speak to those people. It was hard to make that connection, and they probably aren't quite in the mood to speak anyway, trying to get out of the area. Not sure how far they're going to get with having to be on foot, of course. We are still waiting. There, Will Roger State Beach there on the right side of your screen, that parking lot right there is where the command post will be, where we can get hopefully some updated information. It's a little tough right now because obviously all hands on deck, and they are focused on getting this fire under control before they're able to relay information out to the public, but that'll be the gathering point.
And it's tough for news crews to even get there. We just saw one news van pull up, but you can see this fire broke out at 10:30, and at this point now, just crews are arriving, even Haley getting there, and she said traffic was so backed up. It's so hard to get to these locations, and that's the situation not only are our news vehicles dealing with, but first responders too, trying to get through all of the people. And there is a checkpoint at this point at PCH and Temescal Canyon because of the fact that so many people were trying to get to the area. Oh, look at that beautiful drop right there. And that's what we've been looking at along this vantage point of PCH by Will Rogers. And that's a good thing that we've been looking at, these super scoopers picking up water from the ocean and then making those drops.
You're looking at just a full screen right there. If you can snap a picture or just write down the information. Evacuation Center at Westwood Recreation Center. That's at 1350 South Sepulveda. If you're able to get there or pass that information along to others who may be able to use that information. Let's see, we're looking at people in their cars trying to make their way out of the area.
A lot of frustrated
That's LAX
drivers.
right there. Flights are coming and going, though, I will tell you that. I just got an update that.
Yeah, no, they are. But
Yeah.
they, under these weather conditions, they do change their flight plan. So instead of coming in from the ocean, they'll turn and go in from the inland areas. So there's definitely a difference, and there could be delays if you do have some plans. So make sure you check with your carrier.
Yeah, that's what Jeeves was saying early on in the morning, around 10 o'clock, 10:30 also, saying that their flight plans have changed, you know, when they depart and usually go out to sea.
Right.
Now they're going east and taking off that way. Even President Biden canceling his planned news conference here in dedication for 2 new monuments in Southern California, canceled that. They're going to be doing that virtually instead.
We had some video earlier of Ontario International Airport and how windy it was there. So really, this is just a reminder for everybody, if you live in the area under this red flag warning, which really is widespread. It's pretty much all of SoCal. This is a reminder for you to have your ready, set, go plan in place. Have that bag ready. Red flag warnings are in effect, so that means if you live particularly up in some of these canyons, up in the Hollywood Hills, you want to make sure you look at the parking restrictions. And if you're at home, you want to turn your car so that it's ready to go. You want to reverse in so that you are ready to go when or if that time comes for you, especially around this area here in the Palisades, Santa Monica, Malibu, just downwind of this fire.
So we have what do we like 4 hours, a little bit over 4 hours of daylight, right?
Yeah, sunset's going to be about 5 p.m. And then after that, it's going to get rapidly darker, of course, but that is unfortunately when we expect the winds to start to really pick up again later this evening into the overnight hours. So it's really critical that they get a handle on this fire right now. The fixed wing aircraft is able to go up. I don't know, I haven't seen any FOS check, but it's also very difficult to see from this vantage point, but hopefully they're doing that as well in addition to some of the water dropping.
You are seeing how gusty that wind is, though, you know, but this is, as you mentioned, the window of opportunity to really make some progress on this. But clearly it is challenging and it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, we heard Captain talk about how when you see a fire, those first 20 minutes are so critical. And if they can't get a handle on it, then they're going to be talking hundreds, right? Ugh. Versus just a few acres.
Right, and we
saw that happen.
Yep, we saw that in front of our eyes. It started as 10 acres. It blew up to more than 200.
Like within half an hour.
Yeah, within half hour. Well under an hour at this point, and then now, who knows?
It's definitely grown. Yeah,
right.
We're over 200 acres.
Yeah, for sure. I know that they're setting up the command center and that post in Will Rogers, that state beach, and so hopefully at some point we'll get an official update from them. But at the moment, as we take a look at this live image, look at the tops of these trees and how much stronger those winds are. So you can imagine where the fire is burning, how much stronger even those winds are blowing, and from all directions, because fires create their own weather. And although the prevailing winds are coming out of the northeast, in and around the fire, it's just really very erratic, and it's coming from all directions. As that air rises, it sucks in all the air around it.
And as we get closer to nightfall, the wind is really going to pick up, you said.
Yeah, those wind gusts are expected to be between 60 to 80 miles an hour. It could even clock in between 90 and 100. That's hurricane force winds in terms of those wind gusts. So that can do a lot of damage, not just from the wind itself, but just in terms of the fire and how much it's going to help it to spread and carry those embers, far away from the start of the fire.
And we've been looking at the resources that have been battling this blaze for quite some time now, especially from the air. We've been seeing those super scoopers pick up that ocean water and make those dramatic drops. But we do know that there are more than 100 firefighters at this point tackling this and trying to make sure that these communities are protected. Of course, the big thing is life and then property. But more than 100 firefighters tackling this as well. I venture to say more, but with resources also from the sky. You got those helicopters and those fixed wing trying to make progress on this.
They moved quickly, and I know that they were prepared because they even had gotten on loan the crews from Northern California. Yes. And that's how prepared firefighters and officials were for this very severe wind event. Yes. And yet this still happened.
I know, it's so frustrating for people whose homes are in this area, who maybe didn't even get to go back home, right, to grab anything because they left for work early this morning. And although we'd been talking about this happening, it's
still always
once it
tough.
happens, it's
Right, like that one resident we spoke with, he knew that the threat was there. He left work for the day, got this alert from his neighbor who was home around 10:30, and then went back for his dog. Yeah. So I can imagine, you may have your documents with you, you may have your medication, but you're not always going to bring your pet to work in case something like this happens. And so he was just hoping to get back to his dog to make sure that his dog is safe. But it's too dangerous to go back, and it's not wise to try to get back to your property when something like this is happening.
We often look at the smoke, and it's an indicator of, are things going well? Are things improving?
It's black, it's heavy. It is indicating that there's a lot of vegetation still, lots of fuel to burn there for this fire.
Well, that is unfortunate. All right, let's see. We're coming up on 1 o'clock now. We've been covering this since it began. If you're joining us, our coverage obviously has been extended because we are watching closely the Palisades fire, which has really grown since 10:30 this morning from 20 acres to 200 and plus acres. Reports of homes burning. Ooh, that's a great drop.
Wow.
It's a nice drop there. We're going to go to Haley, actually where we are right there, live shot right there at Will Rogers State Beach. That's where Haley Winslow is with our photographer. Haley, fill us in.
Yeah, the good news is we're right next to the ocean, so they have all the water in the world to use to drop on this fire, and unfortunately this is looking like it's going to only be the beginning. All right, we have Zen back with us. About 20 minutes ago, he rode his electric bike up through the Palisades to check on his friends. He works up there, and his friends had gotten out. They were fine, but he saw a bunch of palm trees on fire. We just tried to bring you this video a minute ago, but now we do have it for you. There were vans on fire, people just literally abandoning them in the middle of Palisades Drive. It's right by Sunset, and they're looking at your video right now. Zen, tell us what happened from your perspective.
So yeah, so I just saw a lot of people just sitting in their car where there's a bunch of brush, like fires on the sides. Like, what the heck? Just get out the car. On the other side, all the cars are abandoned. On the other side, people are trying to just come down. It's just cars and cars. So I was like, okay, they're not going anywhere. But I went all the way to the top to just check if Buddy was okay. And there's only a certain amount of firefighters that are out there because, like I said, on one side to go up, all the cars are abandoned. So all those trucks that are coming up, they can't even get up there. So they're trying to clear, the ones that are coming down. So I mean, it's there's a lot of cars. But in the process, yeah, it was just palm trees on fire. I took some out before that car caught on fire, the van, and then as on my way back down, as you can tell, it caught on fire. So no.
And you tried to put part of the fire out with the palm trees?
I did. Yeah, I was able to next to that car, but then it just the wind kept picking up, so it just made the palm trees catch more on
And just to let you guys know, obviously everybody probably got that emergency alert right now, but the latest evacuation warning issued for Malibu west of Las Flores Canyon Road. They just had another one. It was east of Las Flores Canyon Road. They're also expecting Coastline Drive by the Getty Villa to be impacted next. Traffic's a nightmare. These alerts are nonstop. The sirens are nonstop. And so Zen here saw the cars on fire. Oh, watch out, James. And then he tried to put the palm tree out with...
Yeah, well, there was parts of the palm tree that were falling down, so I would just, taking them off the center bush because that's where it was catching on fire. So I'm going there, taking it off, turning it off. But even then, you just see pieces of palm trees of just fireballs just winding through and hitting cars. And at one point, I was like getting hit. I was like, okay, I need to come down. So yeah, that's what's going on.
Was there anybody in the van?
No. So on the way up, it was just left there. So yeah, because it was trying to go down, but it was on the opposite side of the road.
Okay, it's gotten so close to PCH now that even firefighters here, this was the staging area for a moment, but they've moved it to Gladstone. So that's why everybody's kind of literally evacuated this parking lot. And just looking at the sky one more time, you guys, before I send it back to you, it's just unbelievable. And eerily similar to the mountain fire in Camarillo, where same story. I heard you guys saying earlier, Sandra and Araxia, just the same thing we said last time, is unfortunately a lot of people had already left their homes and they were at work. So you hear about the poor guy who's trying to get back home to his dog, and everybody, who's left all of their belongings and didn't even get a chance to get, their important papers and that ready, set, go bag.
Really frustrating. Our hearts go out to all these people, of course, and their family members and their pets, and hopefully no lives will be lost in the process. Haley, thank you. Yeah, we did see how that parking lot did pretty much empty out.
Right, and you see how fluid the situation is. The fact that they've had to change their command post due to the shifting nature of this fire and how close now it's getting to Haley's location. They had to move the command post down to a different area, but clearly, did you see and notice the difference too in her shot where she was standing? It looked like daylight, but if they panned over just about 100 yards or so, it looked like complete black. Like right here, darkness.
Like
and right, exactly. It's because the smoke creates, again, its own atmosphere covering the sun right there, and it can change on a dime. It just depends on the winds and how it shifts and what kind of fuel and vegetation the fire is consuming at this point. So very black smoke, thick, rising into the air right there. When you look at the shot on your left, creating a very different type of mood and atmosphere for the community there at this point. And then on your right-hand side, you're looking at more of a brown, grayish smoke that thankfully doesn't look like it's gusting too much. But again, when you're on the scene there, on the ground, could be a very different situation. But that's what fire crews are dealing with, you know, the weather being the biggest X factor in all of this.
Absolutely. The wind is the most critical component when it comes to helping a fire spread and grow, and also the most important component in fighting that fire. I was really concerned when we saw some of the images where the van was on fire, some of the treetops, and that could be part of the spotting. When we talk about the winds and how it can carry these embers way down from the fire and where it originates. So this is also a huge concern when we talk about these very strong gusty winds. It can carry an ember down a mile or two from where that fire is. So that's why there's a huge concern well west of this fire, well south, and that's why that evacuation order is in place, because it can move in that direction very quickly, as we saw how this fire just erupted and grew in just a couple minutes, really.
And you see also, wow, the dramatic video taken from that resident right there who was making his way to check on a friend in the area. But, oh, the dramatic scene, helicopters in the air, taking an aerial vantage point of how far this fire has spread. As you heard Captain Eric Scott saying that they deployed those aerial crews quickly to try to assess the scene and then started attacking from the sky as soon as they could. And we've been seeing all those aerial assets really working hard to try to get a handle on this. But now again, a live look at the vantage point of this fire from PCH. Again, look at the traffic backup. It's just non-stop. It's getting worse at this point, really not even moving. But thankfully, the cars are going in the right direction, which is away from the fire. So that means residents are listening and obeying the evacuation warnings and orders that are in place right now. So hopefully this really saves a lot of lives and livelihoods at this point. But clearly, when there's an order in place, a warning in place, you want to listen to officials and not think you're the hero and write it out in your home.
Or even if you're even further away, just do it now. Go the other way, of course, not into where this traffic is. But this is what happens when you do wait a little bit too long, or perhaps you're not prepared. I encourage you to be prepared now. If you are not in this area, the red flag warning and the extreme fire danger is widespread across Southern California. So this is not the only area where you should be concerned. So have that ready, set, go fire plan in place. Have your bag ready. Make sure your cars are pointed in the right direction in your driveway. And we talk about the 6 Ps, you know, the people, make sure your people, your kids, your family, they know where to go. Have that planned. Make sure your paperwork is in order and you have copies of that, your prescription medication, your pets.
Plastics, which is your cards, your cash, your credit cards.
So they are saying that they've closed the northbound lanes of PCH. This is near Channel Road. So more closures there. And evacuation orders have been issued for the east area of Las Flores Canyon Road as well.
Well, these evacuation orders, if you look on your map, they have spread, and they're just growing in size. It started off as one area of the Pacific Palisades, and now there are more communities and neighborhoods impacted by these orders. So if you are getting those alerts on your phone, make sure to heed the warning. No matter how confused you are, if you have the option between two different pieces of information, go with the one that is
basically telling you to get out.
Yes, exactly.
Take
That is
that
most
option.
cautionary. Look at that.
Yeah.
And as we're looking at this live shot, you're seeing those flames really come alive right behind that home right there. Initially, it just looked like a thick black smoke, and then all of a sudden, those flames really popping up behind this property line. It's not what you want to see, clearly. You think about, you know, that person and the home and how threatened these structures are. We do know that there have been properties damaged in all of this. We just don't know where. And that's exactly what we're hoping to hear fire officials tell us as we wait for them to set up a command post and give us the very latest on what they know. They haven't confirmed yet what property has been damaged, the addresses, and what we're looking at in terms of what this fire has engulfed yet.
And we know that it has caused some damage to many structures now. We're just waiting on some numbers. There are definitely assets up in the air. I'm seeing not just helicopters, but fixed wing aircraft. I'm seeing at least 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5. So they have been attacking this as soon as it erupted. So they're definitely putting a lot of resources to fight this fire. There are many, many homes around this canyon and around this fire, so there's a huge concern. And this window right now that they're trying to take advantage of before the winds really pick up a little bit later is really crucial and critical.
So you're getting a wider shot there. It gives you a different perspective on the left-hand side. That's actually a shot from LAX. There you see all of that smoke, a very different image, although you still have that blue sky. And then when you look closer, you can see the big change there. Looks like nightfall already, right? We're a few hours away from that, but very, very different perspectives there. Reminder that there is an evacuation center at Westwood Recreation Center that is 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. So if you're able to head that way, if that's near you, if you know people who may need that information, let them know. Westwood Recreation Center at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard is somewhere they can go.
Yeah, I can't remember if you can bring pets or not at Westwood, but definitely go there and then find out. It's a huge facility, so it can accommodate a lot of people, a lot of cars. So please take advantage. They have, bathrooms. They have showers. There's a pool there. Anyway, they have a lot of amenities for you if you have nowhere else to go, of course.
And it's always the situation where when you do have to evacuate, you don't ever know for how long, and when you'll be back or when you can, what they call repopulate your neighborhood, right? Go back to the burn area. But keep in mind, this is going to take some time, given the magnitude of this fire, how big it is, how fast and quickly it's grown. And we haven't seen the worst of the weather yet. So brace yourself. If you are leaving, make sure you take enough for several days, and just patience, right? There are resources available for you. LA County Fire, LA City Fire, and the Red Cross certainly coming into action whenever there's a situation like this to make sure residents who are displaced, who are evacuated, do get the resources they need. So there will be help for you. The most important thing, though, is to heed the warning and get out when they tell you, and that is pretty much now.
And you see the traffic there on PCH, right? It's just wild that people are abandoning their cars if it's just impatience or nerves or just panic. If you do that, I guess one can hope that you pull over at least, because leaving them right in the middle of the street is creating a problem for fire trucks.
Problems. I did just see that they do accept small animals.
Oh, good.
At the Westwood Recreation Center there. So that's good news. If you have small cats, small dogs, they will accept you there at Westwood.
And keep in mind, this is grown in magnitude. It's grown so large that this smoke and flames, it's really visible from all over the coastline and the surrounding area. We're getting images in from the South Bay, seeing all the smoke. Also in LA, obviously, and maybe you're not in and around this area, but you're certainly going to feel the air quality change depending on where you are. And because of the fact that this is a severe windstorm situation, not only for this area, but I'm getting notices from different athletic coaches for youth sports. They're canceling practices in Riverside and the inland area, Inland Empire, Orange County as well, because this whole area is impacted by the winds.
Actually, a large part of SoCal is under an air quality alert, not because of this fire. This fire is bringing new problems, of course, especially if you've got any respiratory issue. You want to stay indoors. But the air quality alert was in place because of the blowing dust. And not only that, there's a mandatory firewood burning ban at the moment, because that would add, obviously, more toxic particulate matter into the atmosphere. So you want to remember the air quality alert that is also in place.
Yeah, it makes sense to try to stay indoors if you can during this. I mean, why create a situation that doesn't need to happen,
well,
right?
As you saw earlier, we saw people actually walking around sort of the perimeter of the fire and looking and watching, and that is obviously not a good idea to be doing that, taking pictures and video, which, you know, in the media, we want to get some of that because we want to share it with our viewers, but at the same time, we want you to stay safe, and we want you to get out of the way of officials and firefighters trying to save structures here with this fire.
Yeah, don't let curiosity get the best of you. If you're close to this area, don't try to be a looky-loo and create congestion or a problem for people who are really trying to answer the call. And then if you're not in this area and you're worried about a health condition, you're looking at some people on foot right there getting out of the area. And look, kids wearing masks because of the fact that the air quality is so bad. And if you do have a condition like asthma or respiratory issues, people getting over being sick, a lot of people getting sick over the holidays and still having trouble with a cough or something, this is going to aggravate things even more.
So they're walking down, I'm assuming this is Temescal. I just saw on radio traffic here that the fire is now impacting parts of Sunset Boulevard. This is near Palisades Drive, and that the road is impassable, but we're getting word that the fire is now impacting parts of Sunset near Palisades Drive. And I'm assuming these people walking away from that area, which is close to this live shot, I think, that we're showing here right now.
I wonder from our crews on the ground if they can get a sense of if any structures have been damaged or if they can see any damage from where they are. I know it's a fluid situation as you're seeing our photographer change his position right there, but it's hard to tell at this point from our vantage point or from the pictures that we're getting in if in fact some structures have been damaged from their locations. We do know that there has been damage, we just don't know where. And we haven't physically seen it, right?
Right, we haven't seen any burned homes.
Yeah.
Just heard reports. Trying to see if there's an update regarding any evacuations. By the way, the Watch Duty app, or if you go online, just do Watch Duty, you can get up to the minute information regarding acreage that's burned or evacuations or just any kind of useful information there. Yes, Maria just read you the latest update that the fire is impacted Sunset Boulevard near Palisades Drive, and you can't use this road at this point. So that is going to be a big problem. I think we're going to see more people walking, right? Just their best bet is to walk out of there if possible versus trying to drive. PCH is moving very slowly. It's like a snail's pace here, but at least we're seeing traffic slowly moving along. This was Will Rogers State Beach, the parking lot there. This is where they were going to have a command post set up, but it looks like they are changing their plans. That's why this parking lot is so empty at this point. My gosh, that sky, Maria, it's just getting darker and darker.
Yeah, we had a wide shot earlier showing you the smoke from the vantage point of LAX, and it was clear how the smoke was blowing from the northeast towards the southwest, toward the ocean, and that is a clear indication of this extreme Santa Ana wind event that we have been talking about. Look at how strong the winds are here right now.
Wow, Tony Butita, this is the photographer on the ground right there giving us this shot. Can he hear us? Can he talk to us? Look at the first responders with their masks on as well.
And their goggles.
Tell us where he is and what he's experiencing. I don't know that he can. He's busy setting up this shot, but it just shows you how dramatic a fire can be and how it can impact just the atmosphere in terms of how dark it is. It looks like nighttime there. This is at Gladstone's where they're setting up their emergency command center, and first responders will be giving us an update there. But PCH and Sunset is what you're looking at, and the traffic just getting out of that area. And look how populated it is. To feel the effects of this fire at this point is really quite concerning for all of those people living in those multi-unit homes, apartments, condos. They're trying to get out.
Wow.
Well, you saw the masks, but also you saw the goggles, because you can imagine how the smoke and the debris is just irritating all of your senses, including your eyes and your nose.
And this is the stuff that you can see. What about the stuff that you can't see?
Right.
We know that that's there. It's very toxic for our lungs. And so that's why we encourage you to wear a mask. And if you're not in the evacuation zone, stay indoors and shelter in place.
If that's a luxury at this point, right?
Right, right. You know, in the village in the Pacific Palisades, just sort of east of where that fire is, it is closed on Sunset. So if you're trying to get out maybe that way, it's going to be kind of tough, as those roads are also, I would imagine, packed. But it is closed if you're trying to get in. Maybe you have a dog. We heard from a gentleman and a family earlier how he left, and he left his dog at home. We do not encourage you to go back and try to get your animals, but I know if they're like a family member, right? So it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, we were just getting some information from our director that we have an image of a home on fire. Sadly, if we can get that image and show. Okay,
here's a live look.
We've been talking about there were reports of homes on fire, and we hadn't yet seen it, and unfortunately, there it is. Do we have a locator here? Do we know where?
Can you hear me right now?
Oh, Matthew Seedorf is here on the scene.
Can you hear us all right?
Yes, we can.
So we're off of Shadow Mountain Drive. We've been watching the flames just quickly take over this home, and the winds are blowing to our right now. About 15 miles an hour is what I've been measuring, but it's really sad to see. We've been hearing these loud pops, and possibly more structures down the hill go up in flames very quickly as it spreads. A lot of residents out here have been asking us, pulling over as they evacuate, wondering where are the firefighters? We don't see any firefighters where we are. We understand that traffic in the area is a mess, but it's super tragic to see a home like this get engulfed in these flames.
So there are no firefighters where you are. Are you seeing any of the super scoopers or water dropping helicopters up above? What are you seeing exactly?
We're not seeing any firefighters or any drops from the sky. But if you look over here, there's looks like another home in flames behind this gate. A lot of people looks like evacuated very quickly. It's dead up here. But again, no firefighters that we've been able to see. And the people that we have talked to are wondering where they are as we continue to see the flames push further and further down this hill.
How hard was it for you to come up to this neighborhood?
The traffic in the area is really bad. So we had to do some maneuvering. Even the cell reception right now is not great. That's why we're actually using Wi-Fi to do this live shot for you. But it's a massive area logistically to get out here, and you can see and feel the wind blowing on it out. As this fire, you can tell.
Hey, Matt, what's that main road that you're standing at right there? Is that Saddle
Mountain Drive.
Saddle Mountain Drive? Okay. Shadow, thank you.
Shadow Mountain, yeah.
Well, it's difficult. I know it's heartbreaking for residents who say, where are all the firefighters? You know, why aren't there any personnel here? It's just so expansive at this point, and it quickly spread. And then the fact that they're dealing with all of these people trying to get out of the area or get into the area, the traffic, as you even reported, Matthew, and showed us, it's just a nightmare to try to get in and out of that area and that region, and then trying to, allocate the resources accordingly. Obviously, the first priority for first responders is to protect life and property, and it is heartbreaking to see people's livelihoods, their homes, go up in flames. But we are seeing firsthand how these first responders are working so hard to try to put this out, and clearly it's just the combination of the terrain plus the winds, as you're seeing right there, and you're feeling it, Matthew, right? The winds really whipping around.
Yeah, you can feel the wind and the extreme heat coming off the fire. It looks like they have some sort of sprinkler system set up in the lawn here, but it doesn't appear to be working. They're trying to keep pushing further and further down the hill right now towards Shadow Mountain Drive.
So Shadow Mountain, and what's the nearest cross street?
Bienvenido. Shadow Mountain, Bienvenido.
Okay, so you're up at the Ridgeview Country Estates. You're kind of like in between the village and the Palisades and the summit that's way, way, way at the top there. But you're really close to the canyons, but there's a lot of homes up there, Matt, and it's just so devastating to see this one in particular, this structure and this fire. Are you seeing any other people at all up there on your way up, or do you think that a lot of them were able to get out?
When we got to the main road up of Bienvenida, it got noticeably quiet as we got closer to the fire. A lot of the residents had pushed out. But again, it seems like the firefighters might be having a tough time getting out here. We know that the fire is expanding very quickly. But the couple residents that we have seen up on this street, particular Shadow Mountain Drive, we're the ones that are kind of wondering what's going on. Where's the help? It does feel like that a lot of people in this area left very quickly. And as you mentioned, it is a very residential area. There's a lot of homes burning right now.
It's such an eerie, I feel as though, I'm not there, but watching you, such an eerie kind of feeling where you are.
Yeah, definitely a very eerie feeling. You can feel the ash getting pushed out by the fire and the heat as we're kind of backing up a little bit. But really, yeah, we're just the only ones up here. And we actually tried calling the fire department ourselves, tried calling 911, but the cell reception is so bad. The only way that we're able to talk to you right now is through Wi-Fi.
Oh, that explains.
That's another challenge we've been talking about. Yeah, the connectivity in that area, just even without a fire and the wind. It's so spotty depending on where you are, and you can imagine for the residents there looking to
get information.
Yeah, contact loved ones, figure out what to do, call for emergency help. It's so tough. They can't get out. They can't get the service that they need.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, and the people that we've been able to talk to very briefly, you can tell that they're in shock. They're going through all the emotions right now as their neighborhoods, being impacted by this fire in particular, and it's blowing this direction.
Oh my gosh.
Again, we've been talking about these winds, and we might need to scoot closer to the Wi-Fi here, but I've been measuring the winds with our odometer, and it's about 15 miles an hour pretty consistently, but we've seen gusts over 20 miles an hour. Also, obviously pushing this fire, making it grow even more.
Yeah, there's a school nearby. I'm assuming that they evacuated St. Matthew's. It's a known school there up in the Palisades and in the parish. I'm not sure if you drove past it on your way up there, Matthew, but just in case, if you saw any kids or any people at all down there.
Yeah, it looks like they were being evacuated. We did drive past it on the way over. The traffic in that area has been so bad. We saw parents walking with kids. We saw school buses. I mean, it appeared like everything was happening very quickly. Obviously, no one had any sort of warning that this fire was going to start today. They were all going about their day. And then it was all rushed very quickly. Do everything you can, get your kids and get out.
I just feel for those families and those parents, and hopefully, yeah, they all got out.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of residents on foot, Matthew, even getting away from that area, and even first responders with their goggles and their face masks, really trying to protect themselves from the conditions up there. It looks terrible in terms of the pollutants in the air and just the air quality you must be dealing with, Matt.
Yeah, the air quality is not good. As you can see, we're wearing our mask right now. And just the wind, the smoke, the fire, you can feel the heat if you're really close. And I mean, you can tell we've been walking in the street for the last 10 minutes or so, and there's no one here. There's no firefighters. And again, we tried calling, but so far haven't got a response. The cell reception's so poor. We're going to actually change locations right now.
Okay.
See if we can.
Okay, we'll let you get back to it, Matt. And
Be safe.
Matthew, as we wait for him to change locations, let's take a look at the map and the areas he's talking about, because we are looking at the red right there. That's the evacuation orders that are in effect right now. So if it's red, means you leave now. So anyone living in those red areas, leave now if you haven't left already. The yellow areas, that's where an evacuation warning is in effect. It's in place right now. That means be ready to leave, right? Have your foot out the door. Leave if you want. Leave if you can. Do the right thing. Get out early.
The problem is, where are they going to go? So PCH is pretty much gridlocked at the moment, but it is away from the fire, so that's a good thing. So I guess they could go north.
North?
Yeah, they could go north.
Up and around, you know, get into the valley maybe, go to Oxnard area. It is a tough situation, but you got to think on your feet and then be ready to go and do what's best for you and your family and for the surrounding community, just so you're not a problem. Because you don't want to add to being the problem here, because it's tough as it is for people who are watching this and realizing that these flames are impacting so many people's homes and livelihoods. Look at how close to the property line.
Yeah,
Right
we
there.
were just
Close.
we just switched cameras there, but that was Matthew, and he was telling us how they have no cell service, so they were using Wi-Fi, right? Matthew and our photographer Armando. Oh, this is Armando. Okay, this is Armando's camera. Okay, so there we have, yes, the flames so close to that home right there. Man, it's tough to watch this, right?
It is. He was up there at Shadow Mountain Drive, and he was
Bienvenida.
Bienvenida. He was saying how it was pretty much empty of people. However, there were no firefighters, and the fire was getting really close to where he was. But as you said, Sandra, they're getting called to where the danger is at its highest at the moment, and so you can't expect them to be there. But I'm glad they evacuated. That's exactly the right thing to do, so that firefighters can go to where they're most needed at the moment, where that fire is really critical to life first and then property.
And it looked like that homeowner did take all the precautions. They had the fire clearance. With a lot of people living in that area, they're known to have fire threats and prone to these warnings over the years. And they've done their best. They've listened to fire officials. If you live in an area where you are in those fire-prone areas, that you must
the
have
canyons,
the clearance right around the homes.
The mountains, yep.
And that house, even Matthew was mentioning, had like a water sprinkling system in place on the ground. It wasn't working, which is the other thing, but to take precautions like that, especially if you live in an area where you know it might be a situation like this, and then to watch that happen to your home is really heartbreaking.
I mean, there's only so much you can do, right, with Mother Nature.
Yeah. Well, look at how the pictures are changing as we speak, you know?
And it's going to be night soon, and it's going to make everything much more difficult. As the winds are going to pick up,
yeah,
that's
they're
the
gonna
biggest
strengthen.
issue.
We've got red flag warnings that are in effect through tomorrow evening. Extreme fire danger will continue through at least tomorrow. And as I look at some of our computer models, the winds right now are actually probably at their weakest, and they're only going to get stronger according to the models as we get into the evening and overnight hours. So this is really that critical window that firefighters have and able to fly the fixed wing aircraft, fly some of the helicopters to try to attack this fire from the air.
When is it expected to improve? At some point.
That's a really good question. In terms of the really strong winds, it will not be until after late tomorrow.
Oh.
Thursday will really be the day when we see a noticeable change and how these winds relax. The irony of the forecast, I think, is this morning we were talking about rain and snow.
Yes.
And how it was impacting parts of the Inland Empire as the storm system was just too far from this area to really impact us with much needed precipitation. But all of that rain and snow fell over the San Bernardino Mountains, parts of the Los Angeles National Forest, but it has now since dissipated and has moved east. So we're dry everywhere at this point. So don't let your guard down. If you are down in the Inland Empire, parts of the Santa Ana Mountains down below in the foothill communities, the winds are strong there. And the fire danger is high pretty much everywhere. So please be prepared. Use this moment now to get prepared if you aren't already.
You know, one thing that's good is that the Super Scoopers are still around because I believe their contract was supposed to expire in December and they kept them around, which is awfully helpful.
Well,
obviously, the conditions have been just terrible, so.
They were anticipating this. We were anticipating that this was going to happen, and the National Weather Service issued a PDS, red flag warning. That means a potentially dangerous situation. And on the scale of high to extreme, we are at the extreme level right now. So this is something that doesn't happen very often. And I think it was Captain Eric Scott that told us that it was 2011 was the last time that he saw conditions like this develop so quickly in terms of the danger.
We do have Haley Winslow on the scene out there talking to residents and getting new video as to what's happening. Let's go back to her and what the situation's like out there, Haley.
It's crazy. It's very crazy to say the least. And we're actually trying to figure out where the command post is. It keeps changing, so we can get you the latest information. There were about 5 fire trucks that just flew out of here being deployed. So this is, I guess, kind of a makeshift staging area. I did just get the latest 911 call talking about the homes on Shadow Mountain Drive where Matthew Seedorf is that are threatened, about a dozen of them. I'm just going to play it for you real quick. I was just trying to do that real quick while you came to me. So, basically, I'm just playing it for you live. I'm hearing it as well for the first time, but that just came in, and it's basically saying a dozen homes threatened on Shadow Mountain Drive, where Matthew Seedorf was just a minute ago. But a dozen homes, they said they don't have anyone there, and they're trying to deploy some firefighters. That's probably where these guys in the parking lot were going, because they were saying on that radio call that they had no firefighters nearby. Now, I do have a friend. I just got off the phone with him, the one we introduced you to earlier today, Eric Robertson. He and his wife Tricia are trying to evacuate right now. They've been trapped for the last few hours. They understand that the road, they thought the road was open, so they've got their ready, set, go bag ready to go, only to find out that it's closed. So it's definitely nerve-wracking. I would say everyone around here is on edge. I also just got an alert that a whole bunch of cars are on fire, a lot more than the one we showed you earlier, and people are literally just ditching their cars, like just leaving them in the middle of the road, and firefighters are going into the burning cars trying to pull people out. I'm not sure exactly which road that is on. The one we showed you earlier when we introduced you to the guy on the electric bike, Zen, that was on Palisades Drive right off of Sunset. just right, if you know the area right past the Starbucks. He said that's where the palm trees were on fire as well. I'm not sure if that's where these other cars were, but the alert said that there were about a dozen cars on fire and firefighters pulling people out. That's the latest here. We're going to try to find the command post so that we can bring you the most official information. But just another live look at the sky. And obviously the winds, right before you guys came to me, nearly knocked me off my feet. Easily 35-mile-per-hour gusts here in the last hour or so. And as Maria's been saying, it's far from the worst of it. Here, just in the Palisades, I saw 70-mile-per-hour gusts are expected overnight tonight and tomorrow. And then, of course, like in the mountains, 80 to 100-mile-per-hour gusts. So this is definitely no joke. And Maria would know more, but it looks like from the last I saw, it looks like it was on par to be the worst Santa Anas of the season.
Well, you can see a chaotic scene. We're looking at video, Haley, thank you, of some residents on foot and the dramatic change in the sky. Also just debris flying, you know, maybe a plastic bag in the air, but it just shows you how those wind gusts can really pick up debris and trash and litter and
embers.
Embers, of course.
That's why those cars are on
Cars
fire.
are on fire.
Cars trying to make their way out.
The palm fronds, we're getting reports of some of the treetops are on fire. And it just speaks to how strong these winds are and the damage it can do and how erratic it can be and how prepared we need to be, I guess, as much as we can.
It's always a good sign when you see some white smoke, let me tell you, right? It's a bit of a relief in for the moment.
For the moment, we are seeing a little bit of that, so that's encouraging.
But you know, one of the residents we were speaking with was saying how it's confusing and there's conflicting information, and you know, 1 minute the wind blows this way, the next minute it blows the other way, so they don't quite know.
Yeah, but that speaks to the nature of a fire. There is no, we can't control the fire necessarily in terms of what it does. We can only tell you and forecast what the prevailing winds will be. And the winds are generally, because of the weather dynamics that are in place, are coming from that northeasterly direction. And the dynamics, when we're talking about upper air support, I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of what's going on, but basically we have a very strong and severe Santa Ana wind event with these wind gusts that are potentially nearing 60 to 80 plus miles per hour. Some areas could get winds near 90 to 100 miles an hour, and that can do a lot of damage.
You know what I'm noticing on the right-hand side? I don't see any more cars making their way down and turning.
Yeah, they may have blocked off.
It looks like
off the road at some point. Sunset, I think we're looking at. Sunset.
Very few.
Yeah, well, let's listen to one person who had to evacuate. We were quickly able to talk to this woman right here.
I couldn't see flames. It's just you're in a gulf of smoke. Like, I mean, it is black down there.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. The minute I saw people look at us and say, you have kids, get out of your car and walk, I just got out of the car and we just walked.
Oh my gosh. Wow. So scary for families there and children, you know, getting out of school or maybe missing school and knowing that there's this warning in place. Those children with masks on trying to leave the area.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Here we go. We're looking at that multi-complex or multi-unit complex.
It's a fire station?
This is just off PCH.
Yeah, at Sunset. This is a fire station. That looks like an
looks like a residential.
No, this is a residential area.
Mixed use.
On the right-hand side.
On the right hand.
Yeah, no, that's, definitely residential.
But yeah, from our vantage point, it's on fire, right? Or is it behind?
I can't tell if it's the roof or if it's...
But there's definitely structures between what we're seeing in front and what we're seeing in the back. That is...
Okay, so we're getting word that this apartment complex is on fire. You're seeing the roof there, as well as a nearby fire station also on fire. So that is what we're hearing right now, and you're looking at it. And Maria, you've been talking about these flying embers. You never know where they're going to land, what they're going to set off, and this is a perfect example of that because you're seeing just the flames right here. Where are the other flames, right?
Right, so far
it must
away
have just been blown
from where the fire originated. So this is all part of spotting and how the fires and these embers can get carried with the wind, and it can move 1-2 miles downwind. So this is a clear example of that. and how the fire can impact you so far away from where it originates.
Wow, look at how quickly a property can go up in flames like that. And a lot of times those embers just fly in onto the roof or into those eaves, the attic
get
area.
trapped in
and
there,
then,
and then explodes. Where Matthew was earlier in a neighborhood where he was saying, people were saying, where are the firefighters? Where are the super scoopers? There's nothing happening. It's because they're struggling to, resources are obviously limited. And so they were trying to make their way to these areas. But of course, it comes to saving people's lives first, and then protection of property is secondary. And Haley did play that 911 call, and it happened to be that very specific area where
Shadow Mountain
Drive, where Matthew Seedorf was, and they were saying they were trying to get resources out there, but you know, time is of the essence, and
right, there were no rigs nearby.
No.
There was no personnel
and it's hard
nearby.
to get to the areas.
Right.
So, oh look, it looks like, oh, well, I can't tell. For a moment, it looks encouraging, and then, well, it does look like they.
So
it kind of
It looks somewhat extinguished a little bit.
But how?
But it's definitely still burning.
Huh.
Oh no, we definitely see flames here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is broad, but the latest alert from LA City Fire saying evacuate now from the area of Pacific Palisades. And those not in the evacuation order should shelter in place. So again, a broad statement, but clearly they're trying to cover the most ground that they can in terms of protecting residents. And you never know where the embers are going to fly, which direction. And that's why it's really hard to say what the next evacuation area is going to be, or how dire the situation is going to be for where you are. But right now it says, I believe, a 2-story duplex. Just trying to get the latest on these structure fires and the brush fires that are taking place right now all over Southern California. But this one, the most dramatic, Pacific Palisades, the Palisades fire right here. This is, I believe, Sunset and PCH.
Right.
It's getting into a real populated area, though. I'm surprised at how quickly it spread and then really impacting this area where there's so many residents and homes and businesses.
So
starting
many.
to get into that area.
Yeah, this fire was sort of originated in this canyon between the Pacific Palisades Village area and some of those homes that wind up higher up on the ridge. And so it was really close, too close to these homes. And we're already hearing how it has affected structures off of Palisades Drive, off of Lockland Lane. If you're familiar with the Pacific Palisades area, it's heavily populated. This is a very desirable area to live in. A lot of homes here, big homes, small homes. And the wind has been consistently strong since we got on the air this morning. And we're talking about winds sustained near 50 miles per hour, and then those wind gusts, the higher you go, naturally it's going to be a lot stronger. And even where Matt Seedorf was at, it wasn't too high up, maybe 1,000 in elevation. It was gusting near 50, 60 miles an hour as he was reporting to us. So these winds are going to continue, and they're going to get stronger. According to some of the computer models we're watching, it's going to get up to 60 plus miles an hour in terms of sustained winds later this evening, with those wind gusts much stronger than that, nearing hurricane force wind gusts to 80 plus miles an hour.
And definitely over 200 acres have burned. You know, we haven't gotten an update recently from a fire official, but at last check, that was the case, and that's been over an hour. So.
Yeah. And more than 100 firefighters deployed fighting this blaze with aerial assets as well. I suspect that number will be much higher too, given the fact that we added more resources from Northern California and other areas in anticipation for this big wind event. But clearly this is what we were hoping not to see today, but maybe perhaps inevitable given the terrain and the wind situation.
Yeah. And this is the area that's trying to recover from the Franklin fire, where 4,000 acres had been scorched, and I believe 48 homes or structures had been damaged. So this is getting hit hard, right?
It's really sad to see, obviously, when you see a populated area like this and livelihoods being threatened and damaged, and then people fleeing, like that one woman we saw with children, not knowing where to go.
Now, this map that you're seeing on the right-hand side of your screen here, these are basically wind reports, current wind reports, and they're strong. From Ventura to the Malibu area to where those fires are right now, these are sustained winds nearing 20, 30 miles an hour, so you know that the wind gusts are much stronger, and these winds are only fanning these flames, spreading this fire even further. And we're seeing the results of those the spot fires as these numbers are getting carried downwind. These winds are going to continue, unfortunately, and I really can't emphasize enough how you need to be prepared, even if you're not especially if you're not in this area.
Yeah.
Because the fire danger and the extreme weather conditions are going to be with us through tonight and through tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm trying to hear what they're saying.
It can be a chaotic situation, We're kind of listening to our crews on the ground right there, providing this ground shot of first responders quickly going to a situation that needs help. And wow, this was an area, an intersection that was backed up with traffic, and now it's kind of deserted.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not sure if that's Topanga. If the photographer could let us know exactly this intersection.
I think that's Sunset.
Is it Sunset?
Yeah.
Okay, Sunset and PCH. Sunset's going to be closed, so I know people are going to try to get in or out.
Closed, yep.
Right, Sunset is closed all the way up as you get to the village. And
that fire is out, it looks like, right?
well, we're seeing the white smoke. We're not seeing the flames like we were earlier. I do see some flames though at the very tip top there and at the bottom. So it's still definitely
it's going.
There's fire.
Yeah, it's hidden. Major utilities, by the way, Southern California Edison and San Diego Gas and Electric could be cutting off power to nearly 500,000 customers because of this fire that's happening now and the fire threat that is looming as a result of the Santa Ana wind. So just be aware that is a possibility.
Let's go to our crews on the ground. We do have crews on the ground. The situation is that it's very hard to get a signal out from this area because of the fact that this area and residential community in general is difficult to get a signal out of. But then on top of that, with the high winds and all of the cell traffic from first responders, communications, and also this fire is proving to be very difficult. But we do have video from Matthew Seedorf, who sprang into action on his own. Take a look at this. So we have Matthew right there on the scene there. I don't know what intersection this is, but Shadow Mountain Drive, he grabbed a garden hose he saw and then was putting out these flames. But he was mentioning how there's, and Haley too, how a lot of cars were catching on fire because I could imagine from their description, they were saying these palm fronds and embers were coming down from the sky, kind of like fireballs, and then attacking these cars. And like you saw right there, some trash cans going on fire because of these embers just flying around and then debris catching on fire. So it looks like that's what was the situation, and Matthew just grabbed a garden hose to put those out. But the car fires are another example of how dangerous these flying embers can be, or a situation where a palm frond becomes that kind of fireball that's hitting your car, and then it catches a flame.
I can imagine some of the homeowners, residents that are watching us right now, and they're seeing their homes here off Shadow Mountain, off PCH, off Sunset, and just the kind of stress and anxiety and fear that must be going through. Here's more video, it looks like. Is this of Matt?
Oh my gosh, Matthew,
Matt,
again.
You stay safe.
Putting out more fires, trying to protect these homes. This is Shadow Mountain
Drive.
And this was an area where he was reporting. He said signal is very bad to try to get communication. Let's listen. I don't know if there's sound on this. Let's hear. So it looks like that he took matters in his own hands. He was saying that residents who are fleeing and him, from his perspective, there were no fire crews around. So I think you heard the 911 call from Haley Winslow indicating that they need help in that area, and there were no crews around. So again, Matthew and his crew springing into action with that garden hose. But it's exactly what fire crews don't want you to do. Do not stay in your home when there is an evacuation order. A garden hose is not going to protect you, your life, or your property. Neither will your swimming pool. So don't
unless you have to take refuge in your swimming pool.
Unless it's a dire situation where there's a flame right up on you. But do not just hunker down in your swimming pool to try to ride this out. Don't try to ride this out with your garden hose. This is exactly what fire crews say, please do not do. This was just Matthew being a super reporter and taking matters into his own hands while he was reporting there on the scene. But again, do not try this at home.
By the way, the super scoopers had to take a break because they had to go fuel up. So that's also why we're not seeing them right now. They are, resources getting ready to come back and fight this fire. So we're approaching 2 o'clock here, and we have, like 3 hours left of daylight, which is concerning. And as soon as it's nightfall, those winds are expected, as Maria's been saying, to pick up. You know what's interesting with this image? Thankfully, these flames somehow are just almost like they haven't moved. They're in this one specific area, and they're not, and again, this speaks to the wind, right? It's because of the wind that they haven't gone down towards that home. Thankfully, I don't know how long it'll stay this way, but the winds are going the other direction.
Right.
And that tells you the winds tell the story of how this fire is going to go, right?
And there's a random quality about fires or any natural disaster, given the fact that it's so random. You never know what's going to be impacted, what can be in the line of fire in terms of an ember flying, or what is saved. And it really depends on the nature of the weather system that the fire creates on its own, which way the wind is blowing, as Araxia was mentioning, and what kind of terrain is being burned right now. Are there going to be flying embers around this situation? Thankfully, the property we're looking at hasn't been affected by that close burning flame right there, which looks like it's going up on that hillside, which is usually the way fires work. They go up quickly along a hillside instead of rather going down, just depending. But in this situation, it is a very close situation, but it looks like it's a good one, at least for that property. All right, we lost the shot there.
I'm getting word that Fire Station 23
as we try to reset.
Los Leones and Sunset is on fire. What do you mean? Okay.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage of this breaking news. Palisades fire burning more than 200 acres.
off. I was heading home, and I look up, it's above our station. I'm like, oh, you guys know about this? They were like, do you want to go? I'm like, not really.
Dealing with the poor air quality and the situation with residents trying to evacuate and come back into the neighborhood as well. But we have reporters on the ground all throughout the area trying to give us their live reports in a difficult situation where connectivity is an issue, as well as the current conditions surrounding the fire.
We're seeing cars now come down Sunset. For a while there, we didn't see much, right? The road is closed, though, that being said, so we don't know.
I wasn't sure if those were first responders or contractors or
civilian vehicles.
Utility. Yeah, you never know. It's kind of a mix of who they let through some of these road closures and at what point they turn people away. But clearly they want to keep those paths open for first responders, medical emergencies, and people who need to get to the area in order to tackle this blaze. But we've been watching this one property right here with the flames burning bright and big right behind this property, and thankfully it's not a blaze. Tackle this blaze, but we've been watching this one property right here with the flames burning bright and big right behind this property, and thankfully it's not a blaze yet.
Hopefully
but
the people are not in there, obviously. They're out of that home.
It looks really close.
I don't think so.
Uncomfortably close. I don't know if you heard me, but I was mentioning in a turn of events here, Fire Station 23 on Los Leones and Sunset is on fire, which is
ironic to say the least.
Unfortunate.
And hopefully they have the resources there to make sure that everything is protected and they can get that out quickly. But we are standing by. We're going to the command post where fire officials are set to give us the latest update. We have no word yet on what time that'll be, but we know they are trying to situate resources there and get fire officials there to tell us what exactly is happening. But you're looking at a live picture of people evacuating on foot with their belongings, and fire personnel aiding local residents to where they need to go and try to get out of harm's way and into a safer location. We do know that there is an evacuation center set up at Westwood Recreation Park, and that is where residents are urged to go, and you can get the resources you need if you do need to find shelter or other evacuation necessities. Right here is the evacuation center. There it is on your screen. This is the address, 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. This is the Westwood Recreation Center. So all evacuees, displaced residents, you can go there. Small pets are allowed as well. And hopefully there will be some personnel to help you with the resources you need. We know Red Cross usually comes out to help facilitate those who need some help.
This image is just really fascinating, right? To see now you see some sun and some blue skies. It's changing constantly with this one home that we keep watching. So many close calls with this one home with those flames burning right behind it. And somehow, thank God, right? It's been spared so far. The wind's going up that hill.
Up into the side, and you wonder, yeah, on the back side, if there's like a big fire clearance that we don't know about that's really protecting this property or not. But oh, what a What
nerve-wracking if you're watching this and it's your home or you know someone who lives here.
And what a difference when you see the charred background of the trees that have no leaves or foliage, and then you see the foreground where you see all that lush vegetation. But wow, as we widen out, you can see the damage those flames have caused all along the mountainside right there, and still a lot of hot spots to contend with. But earlier we saw the heroic work of all those super scoopers making drop after drop, just filling up along the ocean and then flying over PCH to make those drops along the flame line. But right now, as you mentioned, Roxy,
they were
taking
fueling, you're right,
a break to refuel. And
the proximity of having the ocean right there certainly is helping the situation, where they're able to quickly move in, scoop the water they need, and do the work they need to do. We're back at this. This is another image we've been watching for a while now. This is a residential building right there, and for a while now we've been watching the flames here. There was a moment where we thought, oh, it looks like it's out, but no, it's not. We're back to where we were about half hour ago when we started watching this building.
Yeah, this is along Sunset, I believe, and PCH. There's a really populated area right there where there's different apartment buildings, condos. There's a gas station on the corner, a lot of delis and restaurants. As we widen out, you can see the shot right there, the fact that the flames are right along that populated area. We do have crews along the scene right there. Let's go to Christy Fajardo. Christy, if you could hear us, tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
We're actually on Sunset near Temescal, and you were talking about how nerve-wracking it is to watch these images, but imagine being in it. And we just talked to a very frantic mother who was running with her 3 children, and she told us she had come from Bienvenida, which is out that way, closer to the flames, and she was trying to get home because she said she had a baby at home, and she didn't want to try to drive because of what you're seeing here. Take a look. It is bumper to bumper and very slow going. Again, this is Sunset, and we are near Temescal Canyon, and I actually drove in from West LA, and I can tell you this traffic is backed up here all the way into Santa Monica. Chautauqua is backed up. So is Channel Road. People just trying to leave. And firefighters say that 30,000 people are under a mandatory evacuation order. And unfortunately, in these canyons, there are not a lot of options on how to get out. So people have to use the same roads. And this is what you get. Fortunately, though, as I was driving in, only in the distance there did I see any flames, so there isn't any fire burning in this direction towards Santa Monica, at least that I could see. So even though it is slow going and it is bumper to bumper, hopefully everyone will get out safely. They just need to be patient. And I did talk to one person earlier who told me that he had tried to leave starting at 11 a.m. and it took him 2.5 hours to reach Santa Monica. So again, you're going to need to be patient, but you should be able to get out.
Wow, that is
Listen, back to you.
That is wild. The story you told about that mother, my goodness, your heart just goes out to her. Hopefully she and her children will be safe and protected. You know, we were talking earlier, at least in a different part of town, people were abandoning their cars in the middle of the road and taking off. That was really causing a problem for vehicles trying to make their way in, as far as fire trucks are concerned and other rescue operation crews to help the situation out. So you're not seeing any of that, obviously. You're just seeing bad traffic, bumper to bumper traffic there. I think we lost Christy there. Okay.
Well, the good thing is, I believe where Christy was, that everyone's going in the right direction, which is away from the area. We don't want to see cars trying to get into the area to congest things even further for first responders who are trying to go in and really tackle this. Because as you can see right there, this is property damage that we're seeing. One of the first images of structure on fire. And when you think about this, this is Sunset and PCH, a very populated area. We're talking about a multi-unit apartment complex right here. This is bordering an area where there's a lot of businesses and a gas station. We're not talking about about just a canyon road that's not very populated with, just several homes, and that's it. We're talking about an area where it's very dense in population. And so my heart goes out to all of those other areas that we haven't seen yet on camera that could be impacted by this, because we do know there are confirmed reports of structures damaged. We just don't know how many or where they're located, but we're getting a first-hand look at how devastating this fire is already, and the livelihoods and people's homes up in flames. It's hard to watch. And as we saw Matthew Seedorf on Shadow Ridge Road and Benvenida Avenue, that area too, he saw structure damage as well, and he said there were no fire crews in sight. Obviously, resources are spread out, fanning the area, and it is very difficult to get to every hot spot. Let's take a look at new video we have coming into our newsroom right here.
Whoa. Look at the palm tree, right? You saw how it was tilted, how loud that sound is. Just imagine being in that area, right?
Yeah, it just goes to show how destructive a fire can be, and the smoke, coupled with the wind, which is really driving this devastation, and the noise it can make, all of that vegetation going up in flames. And Maria's been talking about, and we talk about this all the time, how the fire creates its own atmosphere, its own weather system, and you're seeing it right there. Sometimes circulating, you don't know which way the winds are going to blow at times, and things shift at a second's notice. So you never know which way the embers are going to fly, which way the smoke is going to go, and
there you see people
evacuating, forced to leave their homes,
taking off, walking at this point, right? You don't know if they're the vehicles on fire. That was something we were showing earlier and talking about. You're thinking, how did that happen? Because of those embers that fly. And just like that, they get caught somewhere, and that's the result of it. And the person who was in that vehicle got out okay.
Right, and you're looking at all these abandoned vehicles because people just left their cars right there because of that situation where palm fronds or embers became these fireballs coming down onto their cars. They left their cars there and went by foot. And you see people evacuating with their belongings. You got to think about how dire the situation is if you're going on foot in a town where no one walks, right? LA, nobody's walking. There's no public transportation to really help these people along. But to think about their only choice, they think, is to leave by foot. And that just shows you how dire the situation is and how desperate it must have been to think that's the best solution.
Oh my gosh, look at this gentleman. You wonder what the story is here, where he has nothing with him. He's just walking. Hopefully he's okay.
Ugh, just trying to get out and get to safety, and looking behind you and wondering if your house or your home or everything you have is okay.
We're back live. The same image we've shown you for a long time now, and look at how difficult it is to even see what's going on out there, how poor the air quality became. It was bad enough as it was, and now it's becoming even worse. Do you see that? And that's why you see so many of the first responders who are actually stationed in this area. They had goggles on. This is for that very reason, how irritating this is for their eyes, their noses. The masks, of course, is a must.
Wow, it just goes to show how everything can change in a minute, as I was mentioning, when it comes to fires like this, and the precautions and the protection you need to have to really be in an area like this. And that's why they say evacuate. And when those evacuation orders went into effect, which was about 2.5 hours ago at this point, so I'm hoping everyone left. But as you heard Christy Fajardo say, that one man who left at 11, it took him 2 hours to get from the Palisades to Santa Monica.
We're seeing many of these fire trucks and police vehicles making their way down from Sunset. And they're turning there onto PCH, it looks like. That's interesting, right? not just one or two, several making their way down onto PCH right now. Let's see, closures in place here. Southbound PCH at Las Flores Canyon Road, southbound PCH at Topanga Canyon Boulevard, Coastline Drive, and southbound PCH. Those are the closures you need to know about according to CHP. Traffic in these areas, they're going to be diverted to the northbound on PCH. Also, radio traffic is indicating that Sunset Boulevard completely closed.
Yeah,
due to more than 100 abandoned vehicles.
Wow.
So that's why we're seeing so many people walking
on foot.
foot. 100 abandoned vehicles.
But again, you think about what it would take for you to mentally make that decision that being on foot and walking somewhere is safer than being in your car. So you just think about the frustration people must have felt, and the fact that they felt that it was that big of an emergency, what they were facing, the threat, that they took off on foot with a lot of suitcases in some cases, some with children, young children,
some with
in
nothing.
tow. Right, and looking back and wondering what's going to be left behind.
Wow.
It's really heartbreaking and hard to watch, but clearly this is going to go on for some time because this is not even the peak of the winds. As we're watching those palm trees right there really swaying, the winds are picking up, and keep in mind sunset is in about 3 hours. It's going to be even harder for first responders to really get a handle on this with the winds picking up, and then come nighttime, visibility is poor. It's a tough fight ahead, and so they had a window of opportunity to really make progress on this fire, which they did, thankfully scooping up a lot of water from the ocean and making a lot of those water drops. But right now you could see a very, very different turn of events.
They have about 3 hours to do what they can, really. Maria mentioned that the winds are going to back down and things will improve Thursday morning, if that, right? So we still have a ways to go. Getting an acreage update now. Wow. So we went from 200 acres to 700. 700 acres charred.
So that was in about 2 hours. Of course, the acreage is always a lagging indicator. It's the last thing that they kind of assess because they're in the middle of really fighting this fire. The last thing they're doing is really surveying all these statistics at that point. So that's the last thing they tell us. But given the fact that it has, what, tripled now from 200 to 700 in the last 2 hours.
And we started with 20.
Right. 10, you know, 10 even. A small vegetation fire came across us at 10:30 in the morning, and now
really exploded.
700 acres burned and counting. But clearly, this is really tough to watch, and we're still waiting for an official update from the command post, which is being set up, and again, a fluid situation there with them changing locations, given the fact that this fire is ever changing and widespread. They've had to move that location for fire crews and news crews before they can give us an official update on camera. So we are waiting for that. We do know that that's going to happen. We have several reporters all throughout the scene there. It is very difficult, though, to get connectivity and to get them to the locations because there's so much traffic. All these roads backed up with evacuees trying to get out of the area.
You know, I was surprised to read about the 100 cars abandoned because when we were talking about people abandoning their cars, I didn't think it was that many. I thought it was a handful here and there, but 100 vehicles abandoned in the middle of the road really tells you how serious the situation is. So one more time, let's go over these road closures according to PCH here. You've got southbound PCH at Las Flores Canyon Road. You have southbound PCH at Topanga Canyon Boulevard. You've got the Coastline Drive and southbound PCH. These are areas, obviously, you don't have much option at all. Everything being diverted to the northbound PCH right now. So those who've been able to get out and have been fortunate enough to get out of harm's way, and those who don't have much of an option at this point, you know, do not attempt anything extra heroic here.
Yeah.
Want to remind you that there's very little your garden hose is going to do. Don't put yourself in a dangerous situation. We did speak to a fire captain who said there were reports that people were, you know, getting into their pools if they had one to avoid harm and injury, and that is obviously a last resort option if that is your option and you're surrounded by flames. But if you're able to get out safely, if you were able to get out safely, consider yourself lucky. I know a lot of people had left for the day. They were at work. This happened around 10:30 in the morning, so they were unable to go back to their homes, and they had no choice but to basically not make it back. And that's extremely frustrating, but your life is not replaceable. Your property is, as hard as it is to face that, right? It's tough. But let's see, we are at PCH and Sunset there, and I thought this is where they were going to set up the command post, but we haven't gotten an update.
I think it has changed a couple of times, and as we await for officials to give us the official update on camera, we do want to give you the total information that we have now in terms of acres burned, I should say. 700 acres burned so far, 0% containment. There are mandatory evacuation orders in place. At this point, there are evacuation warnings as well in and around the area. If there is an evacuation order, please get out. There are several road closures to contend with as well. And we know that Sunset and areas of PCH are closed, as well as Topanga Canyon Boulevard. So please, please, please heed the warnings and stay safe and out of harm's way.
Okay, so it looks like that command post, we have an image here. They're getting ready for a briefing, right? So we were looking forward to hearing what's going on, get the latest updates so we can update all of you what the situation is. This is where Haley Winslow is, and I believe Haley was at Will Rogers State Beach,
yeah.
so I guess we're back there as far as the briefing is concerned. That's where we're going to get the update.
Ooh, look at that image.
The wind, I mean, really these live images are so telling, so telling. The wind really picking up as we have been mentioning, as Maria's been mentioning. We started off with 35, 40 mile per hour winds, and we're going to go up to 60, 70, 80, and that was the case up in the hills as it is. But as we get to nightfall, those winds are only going to get stronger, and the situation's only going to become more dire.
It looks like it's getting worse as we speak, with those palm trees really swaying, and you saw those flags blowing stronger than ever right there. This is the intersection of Sunset and PCH. Again, Sunset closed to traffic at this point, and the situation really changing in terms of the atmosphere, the visibility, how dark it is, how gusty the winds are. And we're looking at the small box, at the live flame we've been monitoring from one vantage point, and you can see just how close it is to property lines.
Same house?
I believe it looks like a different house. I'm not sure the location on that one. We do know that there have been structures burned and destroyed. Again, we're set up and ready for a news briefing at any time officials want to give us official word on what exactly the situation is at this point. But again, we're waiting to hear also from our reporters on the ground there. They're fanned out at different locations, trying to get their signals back to us to let us know what they're seeing on foot and on the ground.
Well, one of the
area.
frustrating things, and we heard from residents we were speaking with, was the fact that you know, they had bad cell service, so it's tough to get updates and to stay connected when you're struggling to have service as it is. And another complaint was that there was just conflicting information. Obviously, when things are developing and it's a breaking news situation and things are changing by the second, really, that can happen where things are conflicted. And it does add to the frustration, of course, when you're trying to figure out, well, what do I do, right?
Yeah.
Do I go here or do I go there? Is this safer or is that safer? So it's been a stressful, frustrating day, that is for sure. So many schools closed, canceled, or kids were asked to get picked up early, obviously, for their own safety and for the fact that for their own health as well. The air quality is, just looking at these images, it's even hard to breathe watching this, right? It's tough out there. So you're definitely going to be feeling the impact of this, even if you're not in the immediate danger zone. We were seeing images of that smoke and that air quality all the way in the South Bay. A plume of smoke, just very clear. So definitely avoid being outside if you can today. Let's see, we are getting some fresh video in here. One of the vehicles on fire. This is as a result of possibly embers which fly around, get trapped underneath the vehicle, in the vehicles. This happens often with the attic or the eaves of a home. You'll often see embers just flying around, and before you know it, you've got an explosion of fire.
And you saw that line of cars there. Those cars abandoned. This is along PCH earlier in the morning. And people leaving their cars, ditching them where they were, and then choosing to walk with all of their equipment, their pets, their belongings. Some people biking just to get out of the area. You see the guy filling up his tire with air and then taking off on 2 wheels. Others without anything, just deciding to walk and saying walking is the best option. I don't know if we mentioned this before, but just to mention it again, Santa Monica City officials say the westbound Santa Monica Freeway, the 10 freeways being closed at Lincoln Boulevard, along with northbound Pacific Coast Highway to assist with evacuation efforts from the fire. So it's certainly impacting a lot of communities along PCH and the surrounding areas as well, not just the Palisades. But look at this, devastating flames really threatening the homes and properties of so many people. It's hard to watch.
So according to Watch Duty, which is a helpful tool and resource if you don't have that or follow that, you can get that as an app, Watch Duty, or go online, go to watchduty.org, and you get up-to-date information regarding whatever fire is in your vicinity. So it looks like we're at close to 772 acres burned at this point. But we're going to get that official update as much as we can from fire officials. Haley is at Will Rogers State Beach. That's where she's been since she got there on scene. That is where they're setting up the command post to give us some information. Let's check in with her and see when we'll get some more information, some up-to-date information.
Hey guys, we're hoping pretty soon. We're waiting for Mayor Karen Bass, who is supposed to lead this press conference, but we've got a lot of first responders pulling into Will Rogers State Beach as this wildfire continues to grow to nearly 800 acres. I've got another dear friend on the line right now. So we introduced you earlier to Eric Robertson. This is his wife, Trisha Cosentino, and they tried to get out, and now they are literally trapped. Trisha, thanks for letting us know what's going on from your perspective. I know you're kind of in the thick of it. What's happening?
Yeah, it is very, very terrifying up here. We have one road leading out of the canyon, Palisades Drive, and it is leave at your own risk. And I attempted, I put the animals in the car, got my son in the car, even picked up a hitchhiker. We were surrounded by flames on all sides. There was smoke everywhere, and I made a U-turn and came back up the hill because I was afraid to drive through it. So we're stuck here.
Describe what it was like when you were driving out. You said there was flames on both sides. Tell me what that was like what you were seeing and what was going through your head.
So the canyon itself is, it has a little bit of unstable land. So the rocks that are normally behind barriers, there's all sorts of rocks that have now crumbled onto the road itself. So it's even a little bit hard to drive. There is smoldering, there's ash, there's literally just within a foot or two of the road itself. The flames are coming all the way down. I have never been so terrified in my entire life.
And why didn't you guys leave?
Well, the traffic ahead of us was slowing down, and quite frankly, the amount of smoke that we were heading into, I was afraid that we wouldn't be able to breathe in the car.
But this morning, it was kind of too late, I guess, right? I guess you didn't realize how bad it was.
By the time we got to the home, I mean, this has happened before. We've always been able to leave. We thought it would be okay. I mean, from my patio right now, it looks like we're in a war zone.
That's what it feels like here on Will Rogers State Beach, and I'm nowhere near where you are in the thick of it. It's crazy, and I mean, everyone's obviously on edge. I can't imagine what it's like for you guys up there.
It is terrifying. I'm trying to not break down so that my kid thinks that everything is okay, but it does not feel okay.
Oh, what does he think about all this?
He's terrified.
I'm so sorry.
It's really bad.
I'm so sorry. They've sent a bunch of videos. We've included some of those on our air. You've probably seen them. It really does look like a war zone. Trish, is there anything else you want to say before I let you go?
No, I guess not. Everybody needs to just do what they can and stay safe.
All right, thank you. Well, you guys please stay safe. Thank you. All right, thank you, Trish. So, and I'm watching videos and listening to radio transcripts on Citizen app, and then of course Watch Duty. We told you about that app earlier. That's really good to get up to the minute information, and of course the radio calls kind of letting us know what's going on as well on Citizen app. But from what I've read and what I've listened to, it sounds like they've just now have deployed to help a smoke inhalation case. That first responders helped a 94-year-old woman out of a townhome with, has vision problems and mobility issues. They were trying to get her out. More than a dozen homes affected, including a townhome. And Trisha, where she and Eric live, I mean, they're literally like the road is closed, and then they thought it was open. That's when she and her son went down there to try to get out. And now they're safe. She said they're safer in their home than they were, than they are trying to leave. So a lot of roads closed. As you've heard, an evacuation order now for all of Pacific Palisades. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Haley, I didn't catch if Trisha's home is threatened. Did she feel like, I know she said she's safer inside, but how close are the flames to her home?
Well, that's what I asked. I'm like, aren't you worried your house is going to burn down with you inside it? And she said yes, but they're safer from her perspective where they are now than trying to leave. I mean, I know that she didn't expect it, obviously, probably like most people, to get this bad. I mean, they, I've been talking to them kind of all morning. They were the very first people who told me at least about the fire when it very first happened. So I've been, of course, trying to tell them to get out, but it's just like anything else, like these wildfires, especially with these winds, it just picks up so quickly, and then if they don't get a hold of it in 20 minutes, then all of a sudden it, cannonballs from 20 acres, I think it was, to 200 and now nearly 800. But I mean, she even said, like most people are thinking, is that they've been through this before. Yeah. They've always been able to get out. And, I've been to their house. It's really nice. I mean, a lot of people, obviously, we know the Palisades area, a lot of really nice homes there, celebrities, homes threatened, of course. But, then there's the 94-year-old woman who can barely see and walk that's trying to get out, and the apartment complex. So it's just, my stomach's in knots, and I'm not even anywhere near it or affected by it directly. So I just can't imagine what it's like for them. It really does, even on the ground here, you guys, just off PCH at Will Rogers State Beach at the command post, it feels like a war zone here. So I can only imagine what it looks and feels like up there.
Well, what happens is when people have gone through, and so many of the residents there, they've gone through many fires and have lived there for years. They sometimes it works against them because they're like, well, we've done this, we know the drill, like it's a routine thing, and it's not, because you never know how the fire is going to behave, and my heart goes out to her and her family, and hopefully they'll be okay, obviously, because now at this point they don't really have a choice, right? In the morning they did, and at this point they don't. So keep us posted, Haley. I know you're going to be
cool, calm, and collected.
Yes, she is.
Nature, yeah.
She
so
is.
To hear that, and her voice was, she obviously got a big heart. I don't know if you heard her at the beginning. It was kind of hard, but she picked up a hitchhiker on the way out.
Yes,
trying
I
to
heard her.
Get everybody out. And obviously that's, you know, the epitome of these communities, as we've seen in Malibu and in Camarillo, and of course in Woolsey. And I'm hoping we're going to get started soon. So we're guessing around 3. That's not definitive, but I know Mayor Karen Bass is going to be here. Obviously, it takes a lot to get anywhere right now. And as you guys have seen and talked about, you know, at least 100 people walking because their cars are on fire or the traffic's too bad or whatever the situation is.
100
I'm sure it takes a while to get here, but
because there's 100 abandoned vehicles,
yeah.
So who knows how many people were in each of those vehicles.
This is such a long event too. It's not like, you know, a 2-day Santa Ana wind event. I mean, we really are this was not supposed to be, you know, this isn't even the worst of it. It's going to peak tonight, and then, you know, we're still going to have big winds even on Friday, even though they may not be red flag warning conditions. So
well, we're going to continue to follow this. We're going to let you go so you can get set up so we can take that news briefing as soon as it gets going. Please keep in touch with your friend, of course, Trisha, and then we'll check in and see how they're doing. I think we are going to head over and check in with Christy Fajardo, who's at Temescal and Sunset. I'm going to hand it over to Marla, who just came in, and Sandra. They'll continue the coverage as we continue to bring you the latest information with this Palisades fire that's really exploded in the last 4 hours.
Araxia, thank you so much. So the clock just tells us it's just after 2:30. This means that this Palisades fire has been burning for more than 4 hours now. I'm Marla Tejas, joining the coverage alongside Sandra Endo. We have reporters scattered throughout the Palisades area, of course, to keep you up to date. You can get the latest information on our website, too. It's foxla.com. We know that this fire has now burned close to 800 acres. Homes have burned. We've seen vehicles on fire. Kids obviously have been evacuated from local schools as well. And the worst is yet to come. I think we should just go ahead and check in with our chief meteorologist, Adam Kruger, now for the latest on when those winds are going to even get worse.
Yeah, I mean, so we're looking at tonight and into tomorrow morning for this whole event to come to a peak with even stronger wind gusts than what we've seen so far. And yes, our coverage has been focused a lot on the Pacific Palisades area, but also, you know, the entire Southern California area is basically looking at these very strong winds. High wind warning is in effect until 6 p.m. tomorrow. So that gives you some idea of the extent to which we're going to be facing some of these strongest winds. I do have a graphic here that will walk you through the forecast wind gusts as we go hour by hour. So let's look at that now as we start at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And again, keep in mind, this is a forecast. It might not play out exactly like this, but it's going to give us a good idea of what's going on. And first of all, you'll notice the winds moving from the northeast. I've got the Pacific Palisades plotted right here. So the winds are pushing the smoke towards the coast. We've seen the gusts in this area, and you can tell from the video it's strong, but the weather stations around there measuring about 20 to 40 mile per hour gusts. You get into the mountains a little west of the Palisades, and gusts have been even higher today. But let's go through this now a little bit later. So we expect a slight downturn later on this evening. This is a look at 6 p.m. today. But don't let your guard down at this point. This is just going to be a little kind of a whoosh of maybe an onshore wind briefly, and then it switches right back around to some stronger offshore winds as we go later into tonight. So here's a look at 8 p.m. Again, there's the Palisades, gusts in the 50s according to this model. At midnight, it's suggesting gusts near 60. We go later into the night, and early in the morning, it says gusts could be reaching 70 plus miles per hour in or around the Palisades. So this is, again, kind of the peak late tonight, early tomorrow morning. As we continue through the day tomorrow, here's 10 a.m. still very windy, but you start seeing the numbers go down a little bit. And then as we go through the day, Wednesday, I'll pause it at 6 p.m., which this is the point at which the high wind warnings expire. Yes, it's still going to be breezy. Yes, we still see offshore Santa Ana winds, but the worst of this, in terms of the weather, will be done by the end of the day tomorrow. Now, another issue is we know the air is dry with the Santa Ana winds going on right now, but tomorrow's humidity will be even lower than the already dry air we see today. I was just checking a weather station near the Palisades measuring relative humidity right now between about 20 and 30%. And a lot of the area is around 10 to 20% today. Watch as we go into tomorrow, and you're going to see these numbers drop off midday tomorrow. We'll bring it to noon on Wednesday. A lot of 10% or less relative humidity. So even drier tomorrow, even stronger winds tonight into tomorrow morning. It's already a serious situation. And if, you know, another fire starts, it could be even more serious. this particular fire that we're following, it may be just really, really difficult for firefighters to handle. We know it's going to be difficult with just how strong the winds are and how dry the air is. One more thing I want to share with you now, and kind of fitting with the video we're showing right here, is the air quality. And unfortunately, there's not a air quality sensor right in the path of where we're seeing some of the smoke from this Palisades fire. So notice there's some green and yellow dots, which indicates good to moderate air quality around the LA areas east as well. So again, I can't really pin down exactly what the air quality is like right near the fire, but we know it's not good. And again, that smoke is blowing towards the ocean from the Palisades. So kind of missing places like Santa Monica, Brentwood. Maybe you're smelling the smoke a little bit, but it's not like the smoke is going right over you. And winds should pretty much continue in a similar direction, mostly out of the northeast throughout a lot of this event. So that's kind of the latest we have right now, Marla. Again, we knew this was coming. We were hoping there wasn't going to be a fire, but it seems obviously one has panned out, and we know just these weather conditions are about as extreme as it gets, both in terms of the strength of the wind and how dry the air is as well. Marla, back to you.
As Adam was mentioning, you could certainly see a shift in how this fire has really reacted. And Marla, we've been covering this since 10:30 this morning, and obviously now the worst is yet to come. Let's check in with Christy Fajardo, who is still with all the people trying to get out of the area. We could see the traffic behind you, Christy.
Yeah, there's still quite a bit of traffic, but it is moving a lot faster. In fact, we talked to one woman who told us it only took her 3 minutes to get here from Bienvenida, and we spoke to someone earlier who told us it took them 2 hours. But just a short while ago, there was someone who was stuck in this traffic who actually flagged us down. He said that he had come from El Medio and that there were 4 homes on fire as he was leaving. That is why he finally opted to evacuate. It seems like most people evacuated earlier, which is why we're seeing traffic moving a little better. There's also now traffic control at Temescal Canyon and Sunset. But if we pan up to that hillside, you can see how close the flames are now getting to Temescal Canyon Road, which is why that one woman who told us it only took her 3 minutes to get here decided to evacuate. She started to see those flames, and we hear so much about how fires create their own weather, and she said she saw evidence of that. She said suddenly there were these gusts and flames whipping around, and she said she'd never seen anything like that, but she knew then that it was not safe to stay, so she decided to evacuate. But there are still some people where we are that are milling about and who are staying inside their condominiums and apartments, and also workers. There's construction workers who are still working. I went up to them and I asked them why they hadn't evacuated, and they told us they were waiting on orders from their boss. They said they have to earn a living, so they're going to stay here until they're told to leave, and so far no one has told them. But I can tell you, driving in, we are getting those alerts telling you that you are entering an evacuation zone, and I'm starting to hear some aircraft going over us. A short while ago, we actually saw the DC-10, which indicates that it is still flying, still making water and retardant drops despite the heavy gusts. Right where we are, again, not seeing those gusts, but the woman that we spoke with telling us that she did right before she decided to evacuate. So still very, very much a factor, and you can see people still streaming out, but at least now they're moving. Let's send it back to you.
Christy, will you pinpoint your exact location?
We're on Sunset and Temescal Canyon Boulevard. And, you know, I should mention that there are some people who opted, because traffic was so backed up, to go on foot. We saw a man walking out with a suitcase, and then there was a woman who was actually running with 3 children. She told us she had come from Bienvenida, and she decided to go on foot because her baby is at home, and she was frantic to get home to that child.
Oh, just it's heartbreaking to see the images of people who are saying the best option for them is to walk. And you're leaving everything behind, your vehicle in our car-driven, you know, city that we live in. Nobody walks. There's no public transportation, and they opted to walk, given that that's the best option for them. Thank you, Christy. But clearly from where her vantage point is, it's great that there's aerial assets that are attacking the flames from that position, because look at this from Sunset and PCH, a very different view. You can see the gusty winds and the change in atmosphere because of that fire and smoke. So Christy seems like she's on the other side of where the wind is blowing, and at least maybe they can tackle the flames from there.
Let's take a look at some video that we had a little bit earlier. This was really intense when Matthew Seedorf was on the scene, and I remember seeing this live when I was watching from home. You can just see the wind gust. You see those flames surrounding that two-story home. Again, that's the bigger picture here. The smaller picture, that is a live look at Sunset and PCH, but here we go with the bigger picture and just the flames and the spot fires that pop up. I mean, we know that embers can be carried for 1 to 2 miles, and we are absolutely seeing that, and that is why this fire has exploded as it has since 10:30 this morning. So more than 4 hours into this, almost 800 acres burned. And is that Matthew himself?
That is. He grabbed a garden hose, sprung into action. In his live report, he was saying that a lot of residents in the area were concerned, and as was he, that there were no fire crews in the area. Yet some property damage was taking place. So he took it upon himself. He grabbed a fire hose, or a garden hose rather, and put out some of those fires that we're seeing right there. But again, this is what fire officials say don't do. Do not try this at home. Don't hunker down. Don't think that you can fight this fire with a garden hose.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew just covered, and we should remind our viewers, probably don't need reminding, that not long ago it was the Malibu fire, the Franklin fire that erupted. That started late in the afternoon and into the night, into our coverage that picked up on Good Day LA, and Matthew was out there kind of doing the same thing. So helping out where we can. So we have 2 live pictures. This is Christy Fajardo, the bigger picture, of course, that's Sunset and Temescal, and then we're waiting for a press conference, and the smaller box, that's at the staging area at Will Rogers State Beach. Time has not officially been announced yet, but Haley Winslow, she's been staged there, and she tells us that she got word it should happen around 3 o'clock. So LAFD will be leading that press conference, but since I do live on the west side near the station, I will say that when I was out earlier, I was seeing Culver City Fire, other agencies pass on through, trying to get there also to help. So this is an all hands on deck firefight, the Palisades fire. It's not just LAFD. We know that Bay Area crews were called in, and they were sent down yesterday and the day before to stage for this life-threatening event. And this doesn't happen often. It's just happened to have happened more often of late in Southern California, beginning with the Franklin fire, and then prior to that it was the Ventura County fire that we covered too. That was really devastating to that neighborhood. So here we go again with these life-threatening fire conditions, and we're seeing the result of all of that as people are trying to get out. When we talk about evacuations, bottom line, if you live in Pacific Palisades, you are under an evacuation order. It's now or it could be never, and we don't want you to be in that situation.
That's right. And we are waiting to hear from Mayor Karen Bass, who will be joining the fire officials at Will Rogers State Beach with the official update on what exactly is happening. And they're going to give numbers in terms of total acreage that is burned, but so far it's nearly 800 acres. Again, this fire breaking out at 10:30. Again, now we're hearing Karen Bass will not be at the press conference. Originally, there was a report that she was going to be there, but not anymore.
Well, now we are hearing Governor Gavin Newsom, in fact, will be at that presser. So Gavin Newsom in town. He will be there at the Palisades Fire press conference. It could start any minute now. We're hearing from Haley Winslow again that this could start at 3. It should also be of note that President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, they flew in. They landed at LAX last night at 9:30. They were just going to spend the night to then go to Riverside County to take part in creating 2 more national monuments. That whole trip was canceled because of the situation here and because of the high winds. So he was doing remarks virtually instead of heading to Riverside County as a result. So the latest information that we just received is that possibly around 3 o'clock, Governor Gavin Newsom will be there with LAFD officials to update us on the Palisades fire burning at almost 800 acres.
We do have new sound or an interview from someone at the scene regarding this situation. Let's listen into this new piece of sound.
I hope we don't lose the whole neighborhood. Yeah, it's horrible. And it's horrible to see the hillsides burning, too. It's going to be really sad because it's Topanga State Park, and a lot of people recreate in this area, too. It's going to be really horrible.
And you say you walk through here. So what is up there?
Well, there, where you can see the smoke there up to the flames, all the way back there is a neighborhood with a street that loops around right up by those flames and comes around. So it's all just homes on the hillside.
Wow, so she's talking about all the trails and the hiking, recreation resources all in that area where neighbors and residents enjoy. It's one of the perks of living in the Palisades, as well as the proximity to the ocean and the views there. A lot of residents we were listening to, say that that is what draws them to this community. It is a tight-knit community. They are aware of it being fire-prone, given the hillsides and the canyons and the Santa Monica Mountains right there, but it is a beautiful place to live, and residents really feeling for the fact that now look at all the damage being left behind because of this.
Yeah, and no word yet on actual numbers of structures that have been lost, but again, we've seen houses on fire, we've seen vehicles on fire, and this view from Skyfox is really daunting to see that big plume of smoke, which can be seen from basically anywhere on the west side, of course, of Los Angeles, but beyond. This plume is that massive. In terms of evacuation centers, we've told you earlier that the Westwood Rec Center on Sepulveda Boulevard between Ohio and Wilshire, that is open for evacuees. They also accept small animals, and then also in addition to that evacuation center, I've just been alerted that the Dream Center in Hollywood, the Dream Center, this is on Bellevue Avenue, 2301 Bellevue Avenue, the Dream Center is now opening as an evacuation center for anyone who needs a place to stay, who needs food, who needs water, who needs any sort of help. It is open 24/7. Again, the Dream Center has been added to the evacuation center list for the Palisades fire. So that is, of course, good news. When this started this morning, though, Sandra, I know that you were on the air as we give you a look at the evacuation order map. There's some areas that are still in warning, the yellow areas, and then the red, predominantly evacuation order. This started as one of those, small brush fires that we hear about, but we know, given the forecast and the destructive winds, we knew that this could really in fact become a reality, and it has.
And that's exactly what happened. It started 10:30, a small vegetation fire reported 10 acres that were burned, and then just in a matter of 20 minutes or so, doubled, tripled in size, quickly became 200 acres. We were holding at that for quite some time because of the fact, though, that the number of acres is a lagging indicator. It's the number that we get at the very end. They're not assessing how big this fire has spread as they're fighting the fire. It's the last thing they're doing. So the number we get is usually outdated by the time we report it. So we were holding at 200 for quite some time, and then obviously just looking at these images, seeing the winds really drive this fire and the smoke and surrounding the community and seeing how quickly it was spreading, we knew right away that this was going to be a massive fire event driven by the winds. And clearly the latest update we got, nearly 800 acres burned, so tripling in size over the past few hours or so. And clearly that's not the latest numbers we have. We're going to get that in just about 10 minutes or so as we wait for fire officials and the governor to give us the latest numbers on this. But you can just see the devastation that it has already created. Look at those structures, people's homes and livelihoods on fire, up in flames, and the fact, the traumatic events of people abandoning their cars, walking on foot with their precious belongings, trying to get to safety. This is just not how you want to start off the new year.
No, not at all. And here's when I said that we've seen vehicles on fire. Here's an example right here. The other pretty staggering image that I saw earlier, Sandra, you can tell me if this is right or wrong. Is it a super scooper that I actually saw in the Pacific Ocean? Yeah, that was amazing to see back-to-back super scoopers literally landing in the Pacific, not far obviously from the Palisades, to load up all of those gallons of water to be able to fight the fire. So there is an air assault on this, but as those winds pick up, it's a question of if those aircraft that are ever so helpful, if they will be able to fly. And those super scoopers, by the way, they can hold up to 1,600 gallons of water. But that can do a tremendous amount in terms of aiding in the firefight. You know, these images from the ground to see these people just...
There it is. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I saw this earlier and I thought, my goodness, you know,
so
thank goodness
dramatic.
that this is so close.
And this was a really dramatic scene as we saw one after another, them scooping up the water from the Pacific Ocean right there, making these dramatic drops on top of the flames. This was the window of opportunity we're talking about to make progress, to really fight this fire before those high winds kick up. And again, we're looking at about 2 more hours of daylight and max winds picking up. So, of course, they wanted to make progress on this as quickly as possible. We saw them one after another making drops in a heroic fashion, getting right on top of those flames. It was quite amazing to see them at work. And then, of course, they had to be grounded for refueling. And it's just a matter of time before those winds get too gusty for them to fly. And that's the big problem that they're going to contend with, especially as it gets later into the evening. And soon, you know, visibility is an issue as well.
This all started in terms of an actual location. For those of you who are very local and know where this is at 1190 North Piedra Murata Drive. That's where that first call came in at 10:30 this morning for word of a brush fire amidst these destructive winds that will only pick up as we get later into the afternoon and evening. Although listening to Adam, he did say that there would be a little bit of a reprieve later, but not much. But just given the devastation, obviously, the firefight is a really precarious one. Unable to fly if those wind gusts get up too high. The hand crews are out there, of course, but in terms of surrounding this fire, it is a very, very tall order as we're looking live at just those active flames that are ferocious. Let's, in fact, bring in Adam Kruger right now to talk more about those wind speeds, the wind gusts, sustained speeds. I know you have all that information handy. And this is going to last, you said, until 6 p.m. tomorrow, Wednesday.
Right. We've got the high wind warning in effect until 6 p.m. Wednesday. So that gives you an idea of the length of time here that we're going to be dealing with the most intense winds. Now, yes, as far as you said, Marla, accurate, that we're going to find the winds maybe around 5 or 6 p.m. today, just back off slightly around the Palisades area. Still going to be strong in many other parts of Southern California. But that is a very brief window where they back down. Then the winds start picking up as we go a little later into the evening. I think it's possible we find gusts back over 50 or so, maybe by about 9 or 10 o'clock tonight around the Palisades. And then just overall around a lot of Southern California as we continue towards midnight. Wind speeds will continue to ramp up, especially kind of west, north, and northeast of Los Angeles. So the mountains, the valleys, and of course over towards the Palisades as well. So through the night tonight is probably going to be the highest wind speeds we will have seen out of this whole event. That lasts through about sunrise tomorrow, and then wind speeds still very strong through a lot of the morning, gradually backing down tomorrow afternoon and then falling below high wind warning criteria by about 6 p.m. tomorrow. I know we have the graphic up right there. I'm going to back it up and just kind of show you once again. So here's a look at 6 p.m. today. You see the Palisades listed with some lower winds around that time. Here we go into 8 p.m. Wind speeds picking up, and again, note the direction out of the north. Now we're at midnight tonight. Here we go into 7 a.m. tomorrow. Doesn't mean there's going to be 70-mile-an-hour gusts in the Palisades, but our model is saying that is within the realm of possibility at that time. There's a look at 10 a.m. tomorrow, still very strong winds, and then wrapping it up here at 6 or 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. We see a better sight. But keep in mind, it's still quite gusty in some areas at this time. There's still an offshore Santa Ana wind at that time. There's still very dry air. And something I mentioned earlier, I'll say again, is that the air, as dry as it is today, actually gets even drier tomorrow, with some spots possibly seeing relative humidities tomorrow below 10%, which also coincides with basically when the strongest winds will be happening. So weather condition wise, I mean, it is going to get worse before it gets better. The better part of that will be late day Wednesday, but still, you know, we've got red flag warnings that continue into Thursday. We can't let our guard down until really the end of this week.
Adam, as we're looking live at what appears to be a home that is completely destroyed by flames, when you talk about the 72-mile-per-hour wind gusts that are forecast about 7 a.m. tomorrow, I know this may seem like an obvious question, but put that into context, into perspective on how dangerous and rare that is.
I mean, it is very rare, and it's just kind of the way things have gone this season, and we've seen the images from the Mountain Fire and the Franklin Fire, the extreme fire conditions. This is actually now the third extreme situation we've had this season. So going year by year, it's rare to have a situation like that. Happens to be the third such event, though, this season. We had one in November, one in December. Here we are with one in January. And I'll mention, kind of for some more context on your question, we mentioned yesterday and also earlier today as well, that this is not a standard red flag warning. It's a particularly dangerous situation red flag warning. It's a tag the National Weather Service will give these warnings just to emphasize the fact that it's a rare extreme event. They started doing this in 2020. One of these PDS red flag warnings was issued in 2020, and then we didn't have another one until just this past November, and then last month in December, and then again here in January. So 3 of them this season. But yes, I mean, the winds gusting 60 to 70 is possible in the Palisades late tonight, tomorrow morning. We know what the embers can do in a situation like that. They can fly a mile or two ahead of where the actual fire is. And then, you know, we look at this video here. Yes, it's windy, but imagine the winds almost double what you're seeing right here. And it's just going to be such an extreme circumstance where the crews will be doing what they can, but really to put a good dent in keeping things safe around where these fires are, there's not a whole lot you can do when the weather is that extreme, when the winds are that strong, when the air is this dry. I mean, they're going to do what they can, but, you know, there's not a whole lot they can do, I would imagine, until really things settle down a little bit later on this week.
And you're looking at new video of other property damage that we're getting into our newsroom. This is just so heartbreaking to see. And the fact that this fire really broke out in a populous area. Initially, obviously, it didn't start that way, but given that the Palisades is such a dense community, when you talk about the people living there, we saw multi-unit apartment complexes, the roof up in flames, and now we're getting a closer look at some of the property damage, people's livelihoods, their homes up in flames, just destroyed because of the Palisades fire. And again, new footage coming into our newsroom, this video, for the first time we're seeing the number of structures that have been impacted by this. Adam and Marla, this is just so heartbreaking to see. But again, we are awaiting word from fire officials to give us exact numbers, because we want to know how many structures in total have been damaged or destroyed from this, and also where they are. So many times when we cover fires like this, people are asking us, since we're the news crews out there, what street are you on? What's the exact address? They want to know, since they've evacuated from these areas, if their home is still standing.
Yeah, and this word from LAFD as well, saying that there are over 250 LAFD firefighters in addition to neighboring agencies there, and then approximately 30 vehicles that were left abandoned on Sunset and Palisades. They will be moved by county dozer to provide clear access.
Yeah.
So you're talking about how we've seen those images of people literally huffing it out on foot, having to abandon their car out of fright and out of the fact that they literally were not moving. Those vehicles will be moved by county dozer to provide clear access for those firefighting crews.
Emergency officials, and 30 vehicles just in that area alone. There have been reports of 100 vehicles or more that have been abandoned in various locations in total. So we're not just talking about that one strip of roadway right there, but there are other thoroughfares like Sunset and Temescal that have been impacted and inundated with traffic of people trying to leave the area, pretty hopeless, given the fact that they're willing to abandon their own vehicles and then, as you mentioned, just leave by foot. And so those cars will have to be dealt with as well. We don't know if they're going to be towed or what in this situation, but clearly the road you were mentioning, Marla, is a main thoroughfare for first responders to get to, and that was the big issue, being able to get those emergency vehicles to and from the locations that they need to fight this fire.
So we're seeing that live picture there. It's shaky, understandably so. You see those active flames, all the homes in the foreground, the flames in the background, and then this picture from, now we're taking this full here so you can just see how ominous, pardon me, and scary this image is. And this is from our Santa Monica cam. We show this camera to you all the time, but it's flipped around, and we show you the coastline, we show you the Malibu coastline, and we obviously show you the Santa Monica Pier. But now we've flipped it around, and you can see the Palisades homes there on the hillside, and then those flames that are now shooting upward with all of that black smoke. We've heard from people in Agora Hills that say we can see the black smoke. We've heard from people, of course, on the west side, in downtown. This is impacting the greater Los Angeles area, even though it is centered here in Pacific Palisades. So again, we are waiting this press conference from LAFD, and we've gotten word that Governor Gavin Newsom will be there at that press conference to update us on the latest in terms of acreage and forced evacuations and number of structures lost, although I'm sure they don't have that count yet. Let's go to Christy Fajardo on the ground there. She's at Sunset and Temescal. If you haven't moved, Christy?
We have not moved, but you know what has? Traffic. In fact, if we pan this way, you can see that the street is now empty, and that is because most people evacuated earlier. Now we're only starting to see some stragglers, some of those that waited till the last minute. And I told you in the last live shot that there was a man who told us that as he was leaving Medio or El Medio, he saw 4 homes on fire. We've heard other people walking by on the phone talking about how their neighbors' homes had burned. So a lot of devastation, sadly, out here. And a short while ago, we saw a woman who had actually come to try to get in to evacuate her elderly father. She told us that he has Alzheimer's and gets very agitated, so he won't just go with anyone. The problem is she did not have an ID that had that address on it, so she couldn't get there. Luckily, though, the LAPD here worked with her and eventually did let her in, and she was in tears as she was driving to get her father. She told us that he's lived there for 70 years. He's now in his 90s, and she just wanted to go and get him and know that he is safe. And in the last hour, we've seen these flames get closer and closer to Temescal Canyon Road, which is where we are at the corner of Sunset. And about an hour ago, there was bumper-to-bumper traffic as people were fleeing the flames. Traffic control came in, but as I said, most people had opted to evacuate earlier. And I also just spoke to a woman who told me she got the evacuation order. She lives in the neighborhood you see over there where all the smoke is, which is something over there is currently burning. She told me that she got the evacuation order at 10:30 and she left then, so she had a bag with her. But she's been standing here on Sunset just watching and hoping it doesn't reach her home. As far as she can tell, it looks like it's still burning above her neighborhood, not right in her neighborhood. So she's hoping that the winds shift directions and that the flames blow back from where they just burned through. That would be the best case scenario, but a lot of very anxious people here. We also saw a woman who came to the roadblock who was also desperate to get through. She says she was trying to get to her husband who was up the road, whose leg is in a cast, so he can't drive, and he can also not walk out. The LAPD was also working with her to try to get her to her husband. So that's what we're seeing at this hour. A lot of very anxious people, a lot of stress, and unfortunately a lot of flames as well. Let's send it back to you.
So many terrifying personal stories you're hearing out there. Christy, thank you so much. Welcoming to our coverage, we have Alex Michelson now. Good to have you.
Thank you so much. Our thanks to Sandra Endo, who's been on this air for several hours, has now been relieved, and I'll pick up the coverage with Marla for the foreseeable future here on Fox 11. If you're just joining us, a massive fire in Pacific Palisades. We warned about this last night when we were talking about the forecast that if there was a fire that broke out at any point, it could get very big, very fast. Unfortunately, that happened. This fire breaking out around 10:30 this morning has just exploded. We know that several structures are involved, and this flames can be seen for miles and miles in so many different directions.
We want to make sure our viewers know that if you can't be sitting down in front of a television, you can always find the latest information on our app. It's the Fox Local app. It is a wealth of information, especially in an emergency situation like this. You can find out the latest acreage, the evacuation evacuation centers. We have all the latest information from officials, and we will be, of course, streaming there live as well. So as soon as we get the latest information from LAFD, as soon as they take to that podium, they're staged at the Will Rogers State Beach. That is the staging area. Then we will bring that to you, and that will be included there. You can see right there on your screen the Fox Local app, and you can just, if you don't have it yet, you can use that QR code right now with your phone to download that. It is very useful, again, especially in an emergency life or death situation like we're seeing today in the Palisades.
It is free, and you can watch it anytime, not only just during emergencies, but really especially helpful today. Let's check in with Haley Winslow right now. She is joining us live at Will Rogers State Beach. We just saw some video from Governor Newsom tweeting out just a few minutes ago. I was just in communication with his team. I know he is there. He was supposed to be here to meet with President Biden today, but now he's there. Haley.
Yeah, we're expecting this press conference to start with him in about a half hour. He's going to speak, and we were originally told Karen Bass as well, but she will not be here. She's out of the country. But it will be one of her deputy mayors, Zach Seidel, who's also her PR person. But my friend who we just had on the air, I think, said it best, that it feels and looks like a war zone, and she's in the thick of it. But I can tell you down here, even at the command post, it looks and feels the exact same way. So I can't imagine what it's like for them up there. It's just looking at the latest updates, and right now firefighters are trying to rescue somebody inside of a home. But we do have a few new videos I just got from two different friends. One is Trisha, who we introduced you to about 20 minutes ago, a friend of mine who is trapped in their home. They tried to leave, and they have fire on both sides. I just talked to her again, and she said, you know, I'm never terrified, and I'm terrified. She's got her son there, her and her husband, and they are just trying to figure out what to do. They can't get out. The roads are obviously closed. And then we also have another video from a friend in Santa Monica. So he's shooting right off of Channel Road. He's on Adelaide, and you can see the fire moving south. It's really unbelievable. I mean, and you can see active flames, obviously. We've got a lot of emergency vehicles coming in here, getting ready for this press conference. A lot of moving parts. So we're right here at Lifeguard Operations on Will Rogers State Beach, here right off of the PCH. It has been chaotic, to say the least. Really a wild day, and obviously this is only the beginning. So you can see the sky. I would say that's the most impressive, just how ominous it looks. And the wind gusts every once in a while will almost knock you off your feet, and they're not. They haven't even really been that strong considering what's to come. But yeah, we've got a lot of first responders from Orange County to Los Angeles to LA County, and a lot of police officers just filing in here. It's taken a bit, you guys, as you can imagine, to get here for them. The traffic was a nightmare. It's finally moving now, but we've seen you can't really see it anymore because you can't even make out the Santa Monica Mountains, but you were, just a few minutes ago, you could see active flames just right down the road from here, basically. So to show that the fire is spreading to now more than 800 acres. So as soon as this presser starts, we will, of course, let you know right away so that you can tune in and hear the very latest, and we're expecting that in hopefully 20 minutes.
Yeah, I know it's busy there, and of course, when that happens, we'll bring that to our viewers live. And now this is a really sad, devastating live picture here, and you can see the firefight of this beautiful home, two-story home, it looks like. I don't have an exact location. Maybe we can get that. Where this live camera is in the Palisades, but obviously this home is at this point looking like a potential total loss as the fire crews there, LAFD, they're scrambling to put out those flames. And Alex, if you can see, obviously the flames shooting through that second story, but on the back of the house, you wonder, adjacent to it, and then if there's another home in the backyard, that one ember, it just needs to just jump one roof to the next, and there you have an entire block on fire.
And as we so often talk about, fires create their own weather patterns, but but then you look at how intense the winds are anyways, and this thing isn't close to being out. That you just feel for this family, and you think about all of their memories and likely the pictures and everything that goes with somebody's home as we, having some signal challenges, because as you know, cell signal in that area is already bad. You now have all this destruction happening, which is interfering with a lot of our cellular towers, all the rest of it, making getting the pictures out of there difficult. But you can see this even from miles away, that line of flame that is in the middle of one of the most picturesque areas in all of Southern California. Really just beautiful area that people from around the world think of Southern California, and unfortunately it is now burning.
Yeah, not far from where you and I both covered the Franklin fire in Malibu weeks ago, if you check the calendar, maybe even a month ago, but it was really recent. And then before that, we had the fire in Ventura County as well, which was absolutely devastating with hundreds of homes lost. And that was also one of those very rare, particularly dangerous events as described by the National Weather Service. So look at this plume of smoke that we're seeing. We haven't had rain, measurable rain. I know Adam can correct me. I believe since May.
Yeah, so I mean, early May, first week of May, there was a decent amount. It was still less than an inch. Since mid-May, officially in downtown Los Angeles, it's been 0.16 inches, and that's about 8 months. So, that's about as dry as it gets. A near record driest stretch of weather for us. So no surprise, the vegetation very dry. We unfortunately, going through November and especially December, we saw storm system after storm system miss us off to the north. Northern California seeing plenty of wet weather through this rainy season, just nothing making it down towards us. And so, yeah, just extremely dry vegetation. The stage was set, not just in terms of how dry it's been for months, but also the weather setup with this scenario. And for anyone who just joined, recently, I'll reiterate what we said earlier, is that the winds, as strong as they've been, will get stronger tonight after the sun goes down, but especially after about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. From that point through about 8, 9, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, that whole stretch right there, about 12 hours, the winds will be at their peak out of this event. And we could potentially, according to some models, see some wind gusts 60 to maybe even 70 miles per hour in or around the Pacific Palisades, which will be higher than we've had so far. So already a very tough situation. Weather-wise, will get more difficult as we go through tomorrow, and those high wind warnings, they expire at 6 p.m. tomorrow, so that gives us a little sense that when the worst of this weather-wise is done. Still Santa Ana winds, though, to some degree will be hanging around through Thursday in a lot of Southern California as well.
All right, Adam, thank you. Well, of course, first and foremost, in a firefight, any firefight, LAFD, the firefighters, they always want to save life first and then property. So, we haven't heard of any injuries. It's obviously too soon. So that is, at this point, really great news. Unfortunately, we've seen so many homes that have gone up, and then images like this from earlier of cars that were just sort of left abandoned. This is a live picture, in fact.
Wow. That I mean, we overuse that phrase, this looks like a war zone, but that looks like a horror movie, right? I mean, when you think about that, some of those movies where the cars are abandoned and everybody has to get out quickly, that looks like that image right there.
Well, to paint a more clear picture, this is what I was referring to earlier, that LAFD said any abandoned cars, we're going to have to bulldoze your cars to clear access for the firefight. So at one point, they may have just been in a single file, and now they've been bulldozed to be pushed to the side. So all of these vehicles, and at last count, I mean, LAFD said in one spot was 30 vehicles. Clearly, there's a lot more, given this live picture as a photographer. And thank you to whomever is behind the camera for taking us up this road and showing us the damage of this Audi, obviously, as we're seeing there, the damage from the bulldozer on the side. It looks like maybe a pet was in that vehicle as well. We've heard a lot about that today, too, where people have gone out, and it looks like some groceries in the back. They had gone out to run an errand, and then the fire began, and then they couldn't get back home, and their pet was back at home, and they couldn't get the pet. Looks like the lights are still on, perhaps there, or maybe that's just the glare that I'm seeing. But car after car after car, it does look like Armageddon.
Yeah, and you feel for all of those residents, and man, that's just awful to see. But you understand, I guess, the need to get fire trucks up these roads and try to save people's lives, and ultimately you can replace a car, but you can't replace somebody's life, and there is an urgent life or death fight. I mean, last night Adam Kruger was telling us the phrase that they were putting out. It was life-threatening fire weather, fire conditions, and this is indeed what we're looking at. This is a life-threatening fire, and fortunately so far, Marla, we do not have any reports of any injuries or deaths because of this. Yeah, it looks like that is probably a bed for a dog or a cat, but you know, it would not be shocking given what we're looking at right now if we found out that there was, you know, a situation like that based off of these conditions.
And we've seen a lot of elderly people too. We heard from Christy Fajardo that they were afraid to leave, of course, and they weren't sure how to, and fortunately neighbors or family members were able to get to them and literally walking them out of their homes. We've seen a lot of that.
I want to bring into the conversation right now my pal Joel Pollack, who is a regular on our political show, The Issue Is. He's with Breitbart News, but more importantly, he's a Santa Monica resident and a husband and a father who lives in the middle of this neighborhood that has been evacuated. Joel joins us now live. Joel, thanks for calling in. First off, how are you doing? How's your family doing?
We are fine. We're in Santa Monica right now, but we actually live in the Palisades near where the fire is. So we are feeling fortunate that we were able to leave in time, but obviously we're very concerned for our neighbors in our neighborhood.
Talk about what it was like when you were leaving, what it looked like, and the vibe with the rest of your neighbors.
So our nanny was walking our 3-month-old and smelled smoke at about 10:30 and sent my wife and I a text message saying that she smelled smoke and that it might be nearby. So I said, okay, I'm coming home. And I texted my wife and the nanny and said, let's just pack up in case we need to evacuate. And I don't know exactly why, because we've had high winds before and there have been wildfires somewhat nearby before, but I had a feeling that this might be more serious. As soon as I pulled onto PCH from Santa Monica, I saw the column of smoke and realized right away this was going to be a very big fire. And we packed everything up in about 15 minutes. My wife went to the local school, Marquez Charter, which is an LAUSD school, to pick up one of our kids, and we left. When we were leaving, the first fire engines were coming into the community from other communities. They were setting up their positions, and the traffic was starting to build up on Sunset. And we were able to get out of the neighborhood, but I understand that many others were not. And people actually abandoned their cars along the side of Sunset Boulevard, which made it even harder to evacuate. So we feel fortunate that we got out in time, but there really have to be some improvements in how we handle these situations, because there should have been police directing traffic. They should have issued an evacuation order a lot earlier than they did. And there was a problem at the school where initially they were asking parents to fill out forms to take their kids out of school rather than just getting the kids out of school as soon as possible. I don't think that we were prepared as a city for a fast-moving wildfire like this. Individually, I think people did very well. And as we were leaving, we offered neighbors rides, and people were in high spirits and they were cooperating. But I think it happened so quickly that a lot of people were just unable to react. And our systems as a city, as a county, and a state, I guess, or as a school district also, they just weren't ready. And that's the feeling a lot of us had, that this really could have been handled better.
Yeah, I mean, Joel, Marla Tay is here. Good to have you. I'm sorry it's under these conditions. We were just showing those images of the abandoned vehicles, and we got word that at one point, one of these roads, and this may have been the one, where it was literally curb to curb of cars that were abandoned, and to get access for the firefighters. They had to use bulldozers to literally bulldoze the stranded vehicles off to the side. So all of those vehicles are now damaged as a result. Glad you're safe. Any word on the integrity of your home right now as it relates to where those flames are?
Our house, unfortunately, is directly in the path of the fire. When we left, it was about a half-mile up the hill, but we're not sure it's going to stay that way, and we are anxiously checking cameras and things like that to see what happens. We do want to thank all of the first responders and firefighters who are out there trying to keep the neighborhood safe, but unfortunately, we know that some of the homes further up the hill have been damaged or destroyed, and we're hoping that that doesn't happen, but we are glad we have fire insurance, which is also another issue. More people need fire insurance in California, but hopefully things will turn out for the best. We're just glad that everybody in our family is safe, and we're thinking of all the people who are still trying to get out.
You're the father of several young kids. How do you talk about this with them?
Well, we just had to pick up one of our kids from preschool, and we explained to her that we couldn't go home tonight because there is a fire near our house, but we'll go home when it's over, and the firefighters are going to put it out. And she seemed satisfied by that explanation, and it's a bit of an adventure for them because they don't understand yet what's happening. But our eldest, who's at a different school, heard from a classmate that her home had burnt down because the classmate's mother inadvertently called my daughter's phone instead of my wife. And so my daughter, who's 12, panicked and hadn't heard about the fire, and so went to the school office and called us, and my wife had to calm her down. So it's a challenge.
And lastly, Joel, you know, as a journalist yourself who covers the news and tries to cover the news somewhat dispassionately a lot of times, what's it like now to be in the middle of a news story like this?
Well, this is never the kind of story you want to be in the middle of, but we live in a state that has periodic droughts, and whether you believe in climate change or not, we have to manage a dry environment. We had 2 wonderfully wet winters the last 2 years, but ironically that caused a lot of brush to grow, and there hasn't been any rain this winter so far, so there's a lot of fuel and it's very dry, and we need to talk about how to be more careful about fire. There's a suggestion, it hasn't been proven yet, but there's a suggestion from some neighbors that people had been setting off fireworks on New Year's Eve nearby, and that caused a fire on New Year's Day that was put out, but it's possible that the smoldering remnants of that fire ignited in these high winds. There needs to be, I think, greater awareness of the danger of fireworks in these dry conditions, and I think there are a lot of questions to ask of our public authorities, including our schools, about why we weren't better prepared for this, but also we need to ask about how we can manage living in this environment more safely, because this is going to be a risk for the foreseeable future.
Joel Pollack from Breitbart News, our friend here at Fox 11 and often guest on our political show, The Issue Is, for our first ever episode of The Issue Is. Joel, we're thinking about you and your family. We hope your home turns out to be okay, but we're glad most of all that you're all safe and that you're together, and sending love to you all.
Thank you very much, and hope everyone else is also safe.
Thanks so much.
We just got an update in terms of acreage, and it's on your screen if you're looking at the screen. This is from CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE now estimates the Palisades fire is at 1,262 acres. So just a couple hours ago, it was at 770, and now we're up to almost 1,300 acres. This picture, this is a live picture from our Santa Monica camera. This is from Ocean Boulevard, the main drag right there along PCH and the Pacific Ocean, of course, and it's high up there, and we're seeing those flames, those active flames, the massive plume of smoke, and then, of course, the foreground, all of those homes that are under evacuation warnings and or orders.
We're expecting a press conference, including the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, in the next 5 minutes or so. When that begins, we will take you there live. In the meantime, we want to bring Christy Fajardo back into the conversation. She's standing by. Christy, what are you seeing from your vantage point right now?
Well, we're actually at Sunset and Temescal Canyon, and we just got a big gust of wind, and it kicked up, take a look here behind me, all of the smoke and dust and ash, and it started to obscure flames, but that whole hillside is on fire. We've been watching as it gets closer and closer to Sunset Boulevard. And today, sadly, we've heard a lot of tales of heartbreak. People who have lost their homes, who are evacuating and say they also saw neighbors' homes on fire. But there's also stories of heroism, including one man that we spoke to a short while ago. His name is Patrick Hildebrand, and I want to share with you with what he told us.
Oh, you know, it's at your risk. Oh.
So you got some people out? I
went up, I took one guy up to check his mom on Enchanted Way, which is 4 houses from the house we lost, and then Top El Medio, him and I were up there and we watched 2 houses go up. And it's the palm trees, really, like they just explode and it spreads everywhere.
And you said you lost your house? I'm so sorry.
It's insured, cat is safe, got the medications and the paperwork. You know, everybody's healthy. That's all that matters. So.
Well, you're amazing because, I mean, you just suffered a loss, but you're still out there helping people.
What else am I going to do? Sit around there in tears? You know, so that's not going to help anything. So, yeah, I want to help people. So,
it's nice to see the community, you know, looking out for each other.
Yes, and these bikes, you know, people don't like these bikes, but right now these bikes are saving people.
And he went back in again. He is still trying to help people at this hour. And a short while ago, there were a lot more people here. It seems that those who had opted to ignore the evacuation order are now heeding it. And that's also evidenced by what we're seeing here. If you had come out to us about an hour ago, this would have been backed up. You would have seen cars bumper to bumper on Sunset Boulevard. But traffic control came in and most people had already evacuated, so traffic slowed down, and now, as you can see, non-existent. But we're still seeing people who are coming in frantic to get to loved ones. About a half hour ago, we spoke to a woman whose father has Alzheimer's, and he gets very agitated, so he can't just go with anyone. She was desperate to get to him and get him out. She told us he'd been living in that house for 70 years. Trouble is, she didn't have the proper ID, because to get in, you need an identification that shows the address in the evacuation order area. She didn't have that because she does not live with her father, but fortunately the officers here worked with her, and she was in tears as she was let through. That's the latest from here. Let's send it back to you.
Oh my goodness, what an emotional exchange that would have been. I'm so glad that they let her through to get to her father. All right, Christy, thank you so much. We want to show you, this is the smaller picture here. That is the command post at Will Rogers State Beach. You see all those fire officials sort of milling about. They're obviously there together to unify and to inform. We are waiting for a press conference to start. You see the woman taking the podium. Obviously, there'll be some mic checks, and we know that Governor Gavin Newsom, he is there. Maybe he is there amongst the crowd right now. I don't see him, but he is said to be there and will be speaking. Looks like Sheriff's Department is there. This is an all hands on deck effort, this firefight, of course. As we're zooming in, we see Zach Seidel with LA Mayor Karen Bass's office.
And Captain Eric Scott there from the LA Fire Department, who's such a great spokesperson for them, who's guided us through this. We'll probably hear from him. We see some of the reporters doing some mic checks to make sure that everybody's ready. This press conference is expected to begin at any moment now. We see the Los Angeles Police Department is there. This is a fire that's so big you expect to see a lot of other agencies from other parts of the state and potentially even from around the country come in to help. But right now we do see the folks from Southern California taking the lead on this fire, and we expect to potentially hear new information in terms of the acreage and new information in terms of the plan to fight this fire tonight, because Marla, the bad news is the winds are supposed to get worse, right?
Yes, so we've heard from Adam Kruger, our chief meteorologist, who's tracking those sustained wind speeds and gusts, that later on around midnight they're forecasted to be as high as 60 miles per hour, even into the 70s for your Wednesday morning. That doesn't mean that it actually will be that, but it's definitely going to pick up. There will be a moment for a little bit of a reprieve later on, thank goodness, but that's not going to last long. And I know that you're pointing to LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath is there, and Governor Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, Tracy Park.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, the governor just arrived here along with some of the other officials. Governor Newsom was in Southern California, supposed to be with President Biden today in Thermal, which is in the Coachella Valley, to designate a national monument. The president did not end up going there because it was deemed not safe to travel there. And so he made that announcement virtually, and then Governor Newsom, instead of staying in Thermal, came here to Southern California to meet with the folks responsible for this. He just got a tour in that area of some of the flames there, and so he is a part of this emergency response. We see Lindsay Horvath there, as you mentioned, from the LA County Board of Supervisors as well. It looks like Marquise Harris Dawson, who is the City Council President, is there. So basically, almost all of the elected officials, sans Karen Bass, who apparently is out of the country, the mayor of Los Angeles, are there together to try to show a unified front in talking about what happens there. John Lee, member of the City Council, Tracy Park, member of the City Council, Chief Crowley, right, all there. And so my guess is a lot of them are going to talk, and it's probably going to take a while. But
yeah, and we're approaching the podium. Maybe this is just for a mic check or to get remarks set up, but it looks like this press conference will be underway sooner than later. While we wait for that, we had Matthew Seedorf in a really precarious situation earlier where homes were burning. Let's show you that.
On Via Cresta, we've been seeing these flames grow even more, especially with that wind. Right now, you can see this massive plume of smoke and flames. Windows are breaking, and really, this home, it seems like it's being considered a loss because of the massive fire. And Sam, if you want to follow us to the home next to it, it looks like it was under construction, but it is now gone. We've been trying to speak with residents out here, and for the most part, it seems like people have evacuated, but we did speak with someone that drove by just wondering, where are the firefighters? We did see a couple of firefighters nearby, and we've actually been even trying to help them put out some of these hot spots on homes using garden hoses. There's another house, if we can follow this direction, that's also up in flames right now. Just feel the heat coming off of that and the embers that are going up in the air with these winds that are gusted in some spots over 30 miles per hour. Firefighters just got to this home on the other side of Via Cresta that's also up in flames right now. And we have 3 firefighters here. And it looks like they're getting this fire knocked down pretty good, but about half the fire, half the home looks like it was heavily damaged by these flames. Looks like they're trying to get inside the garage right now. They're trying to get inside the garage right now just so they can get another angle of this fire. And hopefully there's no one inside. Yeah, it looks like they're just trying to attack from the inside. Very scary situation out here. Go ahead and send back to you.
Wow. Amazing video there from Matthew Seedorf and his photographer Sam Dubin a short time ago in Pacific Palisades. Our thanks to them. They were able to get out of there safely. We will go back to them when we can as we continue to look at some of these pictures of all these cars that were bulldozed by officials because they were deemed to be in the way, and many of them now been totaled off on the side of the road. These were abandoned cars, and we're waiting this press conference. We can see our Haley Winslow is right there in the picture getting ready. We expect this thing to get underway within the next minute or so, and hopefully get some guidance in terms of where we go from here and maybe some updated numbers in terms of the strategy. We heard from Joel Pollack, who is from Breitbart, but also a resident there who was concerned and frustrated by some of the response that led to images like this. It'll be interesting to hear if they address any of those potential concerns. Although right now we're sort of in the life-threatening fight or flight mode for this, and maybe there'll be time for some of the after-action analysis. They really want to get through the the brunt of this, and we are in an emergency crisis situation happening right now as we continue to look at live pictures of all of these abandoned cars that are no longer going to be working.
It is a sight to see. In terms of acreage, CAL FIRE is now estimating it to be at 1,262 acres, a wide swath of the Palisades under a mandatory evacuation. Those numbers could be updated when we get the latest from LAFD and the governor. That will happen, as you heard Alex say, momentarily. Evacuation centers are set up. One is at Westwood Recreation Center. This is on Sepulveda Boulevard between Wilshire and Ohio. They do accept small animals, and then also the Dream Center, that's a little further out.
Oh, wow.
Or farther out, pardon me. The Dream Center in Hollywood, that has opened its doors 24/7 to anybody who needs some help. They have opened their doors as an evacuation center as well. They do such great work, and they have decided to open their doors for this very scary emergency that is underway in the Palisades.
The Dream Center usually performs the function of helping the homeless through faith-based rehabilitation programs and work programs, and a very successful year-long program to help people get clean and sober. But in times of crisis, as we've seen over and over again, they have stepped up to serve the greater community, and it sounds like they are doing that once again. Are those sprinklers that are on? Yeah. So as we look at this street with these abandoned cars, as we continue to get a sense, and it looks like some officials here may be approaching the microphone. And are we about to begin here? Looks like we are about to begin this press conference as we see the assembled leadership from Southern California and the state, and we had a feeling that that seal was not going to stand, but we know who's here. We now see Jim McDonald, the chief of LAPD, is there as well, and so
Chief Maroney as well. Chief Crowley, and the tall one, that is the public information officer who you see often on your television, Eric Scott. He provides great information on behalf of LAFD. There's county, there's city, there's state officials, so it runs the whole gamut. I'm sure this is going to last for some time as they update us, and then hopefully there'll be another update later tonight. But first and foremost, this would be the first press conference since fire broke out at 10:30. Let's go ahead
my
and
name
listen
is
in.
Captain Eric Scott, the lead public information officer for the Palisades fire. On behalf of everyone behind me, thank you for being here. Thank you for educating the public through your message. So this is all for the Palisades fire, which is approximately 1,200 acres. And to go into all the specifics, we have a list of 8 individuals that will speak for you today. After those 8 individuals, we'll have Spanish, and then we'll have follow-up questions. After that, we'll have one-on-one interviews and let you know when the next press conference will be. So we ask at this time, please silence your cell phones, turn down your radios, keep your sidebar conversations off to the side. But to begin with, we'd like to call up the fire chief of the Los Angeles City Fire Department, Kristen Crowley.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'll be giving you a brief on what your LAFD has done up to this point. So at 10:30 this morning, a brush fire was reported at 1190 North Piedra Miranda Drive in our local fire station here right behind us at Fire Station 23. Los Angeles is currently experiencing an extreme fire weather condition with red flag alert. At the time of the fire, the relative humidity was 12 and the winds were approximately 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Based on the red flag weather, your LAFD pre-deployed additional resources, made public awareness notifications, and issued parking restrictions in high hazard fire areas to ensure that the means of access and egress of our local fire stations and apparatus could move up and in around the area. First LAFD resources reported initially a 10-acre fire with 40-mile-per-hour winds and alignment heading towards the west or towards the ocean. The LAFD then requested all resources, including strike teams and aircraft from assisting agencies. We then went into an aggressive attack and focused our efforts on fire life safety operations beginning with evacuations. Currently, the fire is at 1,261 acres and growing based on aerial reconnaissance. The fire is being fueled by a combination of strong winds and surrounding topography, which is making it extremely challenging for our personnel that are assigned to this incident. We currently have over 250 LAFD firefighters on scene, including 46 engines, 3 trucks, 5 helicopters, 4 brush patrols, 2 water tenders, 6 paramedic ambulances, 1 fast response vehicle, 1 advanced nurse practitioner unit, 2 bulldozers, 10 chief officers, fire investigators, and safety officers. Additionally, we're so grateful for the hundreds of law enforcement officers, partner agencies, first responders, and public work members that are engaged actively in this operation. PCH is closed from Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga Boulevard. Evacuation orders are in place for approximately 30,000 residents, including the Highlands area. North of PCH, south of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, east of Tuna Canyon Road, west of Seabreeze Drive and Surfside Drive. Our evacuation center is the Westwood Recreation Center located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard in LA. The population threatened is approximately 25,748. Households threatened is approximately 10,367. Structures threatened are approximately 13,208. At this point, we feel very blessed at this point that there's no injuries that are reported. We do have reports of multiple structures that are damaged. Since the beginning of this fire, I've been in constant communication with Mayor Bass, as well as other city leadership, who's working very, very closely. As you can see, this entire entity behind me, we're working seamlessly and closely to ensure that we are protecting lives and property first. So with that, we'll go ahead and introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Chief Crowley. The next speaker will be the Los Angeles County Fire Chief Maroney.
So good afternoon. My name is Anthony Maroney. I'm the County of Los Angeles Fire Department Chief. Shortly after the start of the Palisades fire, LA County Fire did assist the City of Los Angeles with a first alarm brush assignment. At 11:30 hours this morning, our LA County Fire Department went into unified command with the City of Los Angeles, and at 12:30, our CAL FIRE partners from the state went into unified command with not LA City Fire, LA County Fire, and LAPD. Currently, LA County Fire is providing aerial resources to fight this brush fire, including our Firehawk helicopters, our CH-47, part of our nighttime QRF resource that we have, in addition to our CL-415 Super Scoopers. We also have 3 engine strike teams assigned and almost 100 LA County Fire personnel. I want to let all of the viewers and listeners know that we are not out of danger. The National Weather Service has predicted that the winds are going to pick up and get worse. We're going to have the most significant wind event between 10 p.m. this evening and 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So it's incumbent that everybody have a wildfire action plan for their home if they live in a brush-covered area. Please visit the LA County Fire Department website for Ready, Set, Go information. So that's fire.laccounty.gov/RSG. And for the most up-to-date incident information and emergency preparedness information, go to laccounty.gov/emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. During emergencies, always by our side is our friends from law enforcement. So we'd like to invite LAPD Chief of Police Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much. We are here in a support role to our fire partners. Just a quick rundown. We have over 100 officers here deployed, another approximately 60 ready to be deployed once a mission is given to them. So far, the major job for our people have been evacuation, traffic control, allowing ingress and egress to emergency vehicles, and those can be helpful. I would have an ask that if you would, please do everything you can to open up the streets so we can get the resources we need to be able to deal with this emergency. Please take this wind emergency very seriously. As you heard from the speakers before me, this is something that is going to get worse throughout the night, so we all have to look out for each other. Areas of evacuation so far, about 30,000 people have been evacuated from a total of 10,000 households or 15,000 structures, to include businesses and other buildings so far, with no injury. So we're very thankful for that, but we truly ask for all assistance that we can get in making this as smooth as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief McDonald. I would also like to call up LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, please.
Thank you. My deepest thanks to the first responders who are working tirelessly to fight this Palisades fire. Moments ago, Chair Barger signed LA County's emergency proclamation for this fire, for the severe wind event and all of the fires related to it. As the National Weather Service predicted, this is a life-threatening situation. To our Palisades and Topanga community under evacuation order, please leave. Ensure your home is unlocked, the power is off, and making sure first responders can easily access the structure. This is essential to keeping you safe and to allowing fire and first responder personnel to do their work. For our unincorporated communities in Santa Monica Mountains, including Sunset Mesa, Topanga Canyon, and Malibu, all under evacuation order and evacuation warning, please ensure you are checking emergency.lacounty.gov and heeding all door-to-door information from our LA County Sheriff and Fire Departments. Thanks to our partners at the Topanga Coalition for Emergency Preparedness, who work year-round to practice evacuation drills and emergency preparedness, and they're working tirelessly right now to ensure information is shared across Topanga. For those with livestock, the evacuation location is Pierce College. For those needing small animal evacuation location, the Agora Animal Shelter is available to you. Thank you to Governor Newsom for your quick support and coordination. Thanks to Mayor Bass, to Councilmember Park, and all of the council members in the city, and all of our partners, city, county, and state, unified and working together to keep people safe and address this fire. The county and city of Los Angeles have a lot of experience in unified command. This emergency is no different. We're dedicating every resource we can to urgently contain this fire. I want to extend my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Fire Department, the Sheriff's Department, the Office of Emergency Management, and all of our county partners. I know LAUSD officials also wanted to be with us, but given the conditions, that was challenging. A few school updates. Topanga Elementary at Woodland Hills Academy will be relocated all week. Palisades and Marquez Elementaries will be relocated at Brentwood Science Magnet for tomorrow. Paul Revere Middle School will be relocated at University High tomorrow. Pali High School is not in session this entire week, and Canyon Elementary will be relocated at a location to be determined. To those affected by the Palisades fire, I know today is terrifying and it is painful. Please know that you are not alone. The County of Los Angeles and all of our partners are here together to stand with you and be in support of you. Thank you again to everyone who is contributing resources to this incident. Your partnership is appreciated, and it is essential to keeping people safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Next, we'd like to bring up Los Angeles City Council President Marquis Harris-Dawson.
Thank you so much. I just want everybody to know that since this morning, about 7 a.m., I've been in direct communication with Mayor Bass, who's on her way home from a diplomatic mission on behalf of the United States government. She will be here within hours. Also, we want everybody to know that the city is well prepared and has a tremendous emergency management infrastructure who has been on the case since 6 this morning at the beginning of this wind event. I'm proud to say that we have some of the best men and women anywhere in our fire department, our police department, as well as their partners across the state and across the county. I am also want everybody to know that as acting mayor and president of the LA City Council, along with the county, and we'll hear from the governor later, the city of LA is declaring a state of emergency through this wind event, and we'll have all resources on deck. And our ask, our personal ask, and we'll hear from the council member from this district, but if you can stay off of our roads, please do so to allow emergency vehicles to go across the city. And also remember, we'll continue to drive this home. The worst and most severe part of this wind event is yet to come. So if you're around the city and you have been spared, be thankful, but also be on guard. Bring your lawn furniture in, and again, help us by staying off the roads. And I will ask the council member from this district, who's been on the street since early this morning, making sure the neighborhoods have the information that they need and resources that they need, to come to the podium, our own Councilwoman Tracy Park.
Thank you, everyone, for being here, and Council President Harris Dawson. I want to begin by thanking all of our public safety partners. LA City Fire has over 250 firefighters on the front lines in the hillsides right now, actively fighting this fire, supported by more than 100 firefighters from LA County Fire, as well as additional resources from Orange County, Ventura County, CAL FIRE, and neighboring cities, including Arcadia and Santa Monica. I also want to thank our partners in law enforcement for their terrific coordinated response with us today. LAPD, LA County Sheriff's Department, CHP is here, as well as our park rangers. Obviously, the scope and scale of today's fire here in the Palisades has been terrifying. We are so incredibly grateful for the swift response. And to my constituents here in the Pacific Palisades, I want to reiterate, this is not a drill. This is an actual public safety emergency. Areas west of Mandeville Canyon and north of Sunset have been ordered for evacuation, so please make sure that you are packed and ready to go and complying with all directives being given to you by law enforcement and our partners at the fire service as well. LA City is activating emergency shelter at Westwood Recreation Center. People in the Palisades who have been displaced by today's events are invited to go there. We are working with animal services to receive and care for pets that are being displaced as well. And as additional resources come online, we'll be providing those updates for you. Local residents should follow along for additional information and updates through official city channels, as well as LAPD, LAFD, and LA County updates, as this is a dynamic situation. This is a fast-moving and growing fire at over 1,200 acres at this point. And with the predicted wind patterns and continued weather event, we expect the situation to continue through the evening. It may take our partners at fire a couple of days to get the situation under control. It may be some time until people are allowed to return to their homes and residences. Please bear with us through this period as our public safety partners work hard to protect lives and property and ensure that this area is safe before people return. In the meantime, if anyone needs additional assistance, I would welcome them to reach out to me and my team. All of our contact information is at cd11.lacity.gov. Thank you to my friends and constituents, and thank you to all of our partners, including Governor Newsom, for being here with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We'd like to now ask Council Member John Lee to please speak.
First of all, I just want to thank all the firefighters who are on and first responders that are fighting this fire right now. Also, a big thank you to all the organizations throughout the city, county, and state that are assisting our firefighters in what they need to do today. As chair of the Public Safety Committee, it's my job to monitor situations all throughout the city of Los Angeles. And the most important information that I can share with you today is to all of our residents. As soon as we get any new information, we are trying to disseminate that as quickly as possible. It's important that you listen to that information. As someone who represents a district that is commonly affected by fires, I'll tell you one of the issues that is we ask our residents to do is if you're asked to evacuate, if you're asked to stay off the road, whatever it is that we're asking you, if you're in one of those affected areas, that you don't create additional problems for our firefighters so our firefighters can focus on what they're supposed to do, and that's getting this fire out. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Council Member. And now we'd like to ask the Governor, Gavin Newsom, to please speak.
Thank everybody. Hell of a way to start a new year. Again, let me add my voice, the voice of so many others, and extending deep appreciation of men and women in uniform across jurisdictions. I want to thank, in particular, Chief Crowley and Chief Maroney for your outstanding leadership, Police Chief, Sheriff's Office, all of our local law enforcement agencies that work hand in glove. There is simply no better mutual aid system anywhere in the United States of America. And you're seeing it now at scale once again here in Southern California. I say once again because we were here not too long ago, the Franklin fire. A few weeks prior to that, the Mountain fire, November, December, now January. There's no fire season, it's fire year, it's year round. And it's incredibly important that we heed the warnings, the calls, that we're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. You may feel at home that you're fine down in Riverside County, San Bernardino County, down in Ventura County, other parts of the state, but there's a reason we pre-positioned hundreds of assets and personnel on Sunday in anticipation of this wind event. 110 engines specifically were sent down, 45 by CAL FIRE, 65 through our mutual aid system through the Office of Emergency Services. Water tenders down here, 7 new helicopters we brought from Northern California down to Southern California. We just brought our C-130 down from Northern California and already just had its first drop. By no stretch of the imagination are we out of the woods. You heard the Chief say 10 p.m. tonight to 5 a.m. tomorrow will be peak winds. And having just quite literally an hour or so ago gone up the canyon and saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed. Not a few, many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning. We're just coming down the canyon is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders. We've all been to memorials. I've never been to a memorial for a building, but for family members and loved ones. I know you cannot say this enough. It's foundational. One other thing I want to say, because you can't say it enough, is expression of gratitude. The President of the United States happens to be in town. It didn't take more than a text message to get the FMAG approved, which means we're getting reimbursed for the vast majority of these costs. No politics, no hand-wringing, kissing of the feet. The President of the United States said, yes, what else do you need? Emergency proclamations being drafted as we speak. And I just want to thank the President because that's something I don't take for granted. It's something we should not take for granted at this moment in American history. So thank you, President Biden, as well. Final point. We encourage you. You heard all those websites. I don't want to burden you with any more except one. Fire.ca.gov. And why do I say that? Nothing like it in the country. It's nothing like that we've seen in any jurisdiction around the world. 3D maps and live cams on fire.ca.gov. It also will show you the evacuation orders. I encourage people to take a look at that site for information. And, of course, ready.ca.org to make sure that you're prepared as we work through yet another extraordinary month in this fire year perpetual fire year here in the state of California. Thank you again to all of the folks behind me and the outstanding leadership of all the elected officials as well. And forgive me, one point I'd be remiss. Thank you to Mayor Bass, who was on the phone immediately this morning, making sure even in absentia that she's here organizing everything she can to make sure we're successful as well.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate that. We'd like to open this up now for Spanish, and then we'll go to questions. So we'd like to have Public Information Officer for LAFD, David Ortiz.
So as they do the Spanish translation, I just want to recap some of the news that just came from there. Governor Newsom saying that he's been in contact with President Biden, who happens to be in Southern California today, and that emergency funding from the federal government is coming. He said he didn't want to bring politics into it, although he did get a little bit of a dig at Donald Trump, who has potentially threatened withholding emergency funding in the future if Newsom doesn't do what he wants. That's why he was suggesting that Joe Biden did not give any questions asked there. The basics here, the good news, Marla, is that so far no injuries, but interesting how Governor Newsom mentioned the fact that he saw multiple structures burn. We don't have any actual number yet, but he made it seem like it wasn't just a few that are burning. And we are getting some indication from our reporter Christy Fajardo on the ground that Palisades High School may be burning. We're trying to get more details on that and hopefully get to her soon. But that is a dangerous situation.
30,000 residents under evacuation, 25,000 plus households currently remain threatened. Best news is no injuries to speak of. Again, it's early in the investigation and in this firefight, so that could very well change. You mentioned that Pacific Palisades High School is currently on fire. The Getty Villa was also threatened earlier, but I'm seeing images and being told that the flames did make its way around the Getty Villa, so that at this point has been preserved. On the ground, we also have Chelsea Edwards joining our coverage now. If Chelsea's available, there you are. You're in the Highlands area. They talked about this area being vulnerable and obviously under evacuation zone.
Now, we do have some good news to report in that vein. So this was the area where a lot of people were told to go back and then shelter in place. This area is under an evacuation order. But earlier today, the fire, they say, jumped Palisades Drive. And this is the only way in and out. Firefighters just thought it was too dangerous to be getting people down this canyon. So they pushed everyone who was on the north side of it up and everyone on the south side of it down and told everyone on the north side to shelter in place. But you can see these cars coming down now. So this is good news. They've just allowed these residents out of their homes. I understand we've got another press conference that we're going to. Is that right?
Yeah. So, Chelsea, thank you. We're going to go back to the press conference. They're now answering questions. Let's listen to Chief Kristen Crowley.
We did push out information for people to evacuate. Now, the lean forward posture, and I want to talk about that first and foremost, was communicating the potential threat of what was coming. That information was out. It was out early in regard to everybody be ready, set, and go. When that go order came out, at that point, that is that very important point where the public can and should heed that warning and start to evacuate. Now, we know there's limited access and egress in certain areas within the hills right behind me. So with that, that's what we believe did happen. People did evacuate. It was slow to evacuate. What I have been briefed on is that the evacuations were slow, but they did occur, and we will follow up on that if there's anything better in the future that we can communicate to the constituents and continue to train to that, because the evacuation order, we can never do it early enough. So with that, we want to continue to work with the community, ensure that when that evacuation order happens, that they can evacuate in a timely manner. But we understand what you're saying.
And just one other question, this is for the governor.
Sure.
You mentioned the current administration. I'm not getting into the politics of it, but what's your message to the incoming administration about what you just saw here today, given that that's going to be part of, we know that there's city collaboration, state and federal collaboration.
Well, we're all in this together. None of us are asking for respective political identities around here. Everybody's rowing in the same direction because everyone gives a damn. They're here for each other, and that's the spirit that defines the best of this state and this country. No one here is playing politics. We have an American president and Joe Biden that recognizes his responsibility in times of emergency. When Americans are in need, he steps up, he steps in. It's not qualified by a particular request or an expectation. And so, again, I say what I said because at the moment I don't take that for granted, candidly, like I have been the last few years. It's rather precious. And my message to the incoming administration, and I'm not here to play any politics, is please don't play any politics. There's a time and place for that. And at this moment where your question only reinforces the moments, the precious moments that we have to evacuate, we don't have time for any of that mishigash.
Go ahead.
With the worst winds yet to come, what's the plan in place? Obviously, I know you're probably trying to get as many, boots on the ground as possible, but also in the air, coming from people who they literally just left, as you were saying. They were wondering as well why, I know you guys are probably doing everything you can to get as many aircraft, but to drop more water, that's their concern.
So your question's in reference to the increased severity of wind and resources?
And then the aircraft.
Okay.
Yeah, was your question regarding nighttime aircraft operations?
Yeah, just obviously the worst is yet to come at about 10 p.m. and overnight.
Right. So the plan is they're developing a plan for nighttime air operations. It's going to be a combination of LA City fire units, LA County fire units, state fire units, and that quick reaction force of the CH-47s that drop retardant at night. We are going to take advantage of the lower temperatures at night, but with increased wind speed, aerial firefighting becomes more dangerous. There is a cutoff mile-per-hour wind at which we will not operate at night. Flying during the night is more dangerous than flying during the day. We want to make sure that we don't get anybody killed, but we do want to fly both day and night. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens. I mean, it's going to be interesting. If the winds are going to get worse right now, it's going to be very difficult for our aerial assets to actually make a difference for the folks on the ground.
What's the cutoff with?
It could be 30 to 40 miles an hour sustained. We do have history of operating with high gusts, but it really isn't effective because as the water exits the bottom of the drop tank, it just gets carried away by the wind and never reaches the ground. So there really is no point to putting people at risk if that firefight isn't making a difference.
Thank you.
Was your answered question?
Yeah, I mean, this is only one fire. We've got, 2 more days of this, too. I mean, I don't know how many resources, how more people you're able to,
That's
get up here.
the beauty of automatic and mutual aid. So there's automatic aid agreements between all of these agencies here. They brought their additional boots on the ground. And as the governor mentioned, we have state mutual aid. So CAL FIRE's come in. We'll get the appropriate quantity and type of resources to mitigate this emergency. And it's an opportunity of neighbor helping neighbor. And we will do the same thing in Northern California when they need it. Yes, ma'am.
There were some people I talked to that they were not.
Sure. The question's about abandoned cars. That's a good question that has come up. Law enforcement assists us heavily with evacuation, but please remember it's an active incident. We don't have the answers to all of these questions. We will certainly look at that. That's very important. I don't know if police felt like they wanted to make a mention to evacuations. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, just on that question of evacuations, vehicles left in the roadway. If you have to leave a vehicle in the roadway, get it as far off the road as you can so that emergency vehicles can't get by. The gist of moving them with bulldozers was an emergency situation. You got to get those fire resources through, and they do what they have to do to be able to facilitate that. So we're asking really for the cooperation and think a couple of steps ahead. It's not just your vehicle there, but then others line up behind you as well as they see what you're doing. And so I can't stress enough, please follow the evacuation orders. Do your best to be able to get out to safety. Bring the equipment you will need for the next couple of days with you because, as you've heard over and over again, this is not going to end very quickly. Thank you.
If I could just expand a little bit. On Saturday, state started to convene respective leadership across the state of California at the Office of Emergency Services, we started to pre-position early evening on Sunday in 6 or 7 counties here in Southern California. Quite literally moved assets from Northern California into Southern California. Just as an example, moments ago we had a chance to meet a crew from Santa Cruz and from Santa Clara County that just were deployed up the mountain. Those resources remain pre-positioned currently in other counties in anticipation of the concerns you just expressed and the wind events. We are anticipating, hopefully we're wrong, but we're anticipating other fires happening concurrently. And that's exactly the previous experience we've had with these kinds of wind events. And that's why we continue to provide and supplement those resources from all across Northern California in particular. One final thing, because I think it's important. My phone lights up all the time, including this morning, about people saying, well, where are all the planes? You said you put all these assets. I want to see them. It was important what the chiefs just said. We could be up there all day making people feel good, but we're not doing any good because that retardant flies all over the place. And so it's not that the planes themselves can't handle the turbulence and the wind shears. It's that simply you're not suppressing anything. And so it is a point, I know, of frustration, but then it also reinforces the preciousness of the hand crews and the men and women that are on the ground holding the line that are up there as we speak. And that's also part of the specialty units that are part of these larger operations. We have an incident command team that quite literally is organized here in real time, and we're gaming out the next few days with the benefit of something we haven't had in the past, new technology. Technoscivil and other AI-enabled technology that allows us predictive capacity in a way we've never had in the past, which is also aiding our efforts to not just prevent in some cases as it relates to early detection, but also prepare to suppress in subsequent incidences.
Yes, sir.
With winds expected to pick up, do we have any projections for where the fire might move next or any areas that might be at risk?
It's been moving in a southwest direction towards Getty, which is moving towards the Los Angeles County Fire Department's jurisdiction. It did begin in the city, and that's the Unified Command. Good.
And real quick, I know you said that there's no reported injuries. Are there any unaccounted individuals, and if so, do you have a count on that?
Not that we're aware of at this point. So that is part of the process. They are having evacuation groups that are looking at that, but we're not aware of any individuals unaccounted for. We did receive multiple 911 calls for a particular address. We did send resources in to rescue people.
What are you telling folks in the west area, Santa Monica, further south? Should they stay put? Should they say keep their phones on overnight? I mean, what should people do who are kind of on the edge here between the fire zone and non-fire?
Okay, so what are we telling the people south of the fire? Yeah. You want me to take that or somebody else? Okay.
Thank you for asking that question. Your question was, what are we communicating to individuals that are south of the incident? I think it's really, really important for the entire public to understand, as you can see, how dynamic these winds are and how quickly they can change on a dime. So you may think, okay, I'm safe. But the key is the communication, listen for those evacuation orders and warnings, and also be super hyper diligent in regard to what could happen. If an individual within the community wants to lean forward and just say, I'm not going to risk anything, I'm just going to go to a different area where it may be safer. Just know from the south, and with the winds as unpredictable as they are, there's very, very much at risk. So we want people to be very cognizant of that, make good decisions, make sure they can understand real-time information, and we will communicate that and articulate that very clearly. But this is very, very, very dynamic. And you can just, by standing here, seeing us with the wind gusts and with the predictability of this wind's going to get worse tonight. So we want people to lean forward, ready, set, go, and be ready. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and conclude the press conference at this point. We'll let you know if we have another press conference tonight. That's not necessarily likely. There will be PIOs available here for additional questions. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., we do anticipate to have another joint press conference. Thank you all for sharing this important information.
All right, we've just wrapped the latest from county and city and state officials. Again, the count is just over 1,200 acres, close to 1,300 acres. Multiple structures burned, but they don't have a count as to how many exactly. Best news is at this point, no injuries to speak of. Let's go on the ground, though, to Christy Fajardo. She is out there, and it is gusting where you are. Where are you, Christy?
I'm actually on Sunset at Via de la Paz, and we just witnessed how quickly things can change, because when that press conference started, we were actually at Sunset and Temescal Canyon, and suddenly it got very dark. It looked almost like nighttime. The winds were gusting, and there was ash and smoke just being kicked up, and suddenly that fire just exploded. Unfortunately, we know that there have been a couple of more structures that have been added to the damaged, at least, toll since that press conference started, because we saw houses on the hill and suddenly some of that was on fire, and there was one man who raced down. He was in a convertible, and he told us that his house was one of them. He said it was on fire as he was leaving, and I want to show you what it looks like now. You can see how smoky it is. Visibility is very, very poor here, and we're not that far from Temescal and Sunset. Unfortunately, as we were leaving, we could see that Pali High, that there was things that were burning there. I do not know if they were structures, but something on the property was definitely on fire. Hopefully it was shrubs. We were facing the field, so it might have been something in the field that was on fire. And sadly, there were also palm trees on the south side of Temescal near Sunset. They were also on fire, and apartment buildings there were threatened, and people, the ones who had not evacuated, were streaming out. And now, as you can see, you can even hear them. Fire alarms are going off all around us. The LAPD just came through here and ordered the gas station that is on the corner here, the 76, to close. And we're seeing little spot fires. In fact, if we pan this way, you might be able to see that there was one started in the parking lot of this Gelson's, because every now and then we get these big gusts and it starts raining embers. And unfortunately, we've also been seeing the power lines arcing on Via de la Paz, so a very dangerous situation. And those who had not opted to leave are now leaving. And can we pan over there and show those shopping carts? That's how gusty it is. They're just moving around in this parking structure, and that is essentially what firefighters are dealing with at this hour. And you can see the gust just hit whatever was burning over there. Now we're starting to see flames, and that is how quickly the situation can change. Let's send it back to you.
Yeah, we talk about the fact that embers in these situations can potentially go 2 miles. And so you think of all of those spots that we're seeing in that image right there. There's a little fire there, a little fire there, in all these different directions. So not only could the fire start there, but those could then become embers that move in other directions that could start another fire. So what's so challenging for the firefighters, as you see from these images, is that you can't be everywhere, Marla. There's just too many fires. And it becomes a question of where do you go, what's the priority, and in some places that means you have to let homes burn, which is a horrible situation for any of the homeowners who are impacted by that. But that's the tough calculation that these fire crews are having to do.
Let's go to Chelsea Edwards. She's at Sunset and Palisades, and you are, it looks like, where all of those cars were bulldozed earlier.
Yeah. I mean, the only word that comes to mind, honestly, Marla and Alex, is apocalyptic. I mean, you just look at this and can imagine the panic these people must have felt when this was going on. So they're trying to get out. This is in both directions, as you can see. And then a bulldozer, which was just up to the left up there, up on Palisades Drive, just had to come through and literally bulldoze these cars out of the way so that people, and so that emergency responders especially, could get through to either side. And that's because the fire is really on all sides of where we're standing right now here in the Highlands. So again, we're on Sunset Boulevard, right near Palisades Drive. This is where a lot of people up in the Highlands were told to evacuate, but then the fire jumped Palisades Drive, which is really the only way in and out of that particular neighborhood. And that's when authorities made the difficult decision to say, you know what, if you're north of this, you got to go back and shelter in place. We're we'll try to come when we can. Thankfully, they have been able to do that. Those residents who are up there have now been able to come down the hill, which is very good news. But look at some of this aftermath. Elliot, if we can turn to our left here, look at this canyon. So when we first got here, this was on fire. I mean, you could barely see. Visibility was very, very low. A lot of debris in the air, still is in the air, and you can see how the wind is just pushing this smoke. So echoing what Christy was saying, the wind is just so unpredictable. I mean, there's times where it's kind of laying down and it seems almost like it's not moving, and then out of nowhere, my colleague Elliot Mendoza and I are almost, we're about to get knocked over because it's just so powerful in one direction, and then 2 minutes later, it's blowing in the other direction. So right now, obviously going pretty strongly this way, but look at this charred hillside. There's just no vegetation left on this, and unfortunately, from our camera and from our angle from the last for probably an hour now, we have seen a lot of plumes of black smoke, very large plumes of black smoke. A big one is up there, which is sort of in the Highlands neighborhood. It's hard to tell exactly where that is, but it appears that there. Oh, sorry, Elliot. Sorry, just stepped on some debris from a car here. This is actually a side mirror, it looks like, that was bulldozed off. But when we look up there and we see those black plumes, unfortunately, that's an indication that homes are burning up there, especially when they're that size, the plumes that we've been seeing. You can see the smoke is thickening as well, and we've been seeing a lot of this where the conditions just rapidly change. For a minute there, we were up this way on Sunset Boulevard to the east. Our live truck was kind of parked and facing uphill, but all of a sudden flames started coming from this Lake Shrine area, which is just south of this hedge where we're standing here. And they got so close to the truck, we had to just jump in and get out of there. There were actually some people who were not firefighters. I'm not sure who these people were, but they were picking up the firefighters' hoses and trying to save some of these cars because the flames were just coming right up against these cars and right up against our live van. I actively saw them save at least one car up that way a little bit from just going up into flames. And of course, the danger is that any of these cars go up into flames. These are all scrunched together. No one has keys. There's no one here to operate these cars. If one goes up, there's a high likelihood that they could all go up together. But just look at this scene. I mean, look at the force that would have hit this. You've got the side mirror knocked off. You've got this whole front bumper, this whole front area dented. Over here, same thing. I mean, they just had to plow their way through in order to get these emergency responders to different areas. Now, again, the fire is on all sides of us. So if we look up this hillside, you can see some charring up there. Those were active flames when we first got here. We saw a lot of large embers that were just flying around. I mean, it's, again, just one of those things where it's unpredictable. You don't know where they're going to land, where they could spark, where they're going to end up. So, you're dealing with that, and then you look again to the distance. Elliot, if you can go up a little bit and see those flames up. I don't know if that's a home or if those are what those are up there, but something's burning up there. And you just think, I mean, it's just unpredictable out here. It's just a wild scene. But the good news is all those people that were up in the Highlands area who were told to turn around, which must have been just terrifying for those people up there to have to turn around and go back to your homes when there are active flames encroaching in. All of those residents, at least according to the people that I've spoken to on the ground, have now been allowed out of their homes. They got police escorts and fire personnel escorts down the hill. They were very eagerly taking a right. I tried to talk to a couple of them as they were coming down, and the looks on their faces were very telling. They wanted nothing to do with anything that did not involve getting out of there. It's been a harrowing day for everybody living up there, and it looks, at least from where we're standing, we haven't confirmed this, but it looks like homes were lost somewhere in that vicinity. Again, these huge black plumes of smoke that have been coming up just time and time again. We're hearing explosion after explosion. Don't know if those are transformers or what, but there's also action down here. We've got some palm fronds that were that had started to go up. We saw some police officers grabbing fire hoses and dousing kind of upwards, trying to get those palm trees so that they wouldn't go up and then cause embers to fly, which would, of course, endanger everybody in this area as well. So, I mean, just looking at this as you walk around, it feels like we're either on a movie set or I mean, we're not. This is real life, and this is the reality of how dangerous these fires are and how quickly these emergency responders have to make decisions when it is just such an emergency like this. I mean, there was obviously, when you look at the aftermath, there was just no time. I mean, they just had to make that call and say, all right, we got to move these cars, and they did it. And this is the aftermath. So, I also have to think about the people who are in these cars. Imagine the terror to make that decision. I know we've been talking about that on our air all day, but, at what point in your mind do you think, okay, we've got to go, let's leave everything in the car. Let's leave our valuables. Let's leave the car, which is valuable, of course. A lot of these are very nice cars. And just run. Elliot, look over here. We've got some active flames. So this has been flaring up quite a bit. Not sure exactly where this is. This is looking west on Sunset, but you see those big flames over there. There's a lot of vegetation back there, and we've seen a lot of these flare-ups. But we've also seen right in that pocket, so somewhere west of Palisades Drive, also, again, those big plumes of black smoke, which indicates that something else is burning up there. So obviously some vegetation. Not sure if that's a home or not, but I mean, really everywhere you look, you can see pockets of active flame, and you can certainly feel it in the air, see it in the air. The visibility is very low, and the smoke is just so incredibly thick. So, I mean, it's just a wild scene out here. But again, that good news, it does appear that they were able to get everyone who was sheltering in place up in the highlands. They were able to get them out to safety. So obviously this is an active and developing situation. We'll be here on the ground bringing you the latest as we get it. Just wild.
Chelsea, what's it like driving around right now?
Driving, well, when we were coming in, it is just absolute gridlock. I mean, you can't move in any direction. And I was just looking at the people's, here's a gentleman. We're going to go see if we can talk to this person carrying what appears to be all of her belongings. Oh my goodness, she's got a suitcase and a bag. Excuse me, ma'am, are you all right? Are you okay?
I'm good, yes.
What made you what do you have here?
A 9-year-old's dog.
What's going on with you?
He's Sir Fluffs a lot.
Hi, Sir Fluffs a lot.
My son's school got evacuated, St. Matthews.
Oh, he's got to be so scared.
So I went to drop my son off at school at a friend's house after school, and then deserted my car somewhere up here.
So one of these cars is your car?
No, I'm like on Bienvenida and Sunset. I ran down here, and I probably made it about 1.5 miles on foot up the mountain. A little bit of an apocalypse situation, but then a fire truck saw me and gave me a ride the rest of the way. So then I got my dog and grabbed some stuff and made my way down.
So you physically ran back to your home to rescue your dog?
Yeah, I had to get my son's dog. We already lost a dog last year when our house got broken into in Brownwood. Oh. And I wasn't going to put him through that again. So I got my ski goggles, which, by the way, came in very handy because my eyes were burning on the way up the mountain. But thanks to some good Samaritans giving me a ride halfway up and back down, I'm going to go see if my car is still where I left it and go find my son.
Oh, my God. Good luck to you. And wow, is your home still standing as far as you're aware?
Townhouse is still standing. I do own a little children's store called the Grey Dragon on Marquez.
Okay.
And I know there was lots of fires right there behind like Marquez Elementary and stuff. So I don't know. So we'll see.
Are you going to try to drive out once you get to your car?
If I can get to my car, if I can get out, great. If not, then I'll figure it out. So
please stay safe and good luck to you. What's your name?
Adele.
Adele? Adele what?
Yes. Hayden Rich.
Thank you so much, Adele. Good luck. I'm a little worried about Adele walking up here on her own.
She seems,
because this is really emergency responders only, but goodness, her attitude is incredible.
Yeah, she's very I'm going to do this. It's what I have to do. I had to rescue Sir Fluffs a lot for my son. I mean, she is just a trooper. She is determined.
Yeah.
So I hope her car's still there.
That was incredible. I hope it is too. We'll try to catch up with her in just a bit.
Yeah. All right, Chelsea, we'll let you get back to that reporting. Thank you for that, and thank you to photographer Elliot Mendoza for some great work out there. As we approach the 4:30 half hour, Alex Michelson, Marla Tea is here with special coverage. We are preempting TMZ Live today for this Palisades fire, which has burned more than 1,200 acres on the west side of Los Angeles and continues to burn out of control. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf has seen some of the worst destruction. He joins us live right now. Matthew, talk to us about where you are and what you're seeing.
Yeah, Alex, really, this is just horrible to see. We're off Lockman Lane up in Pacific Palisades. This is just one of 12 homes we've seen today get destroyed by these massive flames. And you can see firefighters are here trying to do their best to really put it out. This home is, at this point, you'd imagine is a total loss, but trying to keep the hot spots from flaring up and popping up more downhill. Massive amount of smoke. We're seeing fires like this kind of scattered all over what is relatively a very residential area. I do want to show you, if you can swing it this way, the firefighters actually pulled a grandfather clock out of this house, managed to save that. But if you look at the house itself, I mean, it is a total.
All right, we'll have you
next to it down here.
Signal problems with Matthew Seedorf and his crew there. Do we have him back? Let's go.
All right, we're out.
Go ahead, Matthew. Let's try it one more time. Maybe not as much movement, if possible.
Yeah, the cell reception in the area is not great, as we are also dealing with that, as well as these strong winds. The wind's really pushing the flames and making it worse and spread very quickly. But firefighters doing their best to just extinguish the flames at this house, keep it from shooting more embers up in the air and starting other homes nearby.
And real quickly, Matthew, because it sort of cut out when you were saying this, did you say that you have seen yourself 12 homes burn?
That's correct. I'd say at least 12, and kind of in different areas of Pacific Palisades. Kind of spotty, but yeah, definitely at least.
Yeah, you even picked up the hose earlier to try and put out some flames when there were no fire crews around. Okay, stay safe. We'll check in with you in just a bit. Matthew Seedorf reporting for us. Let's go to Christy Fajardo. She has another vantage point of Pacific Palisades. Christy?
Yeah, we're actually on Sunset at Via de la Paz, and I told you in the last live shot that we were hearing fire alarms going off, and we now know that some of that smoke that you see right over there is coming from an apartment building that is on fire on Temescal Canyon Road, and we actually saw the flames jump Temescal Canyon Road, and we also saw fire on Pali High property. And Erin Lynch, we actually met her earlier, a couple hours ago, when things looked much different, but you drove through there. What did you see at Pali High?
Yeah, there's fire in the stadium. The stands are burning. There's vegetation on the high school property. Even the road had some fire going across it. The pavement, you know, the blacktop, and yeah, and then that huge building across the way was completely engulfed.
And when we met you earlier, you had left your neighborhood. Things were looking a lot better. Then the wind came in, and we witnessed that firsthand. Suddenly the sky got really dark, started seeing embers flying everywhere. And that's what you were driving out of. You had gone to your house to get your motorcycle. What did you see in your neighborhood?
Right on my street, a couple houses were starting to burn. There was the vegetation right by the houses, and right up the block on both ends, there are houses that are completely gone. Number of houses that I saw burning, and then other houses up there that I know must be. But yeah, it's pretty ugly. It's pretty ugly.
I'm so sorry that you and your neighbors are going through that. But you were saying you've actually experienced this before.
Yes, I believe the last time that we had a big fire on these hills here was 1979, when I saw the flames coming over in the afternoon, and it was the beginning, and that was the last time we were evacuated, 1979. Yeah.
I know you're finally leaving. You're not going to go back, and I am so glad you're safe. You're going to Brentwood, you were saying, and
go hang out with a friend. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, you know. Yeah.
What?
You know, thank you so much. I know this has been a very, very harrowing day, you know, for you.
I'm sad for a lot of my neighbors. There's a lot of people that are not going to have a very good January 2025 now.
And you lived there a long time. I imagine it's a close-knit community.
Yeah, people know people nearby, and they're, you know, down the street and around the corner, and yeah, so it's going to be tough.
And as far as you could tell, everybody had evacuated?
Yes, there are a few people in their cars and hanging around, but mostly nobody's hanging around in their house. A few people hosing things off and stuff.
And what street do you live on?
Alcima. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Stay safe.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
You guys
I appreciate it. So you can see the winds.
Yes.
And this is what firefighters are dealing with, because we've been talking about those embers, and we saw that. We witnessed that firsthand. That was just took one big gust. And a lot of neighbors were really concerned about an elderly man who lived up on the hill, because they told us they tried to get him to evacuate. And he was out there. We could see him on the hillside with his hose. And he was watering down his property, but suddenly we couldn't see him or even his house anymore because there was so much smoke and flame. So hopefully he got out, or hopefully his home is safe. But a lot of harrowing stories we're hearing out here. Let's send it back to you.
Christy Fajardo, thank you for that. We're rooting for her. In the meantime, we want to bring in our meteorologist, Adam Kruger. You were warning about this last night, really for several days, and the worst is still to come, right, Adam?
Yeah, I would say so. The strongest winds are expected tonight through tomorrow morning, and obviously it's already been very windy. Also, the driest air is yet to come. It's going to get a little drier tomorrow than what we see right now. So this part of the forecast I'm going to share with you will be the forecast wind gusts, and then we'll look at forecast relative humidity. And by the way, when we show you these numbers, when we're talking about gusts, there's a difference there between sustained winds and gusts. Gusts would be how strong the winds could be at any specific moment, just a burst of wind that might get this strong, whereas a sustained wind would be the average over a couple of minutes. So sustained winds are going to be a little bit less intense than the numbers you see right here. But let's walk you through what we expect this evening, and I've got Pacific Palisades highlighted right there. As expected, again, as we go later into tonight, we are going to start to find the winds picking up. So here's a look at what our model is showing at about 7 o'clock, and this is a new model. If you were watching about an hour or so ago, this is a fresh model run, so the latest available data. Now watch these numbers here as we go into 9 o'clock tonight. This model is suggesting there may be winds now ramping up with gusts that could exceed 60 miles per hour, and it's not just the Pacific Palisades. I mean, you see the map here. There are high numbers scattered all around Southern California, so we continue to monitor all areas. Like we heard during the press conference, the resources are in place because it's possible that something might spark somewhere else. And even in the Pacific Palisades area, we see that it's just almost impossible to keep up with flare-ups that are happening all over the place. You know, just an ember flies and starts a fire there, ember flies somewhere else, and these can travel quite far, a mile or two ahead of the fire sometimes. All right, so this is 9 o'clock tonight. Now as we go through the night, here's 2 o'clock in the morning. Look at these numbers. Again, we still see gusts in many spots that could be over 60 miles per hour. So this is that example that late tonight through tomorrow morning is going to be the most intense winds. Here we are 4 o'clock in the morning. 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts are still on the map. Here we go into 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And, you know, it's just, it gives you chills kind of to see these numbers continuing at that same level. We get into midday tomorrow and tomorrow afternoon. Then we're over the hump. It's not like we're totally in the clear, but we're over the hump as far as the strongest winds go. There's still going to be some areas where it's going to be windy. The air will still be very dry, and there's still a wildfire danger with red flag warnings continuing into Thursday in some areas. But the high wind warnings, that ends at 6 p.m. tomorrow. All right, now as far as the humidity, we've seen relative humidity below 20% in several areas today. That's what we're seeing right now. We know when the fire started in the Pacific Palisades earlier this morning in the press conference, they mentioned the relative humidity was around, I think, 15% or so is what they mentioned. Now, let's run this into tomorrow. Here's the forecast, relative humidity. I'll pause it midday tomorrow, and notice how the numbers are overall even lower. Some spots could be below 10%. Extremely dry air, very strong winds. It's a very difficult combination. And as far as those winds, I'll highlight this if you missed it in the press conference earlier, but the officials are saying that, you know, people are wondering, where's the air support? Why aren't we seeing a lot during the nighttime? It's actually the winds, if they're strong enough, it's not that it's unsafe for the aircraft to fly around, but whatever they're going to do to take care of the fire, whatever they're dropping, if, you know, winds are gusting over 40 or so, it's almost like, what's the use? It just gets scattered away from the wind, and that doesn't really land on its target. So that's another, you know, element that makes this all just a little bit more complicated here, as we just need to wait for the weather really to settle down. We're going to start seeing that late day Wednesday, Thursday, still red flag conditions though, and even Friday is not ideal, but we'll be past the worst of this by the end of the day tomorrow and into tomorrow night. Guys?
All right, Adam, thanks so much. Let's give you the latest information as we look at the plume of smoke from this camera here. Let's throw up all that information if we could. So at this point, 1,262 acres have burned. Multiple structures have also burned. We don't have an exact count. There we go. 0% contained, of course. Mandatory evacuation orders are in place. 30,000 residents have evacuated. More than 25,000 people remain, or rather households remain threatened. In the 10K homes, that's 10,000 people within those 25,000 plus households. It's a lot of numbers, but bottom line, this is if you're in the Pacific Palisades, you are under some sort of evacuation order given the threat of those winds and the destructive ability of the winds. Let's go on the ground now to Chelsea Edwards. She has been giving us a look at all of those cars that have been bulldozed. It looks like you've now moved locations.
a little bit. So we've taken a right onto Palisades Drive. This is where all those homes are, where the fire actually jumped the road, and this is where firefighters had to make that call to just separate the people who are to the south and to the north of that fire path, and to say go back and shelter in place, or to continue on to Sunset Boulevard. So you can see this wind has just kicked up again. I mean, look at these palm fronds up at the top. So firefighters just doing everything they can to kind of stabilize this area right now. If you look in the distance, it's kind of hard to make out with all the smoke in the air, but you can see that charred hillside. I mean, these flames came right down to the base of this shopping center, right up against those homes up on the top. I mean, it's pretty incredible when you look at the work that firefighters did to save the property in this area. Of course, their first priority is saving lives, and that's what they were trying to do when they told people to go back up the hill, back to their homes, and to shelter in place while the fire came closer and closer. But that good news that we've been reporting, we just saw another convoy of cars coming down. Those folks who were up there and told to shelter in place, they've been making their way down this hill with police escorts, and then making their way onto Sunset Boulevard. And again, I would tell you, just looking at their faces, you can tell they have been through a lot today. I mean, just the stress and the worry and the relief of finally being able to come down this hill and to finally evacuate. Everybody just looks relieved to be getting out of there. So I want to show you, or kind of set the scene here. So here's the bulldozer that we believe, or at least one of them, that sort of bulldozed those cars out of the way to make room for emergency responders and for people who were evacuating. It's just sitting here on standby as firefighters continue their work. There are a lot of activity coming up and down Palisades Drive. Fire officials that are coming back and forth, police officers going back and forth. Again, their goal is to get everybody who is up there to come down the mountain and to evacuate now. And then also to make sure that this fire, if any embers are carried because of this crazy wind, that they don't spark other spot fires and that they don't start setting more property on fire. Because again, when we look up this canyon, we have seen several, I would say at least 10 very large plumes of black smoke, which indicates that there is property that has been lost up somewhere at the top of Palisades Drive. We haven't driven up there. Here's another example of that. So if you look up in the sky, you can see this kind of plume. So I don't know what's back there. I don't know what's over that ridge, but it looks like something is burning up there. And if we look over here as well, I mean, you can just see, again, the smoke that's just being pushed down the mountain. And here's another convoy. So this is what we keep talking about. These are these residents who were told to go back up the hill. Police are going, they're rounding them all up, and then they're taking them down safely, kind of, in lines like this, just making sure that everybody is safe. So some good news for these residents, but really a harrowing day for everybody who's been here. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Chelsea Edwards, thank you. We're looking at a live picture right now from Ed Laskos and his crew, who is joining our coverage now for the first time. Ed, talk about where you are and what you're seeing.
This is something we don't want to see. It means now that this fire burning within the village of the Palisades, Haverford and Antioch across here. A lot of these old homes. This is Antioch. We are just south of the cross Haverford. Several of these homes up in flames. They started smoldering a little while ago from all the burning embers coming off the hillside, and now you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 of these homes burning out of control. The wind swirling down here, whipping the flames around. Next block over, some more homes. So now that you just saw a few minutes ago with the we had a transformer, an electrical transformer explode over there. This is all out of control, burning embers all over the place, whipped around by those winds. And this is something, if you're familiar with the Palisades village, just as a block just behind Gelson's, the main center of the village itself. A lot of these homes been here for decades, and now they're tree-lined streets. Antioch right over here, it is burning. You can hear it popping. Active fire, all out of control. No firefighters here. This is just something where you're left to the whims of nature, and these winds blowing the embers all the way through. Last half hour or so, the wind's really picking up here, and as Micah has been showing our photographers, you see all the smoke blowing through. I'm sure you can also see some of the burning embers too, but these homes burning. It is a wildfire, an out-of-control blasting wildfire. Look at all these embers blowing through here. Unbelievable scene. This is in the Palisades village, again about a block south of Gelson's, right in the heart of the village itself. We were hoping in this area that the fire would stay up on the hillside itself to the north side of Sunset Boulevard. That was the hope, but now the fire is really roaring here. The heat coming back. We're going to pull back here a little bit, Mikey, because the embers are really becoming dangerous. And as these embers blow up through, there are some more homes, obviously, right off to the other side. They are at risk, too. Again, this is Antioch. It is a block south of Haverford, about 2 blocks south of Sunset, right behind the Gelsons, in the heart of the Palisades Village. The fire here burning out of control.
Ed, I want to give you a second to catch your breath, and maybe we can just take this sound full and listen in to the sound coming off of Mike Armijo's camera for a moment. Hear those ferocious winds, and you can hear the destruction. Ed Laskos, as we bring you back into this, Ed, I know you know this neighborhood, the Palisades, so well. Can you talk about this community, the character of this community? Whoa! And there we're looking at power lines. This is especially dangerous. Talk about the community if you can.
Yeah, I will, but I was going to mention also the power line. Some of the firefighters were going by here a little while ago. There's still some folks in this area who haven't left, and they've been on the loudspeaker telling them, oh, as we have some more of the transformers blowing up here. They were warning people to watch out for the down power lines, thinking that they are still energized, and as the fire hits the transformers, the wires come down. That even brings yet another situation. But to your point, Alex, yes, the Palisades, very quiet community, lots of children through here. The folks come here and they set up their homes because there's good schools in the area, very peaceful, not much of a crime. We don't really get out here and do many stories because there's not much of a crime situation here. And then you have a fire like this that starts burning on the hill, and as you can see, these winds ripping right down Antioch, and there's no way to stop them. Firefighters have no way of controlling this, and it's just one home after the other as it goes down toward the ocean. And I was going to show Mikey. Mikey, can you look at this over here? This is interesting. Here's a spot fire. This is the home right across the street. Look at this. That's how these things happen. The embers, remember, we saw them blowing. It's now into that hedge, burning this home. And that, without any firefighters down here, is probably going to threaten and blow over and catch this hedge on fire. This vegetation in these homes are going to be at risk, too. But look how quickly just a little ember like that gets going. There's a big pine tree right overhead. This whole area looks like a bomb, a war zone. Look at this. I'm standing in it, and I can't even believe it.
So no firefighters that you see on the street right now?
No, there are no firefighters here at all. But again, it's not a crack or slap at the firefighters. They've got their hands full.
Right,
look at those burning embers down at the bottom of the street. Look at that. My goodness. Right, so everybody is down here. I don't see any more of the residents down here. There are some folks who are driving around taking pictures.
Going up here, watch out.
But yeah, watch over to your left there, sir. This hedge is really going over there now. So it doesn't take long at all. Matter of seconds, it's going. There's another spot fire on the other side. So this home and the home right next to it, threatening as well. But no, we haven't seen any firefighters down here. But what could they do? Look at this. You see all these embers, big pieces, chunks of the palm trees blowing through here. The wind blowing through. It looks like just somebody turned on the gas on your stove and it's just roaring out of control.
And you said that the residents, thank goodness, they've evacuated. No one's there.
Watch out for these wires.
No, yeah, watch out. Yeah, well, yeah, let's back up. But these wires are also popping. There's that embers off to the left there. Look at that. That's that hedge. Remember, we saw that just about 2-3 minutes ago. It's going. That home, my goodness, it's threatened as well. But no, Marla, to your point, we have not seen any residents. A couple of folks here with their little cameras out, perhaps with social media or something. They're taking some pictures. But no, we haven't seen, luckily, any folks around here. There was a few folks on Sunset going through the village itself earlier. Oh, there goes that house, or what's left of it, all the way down at the end of that block. But luckily, most of this area, and again, we are just behind Gelson's, the heart of the village of the Palisades. It's evacuated, and this street, Antioch, just below Haverford, several homes, 5, 6 by my count, burning, several more threatened.
What a picture, as we keep pointing out that the winds are just going to pick up. You know, we're nearing the 5 o'clock hour. This fire broke out at 10:30 this morning as just 10 acres. It's now close to 1,300. I'm sure it's well above that. We haven't gotten an update in a couple of hours, and we're just seeing that this is one street in the Palisades. As Ed has said, this is the heart of it, right behind the Gelsons.
Yeah, and look how quickly that fire, like right here, as Ed just showed us, that was almost nothing a few seconds ago, and let's hope that that does not turn into a fire right there to that house, but there's really nothing to stop it. And this is the challenge for firefighters during these events. We saw this happen in 2018 during the Woolsey fire, which also exploded in size and was one of the worst fires in Southern California. When there's this ferocious of winds able to take embers in this many directions this quickly, there are simply not enough firefighters to be everywhere at all times. And so what happens is they have to pick and choose, and what happens is you have a street like this where there are no firefighters because they're busy somewhere else guarding another street, and then half the block is gone in a matter of minutes. It is the nightmare scenario for neighbors and residents, and this has got to be so sickening, I'm imagining, for the residents who may be living on this street and watching our stream or watching this on a different station and knowing that their home is now burning and there's nobody there to stop it. The good news is the people are out. The tough news, though, for these people is there's really nothing that can be done to stop this, at least in the interim, because some streets at this point, just because of the numbers, are going to burn, and some streets are going to be protected, and sometimes it just is lucky in being in the right place at the right time. And it's oftentimes, Marla, we see on these streets where 1 or 2 homes or 3 homes burn, and then across the street the home is fine. And so unfortunately for the people that live right here, their home is not going to be fine. I mean, just a picture that looks like something literally straight out of hell. As now the sun starts to go down, and these images are going to be all the more ominous as we see these flames, and it's going to be dark outside, and it's going to be lit up by these orange pictures and this black smoke.
It is 4:50, so we are just minutes away until the official sunset. This is just one street in the Palisades. This is Antioch Street. This gives you an idea of how destructive those winds are, how destructive the flames are. You talk about numbers and being outsized by the flames. LAFD has just over 250 personnel, firefighters on the scene to tackle this fire that is quickly growing out of control. And they even made that a point at the press conference that we heard them deliver just over an hour, almost hour and a half ago at 3:30. They said it's burned 1,262 acres, but we know that the worst is yet to come. We heard that from multiple officials out there. There's 46 engines. They have 5 helicopters, LAFD themselves. Then there's those super scoopers. There's the issue of, my goodness, you see that flame, those flames getting more and more intense. The power lines. Ed, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. Holding on. We just got a big gust, as you could see it here. Mikey, good idea. Let's get back. But Alex, you were saying it's like the balls of hell you're looking into. Those gusts come through, and it's just a wall of flames right down the street itself. More homes catching off to the left, where maybe we were looking at that hedge. The top of the hedge is now burning, and I think it's actually caught the top of that home on fire. So there is just nothing you can do at this point. This fire roaring out of control. And even if there were firefighters here, to your point earlier, how are you going to stop this? You've got these embers burning all over the place. You're going to hear the transformers, the gas tanks exploding as this fire roars down this street. There's no stopping it at this point. And these winds, here comes another big gust. In the last 10 minutes or so, they were steady, but we've been getting more of the gusts. The sundowner winds coming through, and that's even just fanning these flames even more. Look at that. Look at the embers. Look at it just blowing it through like crazy.
Ed, you've been doing this for many years. This has got to be one of the worst you've ever seen.
Yeah, very much so. And usually when you see this, to be honest with you, fire control can keep it up. They do a great job keeping it in the hills, in the mountains, above the communities itself. Now, when this started earlier, I was thinking the same thing, that those brave men and women with their strike teams and the airdrops would keep it up, keep it from jumping over Sunset. But I never imagined these winds, which would carry these embers sometimes a mile or two, just below this. I've never seen anything like this, especially in a very tight area like this, a metropolitan area. Usually you see it in the canyons down in Orange County or something like that. But here, Palisades, the village, my God.
Yeah, and we think about the Franklin fire, Marla, when you and I were on the air until 4 o'clock in the morning a few weeks ago when this was burning in Malibu, and the fear was that this would happen there. And in fact, it largely didn't. There were some areas that were impacted, but a lot of the worst of it, these sort of images, which we feared were happening, didn't happen there. But now it is happening in Pacific Palisades. The number of structures lost for this is already significantly more than what we saw for that Franklin fire, which was the last time we had a wind event similar to this one.
Yeah, it looked really bad as we brought you that coverage, but it turned out to be not so bad. It could have been a lot worse, but this, on the other hand, looks terrible, and it is terrible, and it's going to get worse. The personnel from LAFD certainly outnumbered by the strength of the winds. They do have, I was talking a little earlier about at their disposal in terms of aircraft, they do have 5 helicopters. There are the super scoopers that we saw do some great work earlier. They were dipping into the Pacific Ocean to make those water drops. The super scoopers, we saw 2 of them. They are able to carry about 1,600 gallons of water per drop. That makes a significant impact. But the question is, flying at night is a whole other thing. A lot of times they cannot. And Governor Newsom was making the point that it's not just that the aircraft can't handle the turbulence from the winds, it's that the fire retardant just gets splashed all the way around, and it doesn't make it an efficient drop. And so it's sort of useless. That was the point that he was making earlier. So the firefight mainly from the ground at this point, and just to get a handle on it, obviously there's 0% containment. We haven't talked about the cause at this point. It could have been caused by anything. There was one person who said that on New Year's Day there was concern about fireworks, and there was a small brush fire that ignited. That was quickly put out. Was this caused by fireworks? It's way too early to tell, but nonetheless, it is here and it is getting worse.
And with these winds, you don't need much of a flame to start a fire, and once it starts, as we see, it's almost impossible to stop it. You can stop it in certain areas, but you can't stop all of it. And while this is happening at Ed's location, we know, because we saw Matthew Seedorf a short time ago, there's more fires, more structures burning at his location. We saw structures in danger at Chelsea Edwards' location. We got structures burning in Christy Fajardo's location. Those are at least 4 different areas, and that's just where our crews are. There may be more burning in some of the more remote areas as well that we can't get to right now, that fire crews frankly may not even know is happening because there is so much happening at the same time. We are in that sort of fog of war phase of this where everybody's doing their best to save lives, but you know, not all the information is always totally accurate because people are in crisis mode, and we are in the midst of that crisis. Certainly this particular street is. This is, you know, an area that we've been talking to residents, although it is, you know, so close and in danger of burning. A lot of the residents we've spoken with say that it hasn't burned in decades. And unfortunately, that is now happening, the thing they've all been fearful of. At the same time. So we're looking at the live picture on the ground. On the top left of your screen is a live picture from our Santa Monica cam, I believe. Or actually, this is from our station in West LA, our rooftop looking. This is our view from the station. You get a sense of that, and it's not only impacting obviously all these homes, but air quality for the entire west side of certainly Los Angeles and beyond is going to be impacted by all that smoke, and the traffic in the already congested west side is especially bad tonight because of these fires and road closures and all the rest of it. We certainly saw that near our station here firsthand, but that's all secondary to the efforts to protect life and the efforts to try to protect property, but some of those efforts are in vain as we watch these homes continue to burn.
Yeah, as we do that, let's remind you of the evacuation centers that are in place. If you have small animals, you can go to the Westwood Rec Center. That's between, that's on Sepulveda between Wilshire and Ohio. The Dream Center has also opened up its doors. That's in Hollywood, the Dream Center. And then if you have large livestock, Pierce College is also taking your animals. And that's the same case with LA County Animal Shelter, as you can see on your screen, on Agora Road in Agora. So Pierce College in Woodland Hills taking large livestock, and the LA County Animal Shelter in Agora, that is taking the small pets there. So those are the evacuation centers that are set up for tonight. We've heard from a lot of the residents who, obviously, they've lived there for a long time. They have friends that live in nearby Brentwood, and they're able to seek some reprieve there for the night. So 2 live pictures, 2 very stunning live pictures. The one on the smaller picture is from the roof of our studios here in West Los Angeles at Fox 11. You can see the active flames and the massive plume of smoke enveloping the skyline on this Tuesday evening. And then also the bigger picture here, this is Antioch Street in the city of Pacific Palisades. By the way, just population of just some 23,000 people who live here, and already more than 1,300 acres have burned since 10:30 this morning.
Yeah, let's take you. This is a live picture right now from LAX, where I believe Air Force One, I think, is still parked. And this is the image. If you imagine coming into Los Angeles, or even flying out of Los Angeles, and this is what you see as you come in, that massive plume of smoke. That gives you a sense. I mean, this is miles and miles away from this, which gives you a sense of how big that smoke is and how many people are seeing it in their evening commute tonight. And people flying in and out, and we don't have any reports of major delays, but still challenging, I would imagine, to be flying in and out of Los Angeles tonight as well, with the winds that everybody is dealing with. And again, the worst of the winds are still to come later tonight. We want to pause for a moment as we welcome everybody at the top of the hour. You are watching the Fox 11 News at 5 o'clock, which is simulcast on both Fox 11 and Fox 11 Plus. Good evening. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. We've been on the air with you since taking over for the crew on Good Day LA since 2:30 this afternoon, and our coverage continues. Here's what we know about the Pacific Palisades fire, simply called the Palisades Fire. Almost 1,300 acres burned, 0% contained, 30,000 people under mandatory evacuation orders, 10,000 homes threatened. We just went over some of those evacuation centers. I'll do so again. The Westwood Rec Center in Westwood, the Dream Center in Hollywood, Pierce College in Woodland Hills for large livestock, and the LA Animal County Center in Agora Hills for the smaller pets. Westwood Rec Center is also taking the smaller pets.
If you are just joining us on Fox 11 Plus, where we are now just beginning our coverage, I know many of you have been joining us on Fox 11. There are other folks that are streaming us right now on the Fox local app. We thank you for joining us, and just get you caught up. What we're looking at right now is one of the most devastating wildfires that we have seen in Southern California in several years. We know of at least 20 different structures that we've personally witnessed that have burned today. That number could rise. That's just our crews trying to get a sense of what they're seeing on the ground. And there is an active firefight going on, and in some places homes are just burning. We want to welcome you inside our studio and just let you know that we have live team coverage that we are going to be on commercial free throughout the night with you to help guide you through this life-threatening situation. We've got reporters all over Southern California, including our Matthew Seedorf, who joins us right now. Matthew, I know you have seen far too many homes burning. Not sure if Matthew can hear us.
Yeah, I don't know. We're having some issues with our microphone out here, but we're off Washington Lane. You can see the massive fire. We were out there about 30 minutes ago. Firefighters are doing their best trying to contain this home specifically with water, but if you pan over to the fire hydrant,
Matthew, despite your best efforts, we're having a hard time with the mic, so it's hard to hear you.
Yeah,
we're sorry about that.
Maybe, Matthew, if you can stand right in front of the camera, because the only thing we're getting you from is the camera mic. So maybe if you talk right to that, we might be able to hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me on the net mic right now?
Yeah, so just talk loud.
Yeah, you can hear me. Okay, good. So basically, we were joining you about 30 minutes ago. Firefighters were actively trying to put out the flames on this home off Lockman Lane. Since then, they've lost water pressure on the hydrant. So basically, this fire is just growing out of control. And there's at least 3 or 4 homes on this street alone that are without, trying to get water on top of the home that are on fire. I would estimate that we've seen probably more than a dozen homes at least damaged by flames today, but it's not a good situation as the winds continue to pick up right now.
Yeah, you've really been in the thick of it all day long. At one point, even picking up the hose yourself and trying to put out a spot fire. All right, you stay safe. We'll check in with you when we can. Matthew, thank you. Let's go to our chief meteorologist, Adam Kruger. You've been warning about these destructive winds since last week, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, it was a concerning weather setup. It looked like it was going to be that way since last week. We're seeing it play out right now. And really the big story going forward from this point is the fact that the winds will get stronger tonight and peak really late tonight through early tomorrow morning. One thing I thought was interesting, I just had a couple notes I wrote down as we were watching Ed Laskos' live shot just a few minutes ago. We saw he was reporting there were some gusts, bursts of wind that started happening as he was reporting. I think that's just the beginning of the ramp up of the winds. By the way, I'm going to animate this going forward in a moment, but I think that's just the beginning of the winds ramping up. So we're going to see more of those bursts start to happen over the next several hours. Another thing we saw near Ed was one of the embers just flew right across where he was standing, and then we saw a bush light on fire, and it was basically, it reminded me of like the demonstrations you see online or what the fire department will do, showing what can happen with a Christmas tree, and they'll do a demonstration in a parking lot of how quickly it will become engulfed. And that's what it reminded me of. It was just kind of amazing to see that happen and play out in real time. Also, where he's reporting from, densely populated area, not like it's on the border of a neighborhood. There's homes all around it. And I was looking at the map. We've been talking about the 1,200 or so acres being marked as least how much acreage has burned so far. But where he was reporting from with some of the homes on fire, that was like 6 or 7 streets over from the border of the 1,200 acres. So it'll be interesting to see when the next update comes out from the officials as to what the acreage would be. And we know it's going to be higher, but it might be substantially higher from what I'm seeing. And again, now as we look at the forecast here, we're going to see those winds just kind of really ramp up. So here we are starting right about now. I've got the Pacific Palisades marked right here, but also you'll see big numbers on many other parts of the map as well. Here's a look at 7 o'clock this evening. Here's 9 o'clock this evening now. Look at the drastic increase in the forecast wind gusts. Now keep in mind, these are gusts, not sustained winds. There's a difference there. Gusts would be just how strong the winds could be in instantaneous moments, just like a burst that might get up over 60 miles per hour. So that's what these numbers mean. Sustained winds will still be really high, maybe something like 30, 40 mile per hour sustained winds, which would be like the average wind speed over a couple minutes. So again, here's 9 o'clock tonight. Now as we go through the night, I think the winds are going to hold at that strength pretty much all night long. Here's a look at 2 a.m. We see big numbers all across the area, not just around the Palisades, but a lot of the mountains north of LA, valleys as well. Look at Burbank. Our model says near 70 mile per hour gusts there, for example. Going into 4 o'clock in the morning, it's basically the exact same story. Here's 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We see some differences in some spots, but it's just widespread purple, which is not good. That means very strong wind gusts. We see the high numbers, for example, 70 at the Pacific Palisades. And something I mentioned earlier today is this is a computer model. This is a projection. Doesn't mean the winds are going to exactly play out like this, but it gives us a really good indication as to what type of wind speeds we're looking at. It may differ a little bit, but you get the idea. Really strong winds and the same wind direction, basically from the northeast throughout this whole event. Now here we go into the end of the day Wednesday. This is 6 p.m. and this is a crucial point because 6 p.m. tomorrow is when the high wind warnings expire across our area. So that means we passed the worst of it, but still red flag conditions continue into Thursday. Relative humidity, we've seen those below 10% or below 20% in some spots today. It's tomorrow when we expect the air to actually get even drier. So relative humidity, we've seen those below 10% or below 20% in some spots today. It's tomorrow when we expect the air to actually get even drier. So two things working against us here. One is the winds get stronger tonight and into tomorrow morning. The other thing is the humidity will be going down even more tomorrow with some spots below 10%. I also want to point out one more thing before I send it back to you guys. So we've been talking about the red flag warning. It's widespread for today and tomorrow. And notice that the banner here I put for some areas Thursday. So let me switch from Tuesday, Wednesday. Now I'm just highlighting areas that are under a red flag warning just on Thursday. So there's a little spot here from around LA south where that's carved out, but still it's a widespread red flag warning. Even though the winds will be a little bit lower here, still a widespread red flag warning on Thursday. So again, strongest winds still to come tonight, just to kind of like summarize everything. And the air gets even a little bit drier tomorrow. And you know, we've seen video of these embers flying around. Things are catching on fire all over the place. Really, really difficult situation for those involved to try to mitigate this fire. It's going to be really tough, even from the air with the winds blowing this strong. Anything they might drop just gets blown away before it hits its target. Really, really tough next 24 hours ahead of us.
And Adam, the scary thing what you're talking about, because we just looked at that map, we're not just talking about Pacific Palisades. So it is very possible, almost likely, that we could have another fire in another area with the winds the way that they are.
Yeah, you know, you go into these scenarios. We had a similar kind of weather setup back in December, back in November. We know the big fires that ignited from those, but that's just up to chance. It's like wherever it's going to happen, it's going to happen. And the environment that we have around the Palisades exists, yes, everywhere across Southern California. So one little, you know, spark or some small fire somewhere could lead to another situation like what we're seeing play out right now.
Yeah, and to check the calendar, it was December 9th that the Franklin fire erupted. Yep. That was in Malibu. That burned just over 4,000. That could have been worse. Just 20 structures destroyed. I say just, given that we thought it was going to be a whole lot worse, as we're now seeing nighttime video of the flames of the Palisades fire. Before that, in November, it was November 6th that the Mountain Fire in Ventura County erupted. That was very, very destructive, with almost 250 structures destroyed. And now here we are. Each month there's been a significant fire incident, and we have the Palisades fire erupting on January the 7th, and now we're almost to 1,300 at last check. This is an ominous picture. I think this is Ed Lasco's picture, because you were just on Antioch Street behind the Gelsons, and here you are. Are you still on Antioch?
Yes. Yeah, we start exact same location, Marla. This fire, as the winds whip through here, really has turned into, well, turned into hell on earth. My goodness, look at that. This is Antioch. Across here is Haverford. We are about a block behind Gelson's. The alarming thing is the wind swirls. Mikey will give you a look at that. Home after home right down Antioch. Burning. Nothing here to stop it. The flames, the winds, we get a good look at it now because mostly it's covered in a lot of thick smoke as the winds swirl around here. But this is extremely alarming, not because you're watching homes burn live, but the hope from Fire Command is they were going to keep these flames north of Sunset, not let them jump over. We're right along Temescal Canyon that runs along Pali High, right down the PCH itself. And now you can see clearly the flames with these embers have jumped Sunset and now burning through this neighborhood. Several homes here lost, others over on the far. Another one of the transformer blowing. Mikey, over here to the right, in that area through the smoke, that's another area that's right down along Temescal, right across from the high school itself. Look at the flames through there. You can see them through all the smoke, the dense smoke as it blows through. So it's basically one spot fire after another. To Adam's point, the winds here in the last 20 minutes, really you get some very, very strong gusts. And when that happens, it's like raining lit sparks, lit embers, I'm sorry. Another blast of the wind came, blowing a lot of dust and debris and everything else at us. But look what these high gusts do to those flames. Just whip them up even more ferociously as they threaten to jump across Antioch itself. Over there, that is the area that is right along Temescal, right over by Palisades High School. That is threatened. This whole area certainly is under evacuation notices. We haven't seen anybody here other than some folks coming around with their cameras, social media type, but everybody else is evacuated. No power in most of the area. Transformers exploding, lines coming down. The fire department going around telling everybody be careful about the lines that they come down because they're most likely energized, very dangerous, very deadly. But these gusts, look at those flames. We're getting another big gust through here. It really obscures your view with all the thick smoke, but it just whips those flames up even higher. I was thinking before, when you get even halfway down the block, you could feel the intense heat coming around, especially if the wind starts to blow it in your direction. And look at some of the debris blowing, and I think you can even see, look at all the sparks, the embers blowing from right to left on your screen, blowing across. Earlier we showed you about the last half hour, there was a hedge across the street, large hedge, maybe 6-7 feet high. That caught on fire. It's burnt now alongside. Luckily that the home itself, to my view, hasn't lit up on fire. That's the good news there. But all the way down the street, even as I bend around this side to the left, it's nothing but one home after another burning. Fire department again, nowhere in sight. They've got their hands full in some other areas, but again, there are so many spot fires burning up here. We see this section of Antioch over there on Temescal, the right, and then some other sections along Sunset. But the really frightening part of this is the flames with these winds and the embers. It's jumped across Sunset now, burning on the south side of Sunset, being pushed by these gusts, being pushed down toward PCH itself.
Ed Lascos, thank you. What a picture.
Yeah.
Absolutely devastating. Let's check in with Christy Fajardo. She has another look now that the sun has set. Christy, looks like you're working to make sure your microphone's on.
Christy, we can hear you now, Christy.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I apologize. We're having some technical problems. I just got word that the senior center is burning, and I'm actually a block away from where Ed is, and you can tell how dark it is. There's so much smoke, but there's actually an apartment building that's now on fire here on Sunset Boulevard. And for a couple of hours, we had not seen any firefighters, but they did come in here with several engines, and they're tackling that apartment fire as we speak. I also saw a home burning down on Radcliffe and Havenford, so quite a few things are on fire. And if we pan this way, I can show you, that's the Gelsons, just to give you an idea of where we are. And we're standing in the parking lot of the 76 station, and someone from the gas station has been out watering the parking lot now for a couple of hours. In fact, he's still here with his hose. And even though it looks like this, he has not evacuated, although he told me he will at some point. And about 2 minutes ago, right before you came out live to me, we saw a whole stream of cars. Apparently, some holdouts now have decided it is time to get out as this fire keeps burning and pushing in our direction. And again, we are at Via de la Paz and Sunset, so we're smack dab in the middle of the Palisades Village, and this is the scene right now. You can see how dark the sky is. You can also probably hear the gusts of wind. And for a couple of hours, we've been hearing fire alarms go off, but it appears that the power is now out. We're not hearing those smoke alarms and those fire alarms going off any longer, but we do know that an apartment complex, a very large one, is now on fire. Let's send it back to you.
Christy, thank you so much for that. Haley Winslow, she's on the ground. You were at the command post earlier. Where are you now?
Hey there. Yes, we are just down the road from basically where the press conference happened with Governor Newsom and the chief both of police and fire. They had some really big mobile command posts, big rigs kind of thing that they had to move in, so they asked us to move down the parking lot. But check it out, you guys. Those are the flames right there, and the smoke is incredible. I mean, it's almost enveloping the entire sky here. We're just at Will Rogers State Beach still, off of the PCH here. The ocean's literally on the other side of this parking lot. And the presser wrapped up probably a half hour ago. I did just talk to Eric Scott, though, a few minutes ago. He's, of course, the PIO of LAFD. And I said, if there's one message that you want to get out to the public, what would you want me to say? And he said, don't ever abandon your car like people did today. I mean, he said it was a disaster. They had to bring in a bulldozer to literally remove the cars. And he said, of course, you know, if there's flames in your car, that's one thing. But unless you absolutely have to, never leave your vehicle like that or move it over to the, you know, obviously to the side of the road, because it was a huge disaster for everybody behind those parked cars. It was gridlocked. So, and they couldn't get in, the first responders. So we've got some video of those cars showing people just literally getting out. And there was, I think we said earlier today, 100 people walking. And he said what often happens is, you know, somebody panics, they see somebody else walking, and it was kind of just a domino effect. But it was a really, really big chaotic mess for firefighters trying to get into the fire. And of course, those vehicles left behind, he said, we don't mess around. We brought in a bulldozer and removed them. So that's the one thing that he wanted to say. You know, of course, I asked him about this fire, and we asked Governor Newsom, what's the plan? What's the plan in place with the worst winds yet to come tonight, starting at 10 p.m.? And the fire is moving southwest right now, of course, with these big northeast winds. And he said that they've got all boots on the ground. They do have more aircraft. So I have a couple of close friends who were in the fire trapped, and they said, please ask him why we're not seeing more helicopters and more tankers, more aircraft in the sky. And about 4 different people at that press conference touched on that, and they said, you know, we can fly around all day and not do anything. The aircraft can handle these winds. The problem is they're retardant. They have to be able to aim correctly on the fire, on the flames, or it's just useless. And Governor Newsom actually had some really interesting input about that. He said with AI, with technology, they've got some incredible game-changing technology down the road that will really help with these wildfire fights. Of course, that's not, you know, good news for people today, but they do have boots on the ground, obviously here in our region, and then they have resources coming from Northern California, of course, CAL FIRE, and then they can always bring in resources, they said, from other states if need be. So they are, according to them, on top of this. And, you know, I said this is only one fire. You know, what if another wildfire breaks out similar to this one tonight when the winds pick up? And they, of course, have a plan in place ready for that, too, with more resources on the way. Reporting live here in Will Rogers State Beach, I'm Haley Winslow. I'll send it back to you guys.
Haley, do we know why the people started abandoning the cars? Or what was the... Oh, sorry. Hey, Marla, you have something you want to share?
Well, no, go ahead. I'll go.
Well, go ahead, Marla.
There were concerns. There's a lot of reports, and you're looking at it online, that the Getty Villa, the precious Getty Villa, was on fire. We're working to confirm that. There are some images online that show the vegetation around the villa engulfed in flames. We're just getting word that the CEO of the villa says that the staff remains safe and the art collection remains safe, though trees and vegetations on the site have burned. So it doesn't seem that the actual museum has caught fire. The statement goes on to say irrigation was immediately deployed throughout the grounds. Tuesday morning, museum galleries and library archives were sealed off from smoke by state-of-the-art air handling systems, and the double-walled construction of the galleries also provides significant protection for those collections.
Wow.
And lastly, the Getty Villa will remain closed to the public through at least Monday. So it seems that the Getty Villa itself has been spared at this point, but we will be checking on that.
Haley, I want to let you answer that question. We saw all those cars out there. Do we know, like, what started the first person to say, I'm abandoning my car? Do we have any background on that?
So I thought it was, you know, there had to be flames coming into the car. I know from a boating background, you never leave the boat unless you have to, and it's kind of the similar situation. You know, Eric Scott said, don't ever leave your car unless there are literally like flames in your car. And so he said, you know, during a fire, there's 2 kinds of people. There's the person who's cool, calm, and collected, and is like, oh, it's just another fire. We dealt with this dozen times before, and it obviously gets much worse than they expect. And then there's the second person who just panics, and he believes that it was somebody who just panicked and, you know, thought, I'm not getting anywhere, I can't get anywhere, I gotta get out, I gotta get to my house, or get out of the way wherever they were trying to go. But instead of like moving off the road out of traffic, they just literally parked their car in the road. And then what happened was that when everyone else followed suit, there was a massive backup behind them, and first responders couldn't get through.
Yeah, we've seen those images throughout the afternoon, and I heard those reports earlier that people, they were so frustrated that they were literally gridlocked and stopped with nowhere to go. Yeah. That is why that they got out of their cars. Let's go to Chelsea Edwards. She is close to the Getty Villa. Chelsea, what can you tell us?
I mean, look at what we're seeing here. So we're standing on PCH. We drove down Sunset and took a left. I mean, look at this. Whatever this was, now completely destroyed. I believe that we're south of the Getty Villa, though, but when you look up the canyon, you can see what looks like columns, which I know we see at the Getty Villa, but again, I don't think that that's where we are. It is so hard to get oriented here because of this thick smoke. It's just hard to tell where you are. But again, we drove south on Sunset Boulevard, took a left on PCH, and that's where we are now. Now, if we look to the south, you can see fire personnel down there. You can see how it actually has jumped, or it appears to have jumped PCH down in the distance from where we're standing here, again, very hard to tell because it's just so dark and so soupy. I mean, it's like nighttime out here. I mean, it is nighttime out here, but you can barely see anything. But look at these flames. So it looks like there was a structure here on the bottom ground, kind of near PCH, and then you go up into the hillside and something very large is burning up there. We keep hearing what sounds like things collapsing, like wood falling onto itself, some things just falling all over the place up there. Very loud sounds of things collapsing. So not sure exactly what's burning, but something very large up there. And again, you can see this wind just pushing off into the ocean. We're standing right up against the beach here on PCH, and you see these embers flying as well. These are large embers. I mean, the good news is, obviously, you've got the ocean right here, so there's nothing to burn when it gets to this side of PCH and nothing further than that. But, I mean, everything on this hillside is charred. Now, I want to show you to the north as well, if we can do this, Elliot. So it looks like everything to the north of this area has already burned. You can see a lot of those embers, some hot spots that are kind of up in that area. Now, near where we're standing is a mobile home park, and we're getting reports that there are mobile homes in that park, kind of up on that hillside there, that are on fire. We've not confirmed those independently, but we have been hearing that. So we're going to head in that direction in just a bit and see what we can find there. I believe it's called the Malibu Village Mobile Home Park, but that's kind of right where we're standing. But look at these large spot fires. I mean, you've got some brush that looks like it's on fire there. Lots of smoke coming off of all of this. Again, it looks like a lot of this is already burned here along PCH, which, you know, is good news. It looks like we're in a safe spot, at least right here. This is all just charred hillside, but whatever this is, obviously a total loss. Whatever above it is a total loss. Oh, and then let's look to the south, Elliot. See this big, looks like we just got a big cloud covering it, big thing of smoke, but there was another fire I just saw to the south. We can see those flames kind of poking out. Do you see that? Not sure what that is, but this is where it looks like it jumped PCH. And is now burning kind of on both sides. Again, the good news, obviously, there's nothing on this side of PCH. There's nothing left here to burn. But you can see those embers kind of crossing this parking lot as well here at the beach. Just incredible images. Another thing I just want to point out, we've got 3 American flags that are posted just on that side. You can see them right across PCH. Those are still intact. Everything around them has burned. The structure to the back of it has burned. The hillside all around it has burned. But those 3 American flags remain up and untouched as of now. Wow, but look again at these structures. You see these big, large beams just being consumed. They're falling. I mean, this is just, look at these embers as well. Look at that, just raining down on this parking lot on the beach. Just, I've never seen anything like this. I mean, we've been covering these fires for years here in Los Angeles, and this is just, this is on another level.
Definitely one of the worst of all time that we are witnessing in real time together. Chelsea Edwards, and photographer Elliot Mendoza, thanks for your great work out there. We want to bring in the conversation right now Callie, who joins us on the phone. I was just asking Haley Winslow about why did people abandon their cars? What sparked that? Well, she's one of those people that was stuck in the middle of that, and she can give us some answers on what was happening. Callie, thanks so much for being with us. Walk us through what happened.
Hi, thank you so much. My husband went to go pick up my daughter from Calvary on Palisades Drive, and the fire was just way too close on both sides of Palisades Drive that people were scared for their lives, so they got out of their cars to go down, and then I live up in the Highlands and tried to drive down, and because people abandoned their cars, I wasn't able to get down, so I drove my car back up and took a bicycle all the way down the hill. And people in my neighborhood on Monte Alto Street are actually still in their homes because they don't think it's safe enough to go down Palisades Drive.
Well, hopefully we can show that video of the cars so people know what we're talking about. Here it is. These are cars that were abandoned, and then fire crews had no way to get up the street, so they brought in a bulldozer and then moved them all to the side and totaled a lot of the cars in the process. So is your car one of these?
Callie, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
So as far as I understood your story, you were going to get stuck in the backup of people abandoning their cars, but you turned your car around, went back to location A and got your bike and then rode your bike down, so you didn't end up having to abandon your car as others did. Is that right?
No, but my husband was one that he also went down and he had to abandon his car.
I see, because the flames were just coming too close. What is your status currently tonight?
I'm staying at a hotel in Santa Monica and praying my house doesn't burn down.
Is your family safe? Your I think you said your daughter and your husband?
Yes, everybody's safe, but I'm really concerned about my neighbors who are just sheltering in place still because they don't think they can get down that road.
And they think this because of the cars or because of the flames?
The flames and the cars, because everybody was turned away at one point and told to shelter in place.
Wow. And now we're looking at some video of some of these cars that were, when they were moved by that bulldozer and moving around like little toys. I think about how strong that thing is there. So, Callie, how are you processing all of this?
I'm just happy that I'm with my family, but of course it's very gutting to know that I don't have any of my belongings with me.
Oh, we're so sorry to hear that. How long have you been a resident of the Pacific Palisades?
We actually moved from Topanga 3 years ago because I was so worried about the fires there.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. And traditionally, the Palisades has been able to be spared from a lot of these fires for many, many years. Can you talk about, and obviously it sounds like your husband experienced this really, just what the chaos was like of that moment with the cars and everybody being stuck and just what that felt like, what people were saying?
So I was taking a bicycle down Palisades Drive, and the palm trees in the middle of the road, the tops were all on fire. There were cars on fire. It was very scary. There was fire on both sides of the street. I'm just grateful I got out.
Did you get a formal evacuation warning from the city, from LAFD, or did you make the call on your own?
No, there's not very good service up there right now.
So you made the call on your own?
Yes, my neighbors told me to stay, and they're still there.
Have you had contact with them since?
Yes, and they said that they don't feel safe driving down Palisades Drive right now.
Wow. Well, hopefully maybe we can put some of those people in touch with rescue crews or maybe firefighters or somebody who can help get them out.
Yes, they're on Monte Alto.
Monte Alto. Okay, maybe we can make that happen.
All right, we will do our best to pass that word along. Obviously, they are pretty busy right now too, but we appreciate you sharing that word with us, and we wish you the best and hope we can stay in touch with you in the hours ahead.
And we hope that your home is spared. Callie, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
It's now 5:30. You were watching the Fox 11 News at 5, a night that we will not soon forget here in Southern California. Alex Michelson, Marla Tejas here with you for the evening as we are watching the Palisades fire burn more than 1,200 acres, threatening 10,000 more. And we have seen probably at least 24 structures burn, if not more than that.
Let's go to the ground. I believe we're going to Chelsea Edwards on the ground, and you're along PCH, and you've seen some serious destruction behind you. There was talk of, you mentioned the big structure behind you that was burning. This may be the Villa de Leon.
That's what it's looking like on the maps. That certainly seems to match. I mean, look up there. You can see those columns. You see the fire just kind of shooting out of them right now. That's certainly what it appears to be. Again, it's very hard to get oriented where we are just because of this thick black smoke. Come down a little bit, Elliot. You can see the structure. Just a few minutes ago, that was standing, whatever that was. Now it's just a few beams. We just saw some huge collapses of some of the major structural beams there. There's hardly anything left there. And if you go even further south on PCH, I mean, we're just seeing these big clouds of black smoke sweeping down the hillside and coming toward the ocean. Not sure what it is up there that's burning, but it looks like they're kind of repositioning a lot of their firefighting efforts down this way. We just saw a convoy of fire officials that just were rushing down PCH. I see another one that's up in the distance coming down from the north. And again, you got like a police officer here. So it seems that they're focusing some of their efforts now on this section, which is south of Sunset Boulevard along PCH. And, you know, we're looking at these structures structures that are burning. Take a look up there. You see a ridge now on fire. The good news from where we're standing, at least, everything on this hillside is already burned. This is all charred. You just see some embers now, but everything to the sides of it are going up. I mean, that was nothing just 60 seconds ago, and now you can see that ridge fully engulfed. Now, just up to the north a little bit, and you can see this wind as well. I mean, it's just blowing. Now up there's a mobile home park that we have gotten reports that there are some structures that are on fire up there. Again, we have not independently confirmed those. We're not near any fire officials right now, so haven't confirmed that. But again, with the smoke that we're seeing and these sounds that we're hearing, I mean, just sounds like huge structures. Stones are falling down. You just can't make out what's going on, but I mean, just something to behold here. Again, that structure is now gone. There's nothing left of that. And look at the ferocity of this fire that's sweeping down toward the beach now. Look at that black smoke. I mean, whatever is burning up there is just completely engulfed in flames. It's sweeping across PCH. We saw it burning on the other side of PCH for a little while. I mean, there's nothing on this side really to burn other than some grass, and then you've got the beach and the water. So, I mean, that's the good news, at least on this stretch. There are no homes right where we're standing on this side of PCH. Of course, you go north and south, and that's not the case in other places. So I assume that's what firefighters are working on, trying to protect some of the structures that are on PCH, because this wind is certainly pushing the flames that direction. I mean, they're coming down the mountain and then toward the ocean. So, you know, it's hard to see what's happening down there. We see a lot of emergency personnel. Here's another part of that convoy, or at least a few other fire officials that are heading down there toward the south. So that's kind of where it looks like a lot of the action is happening, but just quite a scene to behold. I mean, it is just wild up here. You see a palm tree. I don't know if you can see this, Elliot, but see up at the very top, that's a tall palm tree up there. That was on fire just a second ago. You can see how parts of it are burning. You've got embers kind of in the trunk of that palm tree and then up on the fronds as well. So that's certainly a concern as well. You know, you get one of those palm fronds that is on fire and then gets carried in this wind. I mean, as we've said many times, they can go up, you know, as far as 2 miles. So you've got homes all up and down PCH, all up and in these hillsides as well. I mean, we're right in the Pacific Palisades, Santa Monica, just this way, and then you've got Malibu up there. So a lot of residential areas. And when you look at things like that, I mean, there's no way that firefighters can do anything about that without air support. I mean, that is so tall when you look at the height of where those embers are on that palm tree. So if you get those embers, you get those fronds that start flying around, especially in these winds, there's just nothing anybody can do. I mean, wherever they land, you're just at their mercy. I mean, there's no way to predict where they're going to go, and there's no way to fix it if they do land and catch something on fire. So very dangerous situation out here. And again, we're seeing a lot more support. I see more firefighters that are coming from the north down to the south down here on PCH to deal with whatever is happening down there. So it appears that this fire is kind of moving in this southwesterly direction. Again, kind of hard to get oriented on exactly where we are because it's just so hard to see. The visibility is so low here. But I mean, look, again, just look at this. It just keeps getting worse, it seems like. It just structures back there, whatever is back there. Hopefully everybody got out and was able to evacuate, because this whole hillside is just gone, Marla and Alex.
Wow. That picture really speaks for itself. And it looks like another structure may be burning there. We want to show you some video from...
Wow. Oh, did you hear that explosion? Yes. That sounded like a, I don't know what that was, a transformer or something, but that was large. I could feel that one, actually. I could feel the vibration from that one. Whatever that was very large.
I felt like we could feel that from here. All right, Chelsea, stay safe where you are. Let's show you this video if we can. So this is some video from a little earlier where we see how close the flames got, at least in that video, to the Getty Villa. Now, in this video, which was clearly posted to TikTok, we don't see the actual Getty Villa burning. We just see what's near the Getty Villa burning. And from what you said earlier, Marla, they have not said that the actual structure itself is burned.
Right. So to your point, the Getty Villa is a massive complex. The vegetation around it is burning, but the president and CEO put out a statement saying that the staff and art collection remain safe, and it's just some of those trees and vegetation on site that have burned. So at this point, and they have, as you can imagine, great protection given the museum, the art collection inside, the irrigation system they have on site. So at this point, all remains to be in one piece at the Getty Villa. And here's another live look.
This is Chelsea's camera.
Shot.
And maybe let's just all be quiet for a moment and just try to listen in to the sounds of this right now and listen to these winds. I mean, you can hear how dramatic that is in person, and how Chelsea and photographer Elliot Mendoza are doing a great job of even being able to stand up in all of that. You see that it looks like a bunch of fire crews have now arrived there. If this is indeed right near the Getty Villa, you wonder if they're going to work to try to save that structure. As we've talked about, you kind of have to prioritize, and that may be one of the things that they're going to prioritize. But you know, we don't know. Sometimes it gets so intense that you can't stop the fire, and we are seeing that. And look at this live picture. Wow, as it's gotten darker, you know, the dramatic image of that fire line right in the middle of, you know, one of the more populated areas of Southern California is just a sort of awe-inspiring and also scary sight. That picture coming to us from, I believe, our Santa Monica cam, looking back towards Pacific Palisades.
Let's go ahead and get a look at that forecast and the winds with Chief Meteorologist Adam Kruger. This is when you expected those winds to pick up. I know the later we get, the worse those winds will be traveling.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting is a little while ago, so just kind of like really dissecting what the computer model was showing, and I'll have that in a second here, but it was actually indicating around 5 to 6 p.m., just for like an hour, that the winds would slightly back off. And I'm looking at some of the weather instruments kind of near the Pacific Palisades. There's not a good one right in the heart of the city. But actually some of these, compared to about an hour ago, the winds have come down about 10 miles per hour. So that little 5 to 6 p.m. window, which we're in right now, seems to maybe be playing out, but then the winds will ramp up big time this evening. I'll get to that in a moment. I wanted to share this with you earlier, though, to give you some context. You know, people that have lived here a long time kind of get how it works around here with these extreme events coming every now and then. But if you're new here and you're wondering how rare it is to see what we have right now, which is a PDS red flag warning, stands for particularly dangerous situation. It was in 2020 when the National Weather Service started using this tag. It's reserved for the most extreme events. And from 2020 to the start of the season, there was a gap where there was not a PDS red flag warning. Then we had one in November. You'll remember that was the fire around Camarillo, the mountain fire. Then we had another one in December. That was the Franklin fire around Malibu. And now we have the third one in this season issued, which is, I mean, they're already rare. They're kind of like every couple of years if you want to just average it out. And we've had 3 already this season. So what we're seeing this season is not normal, for sure. 3 of these major events, just November, December, now January here with the one we're seeing right now. Okay, so before we even get to the forecast winds, we've got this red flag warning that's today and tomorrow. Then we head into Thursday, and still most of the area, excluding a part of the LA basin, let's say, most of the area is still in the red flag warning, which means we're still seeing dangerous fire weather conditions. But the worst of the winds now through tomorrow morning, and then the high wind warning ends at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Now we'll look at the forecast wind speeds starting right about now. Here's Pacific Palisades, but notice just as we look across the broad area, going a little later into the evening, 7 o'clock, we're kind of around where we're at right now. Watch the drastic increase when I move this forward from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. We see the numbers get quite a bit higher. We see the just overall coverage of the intense winds cover a lot more of the map. And then from there on out, we're just locked into winds like this from, let's say, 9 or 10 o'clock tonight all the way into tomorrow morning. So as I advance this now, here's 2 o'clock in the morning, for example, and this doesn't mean everywhere is going to have gusts over 60 at the same time, but winds of that nature will be possible. And we're talking gusts, not sustained winds, but bursts of winds that could be up that strong. Many areas across Southern California could face these, or will face these types of winds with the very dry air. Now, here's 4 o'clock in the morning. Still, it's pretty extreme. Here we go into 10 o'clock in the morning. It is still what I would call extreme winds. And then we go later into the day on Wednesday, and you see the wind speeds back off a little bit. You see the coverage of the highest winds kind of cover less ground as we head into 7 p.m. Wednesday. So it's that point at which the high wind warning will end, and this is the reason why. But that doesn't mean we're totally in the clear. There's still red flag conditions that continue into Thursday. I also want to share with you the future humidity. So we're looking at forecast relative humidity, which we saw was below 20% today, including in the Pacific Palisades when this fire started at 10:30 this morning. Now, as we go into tomorrow, here's another thing working against us. is the air actually gets a little bit drier. It's already very dry, but the relative humidity, as you see in many spots, will be below 10% around midday tomorrow. So the fact that it gets drier and the fact that the winds are only increasing as we go through tonight and tomorrow morning, not a good scenario to say the least. 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. is the window the National Weather Service says the winds will be at their peak. I still think even into like 7, 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, they're going to be quite extreme. Again, we're just bracing for those gusts over 60 for a large part of the area. Very, very difficult situation. We heard earlier in the press conference, as I head back to you here, that they said, you know, they can fly their aircraft in winds like this, but whatever they drop, it's not going to do much good when the winds are this strong. It just gets blown away from their intended target.
All right, Adam Kruger, thank you. We'll check in with you in a second. Let's go back out to Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf. And Matthew, a not great update when it comes to Pali High.
Yeah, we just drove right past Palisades Charter High School, and there are portions of the building up in flames right now. We're right outside the school. And see, we can walk across the street. This is towards the football stadium. I believe that is the score box on fire as we're going to turn this way with all these embers flying. I do have an anemometer with me. It's measuring winds gusting to 35, 40 miles per hour with flames on the other side of the street as well. Let's see if we can push this way. And I'm actually with photojournalist Sam Dubin. You went to this high school, Sam. If you don't mind, what's this like?
It's heartbreaking. This is my alma mater. The baseball field's totally gone. Some of the buildings are gone. This house across the street's gone. This is the newer aquatic center, the Maggie Gilbert Aquatic Center. Looks okay right now. The classrooms appear okay, but it's just heartbreaking for everyone who went to this school. A lot of people have gone here over the years.
Yeah, I can't imagine just seeing that, especially as your alma mater. And we're looking at, looks like the pool right now, and then looking across the street, so we're battling these winds. More buildings have burned down, and just this thick black smoke. Again, winds, it just stings because of all this debris flying around. Looking at my anemometer, gust 25 miles an hour right now, but we've seen probably close to 40. It's hard to put this into words, seeing this home up here on fire and all these other structures and even a high school. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Yeah, we were hearing earlier that the gym was impacted, and now we're seeing just utter destruction of Pali High School. We're so sorry. We know that obviously thousands of kids go there, and Sam Dubin, our photographer, is an alma mater, so as he described it, he said it was heartbreaking to see it go up in flames. The aquatic center is new. That looks like that is holding strong at this point, but as we know, that could all change in the blink of an eye. Across the street, that massive home fully engulfed in flames, and
we're still on.
The winds, obviously, as he was measuring on his own, Matthew Seedorf, at least 25 miles per hour. Matthew, you look like you're a man on a mission right now. What are you seeing? Where are you going to?
Yeah, just trying to take a look at this home. We know that a lot of people had trouble evacuating, so you're just thinking about that. And obviously just starting the new year and seeing this right now, and all these homes are destroyed. Basically, you can just see the chimneys sticking out there, but just looking around, just surrounded by flames at this point. If you want to flip that way, Sam, looking back towards the high school itself, you can see more flames up the road. And then we just showed you the football stadium. And just the wind, it stings, like I was saying. Hard to put this into words, what we're experiencing and seeing out here. And just driving, making the drive back down to where we are. We were just up the mountain, probably 10-minute drive, but there's just spot fires between here and there. So just seeing all these structures and homes and people's lives burning right now is all their belongings and stuff. It's hard to see.
Yeah, looking at the history of the school, it was founded in 1961. It was built for $6 million on a filled-in canyon, and now we're seeing that canyon be engulfed in flames. Almost 3,000 people are enrolled, students at Pali High School, which is now burning live on our air tonight.
And can we tell, are the classrooms themselves burning?
So I'll let Sam answer that question because he's familiar with the school. They're curious if the classrooms themselves are burning.
I don't think the classrooms are burning yet. That's kind of in this area right here. It just seemed to be the athletic fields, but it's very close, and if the embers have already spread to the football field, that is probably less than a quarter mile from the ocean. So if I pan this way, the ocean is just maybe half a mile down this way. So there's houses just on that side. It's a mobile home estates park just on the other side, actually, these flames here. So the fire's definitely heading that way, and I just hope they have the resources to protect those homes just on the side of those trees.
Yeah, I mean, the best case scenario for the school, obviously the best case scenario is no flames at all, but if you're just looking at the athletic fields and the classrooms themselves stay intact, then you can continue going to school there. You don't have to, you know, have everybody go somewhere else. So I'm sure there's going to be an effort as we see the fire trucks there to try to protect those classrooms and keep, you know, some of that school, the heart of that school intact. I can only imagine how surreal this must be for you, Sam, being there in the middle of this. We thank you for your experience and perspective, and Matthew, we will keep coming back to you throughout the night. Ed Laskos and his photographer Mike Armijo have also been showing us dramatic pictures tonight. We want to check in with them for an update from their location. Ed.
And we are downwind from Matthew's spot, a couple of blocks, really. Mikey will give you a look. Well, through all of the smoke and haze, you can see the flames. That is what Matthew was just showing us, a couple of blocks over on Temescal. But the wind blowing, look at all those lit embers blowing down this way from right to left on your screen. And down here is Antioch, just south of Haverford. That looks like a war zone, home after home. And as you see the homes on the right, the flames, the wind pushing them over to the left side of the road, and homes on that side are now burning. Several homes, I would think more than half a dozen in that area since we've been here the last hour or so. There's also been several spot fires. Up here, this is Gelson's. We talk about how close we are in the village itself of the Palisades. Gelson's up there. Gelson's, it doesn't appear to be on fire, but a lot of the bushes. Spot fires in the parking lot of Gelson's right through the village and over, another block over on Haverford. Some of the lawn, the front lawn of a home caught on fire, lit up, and then it's kind of died down. A hedge we saw about an hour or so. That home, remember we were watching that, the hedge about 6 feet tall, it burned down. The home not threatened, but these embers are the big problem now, blowing through here. You've got that foggy smoke, you can't see much. Just heard that, right? Another transformer blowing up here as a lot of the power lines, some of them are coming down. Police are going through telling everybody to stay away. But this is one of the side entrances here to the parking lot at Gelson's. As the wind comes again, look at this. How do you fight this? You got those embers just roaring through, pushed by this wind. They go down a mile or so, pick up another spot fire. I have no idea how firefighters could get a handle on this with these winds. We're all at the mercy of the winds at this point. Gelson's itself not appears to be on fire. It's just the hedges around here with this spot fire. And then the other side down in Antioch, several homes lost there. Oh, right in the middle of the Palisades village itself. That was the hope as this fire started. Fire Command was hoping that they could keep it on the north end of Sunset. And unfortunately with these winds, it's just jumped right over, and the wind's pushing it. Here's the parking lot of Gelson's. The Gelson's off to the left, you can see power's on there, nobody's in there, but it's not damaged. Yeah, not damaged by the flames. Parking lot though is. A lot of flames through here, a lot of spot fires burning through here. And again, here's more of those winds.
Yeah, maybe we can show, Ed, those grocery carts that we were just looking at there, because about an hour ago we showed Christy Fajardo was in that location, and we showed all those carts moving around. If you were watching us during the coverage then, they were moving around in the wind, and now they're all on fire, which is kind of
yeah, they're all charred and burned.
Yeah. That's sort of emblematic of what we're looking at here. All right, Ed, thank you so much. Speaking of Christy Fajardo, let's go back to her now and get an update from her perspective.
Well, you heard Ed talk about the Gelson's. We're actually just a few feet away from the Gelson's, and these two apartment buildings are directly across the street. These are massive complexes, and they're on fire, and it is really telling just about how much smoke and how the wind is factoring in, because there are flames under all of this and you can't see them because the wind is whipping up all of the water. We're actually getting doused as firefighters are trying to dump water on the flames, but the wind is actually blowing it in the opposite direction, so not clear how much is getting on the apartment complex, and certainly not as effective as it would be under other circumstances. Now you can see some flames coming out a window there on the top. And we're actually on Sunset Boulevard between Temescal Canyon and Via de la Paz. And you also heard Matt talk about Pali High. We were actually there when the fire reached the high school, and it happened so quickly because there was a big gust of wind and suddenly got very dark. And there was fire all around us. That's when we evacuated. And sad to hear that some buildings burned there, because when we were there, it looked like vegetation only. We had hoped that it would stay that way. But again, this is one apartment complex. The next door one is also on fire. We saw flames coming off from the rooftop. But unlike other places that we've been here today, there is quite a bit of firefighter resources. They brought in tons of engines to try to put out this fire. But also when we get these big gusts, we start to see rain of embers, and we've seen little spot fires. I showed you a spot fire earlier in the Gelson's parking lot, and that is why these fires are so dangerous. The wind just starts so many fires, and firefighters can't keep up. Sorry, the wind just blew a bunch of water in our direction. But you see the problem here. The water's blowing towards us instead of towards the flames. So firefighters really have a fight on their hands, and very, very hazardous and dangerous and not at all optimal conditions. That is the latest from here. Let's send it back to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to even make out her picture. You see that they got sprayed by the water. It was intended to go toward the flames, of course, but that's that's exactly the problem when it comes to night flying and the winds with the fire retardant. That Phos-Chak would just be blown away from the target. It's one of the reasons why they cannot fly at night. There would really be no purpose. This is our Santa Monica live camera here, and those flames have been raging on this hillside all afternoon. This fire broke out at 10:30. It's simply called the Palisades Fire. At last check, it was just about 1,300 acres. 10,000 homes remain threatened. We don't have an exact number in terms of structure loss, but we have seen at least a couple of dozen homes burned, and obviously other structures, whether those are commercial buildings, apartment complexes, and vehicles as well.
Chelsea Edwards continues our live team coverage right now. Chelsea is right on PCH, which is the bottom right picture on your screen right now. Chelsea, how have conditions changed since we last talked with you?
Well, fortunately, reporting that more homes have gone up. Look at what we're experiencing right now. I mean, we can feel the heat from the fire. It is just incredibly intense. Look at these supporting beams fall. Now, we just confirmed this is called Terrace Circle. These are very nice homes that are in this area. We actually just had a gentleman a few minutes ago drive up in his car. He looked just completely in shock. He was covered in ashes and soot, and he pointed and he said, "That's my home." And then he kept walking. He didn't want to say anything after that, and then he continued on down this parking lot, and we haven't seen him since. His car is still parked here, though, so I'm hoping that he comes back. But he watched this, he looked at this and said, "This is my home." You think of what these people are going through as they watch these images. They're watching their livelihoods, everything that they have just going up in an instant. And this just progressively is getting worse. I mean, when we got here, it was really the structure to the left of what's burning now that was on fire, and up in the hillsides. Now it looks like there are multiple structures up in the hillsides up there that are on fire. In addition to these homes here on Terrace Circle, there's at least 3 that have burned to the ground. And it looks like there could be another one there a little bit further down. It's just devastating. You hear these pops as well, things exploding inside. You know, you think of all the things you have in a house. You've got gas tanks, you've got, you know, aerosol container, hairspray, things like that pop. We're hearing that over and over and over again, and again, just feeling the heat from these flames and just watching these structures burn to the ground with no support. I mean, we see these fire officials who are driving up and down PCH, but they've got other priorities. You know, they're trying to save lives. They're at various places, but we haven't seen a single, you know, water drop or any kind of mitigation attempt on these homes here on Terrace Circle. So these are just freely burning, and you can imagine these homeowners watching this and just feeling so incredibly helpless, which is the sense that I got from the gentleman who pulled up here just a few minutes ago. Just complete helplessness. Elliot, if we can look up on that ridge, something up on the top has just kind of erupted as well. We're seeing some very tall flames up on the top of that ridge, and this one just keeps getting worse. Okay, we can actually, sorry, Elliot, if we can come back down to this, the wind, you can see it almost creating these little fire tornadoes that are so powerfully pushed that they're almost horizontal. You can see it kind of pushing toward the ocean. You can actually see where the wind is blowing and just fanning these flames, just fueling them. I mean, it's just endless fuel for this fire. Again, the good news, though, we're in this parking lot, and the other side of this is just the beach. There's no structures on the other side. There are no homes that are threatened on the other side of this. But, I mean, from what we can tell from where we're standing, it looks like everything, this part of Terrace Circle, is just a total loss. I mean, these images are just... Oh, these gusts of wind. That one nearly knocked me over. These gusts of wind are so powerful, and they just kind of come out of nowhere. I mean, you're standing here, and everything kind of seems fine, and then you see it hit these flames, and they just whip up, and then all of a sudden it hits us, and we kind of get knocked back as well. They are so ferocious and powerful. We can't see anything now south of PCH, south on PCH. For a long time, we could see some flames on the other side of PCH. The fire had jumped briefly, but I think it was just burning brush or grass kind of on this side of the beach. We could also see other structures on fire down to the south. Now we don't see any of that. We don't even see fire personnel down there. For a while, we saw quite a convoy of fire engines that were kind of stationing down to the south there on PCH. So I don't know where they have gone or where they have moved on to, but we could at least see their flashing lights a few minutes ago. We don't see those anymore. So again, these homes are just a total loss, and just remarkable to watch these structures, these beautiful homes, just burn to the ground with just no support at all. I mean, there's nothing you could... See that wall just kind of collapse? I mean, we're just watching these things crumble and fall to the ground. It's really remarkable to watch, Alex and Marla.
And we just saw that vehicle. It seemed like they hit a wall where they just decided to turn around, and they flipped a U-turn, and now they're back southbound on PCH. This vehicle here exiting. So sorry to hear about the man who pulled in and said, "That's my home," and literally watching his home, his livelihood burn. Obviously, he has his life, but it must be just beyond words to experience what so many in the Pacific Palisades are experiencing tonight. Chelsea Edwards and Elliot Mendoza, we thank you for your great work out there on PCH. The both of you stay safe. We'll check in with you. Looking at the clock, it is now 6 o'clock. This is typically the time that Alex and I welcome you to the Fox 11 News at 6 o'clock. Instead of bringing you our typical coverage, we're sticking with our wall-to-wall coverage of the Palisades fire. We give you 3 different live images here. The big box, that's from our Santa Monica camera. It's turned around. It's usually facing towards the pier. You see the hillside with the active flames. The bottom right, smaller picture, that is along PCH as homes burn, and then a neighborhood within the Palisades there. Upper right screen, more structures burning tonight.
This is one of the most destructive fires that we have seen in multiple years. Right now, more than 1,200 acres burned, significantly more than that. 0% containment. This thing is totally out of control right now. At least 30,000 people under mandatory evacuation orders, at least 10,000 homes threatened, and we've seen probably 24, if not more, homes that have already burned, in addition to structures. Pali High, part of that, also burning as we speak. We want to go now to the phone, and joining us live is Charlotte, who is a Palisades resident. Can you talk to us, Charlotte, about what your experience has been like today? What are you seeing from your perspective?
Charlotte, are you there?
Hi, yes.
Hi there, this is Marla Tejas alongside Alex Michelson. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. Obviously, we're very sorry for whatever it is that you are dealing with. We understand that you are a resident of the Palisades. What has your experience been like today?
I am. So I live in the Palisades Highlands, right where the fire originated. I'm also a student at Palisades Charter High School. So around 12 p.m., we finally realized that it was kind of time to pack up. We were getting texts from people that were starting to evacuate. So we basically threw everything in a bag. It was just my mom and I. My little brother goes to school right down the road, on Palisades Drive where the fire was, and now his school is now missing like a playground and cafeteria. The field is scorched and basically gone. But we picked him up and we tried to leave. Palisades Drive was a mess. It was like a zoo, and people literally could not get out. It was at a standstill. So at some point, me, my brother, and like 4 of his friends, we got out, grabbed our bags, and basically ran off of Palisades Drive onto Sunset. I personally was like wearing Uggs and pajamas, and it was quite chaotic. So yeah, we ran onto Sunset, and then we just walked all the way up to our friend's house on Sunset, farther down Sunset near Marquez Charter Elementary School, where we thought we were going to stay, but then I guess the evacuation warning spread, and we then piled about 9 people in a truck, and we headed down to Bel Air Bay Club, where a lot of people that evacuated from my brother's school, Calvary Christian, they were gathering there. Now looking at the news reports, it looks like they've also had to evacuate Bel Air Bay Club, so we basically had to evacuate 3 times, and we are now out in Santa Monica for now.
Do you know the status of your home, Charlotte? What a day you've had.
Yeah, so for now, my family home is still standing, as well as our immediate neighborhood. I do know that my aunt and cousins, their house is, my aunt's house burned down. It started out just touching on the edge. We have an actual video of their house on fire, and that was about 3 hours ago. So they've now told us that it is most likely all burned to the ground. They are on El Medio, and because the fire jumped over the canyon to El Medio, there were no firefighters that we know of there, or at least visible in the video. We couldn't see anyone, and their house is most likely gone.
So sorry to hear about the loss of your aunt's house. We'll be praying that your home continues to stand.
And just the thought of the images that we've seen in the last half hour or so of your high school up in flames. Yeah. How are you thinking about that?
It's really just shocking. It's like I honestly didn't realize that from like the Santa Monica Mountains it could really spread that far. So it wasn't even a thought in my mind that we'd lose the football field and the baseball field, which are 2 places I've spent a lot of time as a softball player. And yeah, I just didn't realize that going back to school was going to be a bit different in a couple weeks. So.
Wow. All right, Charlotte. Well, we're going to let you go. Hopefully you are okay tonight. And we want to, our reporter actually is on the street that you mentioned with a perspective from Charlotte Street. Matthew Seedorf, take it away.
Yeah, we're on El Medio right now, just what she was mentioning, and it is just horrible to see, just a wall of flames. I count at least 7 homes on fire on this street. We have 1 firefighter over here trying to do the best that he can, and we keep hearing these occasional pops from inside these homes. We have more firefighters showing up right now, but just an intense situation with this winds and the fires, and it's out of control, and it's hard to put into words just what we're seeing. But just looking down the street again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 homes. There's another one on the other side of the road that's also on fire. And this is very close to the high school as well, as more firefighters are pulling in now and hoping they can get this to slow down. Go ahead, send it back to you.
It's good to see more of these engines pulling up. You know, LAFD, in terms of staffing, if you're curious, there's 250 plus firefighters there fighting these flames. They have 46 engines, 3 trucks, 5 helicopters, 4 brush patrols, 2 water tenders, 6 paramedic ambulances, 1 advanced nurse practitioner unit, 2 bulldozers, 10 chief officers, and fire investigators and safety officers on scene as these live pictures just get worse and worse and worse. This entire street seemingly on fire. Let's check in with Christy Fajardo. You are around the corner from Palisades High. And what's your situation now?
Well, we're also around the corner from where we just went live, where I showed you those 2 apartment buildings on fire. And I've talked about the rain of embers, and you could see them right here, and you can see what they've done. They've started another spot fire. Now, this house is threatened, and there are tons of firefighting resources just around the corner from us fighting the fire at those 2 apartment buildings, but there are no firefighters here. I know that they are aware that this is burning because a short while ago we saw someone checking it out and then driving over to where the firefighters are, and it appeared to be a fire official. But if we pan that way, I don't know how well you can make it out because the visibility here is really, really poor. But something else is burning just down the street from us. We could see the flames a short while ago, but there's so much smoke that you can't see very far in front of you. And you see more rain of embers, and still some people just now deciding to evacuate. We were surprised to see how many people had stayed put, but many of them are leaving now. And one man, as he was driving out, asked me to relay this message. He said that he was on Radcliffe and that there was a giant eucalyptus tree on fire and that there were no firefighters there, and he was concerned that the tree was going to catch other homes on fire. And likely that eucalyptus tree caught fire just like this vegetation you see here, because an ember got into it and then it started burning. And so something else is now burning behind the shrub in the walkway between this apartment building and that home. And again, no firefighters here at the moment. We do know they are across the street, or around the corner, I should say. And we also believe that they are aware of this, but we will make sure that they know as well. Let's send it back to you.
All right, Christy Fajardo, thank you. We've been talking about Pali High. Pali High is going to be closed tomorrow, as will Canyon Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary School, Paul Revere Charter Middle School, Topanga Elementary Charter School. Paul Revere Charter Middle School students will relocate to University High School. Topanga Elementary Charter Schools will report to Woodland Hills Academy. So that's all tomorrow, and I'm sure the schools have let the parents know about that as well.
Let's check in with Ed Lascos now for his vantage point. Ed, where are you?
We are in the village, and no doubt as you've been watching our live pictures, you see a lot of the looky-loos. That's been amazing the last 20 minutes or so. A lot of looky-loos coming in, some riding their motorcycles, others in their pickup trucks coming by, driving, looking at this block burning down to the ground. They all have their cell phones out. Rather macabre scene on their part. Any event, this is Antioch, just below Haverford, about a block south of Gelson's, heart of the village. This whole block has been burning the last hour and a half. The wind started with the flames, the embers on the right side of your screen, on the western side of the street, and the winds have been blowing on your screen from right to left, blowing it across to homes on the left side of Antioch. And as Mike the photographer was saying, with these embers, when you get a really good gust, his description was good. He said it looked like a missile flying up in the air from one of the homes that's totally engulfed in flames and flying over maybe about 200 feet into the neighborhood to the left where we have a glow in the sky. So there are just so many spot fires burning here through the Palisades right now. The wind's kicking up. Sometimes you get some really strong gusts, and it is a shower of those lit embers blowing across. So there's really no way at all that firefighters can stay ahead of this, because as soon as one of these spot fires hits, another one is picked up by the flames. See the vehicles here, more of these looky-loos. They just come by with their cell phones, take pictures of this. My God, it's the last place I would want to be if I wasn't working, to be over here in a fire zone like this where people are losing their homes. In any event, we also had one other lady who came by, and I felt very sorry for her. She was in tears because it was one of her homes down here. We tried to talk to her, but her point, she said, was she was trying desperately to call 911. She had her cell phone, too, and she said, look, I keep calling 911. It's not picking up. So I don't know what the situation is about that, but she had just tremendous frustration. But I told her, I'm sure the fire department, well aware that they've got this fire out of control burning in her neighborhood right down the street, Antioch. And off to the right is the glow. That is where we've been seeing part of the Palisades High School burning right along Temescal over there. And that fire is threatening to jump over Temescal and move further to the east in our direction because the wind is pushing it this way with the embers. When we get some good gusts there, you can see some of the flames lapping over the top of that home. There was a home right at the end of Antioch, right at Temescal itself, that was also on fire. Again, one spot fire after another, and unfortunately these spot fires have homes like that right there just burning out of control right down to the ground.
All right.
And Lascos, a question for you. We know when we were talking to you earlier, there were no firefighters anywhere near you. Has that changed at all, or is it still just burning with nobody there?
Well, we saw one firefighter driving by in a fire truck. He came around this way over toward Antioch and over toward Temescal, surveying the area, but that was it, just trying to get an idea of what was burning. But in terms of a firefight on the ground, no, nothing at all. No firefighters. We hear sirens as they move up and down on Sunset. So probably some of those homes that Christy's been showing us, the apartment buildings up there that have been burning, but nothing down here. But as you look down at this scene, horrific scene, there's not really much firefighters can do here, and if they try to stay ahead of these blowing embers, that's an impossibility too. But it is amazing. That was what the lady who was having an emotional breakdown in a sense, and I certainly can't blame her, trying to get through to 911, and her point was, where are the firefighters? And I said, at this point we're on our own because the firefighters are doing the best that they certainly can.
Yes, they are. All right, Ed, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. And your photographer, of course, on scene. Stay safe. Smaller picture here, Santa Monica Cam. The flames on the hillside just continue to burn out of control. This fire is 100% out of control. Last check was at 3:30 when we heard from fire officials, county, city, and state, including Governor Newsom, and the complete acreage at that point was 1,262. As you can imagine, that has just ballooned since then. Pardon me. Eric Scott, basically the public information officer of LAFD, was saying that he didn't think that there was going to be an update from officials, another one tonight. The next one was likely not going to happen until tomorrow morning. So it's best to stay with us here at Fox 11 and online. We are streaming foxla.com. I'm Marla Tejas alongside Alex Michelson. You could also, if you have not done so yet, a great resource is the Fox Local app as well, which has all of the information there, and you can stream us live from there. This big picture here, this is from Pacific Coast Highway. Chelsea Edwards is on the ground there. Chelsea, are you there?
Yes, I am, Marla. Oh, it's just devastating watching this. I actually just spoke off camera with the homeowner of one of these homes. It's no longer standing. There's nothing left actually right now. When we got here, it was a full structure. He's just absolutely and understandably distraught. Did you hear that explosion? We've heard a few of these. One, I believe, was a gas line. We heard a very loud whistling sound after. Huge explosion just a couple of minutes ago. We just heard another one. But this gentleman says he's lived in this area. He's lived along PCH his entire life for decades. He's been through a lot of fires, a lot of natural disasters, a lot of events like this, but he said he's never seen anything like this before. And he says this part, at least, these homes could have easily been saved. He's just said he was here all day with his neighbors. They were watering everything down with their garden hoses, trying to save these homes. And they had a fire engine as the flames were coming down through the mountain and coming toward their homes. And he said they ran out of water and they took off. They had to go to something else. So he just sort of stood there helplessly trying to save his home and couldn't do anything about it. He watched it go up. He watched it catch. He first watched his neighbor home catch on fire. Then he watched his home catch on fire. Then their neighbors, and then across the street, and so on. And he's just kind of standing here just in utter disbelief. And he just said, this could have been preventable. This shouldn't have happened this way. But he said that's that. I mean, what can we do? There's absolutely nothing left. There's not even a beam left standing of what was once his home. Everything back up in that hillside has burned as well. We saw a lot of active flames a few minutes ago. Now we're just seeing a lot of smoke, a lot of black, thick smoke just kind of coming down throughout the canyon. Just heard another explosion there. And as it's nightfall now, we're able to see a lot of the glow from other spot fires kind of all over these ridge points. I'm not sure how much the camera can pick up, but if we look directly across PCH, you can see some at the very top there. It looks like there's some wind blowing as well, and some bigger flare-ups that are sort of coming out from the top of that ridge. We're seeing those all up and down PCH. I mean, everywhere you look, you just see flames. No matter what direction you're looking in, there is fire. Again, these homes here on Terrace Circle, there's just nothing left of them. It appears that every single home on there has been lost. This gentleman that I spoke to, he also said there was a 99-year-old resident. They said the residents in that area helped get her out. They brought her here to this parking lot across the street, across PCH, and then she was eventually taken by first responders to safety or to an evacuation center that she couldn't evacuate on her own. But again, he's just sitting here watching just in utter disbelief, as you would be if you saw this. I mean, when we started here, an hour or so ago, there were several structures standing here, not just one, but several along Terrace Circle. And now, I mean, look at this. There's nothing left standing. It's just all gone. And you can see this structure burning a little bit down to the right here. We've seen a couple of people like this appear to be transient individuals. They've approached us a couple of times, and he's approached us a couple of times. Appears to be having kind of a mental break, which also understandable. I think a lot of people coming to this particular area because there's no structures on the other side of PCH. You've just got sand and water, so it's relatively safe in terms of what's going on in this area and in terms of what your other options are, because there's just nothing left to burn once this jumps PCH. It has jumped PCH at certain points. We saw those flames down. You can see in the distance. I can't even see them anymore. We could see them a while ago. Now you just see this thick smoke. And again, no fire personnel either. They were staged for quite some time down at the end of that street, or down a little bit south on PCH. They're no longer there. We can hear the sirens. Not sure exactly where they are, but no firefighting efforts on these homes as well on Terrace Circle. So just so hard for these residents who called this home and who are now trying to figure out how they're going to rebuild and what they're going to do from here. I mean, it's just devastating to watch.
It really is. Chelsea, thank you. Look at the smaller picture there of the Santa Monica cam, and it looks like that's even grown even worse in the last couple of minutes, and that's to be expected because the winds are picking up. Joining us, let's welcome to our coverage here, Rick Crawford. I understand, and forgive me if I'm wrong, you're former LAFD battalion chief, sir?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you so much for taking the time out. What do you make of the Palisades fire in all of your time with LAFD? Have you seen anything like this?
So, after having a few decades of career with the Los Angeles Fire Department, actually I have seen this a few different times in this particular area. However, with the winds being, with a 24-hour period of these life-threatening and destructive winds, that's actually the big concerning part here. Usually you have a 3-day or 4-day Santa Ana wind event, but without the winds being so fierce. Winds at this particular time, this fire got a head start. It's jumped now 1,200 acres in such a short period of time, and now you have structures involved, and actually the evacuation piece of this incident is at the top of every incident commander's mind right now. As we get people out of the way and resources in there, the main piece is going to be to save as many homes as possible, and then try and let this fire, try and survive as much as we can over the night, or the fire department overnight time, as the winds hopefully should subside tomorrow around noon. That happens, that puts us in a more advantageous tactical advantage to be able to now start to get this fire under control.
So, I mean, because it just seems like these winds are just relentless, and I mean, give us some perspective from a firefighter's, mindset right now. What can you even do right now?
So, if I put you in the scene of a wind-driven fire is what they call this right now. And when you pull up to a wind-driven fire, there's, as you can see, there's embers and firebrands that are burning. You can't have any exposed skin with your firefighting equipment on, because you will burn. Your eyes are red, your nose is running, it's hard to breathe, and the conditions that you're under are extreme. But one of the things is that the amount of training that these firefighters go through allow them to be able to put themselves in harm's way. The incident commanders have a really robust structured defense plan and keep the firefighters safe. They will put firefighters in harm's way, as you have to when this situation happens. And so they have a very robust structured defense plan. They know where the fire is. They're going to plan ahead to where the fire is going to go and what's in its pathway. One tool the firefighters are using for this wind is what we call Wi-Fire. It's an evacuation tool, and they take into account the weather that's in the area, the wind speed, and the relative humidity, and it spits out a footprint of where this fire is going to go. Those incident commanders are using that footprint right now to determine what the evacuation orders are. And then we send the Sheriff's Department, Los Angeles Police Department to get those people out of the way.
What we've seen a lot of, and I think we're seeing it in some of these live pictures, at least the bottom right, perhaps, where our reporter is there and several homes are on fire and there's no firefighter in sight. We understand that resources are stretched thin of a fire of this magnitude. What's your take on that?
So, the Los Angeles Basin area is what we call a resource-rich area when it comes to fire departments. However, when you have a fire of this magnitude, even though that the weather prediction was for these fierce winds, the amount of resources you have to put onto an incident like this is very critical. However, you still have to provide coverage to the rest of the cities and the rest of the counties that you are, sworn to protect. And so the firefighters are in what they call a drawdown mode right now. So they're using minimum resources, or what we call a degraded mode, and so we're using minimum resources to respond to other emergencies and other incidents, and that will free up some additional resources to come to this particular incident. However, right now, the main piece of this is the evacuation, and so, sometimes you will make a decision that you understand there may be a loss of some homes that you just can't get firefighters in front of them in enough time to get themselves set up safely, to be able to make it a strong firefight. So you have to let the fire come to a vantage point where it doesn't have such a head of steam as you can see these 100-foot flame lakes that are coming up these ridges. And so the incident commanders are making some very, very hard leadership decisions to be able to decide, they actually, lives first, property next.
We're also hearing, and we dealt with this a little bit in the mountain fire. I know it's a different county. That was in Ventura County in November, but about some water shortages. Are you hearing any of that with this fire in particular?
Well, in this particular part of Los Angeles, it's in the northwest corner, and so you run into, the Metropolitan Water District in Los Angeles County, and then also DWP, Department of Water and Power in the city of Los Angeles. Water is not the issue really here right now. It's just that the winds, and the fact is that you can't really have aircraft firefighting as part of this. This is a very, very hard type of fire to fly in. So minimum aircraft, the water drops that you do make are going to almost be a bit of a hit or miss, because by the time that water actually starts to gear to hit the ground, you will see that it's going to dissipate quickly due to these, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. I can see right now that there's wind gusts at, up to 52 miles an hour in that particular area. So water, from a water dropping standpoint, would be a little bit ineffective. And so that is causing the firefighters to be at a big, big disadvantage right now.
Yeah, and you mentioned 52-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and those could get even higher as we make our way toward midnight and into the early morning hours of Wednesday. Former LAFD Battalion Chief Rick Crawford, thanks so much for hopping on the line and for your insight tonight.
Anytime.
Back to Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf, who has seen some of the worst devastation. Matthew, I know you've been moving around. Where are you at now?
Yeah, we're outside Palisades Charter High School again, kind of on the other side where the majority of the fire is taking place, just so we can show it to you. It's my understanding this is the baseball field area. There's some lockers, kind of like a field house, and the school is kind of the far side looking out there, so we're not exactly sure how far the flames have spread to the school itself, but the wind is blowing that direction, and it's just hard to see beyond what you're looking at right now because of all of the smoke. Just dealing with all the smoke and the wind out here. Sam, if you want to try to flip it back this direction, just to put it in perspective, we're on the other side of the street. There's another home on fire above us on this hillside, but there's so smoke. Visibility is very low right now. We have seen some firefighters trying to do the best that they can, putting out fires on homes, but for the most part, the school, we're not seeing a lot of firefighter action where we are. We obviously know that they are pretty overwhelmed right now, given the situation, and it's just very, very scary for folks out here. Go ahead and send it back to you.
I just want to clarify, Matthew, are these the classrooms that have now caught fire? Because I know earlier it was mainly the athletic fields.
Yeah, we are still on the, we flipped sides here, but we're by the baseball field, the locker room, and I guess you could call it a field house. I know photojournalist Sam Dubin went to the school. What are we looking at right now, Sam?
So we're on Sunset Boulevard at Temescal Canyon. This is the baseball field area, and those buildings we were showing you are kind of like storage buildings. I think maybe like dean's office. So I haven't seen the actual classrooms catch on fire, but what's incredible is this across the way. See these fires, these are homes on, I believe, Radcliffe Avenue, which the fire had to jump Temescal Canyon to get to these homes, and it's just absolutely decimated them. I mean, I never thought I would see something like this.
Yeah, to Sam's point, I mean, we've counted, I mean, we've probably lost count of the structures that we've seen burning. It's unbelievable. It's something you never expect, and this is Sam's high school, like so many other people watching. It's just hard to see.
Yeah, you know, it's a very special place. They filmed a lot of TV shows here. Modern Family was shot here. I believe the Legally Blonde movie franchise was shot here. It's the entrance to the school is very familiar to a lot of people if you watch TV and movies. A lot of history here, a lot of celebrities here. Will.i.am was the celebrity that my generation knew from this school. But yeah, a lot of history here at this high school.
Yeah, a lot of background. Let's see if we can walk up this way and kind of show those buildings again. We were at the front of the school that Sam was talking about, and the smoke alarms were going off, but we didn't see active flames on the front end of the school. But again, looking out here, this is the baseball field house, locker room sort of area, and just a wall of flames right now. And you can hear the wind picking up too.
Yeah.
Continues to spread.
Speaking of schools, sorry, I'm stuttering there because I've got a lot of information coming at me right now. Thank you for that live report from Pali Charter High School as the fields there continue to burn. Just getting word that LAUSD announcing that the schools that will be closed tomorrow include Palisades Fire, Canyon Charter Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary School, Palisades Charter Elementary School, and Paul Revere Charter Middle School. So they will be monitoring the fire on Wednesday and then potentially shift those campuses to remote learning on Thursday. A couple of points that we learned. The acreage, as you can see on your screen, if you're looking at your screen, has now increased. It went from about 1,300 to more than 2,900 acres, 2,921 acres. That is the latest acreage count from LAFD, still threatening 10,000 homes. Now we are getting word from LAFD that they are so strapped for resources that they're looking for firefighters to call in to this hotline to help in this firefight. That number is on your screen. It is 213-576-8962. So again, LAFD saying we need all firefighters on deck. So if you are watching us right now and you think that you are a firefighter and you are able to help, please give this a call, 213-576-8962. 8962. I have to say, in all the years I've been covering these fires, I've never seen a call out like that before.
No, I was just thinking the same thing. I don't remember us ever doing that, putting a phone number for firefighters to respond to, which gives you a sense of the severity of this issue. If you are just joining us, or maybe you're joining us from another network that just went to national broadcast, it's now 6:30, and we are on the air with live local coverage of the Palisades fire. Alex Michelson, Marla Tejas here with you tonight, throughout the night, here on Fox 11, on Fox 11 Plus, streaming on the Fox local app. We want to go to Haley Winslow right now, who has a representative from the fire department to give us the latest information. Haley.
Yeah, I'm sure you recognize this face. This is one of the public information officers for LAFD, firefighter David Ortiz. He's been here all day, obviously, at the forefront of all this. First of all, you know, we see the flames behind your shoulder. It's obviously a little bit frightening as this fire continues to move southwest. What's the latest, and what's the plan tonight as we're feeling these winds definitely pick up?
Well, the plan tonight is to put the various strike teams into the neighborhoods that the fire might start new fires. The majority of the head of the body of the fire has burned in various directions. We have zero containment on this fire, and so we have open front all around this fire. All the communities that surround this fire are in a threat. All right, and so because of that threat, it's difficult to pre-stage a fire engine at every single home. So it's a guessing game for us. We have strategically placed fire companies where we think that the fire might go, but we're also keeping mobile and moving these resources around to engage the fire at every opportunity. There's opportunities in certain areas where the fire is not being pushed by the wind because the wind is super strong right now, and we can have all the water in the world and not be able to stop the forward progress of the fire. As you can see, certain spot fires have started in other areas like you see behind us, and once one ember lands into that area, you get a new fire start. And those can carry 1 mile, 2 miles down the road. It's hard to predict. So a lot of people don't see fire around them, around their home, and they have a false sense of security because embers can be cast in all sorts of directions. If you're in the area where an evacuation order was given, it's time to get out. Conditions are going to get worse. Winds are going to pick up. It's dry. It's windy. It's a perfect scenario for a fire.
Yeah, and the National Weather Service still saying that this is on par to be the strongest Santa Anas of the season, and it's looking like, you know, it's expected that you guys are going to be here for several days. During our news conference a little bit ago, we had almost 50-mile-per-hour gusts. You can definitely feel it's really picked up. I know it's definitely, you can feel it, the difference. What would you say to people? I know a couple of friends of mine were trapped in there, and there was a little bit of miscommunication, with trying to be first told to get out and then told not to get out. And obviously there's no signal, so it really complicates things.
Right. So a lot of the evacuations are done neighborhood by neighborhood. If you hear police officers coming through your neighborhood over the PA, it's time to evacuate. Immediately when a fire starts, the first thing we tell folks is to shelter in place and wait for direction, especially during the beginning of the fire, because we don't know what's going to be impacted. When we give an order to evacuate, we don't want to be like Chicken Little and tell people to evacuate an area and get out of an area unless it's absolutely necessary. So until we know where the fire is going, that's when we can give an evacuation order. We have established the direction of the fire, which way the fire is expected to move. We have computer that predetermines and calculates the speed and rate in which the fire is going to be moving, and then we can predict what evacuation orders, what zones we can evacuate. But separate from that, independent from that, we also have areas that are immediately threatened. We don't need the chief or the person in charge of this incident to tell us to evacuate an area. That the division that's running the fire, the chief that's at that scene, at that community, can take independent action and order an evacuation of a community. So if you do hear those police officers over the PA telling you to evacuate, even if they haven't given an evacuation order via the news, or you haven't received one on your phone, you need to get out. A lot of the phone service is intermittent right now, so you might not even receive an evacuation order. When in doubt, if you feel threatened, get out.
Yeah, and I understand there's still definitely some people in there still tonight that are trapped. Our anchor, before you go, I know you're in high demand. Our anchor, Marla Tejas, has a question for you. Marla, go ahead real quick, and I'll relay the information.
We just put out a number for firefighters who are watching to call. This is per LAFD. LAFD saying we really are strapped for resources. Can you put out this number to get us more firefighters? Can you ask him about that and the reality of, what they're up against tonight?
Yeah, good question. So this was something we kind of talked about at the presser, that there was something put out that there's not enough firefighters and that you guys need more resources. Now, we heard, I think it was Eric Scott saying that you guys have all boots on the ground. You've got more resources coming overnight. You've got CAL FIRE deployed. And if need be, you can get more boots on the ground, aircraft in the air from other states. What's the plan as these winds continue to strengthen, and what's the reality of the resources that you currently have right now trying to fight this?
So for the time being right now, as far as my understanding is that we have adequate resources on this fire. We are limited to our ability to fly because when these winds do pick up, they have to do a risk analysis whether they can fly or not at night. And water drops are ineffective when the winds pick up to a certain point. So it's a risk versus gain. Is it worth risking the lives of those pilots and firefighters in the air to drop water that's ineffective versus trying to figure that out? So our firefighters are out there. They're pre-deployed. We have resources from all over the state that have arrived, and we have these resources in place. The question comes up is, will we have enough resources? Should we have a second or third or fourth brush fire, which is very potential right now? We have low humidity, we have high winds, and a new fire can start anywhere in Southern California, in Riverside, San Bernardino County, etc. So resources are being focused here. But if our resources are stretched, they can be stretched to a certain point where we will not have enough resources. So that is a good point. But for now, we do have adequate resources on this. We have more resources coming, but we do have to rotate our people through and get them rest, get them fed, and then back out on the line.
Now, I have a couple friends who are on the line right now, and they're kind of on standby, and they finally were able to get out. There's a lot of people obviously still trapped, and they have no idea. Even with a Ring camera, you have no idea what's going on with your house if there's no signal. So what would be your message tonight for the people still trapped, for the people who don't know what's going on with their homes? And then this is only one fire. We still have 2 or 3 days left of these winds, and could easily see another one of these pop up.
Yeah, so if you're in doubt, your first priority is the safety of your family. And you have to make that decision whether or not should I stay. This is not your typical fire where you see homeowners with a garden hose and, putting little embers of fire and vegetation around, ornamental vegetation around their house that might catch a small fire. This wind it causes the fire to have extreme fire behavior, and it's explosive. Once you get an ember landing into a fuel bed, it's 100% receptive, and it's off to the races. So if you feel that you're in a community that is threatened by this fire immediately, you're anywhere near around where this fire is, you should be getting out if you're in that evacuation zone. That's why we made that evacuation zone for 30,000 people, because all those people that are surrounding the fire, we have zero control over the fire. The fire can jump the line and can expand beyond where it has established itself.
Thank you very much, Firefighter Cheese. Be very safe out there tonight.
Thank you.
Now, I know you guys have another briefing at 8 o'clock in the morning. I've got a friend on standby right now we've talked to earlier, him and his wife, and just want to real quickly, Eric, if you could just tell me what it was like trying to get out of that fire with flames on both sides.
Well, it moved so fast. When we got the first time down to the bottom of the road on Palisades Drive, we were turned around by the level of smoke and flames.
Eric, we're going to have to get back to you. I'm sorry. We're going to have to get back to you. I'm sorry. We'll have much more on that coming up in just a little bit. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Haley, thanks so much. As live look from our Santa Monica cam, and those flames still ferocious as ever. Let's check in with Ed Lascos. He is there right in the village there in the Palisades. Ed?
Yes, Marla, we are right in the heart of now this evacuation zone. LAPD has come by just in the last few minutes. Black and white with their loudspeakers say you must evacuate, get out now, head east on Sunset. This is Red Cliff. Across is Haverford. It's just a block below Yelson's in the heart of the village here in the Palisades. And there are the burning embers blowing from right to left on your screen. That's one of the new homes. Sadly, we're losing now, going right up in flames. The fire earlier hit the right side, all these homes, at least a half dozen homes, and then with the winds blowing crosswind, dust coming through and even howling, it's blowing all those embers and those homes on the other side now catching as well. We finally saw, since we've been here the last couple of hours, 2 fire engines coming down through here. They run around the bend, and one of them backed up and actually left the location and is redeploying a couple blocks over. The other one is around the bend because they're trying to get ahead of this fire, ahead of the embers as they are blowing across ways, heading down east. Now, it's interesting because LAPD, this area mostly as we've been here, has been evacuated. You just have a lot of looky-loos coming through. But LAPD coming out saying with that grim warning, a mandatory evacuation, get out now, head east on Sunset. That is the way. West on Sunset takes you to Temescal. Over in that area, through all the smoke, is about a block or two over Temescal. That is Palisades High School. We've already seen that has been burning as the flames and the embers move this way. And Mikey gives you a look. Look what's left of these homes. These were homes that had been here looking probably for several decades in this beautiful area, tree-lined street here in the Palisades, now smoldering rubble, and those embers from the flames just picking up, going over, and we've got at least 2 homes on the far left-hand side burning as the fire continues to spread to the east side, and that is the big concern here. But at least this area, just a block south of Gelson's itself, if you're familiar with this, we're right in the heart of the village. It's now under that evacuation mandatory order with LAPD going street to street, block by block on their loudspeakers and saying, get out now. And if you're leaving, head east on Sunset. That is the way. Mike, you want to we have a quick second, and I think we're okay here. Let's go down and give you an idea of look how ferocious these winds are. This is something also that we're watching out because LAPD's been telling about all the looky-loos. You have a lot of down lines, and you've got to make sure because they could be energized, which would be very, very dangerous, deadly. So they've been on their loudspeakers as well saying, stay away. But look at this devastation down Radcliffe here off Haverford. My goodness. Looks like a bomb blew through here. This was a beautiful 3-story home a couple of hours ago. Nothing but smoldering rubble. And the embers blowing across right to left. You can feel the intense heat as you walk through here. Here's one home that is fully engulfed. And right to the left of it, Mikey, you see some flames up on the top of the roof. That home, we're losing that home too as the winds come through and the embers blow through here. Right in the heart of this firestorm. Again, the winds with those embers blowing through. You can also see how the winds are picking up. And here comes a fire truck right around. Finally coming through here. We're seeing some firefighters moving in here, probably trying to get some water on, trying to control these embers as they're blowing through, because you have this out-of-control fire and the wind's blowing across. They'll blow across to the next block. Further east, and you've got more spot fires, and that's the big concern. Marla, Alex, you were talking about a call for LA City firefighters. Look at this. Long Beach Fire Department, Engine 10, pulling in here to try to help out with this firefight. So we've got folks from Long Beach. I saw some earlier from Glendale coming in here. So it's an all-out firefight. Everybody hands on deck, mutual aid, helping LA City Fire. And this home we are losing as these embers blow through here. This is the home right next to the one that's fully engulfed. And here come the firefighters as they try to figure out their line of attack. And at this point, I don't think they're going to be able to save this home, unfortunately, but trying maybe to control the spread of embers. And I'm thinking doing structure protection on the home right next to it. That's what he's talking about, structure protection right over here to keep those flames from jumping across this 2-story home as you're right in the middle of this firefight here on Radcliffe, just off Haverford. It looks, I don't have the words. Bomb, war zone. Look at this. These homes, beautiful, stood here for decades through this area, now smoldering. You got the embers and the wind still blowing from west to east, and that's the problem. This home is gone. Started with some shrubbery burning out front a little while ago, and bang, just like that, it is up in flames. Good. And here we got the firefighters. That's what they're talking about here. They want to try to do some structure protection. This home, though, has already got fire burning on the top of its roof, but they're going to try to get some water on it to keep those embers from burning to the home next to it. But this is a good sign in the sense, since we've been here the last couple of hours, these are the first firefighters we've actually seen move in here with an engine and try to get some control on this. And this is Engine 10 from the city of Long Beach, not LA City Fire.
Yeah, finally finally have some firefighters.
Finally getting a line. That's the first line.
To come all the way from
We've actually seen some water going up to the top of that roof, trying to get this house down, trying to control those embers through here. Again, this is an area in the village, the heart of the village, where LAPD just went by a little while ago with their black and whites telling everybody it's a mandatory evacuation. Get out, run out now, and head east on Sunset. Evacuate. It is unsafe to be here. I would think most of the folks that have already left. There was that big log jam of traffic a couple of hours ago, so most folks were already gone. But as this fire moves in this direction with those embers and the winds blowing very strongly from west to east, from Temescal and Palisades High, over further in this direction over to Chautauqua, that is the concern. They've been trying to get a lot of the folks out. Seemingly they all are, and now we've got some structure protection here. And first line on this home, which is burning on the up top, the rooftop. Look at that, the upstairs area burning because the home next to it is gone. Just like that, these winds, a big gust came through a little while ago. Embers, a sea of embers, hit some of the shrubs on fire, and the home went up just like that, and now the home next to it is burning, and that is the concern. Now, see, look, we talk about the embers. Look at this tree. See these embers? If they catch onto the tree like that, tree starts burning, you got more embers flying, and that's why it's just so very hard to control anything like this as this fire roars through here with the wind propelling it through. But finally, some firefighters through here, and engine can launch.
I mean, this is just a reminder of how so often this is kind of the luck of the draw. How lucky this Blue Homes homeowner is that this is when the fire department finally shows up. Firefighters had to come all the way from Long Beach to do this, and that home could end up being saved by this. But these homes, just because of there wasn't anybody there, they are total losses. So many of them on this street. Hopefully that this particular street can start going in the other direction. But it's a reminder, Marla, as we see the fire crews from Long Beach, that the winds are supposed to get worse, not only in Pacific Palisades, but all over Southern California. And there's nothing to stop another fire like this from starting somewhere else.
Unfortunately, I have this news just coming across from LA County Fire Department and the Angeles National Forest. They are responding to a new brush fire burning in the Eaton Canyon area above Altadena. So at this point, it just started, no word on acreage, but again, firefighters from both LA County Fire and Angeles National Forest responding to a new brush fire in Altadena, above Altadena in the Eaton Canyon area. So that's what we were just talking about with the gentleman from LAFD saying that, you know, we have resources here, but what happens when another fire breaks out?
Right. And I've been seeing some messages of people saying that they're seeing fire from Pasadena, so that makes sense that would be that fire. And, you know, we'll see about getting eyes on it. It's a little bit challenging for us because of to fly the chopper tonight, not only because of the winds, but also because of some flight restrictions because of President Biden still being in Southern California. So it may be challenging for us to get eyes on that. But if you're watching us and you have video of that or are seeing that, please send it to us via social media, tag us, tweet it at us, all the rest of it. Be interesting to see what that fire is starting to look like. Hopefully it's nothing close to this. Hopefully that fire stays out, you know, in vegetation and away from homes. What's so bad about this Palisades fire is, as you can see, it has impacted so many structures. Christy Fajardo has been seeing all that up close for several hours now. She joins us now. Go ahead.
Oh, I know.
Christy, you're on. I don't know if you can hear us. Christy, you're on. I don't know if you can hear us.
Hey, so just literally seconds ago, we heard a very loud boom, and it was a tree coming down, and it hit those power lines. Whoa. You can see them sparking. We're trying to get away from them. This is a very, very dangerous situation that firefighters are dealing with, and there was actually an LAPD cruiser going through just as that tree came down, barely missed hitting it. And I want to pan this way and show you, we're actually at Antioch and Swarthmore, and there are buildings here on fire, and these palm trees really underscore the danger. They look beautiful, but when you get those rains of ember, this is what happens. A lot of these trees catch fire very easily. The wind also knocks down some of the palm fronds, and that catches fire everything, or lights on fire everything beneath it. In fact, if we pan down, you can see there are some palm fronds on fire there on the sidewalk. And still, we're seeing people evacuating. Again, the LAPD just came through. They were on the megaphone. They were telling people to leave, and we're hearing booms. I don't know if you just heard that all around us. It appears to be transformers catching fire and blowing up. And again, very hazardous and dangerous situation that we are witnessing firsthand here at Swarthmore in Antioch. And to give you some perspective, we did not even move that far. When you came out to us live the last time, we were about a block and a half away at Sunset and Via de la Paz, and drive a block, and this is what you see. So firefighters really have a monster fight on their hands. Right now, we're not seeing any resources here, but again, we are seeing LAPD officers, and we need to get out of here. So I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay,
yeah,
Christy,
please.
be safe. That's the most important thing. Do your thing. We'll get back to you when it is safe to do so. And you know, it's a very real threat for her, for the firefighters that are out there, and a reminder why the safest thing for people to do is to listen to the mandatory evacuation orders. Part of the reason that we are there is to be documenting and do so in a safe way, often in conjunction with the fire department. We train for this sort of situation with them multiple times a year to go through this in a safe way, but this is one of the worst situations that we've seen in many, many years here.
This is a live look, pardon me, not a live look, this is a map per CAL FIRE, and it gives you sort of a sense of the Palisades fire. Last check, not long ago, CAL FIRE updated the acreage to 2,921 acres, so just under 3,000 acres have burned so far. And then we're just getting word about a new fire that's broken out above Altadena. We've seen some images of it. This is in the Eaton Canyon area. LA County Fire is on this one, and the Angeles National Forest also battling this fire. We do have Gina Silva, our reporter. She is headed to that Altadena area fire to bring you the latest there. Here's a live picture. This is our Santa Monica cam. Those flames very active still, and they will continue to be so. Let's check in with our chief meteorologist, Adam Kruger, for the latest on those winds. Adam.
Yes, we have a lot to talk about here. I'm going to start, though, with the three main takeaways. If you're just kind of like joining in late today on the coverage, you know we've been on for hours and hours with what's going on. But the three main takeaways is the fact that the winds are going to peak later on tonight. I'd say 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. tomorrow is going to be our most concerning window where the winds will be strongest. And also, the humidity goes down even more tomorrow, a little bit drier tomorrow. And also worth noting that extreme conditions like what we've been seeing in the Pacific Palisades are actually widespread and occurring over a large part of Southern California. And, you know, I hope there are no more fires, but I was just thinking a moment ago, before we heard about the one a little north of Pasadena, and we don't know to the extent of that one yet, but I was just thinking, like, I'm almost surprised there's not more going on, and it seems there might be just happening right now. All right, so now to get a little sciencey before we dive into the specific wind forecasts and humidity forecasts, I want to share with you why we expect tonight the winds to peak a little bit. So we've got a setup in the atmosphere, a little bit higher up. You may have heard of the jet stream. So those are the fast-moving winds that are a couple miles above where we live down here at the surface. And right now the jet stream kind of follows this path like this, and there's a little burst, a strong part of the jet stream just on the north or northwest side of this low, and that's getting lined up right over our area. That's adding an extra boost to the winds. That's happening right around 9 to 10 o'clock tonight, and it's within this white circle right here. Now, as that low moves farther south, notice this is noon tomorrow, then that most intense part of the winds a little higher up in the atmosphere starts going south of us. But that's why through the night tonight and tomorrow morning, we have that extra enhancement to the wind speeds, and that's why, again, the peak is really, I'd say, 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. for tomorrow morning. Now, we have the red flag warning. No surprise, that's in effect for just about all of Southern California for Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday. A part of Los Angeles and LA County is carved out of that, but all these other areas continue on Thursday in a red flag warning, and the National Weather Service has a fire weather watch in effect for these areas in orange on Friday, which means on Friday this may turn into a red flag warning, which gives you an idea that we're looking at a prolonged Santa Ana wind event. The strongest winds, though, you know that, will be tonight and into tomorrow morning. We have the high wind warnings expiring at 6 p.m. tomorrow. After that point, the severity of the winds will be backing down, but still, it's an offshore wind, a dry wind, dry conditions, and gusty all the way potentially into Friday. Now onto the future gusts, which is the forecast wind gusts. And I'll remind you that gusts will be the burst of wind at times. So not like sustained winds, not an average wind speed, but just how strong it could burst at certain moments. And as we started at 7 o'clock, you're going to notice when I go from 7 p.m. to 9 a.m., a pretty drastic increase in the forecast wind speeds. So look at this. We've got 50s and 60s on the map. Anywhere you see purple is 35 and above, but obviously you see some numbers that are higher than that. And again, we mentioned this was breaking just a short time ago, 5 minutes ago or so. We learned of a fire, a brush fire, a little bit north of Pasadena. So that's another spot to watch. And look what the forecast wind gusts that are there at about 9 o'clock tonight, along with the Pacific Palisades. The other thing worth noting here is the wind direction. We've seen the winds pretty consistently out of the north or out of the north-northeast, so kind of like this direction. You see the streamlines going right here. We expect that wind direction to pretty much be the same throughout this event, which means, you know, if you're watching from, let's say, Santa Monica, I know this fire is not that far off, but keep in mind the winds are not blowing this towards Santa Monica. That would be a northwest wind. This is more north to northeast wind, and we expect that wind direction to kind of hold the way it is right now. All right, now as we go later into the night, you can see 2 o'clock in the morning. Again, intense winds just take over a large part of the map here through the night. Here's 4 a.m. Still the same story. Some spots might see gusts over 60. There's a lot of 60s on the map there. Here we go into 11 a.m. tomorrow. Still very windy, but I think at this point we are just over the peak of this, just over the hump, and then winds will start to back off gradually. Still gusty in some spots, but winds start to come down as we get into late day Wednesday. Here's a look at 8 p.m. So that's just after the high wind warning will expire. The other thing I want to share with you, the relative humidity, we've seen it below 20% in some spots today. Look what happens as we go into tomorrow, as again these winds get stronger tonight into tomorrow morning, and then we have this to deal with. The air gets even drier tomorrow with relative humidity below 10%. So this is about as ideal of a setup you can have for wildfires to spread rapidly if one were to start. And we've seen a few instances of some fires already breaking out. We really just need to be very careful. Pay close attention to what we're telling you here. I know we're going to be on air for several more hours. I believe the plan is we're going to go just through the night with all this. So we'll keep you posted here on Fox 11. Marla, back to you.
Yeah.
All right, Adam, thank you very, very much. We want to take you now. This is the Santa Monica cam. This is the Palisades fire. But we do have a look at the new fire that popped up.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah, this is from our Mount Wilson camera. This is above Altadena, so near Pasadena as well. And this is being called the Close Fire. It's burning about 20 acres so far, with the possibility of spreading to 500 acres in probably no time, given the winds out there. And again, this is being fought by LA County Fire Department and the Angeles National Forest. So 2 of the agencies there are the lead response agencies as it relates to what's being called the Close Fire. Again, 20 acres with the potential of spreading to 500 acres quickly.
Okay, so maybe we can take that picture on the top left full for a second, and we can talk about what's happening here. That's a time-lapse video. Let's look at this. It's a time-lapse video that shows the progress of that fire burning in Eaton Canyon. So you can see the rapid growth of it. Obviously, it's not in color, but it gives you a sense of what's happened. And now we go back to that live picture from the Mount Wilson camera, which is in color. Maybe we can take a look at that full, and you get a sense of the size of this. It is called the Close Fire. I mean, that shot from Mount Wilson is one of the most picturesque ones that we have in terms of our live picture arsenal. But tonight, that very ominous fire there. The good news where it is burning right now is not right where homes are, but we know how quickly embers can move, and so that is another scary reality. And we also know that there are just so many firefighters that we have, and if we start having fires in all different directions, there just simply aren't enough people to fight them. Let's go back now to Pacific Palisades. That's where Matthew Seedorf is for us live with a look at his vantage point, and all around you now, Matthew, flames.
Yeah, you can we're surrounded by flames, but keep hearing those loud bangs. Like, it just sounds like firecrackers just going off, bang, bang. Right now you can see the homes right near Palisades Charter High School. Several homes on fire, if not destroyed already. And then, Sam, if you want to point up to the light, just so people can see the smoke just blowing, just look how fast it's going. I mean, that's something you see. I've covered hurricanes on the coast. That's what you see with hurricanes and the rain, just all of that wind just blowing all of this smoke. It's pretty remarkable to see. And Sam, if you want to walk with me outside the high school, we're going to look about towards the football field. Looks like there's a structure burning over there. And we talked about just being surrounded by flames, but it's just all around the football stadium. We saw the press box on fire, and we want to see, because we've seen the other side of the high school. We saw the other side of the high school with the flames on the baseball field and the field house, the locker rooms, and this is the main entrance to the school. And just see, we did see some fire here a little while ago, and I just want to get a quick look and show you guys kind of what we're seeing at the front of the school. Yeah, you can see the flames coming in from this direction, getting closer to the school. Just definitely a scary situation. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Matthew Seedorf, thank you very much. It is now the top of the hour. Alex Michelson, Marla Tejas, for one of the most dangerous and destructive fire events in recent memory here in Southern California.
Thank you so much for being with us as we bring you this wall-to-wall coverage. The two of us have been on the air since 2:30. We will not leave your side tonight. We're now broadcasting live on Fox 11 and Fox 11 Plus, simulcast, of course. So thank you for being with us. If you want the latest information on our app, that's the Fox Local app, a great resource, especially in a crisis like we're seeing in the Pacific Palisades. Let's get you the latest numbers as it relates to this fire that broke out at 10:30 this morning. More than 2,900 acres, 2,921 acres burned, according to CAL FIRE. 0% contained. It is 100% out of control right now. 30,000 people have been placed under mandatory evacuation orders. 10,000 homes do remain threatened. These images here of the cars literally stacked on top of each other nearly and looking like bumper cars. This was a scene earlier where people abandoned their vehicles, and as a result, LA Fire came in with their bulldozers and bulldozed all those cars off to the side to make access for those first responders.
Yeah, there was apparently nowhere for the fire crews to go. It was kind of like a domino effect, and so they ended up having to move those cars away like toys. So we want to show you some time-lapse video that gives you a perspective of the rapid growth of this fire, which started around 10:30 this morning and then just exploded and continues to explode tonight. 0% containment, and it doesn't look like we're anywhere close to starting that containment process because the winds, as we've been reporting, are only going to get worse. And this fire is burning at the same time as another fire is burning, at least one more fire. That one is in Altadena, which can be seen from the Pasadena area. But man, when it gets dark, Marla, you really see how ominous it is. And this is that live picture right now from our Mount Wilson cam looking at that fire in Eaton Canyon in the Altadena area, and people in that area, San Gabriel Valley, are concerned when they're looking at those images right now.
Yeah, this one here is noted as the close fire, and we do have Gina Silva. She's on the ground. She'll be heading there to bring you a live report. Just as soon as she arrives, we will bring that to you. In the meantime, let's check in with Chelsea Edwards, who's been reporting live for us along PCH, and you've just seen homes burn to the ground.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Marla, we're going to add to that number so far. So where we have been standing for a while, we've been watching these homes on Terrace Circle go up in flames. There's been at least 5 that have gone up. We just watched the last one on that terrace burn to the ground. But now, unfortunately, we're able to see in the distance there, south on PCH, we've got some smoke covering it now. There's another structure somewhere in the distance that is burning. But also across on this side on PCH, we've been talking about how there are no homes on this side. There are some structures, though, that we're able able to see now that they're lit up. Those are, we believe, the public bathrooms that are right in that area along the beach that are currently on fire. So that happened within the last 5 to 10 minutes, and that whole thing is just going up. We haven't seen any firefighting efforts in that area or here at all since we've been here in this particular part of PCH, which means that everything in this area is just, you know, if the flames come to it, it's burning. I've been talking to the homeowner, one of the homeowners here in this mobile park. He says there may be as many as 187 homes in this one mobile home park, but that there's several others in this area. Now, we don't have a clear idea yet whether that many homes in this particular area have burned, but that's what we're looking at. I mean, that's the reality that we're facing here. These homes are very tight together, these mobile home parks. You know, the structures are very close together, and once one goes up, if there's no mitigation efforts, you know, the others go up as well. So we're watching this burn to the ground. You know, we've been able to see all these homes on Terrace Circle burn. Not clear how many behind it have burned, but it could be a lot. Let's take a look again, Elliot, if we look down on PCH, that public bathroom. So that's a relatively large structure, and that was lit up quite a bit a little while ago, but you can see those flames coming off of it. Look where the wind is pushing it. So the wind is still pushing everything to the west toward the ocean. For a while there, it turned back on us. So we were standing here, and all of a sudden it shifted very quickly. We were getting knocked around. Our camera was getting knocked around, and the smoke was just coming directly in our direction. That seems to have shifted now to the opposite, and I think that kind of speaks to just how chaotic this is, and that we just don't know where it's going to go. And every time the wind shifts, these embers get carried to a different area. They can possibly light up different homes, like what we're seeing right now here along PCH. And then we've got more homes on fire with really not enough resources to be able to tackle it, to do property, to save these properties, unfortunately. So again, we're seeing at least one more home in the distance, but just with the numbers of this mobile home park, if this gentleman is correct, and there are 187 mobile homes back there, if that whole thing is flattened, these numbers are going to be very different from when we wake up tomorrow morning from what we heard at the last press conference. So certainly keep an eye on that, but just devastating to watch. That homeowner is still here watching his neighborhood burn, and he just said, I don't have anywhere to go. I have nothing left. He didn't have insurance on it. There's nothing left he can do. So it's just, it's a devastating situation for so many people right now.
That is just absolutely heartbreaking. I'm sure he knows this. There are the evacuation centers. He probably doesn't want to go there. He probably feels, you know, a sense of security being close to where his home was. So those evacuation centers are at Westwood Rec Center in Westwood between Wilshire and Ohio on Sepulveda, and there's another one at the Dream Center, and there's various ones if you have large animals. Pierce College, for instance, in Woodland Hills will accept large livestock. And by the way, American Red Cross is set up in conjunction with the Westwood Rec Center evacuation. And the Agora Animal Shelter is accepting smaller animals right now, so that's a place to bring them if you need to do that. Okay. So let's bring in our chief meteorologist, Adam Kruger, and let's talk about those winds. And when we talk about Santa Ana winds, what that means, right, is that they're blowing towards the ocean instead of away from the ocean. We much prefer away from the ocean, and that's why we are literally seeing the flames go all the way up to the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, and you know, it's the interaction of the wind direction and the mountains and what happens with the winds when they come over the mountains and go downhill. I mean, essentially, that's why the geography is the way it is in Southern California, why the deserts are on the other side of the mountains. Is usually the prevailing wind, the common wind, would be blowing onshore. It goes over the mountains, and we have super dry air up towards the deserts. But what formed the deserts is basically happening right now around a lot of the LA area, on the ocean side of the mountains. So yes, Santa Ana winds, it's offshore, and usually when they're very strong like this, it's usually an extreme scenario, not just with the wind speeds, but also the very, very dry air. We talked earlier about how the humidity actually goes lower tomorrow than what it is right now. So we've got a couple of things working against us here. I'll keep showing you this. We've mentioned it many times here tonight, but as we look at the future wind gusts, which means how strong the winds could be bursting at times, doesn't mean sustained winds, doesn't mean it's an average wind speed over several minutes, but just a gust, a burst of wind could get up to some of the numbers you see right here. And as we go from around the current time, starting off at 8 o'clock into 10 o'clock, you're going to see just in those couple of hours a pretty drastic change and increase in the wind speeds here. And notice the wind direction also, because yes, the Santa Ana wind is offshore, meaning blowing towards the ocean, but we can have Santa Ana winds that sometimes come from the northwest or from the north or from the northeast or straight from the east. In this situation, these winds are mostly going to be from the north or from the northeast, and that's what we've been seeing on a lot of the weather instruments so far. We really don't expect that wind direction to change too much, so keep in mind with the Pacific Palisades fire, the smoke and the embers are getting blown basically towards the ocean, not down towards, let's say, Brentwood or Santa Monica or even south of there. We don't expect that wind direction to change much as we go through the night. But the wind speed's really, really high. We also mentioned earlier, now we're tracking another fire. This is in a rural area north of Pasadena. At the moment, not threatening homes, but you see the direction the winds are blowing. It is blowing everything south, so it's certainly something to keep an eye on through the night. Here we are, 2 o'clock in the morning. Look at these numbers here. I mean, this is just, it's widespread and it's intense. This is the most extreme wind event of the season, and that's saying something because we've seen already a couple of extreme wind events, one in November, one in December. Here we go into 4 o'clock in the morning. It still is just about as strong as it gets out of this whole thing. Here we go into 8 o'clock in the morning. Still some gusts over 60. And then notice how kind of late night, early morning, the LA area actually starts to get filled in a little bit more with some of those stronger winds as well. So you take just the fire threat out of this, and it's a damaging wind event, to say the least. I mean, there is going to likely be some type of wind damage. I'm getting messages from people of like trash cans blowing around in their neighborhood, and all that is happening. We saw the live shot earlier with Christy, who the tree fell near here, near her, and power lines, sparked and everything. And sometimes that's how these fires start, right? It's the strong wind knocking down a tree onto power lines. But that's another thing just to be very, very cautious of as these wind speeds ramp up tonight. If possible, I mean, your home is where your home is, right? But if possible, avoid some of those larger trees. We may start to see some trees come down across Southern California. Now, here we go into midday tomorrow. And this is the point where we're going to be over the hump, over the peak of all this, because this peaks tonight through tomorrow morning. By noon tomorrow, it's still windy, it's still dangerous, it's still critical fire conditions, but we're just past what we would call the peak of all this. And then as we go a little later into the day tomorrow, 6 p.m. is a time frame we're looking forward to, because that's when the high wind warning will end. And you see what happens here. Wind speeds are backing down. But another thing worth noting, I'm just going to come over here and switch to a different graphic, is that we've got several days of concerning Santa Ana wind conditions. So as we switch to the advisories and the warnings right now, red flag warnings, that's in this magenta color, coat just about all the area. And that's for Tuesday, today, and for Wednesday. But as we go a little farther ahead into Thursday, notice part of Los Angeles is carved out of that, and a little bit along the coast for Orange County as well. But still Thursday, all these areas are under a red flag warning. And now the National Weather Service for Friday has also added these areas in orange in a fire weather watch, which means these locations could switch over to a red flag warning on Friday. We don't expect the winds to be as strong as what we're dealing with right now, but still an offshore Santa Ana wind will be an issue at that time. And then I just want to highlight, as we're going through the warnings here, highlight one more thing. Here's the high wind warning, pretty much the entire area. It's that yellow color for the extreme winds. That's in effect, like we said, until 6 p.m. on Wednesday. And like I mentioned earlier, the air actually does get a little drier tomorrow as well. Very concerning fire weather setup. And like I said, it's not just the fire risk, but strong winds. I mean, this is a damaging wind event. There's going to be wind damage kind of scattered all across Southern California that we'll get a good sense of by the end of all this, I think. We'll head back to you.
Adam Kruger, thank you so much. We want to put up this information on the screen right now, give you a sense of where the evacuations areas are. So this is a map from CAL FIRE that shows where the Palisades fire is. It gets you in perspective. A lot of people know Riviera Country Club, not too far away. Will Rogers State Beach is where they have been staging the emergency crews. That's where they did the press conference earlier. They thought that was far enough away to be in the safe zone. But this whole area, Topanga Beach, near PCH, and because of those winds that Adam was talking about, we have seen a lot of this fire move from that top of that hill, moving down towards Pacific Coast Highway, towards the ocean. Obviously, nowhere to burn once you hit the ocean. The Brentwood area, Brentwood Country Club, Brentwood Country Mart, all the rest of that, so far seems to be okay. A lot of smoke, scary to see the fire that closely, but Adam has talked about not a lot of risk of the fire moving into that direction, although with embers you never quite know.
We do have it. Can we bring up the Mount Wilson camera? I know our focus, of course, is on the Palisades fire, but we're getting some new information, which is pretty alarming about the other fire. This is it. This is per the Angeles National Forest. Now they've renamed it. We were told it was the Close Fire. Now, according to Angeles National Forest, it's the Eaton Fire in Altadena. It's grown to 200+ acres, and evacuations are underway. So there are homes and direct line to now what's being called the Eaton Fire, again, in Altadena. So 200+ acres. United States, the Forest Service, Pasadena, LA County Fire, they are all responding as well. So now we have 2 active fires that are threatening homes. We hate to have to report that. We do have Gina Silva. She is headed to this fire, again, in Altadena, known as the Eaton Fire. And then we do have people who work at the Mount Wilson area. And I'm being told from a colleague that those employees of ours are now being told to evacuate as well. Atop Mount Wilson.
So that means the Mount Wilson, which is responsible for so much communication, not only for our station, but for many different assets, potentially could be in danger. Okay, we want to show you something from a few hours ago. A sense of what some of our reporters have been up against. This is a report from our reporter Matthew Seedorf and photographer Sam Dubin in the Pacific Palisades area as the flames really got going. Take a look.
You can see we can walk across the street. This is towards the football stadium. I believe that is the score box on fire as we're going to turn this way with all these embers flying. I do have an anemometer with me. It's measuring winds gusting to 35, 40 miles per hour with flames on the other side of the street as well. Let's see if we can push this way. And I'm actually with photojournalist Sam Dubin. You went to this high school, Sam. If you don't mind, what's this like?
It's heartbreaking. This is my alma mater. The baseball field's totally gone. Some of the buildings are gone. This house across the street's gone. This is the newer aquatic center, the Maggie Gilbert Aquatic Center. Looks okay right now. The classrooms appear okay, but it's just heartbreaking for everyone who went to this school. A lot of people have gone here over the years.
Yeah, I can't imagine just seeing buildings have burned down, and just this thick black smoke. Again, winds, it just stings because of all this debris flying around. Looking at my anemometer, gust 25 miles an hour right now, but we've seen probably close to 40. It's hard to put this into words, seeing this home up here on fire and all these other structures and even a high school. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, that was such a precarious, dangerous situation, and so sad to see all of those who...
Even a high school. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, that was such a precarious, dangerous situation, and so sad to see all of those who have gone to that high school, and let's hope that the classrooms are still standing. It was the athletic fields that took the brunt. We now want to show you what has really captivated us today, and that is this scene. This is when people literally abandoned their vehicles trying to escape the flames. And as a result, LA Fire came in with their bulldozers because they couldn't get through, and they literally bulldozed all of these vehicles off to the side to make way for the route to allow those first responders to get through. Let's go ahead and listen to some of the sound that we got surrounding this scene.
So questions about abandoned cars, that's a good question that has come up. Law enforcement assists us heavily with evacuation, but please remember it's an active incident. We don't have the answers to all of these questions. We will certainly look at that. That's very important. I don't know if police felt like they wanted to make a mention to evacuations. Here. Okay.
Yeah, just on that question of evacuations, vehicles left in the roadway. If you have to leave a vehicle in the roadway, get it as far off the road as you can so that emergency vehicles can't get by. The gist of moving them with bulldozers was an emergency situation. You got to get those fire resources through, and they do what they have to do to be able to facilitate that. So we're asking really for the cooperation, and think a couple of steps ahead. It's not just your vehicle there, but then others line up behind you as well as they see what you're doing. And so I can't stress enough, please follow the evacuation orders. Do your best to be able to get out to safety. Bring the equipment you will need for the next couple of days with you, because as you've heard over and over again, this is not going to end very quickly.
No, it's not, as we expect the winds, if you can believe it, to get even worse later tonight and into early tomorrow as well.
And we heard from a woman who was in that abandonment, in that her and her husband were in separate vehicles, because a lot of people have asked us on social, why did they abandon their cars? And she laid it out plainly and said that all of the traffic was trying to get through and the flames were really close. And it was gridlock, and so at which point it was, you know, life over your car. And so they left their vehicles there. And they've just stacked up, obviously. It's like dominoes. So that gives you a better idea of what really happened.
So that becomes a story of sort of crowd dynamics and mob mentality as well. Ed Lascos has had these remarkable pictures. And Ed, good to see a firefighter there. Is this the same Long Beach crew that we saw earlier?
Yeah, you're right about that. It's Engine 10, City of Long Beach. They moved in. The first fire engines we've seen on this entire area, this entire block of Antioch and Haverford. They've been busy getting a couple of hose lines on these two homes up here on the east side of Antioch and Radford as the winds have been blowing the embers. The west side, look at that on the other side of the fire truck. They're all gone. Those homes, nothing but a smoldering chimney on the other side, and it's been the embers being pushed by these winds that have been blowing over here, lighting these homes on fire. And in the back, they were trying to shut down a fire that's over here. This home, remember last time we saw you about 20 minutes ago, it was just smoldering on the rooftop area. Now look, the fire has moved into the second floor, first floor. This home is burning, and the home right next to it also. That one we're looking at, they've been doing structure protection on the one to the left, but I was going to say the one on the right is, we lost that one, unfortunately, about 40 minutes ago. The embers came by and just lit it right up very fast, and the fire engines here, watch out, we're going to get some water through here. They've got blasting the hoses, trying to put out some of these hot spots, but this home, unfortunately, they got here just as this one was smoldering. We thought maybe, by chance, they might be able to save it. Unfortunately not, but they're trying to damp it down. But at least finally, after we've been here for several hours and watched these embers blowing and everything else, and torrent of water comes as they're trying to hit these hot spots here. Finally, we see an engine coming in, and as we've been talking about it, Marla and Alex, not from LA City, LA County, City of Long Beach coming in with their engine to try to help out, trying to shut down this area. And this has really been like one of the hot spots of many, if you will, no pun intended, as this fire roared across, jumped across Sunset, and moved down here to the east of Temescal, losing these homes. Another burning. Mike, you'll give you a look on the other side. It really started over here on the west side. These were the first homes that went. And my goodness, it's like a bomb hit this area here. Home after home, right along as you head down to PCH. Just went up in a matter of seconds, right before our eyes. Smoldering rubble. You see the embers still blowing as the breeze blows through here, and that's a continuing problem. The embers continue to blow to the east, and you have more spot fires down 100, 200, 300 yards away, something that's almost impossible for firefighters to control. There's a chimney, or what's left of that home. Incredible. And then it's jumped across. Now you have these homes burning over here. One that's loud. Well, there's actually two as I look around the bend, 2 or 3 around the bend to the right off camera. The one right in front of us. And then the firefight that they're basically trying, well, they're not going to be able to save the one to the left. It is just fully engulfed in flames, although they're hitting you with water, some lines now on the bottom and also up top, but also trying to dampen down those embers because they're trying to save the homes to the immediate left and also the homes on the backside to the far east. But it shows you this firefight here, and it's basically out of control. One engine doing whatever they can. God bless them, but with these flames and the embers that are blowing up in the sky, look at that. If you go all the way up top, Mikey, the embers just blow up in the smoke and the wind that swirls around and they go up. follow down along to further east, and it's a battle, maybe a battle that you just can't win when you have winds like this, unfortunately.
No, it is not a fair firefight by any stretch. It's just absolutely devastating. Okay, thank you so much, Ed. Let's go to Christy Fajardo. She has a similar scene. And last time we saw you, we had to let you go because of the dangerous power lines that were nearby.
Yeah, no, unfortunately we saw a tree come down, narrowly missing an LAPD cruiser and then taking down a power line, and it just started arcing and sparking everywhere. We did have to get out of there, but I want to show you, we're actually on Swarthmore near La Cruz Drive, and this is Palisades Charter Elementary, and sadly it is on fire. And even around the corner there are several buildings on fire, and down the street as well, and there are no firefighters, not a single one in sight. I know that there is a lot of firefighting resources right now at Sunset and Via de la Paz. Excuse me, it's having a little trouble talking. Because we were there earlier and there were two massive apartment complexes that were on fire, and firefighters were trying to put it out. And as they were putting that out, a spot fire started at a home around the corner. I did flag down firefighters, let them know, but they said that they were too busy evacuating those massive complexes, and they just didn't have firefighters to spare to go tend to that house. And we're seeing time and time again tonight where buildings are burning, homes are burning, in this case a school is burning, and there are no firefighting resources in sight or to be spared. And sadly, this is what we're watching right now. One of the culprits that we're seeing over and over tonight are these palm trees. Embers fly, they catch the palm fronds on fire, and this is what we see immediately following that. In fact, if we pan upward, you'll see that this palm tree is on fire. So is the one right next to it. And the real issue is that those embers are now up high, and if the if gusts come through, they blow them and start multiple spot fires. And Gino, if we pan around the other way, we can show you that something else just caught fire down the street. So terrible, terrible scene to witness, but sadly this is what we're seeing tonight. Let's send it back to you.
Christy, thank you. I want to give you a moment to catch your breath, and sometimes it's been helpful to just listen into the picture every once in a while and get a sense of how windy it is. So maybe we can listen to Gino Arias's picture to get a sense of how intense it is out there. And you think of that school and all the memories and all the kids and everything else, and how now parents are going to have to explain to these young kids about what happened here. So sad as we're looking at Palisades Charter Elementary School right now in flames. We've also seen the Pali High also in flames tonight.
Let's go ahead and check in with Chelsea Edwards. She's along PCH where she's seen entire mobile home parks go up in flames. Chelsea?
And more than that, honestly, it doesn't feel real. It feels extremely surreal being here and watching this. I mean, everywhere you look is on fire. Everything that we can see that is on the land that can burn is burning right now. I mean, from up in the canyons to what you're looking at right now, which is what's left, the rubble that's left from this mobile home park, to structures that are further down PCH, we're not sure what those are, to the public bathrooms on the other side of PCH. So this has jumped PCH and is now on both sides, even though there's not a whole lot left here to burn. It is still burning. It's just remarkable to watch. And, you know, we see that firefighter, that fire engine heading south on PCH. We've seen that over and over. They're going south, they're coming north, but they've not stopped at any point to help to do any, structural protection for any of these homes. That's some of the frustration from this homeowner we've been talking to, this gentleman. He's standing near me. He's been here for a couple of hours now. He keeps coming and talking a little bit more. He's warming up a little bit, I think, just still completely in shock from watching his home burn down. But he said, you know, they were here. They knew that this fire was coming down. The homeowners were there. They were trying to protect their homes with garden hoses. And there was a fire engine that was there right at the entrance. And he just said they could have done something, but they ran out of water and then they left. They said they'd come back and they didn't. Obviously, those firefighters are working on life-saving efforts. I mean, that's obviously their first priority, as it should be. Property is secondary. But that's obviously hard to hear for the homeowners who are just watching everything they have and they own go up in flames. The gentleman we've been speaking to said he ran back in when he knew that it was too late. He knew that his home was on fire and there was nothing that was going to save it. He said he ran in and he grabbed a physical picture of his late mother, and that's the only belonging that he took out of that home as he ran down the hill to get away from those flames. So, I mean, you hear stories like this and it just... the impact is so great to these people. I mean, you think about the fear in those people that were in their cars on Sunset Boulevard making that decision to run. You know, that's a true fear, and we see these scenes like this, and I mean, it's just hard to believe. Again, I just feel surreal. It looks like we're on a movie set. Like this is not actually where we're standing in the Pacific Palisades right now. When you look at the scenes of destruction, it'll be really interesting to see tomorrow when the sun comes up and to kind of get a sense of how widespread this damage is. This gentleman says there's 187, he believes, mobile homes that are in this park alone, and this is just one of several up and down this section of PCH. He says there's one to the south and one to the north as well, and we believe that those structures are burned as well. I mean, it's hard to tell, obviously, right now with all the smoke in the air and these shifting winds and you know, no ability to get in and really see what's going on. But I think it's safe to assume that these numbers are going to skyrocket from what was reported earlier this evening in terms of these structures that have been lost. I mean, we're seeing it with our own eyes. We're watching these structures burn. Just remarkable damage here in the Pacific Palisades, and just so much just devastation and fear from these homeowners who are just watching everything that they have go up in flames.
And we can just hear the roar of that wind. It is something. All right, Chelsea, thank you. We want to talk now about the new fire that popped up. It's being called the Eaton Fire. Here's some images. This is thanks to Jonathan Acosta here. And this is burning in Altadena. 200 acres. This just erupted, already up to 200 acres, and there are mandatory evacuations in place. Angeles National Forest, one of the agencies on scene, says leave now if you are in the evacuation zone. I'm going to read these out to you. I do believe that we can throw them up on your screen. Evacuation orders underway for east of Altadena Drive, Kinaloa Canyon Road, Outpost Lane, Glen Springs, Coolidge, Miranda, Roosevelt, Veranda, and Ken Clare. Mandatory evacuations for all of those areas listed by Angeles National Forest. That agency is saying to leave now, and you can see these flames here and how close they are to homes. And this is another vantage point from above, looks like from a helicopter here, and it's burning out of control. There are multiple agencies on this one, Alex. Pasadena Fire. Wow. LA County Fire, which we know is also helping in the Palisades Fire. Pasadena PD is out there as well, and LASD as well, LA County Sheriff's Department, with those road closures and evacuation orders.
Wow. Yeah, this is our best video so far of that brush fire, which is burning near Pasadena. Wow, look at that. And this is the live picture that we've been looking at from Mount Wilson, which we hear there have been some evacuations ordered there. Also just got word the city of Santa Monica, back in our other fire, what's happening in the Palisades, has just issued a evacuation order. We've been talking about that Santa Monica seems somewhat in the clear. It's where a lot of people went to evacuate. But they are now evacuating all areas of the city north of San Vicente. Immediate threat to life. Lawful order to leave now. Areas now closed to public access. So that is areas north of Montana to San Vicente. FYI about the city of Santa Monica, if you live there, the message is to get out. Ed Laskos back in the Palisades area, you know, and some of the worst images of destruction have been from Ed and his photographer Mike Armijo. Ed.
Yes, it's heartbreaking, unbelievable. Looks like a nightmare, I got to tell you. And interesting, you talked about those evacuation notices now coming up in Santa Monica. It's something that we heard about 30 minutes ago in this neighborhood here, just off Sunset in the Palisades. LAPD going by in their black and whites on the loudspeaker saying, get out now, mandatory evacuation, evacuate eastbound on Sunset, which would take you back in that direction you were just talking about, where they are now asking folks to leave in that area of Santa Monica, moving toward the Brentwood area. Crazy scene out here. Long Beach, Engine 10 on this scene. Antioch, Radford, just off Haverford, about a block south, if you will, towards PCH, just on the backside of Gelson's, give you an idea. Heart of the village of the Palisades. This one home here is sadly the latest casualty of this out-of-control wildfire. That front end looks like it's going to give way. In fact, some of the firefighters just pulled out as they're thinking that front wall might come crashing down. It's one of, I don't know, a dozen, maybe more homes on this one street alone as it winds down from Sunset down toward the Bluffs and PCH along Temescal that has been lost. And as you look down the road, down the street itself, Antioch, one after another, you just see one of the homes and other homes burning, because of the trouble is the embers that keep blowing from this wind. As Mike Armijo, the photographer, was saying, it was almost like missiles. Hear that wind blowing through? I know, huh? And it picks up all those embers, missiles, if you will, lit missiles, blows them down. And look at the front of that home. Looks like it's just, sadly, we're lose another home here. I must tell you, though, the firefighters from Long Beach have moved in. First ones we've seen, and they're working very hard to try to contain this one if you can, and do protection, structure protection on the home right next to it, to the left side, because the one on the right side we've already lost. So they're doing their best. You can see them pouring water on the one to try to keep it cool so that these embers and the fire does not spread. They don't want it to go up this block, as it's right in the direct, it's downwind in the direct line of all the embers and where the fire has been burning, as it's burning now on the east side of Temescal. We've already lost some areas over at Pali High School, if you're familiar with the area. It jumps over Temescal, over that canyon area, over the roadway onto the east side into the Antioch Street area, Haverford, right along, right basically across from Temescal and Pali High, backside of Gelson's, and it's just been a firefight here the last couple of hours. Several of these homes gone, and as you look over past, these are the homes that we first lost here as this fire, the sparks first hit this area. Chimneys standing, brick chimneys, all that's left is just smoldering, burning debris, and at times you might hear some gas canisters pop. That's about it. And then over here, down there, look at that's a look there of a lot of the fire engines that are moving in further down along Temescal as you come down closer to PCH, trying to get a handle on some of the flames that are burning down there, some of the homes that are burning down there, as they're trying desperately just to try to contain a lot of these burning embers as they're going through. Mikey, I don't know if we can look through the trees over there. It's probably a tough shot, but there's a huge home down there, a mansion. Some of these homes are beautiful. They're up on the hillside overlooking PCH. Great views down over the bluffs. That one is fully engulfed, several stories high. Just an unbelievable scene here. War zone. A lady came by a little earlier saying desperately she was trying to call 911, complaining that there was no way to get through 911. That was at a point when there were no fire trucks, no fire engines, no firemen anywhere to be seen in this particular area, in this particular neighborhood. She was, and there's a good look at that home I was talking about further down on Antioch here. My goodness, it is a firestorm here, raging out of control. Firefighters, Long Beach, are here doing their best, but with these winds and these embers, there's not much you can do, not much anyone can do.
Wow. So depressing and sad to look at. Ed Laskos, Mike Armijo, thank you for the excellent coverage all evening long in very, very tough conditions out there. As we watch these homes continue to burn. You know, we've been talking about evacuations. We just talked about the fact that Santa Monica now adding evacuations, Eaton Canyon adding evacuations. Governor Newsom is in town tonight because he was supposed to meet with President Biden out in Thermal for a national monument. That had to be canceled. President Biden stuck here in Southern California tonight. Governor Newsom ended up going to the press conference earlier today in Santa Monica, and he talked about the need to follow when it comes to those mandatory evacuations. Let's listen.
by no stretch of the imagination are we out of the woods. You heard the chief say 10 p.m. tonight to 5 a.m. tomorrow will be peak winds. And having just quite literally an hour or so ago gone up the canyon and saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed, not a few, many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, we're just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders.
Well, he also declared a state of emergency as it relates to this, and he did reach out to President Biden. Alex may have just mentioned that, and to get FEMA involved and help get more federal dollars. Let's give you a look.
President Biden gave the approval for that, so the federal government's going to be spending a lot of money on helping to fight this fire.
Okay, so let's talk about the evacuation centers that are so precious to so many people. I know a lot of people, had fled to Santa Monica, but now north of San Vicente, all of those areas are under a mandatory evacuation. If you need an evacuation center, the closest one to the Pacific Palisades would be the Westwood Recreation Center. It's at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. This is right between Wilshire and Ohio. This is where American Red Cross is also set up. They are accepting small animals there as well. Another evacuation center that we have is, I know the Dream Center is another one that has opened its doors. This is in Hollywood, the 2300 block, 2301 Bellevue Avenue in Los Angeles. And I just got a message from Clint Carlton, who helps run the Dream Center, and he says this is open not just for the Palisades fire, but now the Eaton fire as well. So if you are in a situation where you need a place to stay tonight, the Dream Center is your place to go. That is a good option for you. In terms of animals, you can also go to the Pierce College in Woodland Hills. That one is accepting large livestock, smaller animals. The LA County Animal Shelter in Agora is accepting smaller animals. So those are your animal evacuation centers, in addition to the human evacuation centers, if you will. We continue to look at live pictures like this all afternoon, and it's just getting worse and worse now that the sun has set a couple of hours ago. Alex, it looks like you have some new information.
Yeah, the White House just put out a statement from President Biden, who is here in Southern California tonight. The statement, not on camera, saying he's being frequently briefed on the wildfires in West Los Angeles. My team and I are in touch with state and local officials, and I've offered any federal assistance that is needed to help suppress the terrible Pacific Palisades fire. Earlier tonight, FEMA approved a fire management assistance grant to support areas that are impacted and help reimburse the state of California for the immediate firefighting costs. My administration will do everything it can to support the response. I urge the residents of Pacific Palisades and surrounding areas of Los Angeles to stay vigilant and listen to local officials. So that is a statement from the president. We have not, even though he is right down the street from where these fires are, we haven't seen him on camera. I haven't seen him going to any of the briefings, which would cause quite a security situation and may not be all that helpful right now, considering Secret Service and all the rest of it. But as we look at this live picture, once again, you get a sense of just the embers and how scary this is and how we are not anywhere close to being out of the woods yet. Matthew Seedorf continues his excellent reporting. Matthew is on the move, and we've got some firefighters with him as well. Matthew.
Yeah, you can feel that heat come behind you with that wind as the firefighters are outside Palisades Charter High School. We're actually on the campus right now. We'll follow the firefighters over here as the flames have reached campus. These are actual classrooms that we're seeing on fire. Just hard to imagine. I mean, there were students here in class today, and now you're just looking at this, and it's just hard to put into words. You can hear the firefighters yelling for more water. We saw them on the front of the school, also with their ladder out, just trying to get on top of this, but just feeling the heat, the embers blowing around. And this is what you're seeing all over Pacific Palisades. We were just driving a little bit across town. You can see you lose track counting the number of homes that are on fire right now. So this is just unbelievable. Looks like the firefighters are about to get some water on it, hopefully here, and prevent it from spreading to the rest of the school. But this is an intense situation, Alex and Marla. Back to you.
Yeah, it is so heartbreaking. And then to add to that, thank you so much, Matthew. We're just getting word that, and this isn't a big surprise, but it's still terrible to hear, that all aircraft has been grounded. So the firefight will not be fought from the air. It will be fought from the ground as we have now descended into nightfall. Adam Kruger, I know that's not a big surprise to you either.
Yeah, I mean, we heard about this earlier in the press conference, that it would be a combination of dangerous to fly at night, but also ineffective for whatever they're dropping. With the winds this strong, it's just kind of getting blown away. So, yeah, not a surprise to hear that. Now, as we go into the night, here's headline number one of the three main points. If you're just going to take three things away from this here, it's the fact that winds will be peaking between, I'd say, 9 p.m. and 9 a.m. So we're heading into that time when the winds are just going to be even stronger than what we've seen so far. Also, the humidity drops a little bit tomorrow, so it gets even drier than what we see right now. And the extreme wind conditions and dry conditions, red flag conditions, cover a huge part of Southern California. So while a lot of our coverage has rightfully been focused on the Pacific Palisades, don't forget that many other parts of Southern California are finding similar weather conditions. And if a fire were to start, it could spread very rapidly. We learned not long ago there's the Eaton fire, which is a little north of Pasadena, something definitely to keep an eye on as we go through the night, as would be any other spot is worth keeping an eye on as well. All right, so forecast wind gusts now as we look at 8 o'clock tonight and head a little bit later into 10 o'clock. So notice the extreme wind gusts. I mean, we don't see the computer model really forecast something like this too often. It's showing widespread gusts over 50, some spots over 60, some spots over 70 miles per hour. So getting more intense with those winds as we continue through the night. Here's a look at 2 o'clock in the morning. And again, we're just like locked in to these really intense winds during the late night hours through tomorrow morning. Here's a look now at 4 o'clock in the morning. Things do not look any better. It is just a wild map to see with these intense wind speeds being forecast. Here we go into 8 o'clock in the morning. And we still see the strong winds. And keep in mind, while, yes, the fire threat is very high, there's also just the risk of straight up wind damage happening anywhere. With winds of this nature, trees can come down, things can get blown away if they're not secured. So keep all that in mind through the night and into tomorrow. Now, here's a look at noon tomorrow. We still have intense winds, but the numbers start to come down a little bit. And then by the end of the day tomorrow at 6 p.m., that's when our high wind warning will expire. And then we're past the peak, but still we have some concern after that. Now, another thing I want to show you here, just to kind of break down why we expect the strongest winds to start picking up here tonight. And when we look at the pattern in the atmosphere, we've got what we call the jet stream. You may have heard of this before. So this is like a river of fast-moving winds much higher up in the atmosphere, basically where the jets are flying around. And so the jet stream goes like this, follows this kind of swirly path right here. And there's a particular part of the jet stream which is just about to line up over us tonight. I've got this started at 10 p.m. right on the kind of northwest side of this intense low right here, where the winds are really especially zipping quite strong. And so it's those upper atmosphere winds that are adding this little extra boost to the already strong wind event we've seen all day long. So that lines up right over us tonight. And as we go into tomorrow morning and into about noon tomorrow, then we see that batch of really strong higher atmosphere winds start to move a little farther south. But between now and tomorrow morning, that's when we get that little extra boost a little bit higher up in the atmosphere, which is why we expect those winds to just keep increasing as we go through these next couple of hours. We'll go back to you.
Adam, thanks. We'll go back now to Christy Fajardo. Christy, what are you seeing?
We're actually on De La Cruz, and I'm seeing a building right over there on fire, and we're hearing loud boom. So it appears that there's propane there. And if you walk with me, some people have lost their livelihoods. Down the street, we've seen people who've lost their homes. And sadly, some children have also lost their school. This is Palisades Charter School, and we've just watched as it's been decimated, and there is not a firefighter around. We're hearing fire alarms going off all around us, but no one it can be spared to respond. And when we first arrived, we didn't know what this was, but we saw the playground and then looked it up on Google Maps and just have watched here helplessly, unable to do anything about this, and just wondering about the hundreds of children who no doubt attend, and looks like there's not going to be much left. This is Swarthmore is where we're standing, and you can see how much of it has been damaged, or if we pan that way, even destroyed. And down the street, fact, if we walk out this way a little bit, I think if we pan down, you'll see those flames there. That is a house that is on fire, and now the trees all around it are on fire, and the trees across the street are on fire. So those homes are now in danger of burning as well. And again, no firefighting resources are here. We have seen the LAPD come through. They have been on their megaphones asking people to evacuate, telling them they need to clear out now. Fortunately, it looks like everyone heeded those warnings and got out before we saw all of this, but a very dangerous situation. Again, we're hearing booms. Appears all around us. It appears that propane tanks are catching fire, and sadly, so did this school. Listen, back to you.
Yeah, we're sorry to see another school that has gone up in flames. Obviously, our other crew was at the Palisades Charter High School that has suffered significant damage as well, Alex.
Yeah, and this is a live picture right now. This is the Palisades that we're looking at here. It's hard to even keep track because we've got this fire burning and we've got the fire burning in Eaton Canyon right now as well, which is also threatening homes. There's a live picture from Mount Wilson where you see that on the move as well. And it is, I mean, I'm sure wherever you're watching us right now, you are feeling these winds as well. Even in this studio, which is soundproof and huge, where we almost never, ever hear or feel winds, we have been feeling at times this studio shaking because the winds are so intense, which I've never felt in my 7 years of being here. This is one of the most damaging wind events in modern Southern California history. We've been talking about it for days, but it's turned out to be, frankly, even worse than what we were predicting. And if you can believe it, the worst of the winds have not happened yet. That's expected to happen between 10 o'clock tonight and 5 o'clock in the morning. Ed Laskos can't hear us, but hopefully we're going to be able to tell him that he's on TV. Go ahead.
Now the firefight goes on here, and it's growing more desperate by the very moment. Power now shut off in the last few minutes. Some of the apartment buildings, condos, all in dark. We've also lost cell service. AT&T, one of the carriers, it's out, making the situation even more dire. This is Antioch. It is just south of Sunset, right just south of the village of the Palisades itself, right behind Gelson's, if you're familiar with that, just east of Temescal Canyon. One of the many homes on this winding block that we have lost in this firestorm. This fire engine 10 from Long Beach, moving in here. The first engines that we have seen, first firefighters that we have seen in this area. They've been doing their best to try to shut down this fire, and particularly the embers as the winds are blowing across your screen from right to left. Sometimes we get those big gusts that go through here, and those embers look like flaming missiles that fly several hundred yards toward the east, causing some more spot fires. That's been the entire problem. This block hit by the first wave of this firestorm a couple of hours ago. Over on this block were some beautiful homes. On the west side, there's a chimney, a brick chimney, all that's left. But interesting, there's that chimney, that home, three-story home, gone. Interesting, you'd look there and it'd be a home, but if you look through the smoke and the debris, see it says Pali. That's Pali High School, Temescal Canyon and Pali High School, and the lights that shine down on the football field. Normally you would never see that from this street. Tree line with those beautiful homes here. Now it's a wide open field smoldering with debris of what's left of these homes, as Pali High School itself has even been hit by this out-of-control fire. Some more booms going off, some more transformers. Further down on Antioch, through all the smoke, is a huge mansion down there on top of the crest that overlooks the bluff, looking down on PCH. We're losing that one too in this firefight going up in flames. It's not much that these firefighters can do. They're trying with this home here to get another stream of water on it to try to shut down these embers, but at this point it's an out-of-control fire and they're doing all they can. But at least we are seeing our first firefighters in this area. They're coming from Long Beach, not the city of LA, so you gotta wonder what the heck is going on, as we're right in the middle of this area. We've already lost several homes, and there's no listen to that. I'm sure you can hear it, the wind just roaring through here. These winds are the biggest problem, with the embers just flying all over the place. The firefight goes on, still out of control, but at least these firefighters from Long Beach doing all they can to try to suppress these flares that are blowing through here.
Okay, Ed. Well, as a result of this, we want to reiterate, because Santa Monica is such a big area as well, that the evacuation orders have spread to the city of Santa Monica, an evacuation order for the entire area from the northern border of the city to San Vicente Boulevard. That's between Ocean Boulevard and 26th Street. An evacuation warning is in place for the area north of Montana to San Vicente. So that is something we will continue to keep a watch on as well. A live picture from our Santa Monica camera right now. And you can just see, of course, the active flames and the strong winds. Let's get back to the ground, and we are headed to Chelsea Edwards. This is a little bit earlier, an intense situation that she was involved in along PCH. Chelsea.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Marla, we're going to add to that number so far. So where we have been standing for a while, we've been watching these homes on Terrace Circle go up in flames. There's been at least 5 that have gone up. We just watched the last one on that terrace burn to the ground. But now, unfortunately, we're able to see in the distance there, south on PCH, we've got some smoke covering it now. There's another structure somewhere in the distance that is burning. But also across on this side on PCH, we've been talking about how there are no homes on this side. There are some structures, though, that we're able to see now that they're lit up. Those are, we believe, the public bathrooms that are right in that area along the beach that are currently on fire. So that happened within the last 5 to 10 minutes, and that whole thing is just going up. We haven't seen any firefighting efforts in that area or here at all since we've been here in this particular part of PCH, which means that everything in this area is just, if the flames come to it, it's burning. I've been talking to the homeowner, one of the homeowners here in this mobile park. He says there may be as many as 187 homes in this one mobile home park, but that there's several others in this area. Now, we don't have a clear idea yet whether that many homes in this particular area have burned, but that's what we're looking at. I mean, that's the reality that we're facing here. These homes are very tight together, these mobile home parks. The structures are very close together, and once one goes up, if there's no mitigation efforts, the others go up as well. So we're watching this burn to the ground. We've been able to see all these homes on Terrace Circle burn. Not clear how many behind it have burned, but it could be a lot. Let's take a look again, Elliot, if we look down on PCH, that public bathroom. So that's a relatively large structure, and that was lit up quite a bit a little while ago, but you can see those flames coming off of it. Look where the wind is pushing it. So the wind is still pushing everything to the west toward the ocean. For a while there, it turned back on us. So we were standing here, and all of a sudden it shifted very quickly. We were getting knocked around. Our camera was getting knocked around, and the smoke was just coming directly in our direction. That seems to have shifted now to the opposite, and I think that kind of speaks to just how chaotic this is, and that we just don't know where it's going to go. And every time the wind shifts, these embers get carried to a different area. They can possibly light up different homes, like what we're seeing right now here along PCH. And then we've got on fire with really not enough resources to be able to tackle it, to do property, to save these properties, unfortunately. So again, we're seeing at least one more home in the distance, but just with the numbers of this mobile home park, if this gentleman is correct, and there are 187 mobile homes back there, if that whole thing is flattened, these numbers are going to be very different from when we wake up tomorrow morning from what we heard at the last press conference. So certainly keep an eye on that, but just devastating to watch. That homeowner is still here watching his neighborhood burn, and he just said, I don't have anywhere to go. I have nothing left. He didn't have insurance on it. There's nothing left he can do. So it's just, it's a devastating situation for so many people right now.
This was also another scene earlier. This is when a lot of people had nowhere to go. They abandoned their cars because the flames were fast approaching. As a result, LA City Fire, they had to come in because the road was completely blocked. They bulldozed all the cars off to the side to make that emergency route to clear it out. Eric Scott of LAFD and LAPD Chief Jim McDonald, they were asked about this situation. Here's what they had to say.
So questions about abandoned cars, that's a good question that has come up. Law enforcement assists us heavily with evacuation, but please remember it's an active incident. We don't have the answers to all of these questions. We will certainly look at that. That's very important. I don't know if police felt like they wanted to make a mention to evacuations. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, just on that question of evacuations, vehicles left in the roadway. If you have to leave a vehicle in the roadway, get it as far off the road as you can so that emergency vehicles can't get by. The gist of moving them with bulldozers was an emergency situation. You got to get those fire resources through, and they do what they have to do to be able to facilitate that. So we're asking really for the cooperation, and think a couple of steps ahead. It's not just your vehicle there, but then others line up behind you as well as they see what you're doing. And so I can't stress enough, please follow the evacuation orders. Do your best to be able to get out to safety. Bring the equipment you will need for the next couple of days with you, because as you've heard over and over again, this is not going to end very quickly.
But this is very, very, very dynamic. And you can just, by standing here, seeing us with the wind gusts and with the predictability of this wind's going to get worse tonight. So we want people to lean forward, ready, set, go, and be ready.
That was Chief Kristen Crowley from the Los Angeles Fire Department. Okay, so as we approach the top of the hour, a programming note. We've been on with fire coverage on Fox 11 since 10:30 in the morning. At the top of the hour, at 8 o'clock on Fox 11, we're going to go to our Fox primetime programming. But if you want to continue watching our coverage, you can flip over to channel 13, Fox 11 Plus, where we're already on. Some of you may already be watching us on channel 13, but it's an opportunity to flip to channel 13. You can do so right now. If you're streaming us, we're not going anywhere. We're on the Fox local app. We're on the Fox 11 Los Angeles app, foxla.com/live. All of our coverage tonight is free. It's commercial free. We are going to be here with you, and we'll be back on Fox 11 from 10 to 11:30 at least tonight, Marla.
Yeah, so we have a lot of coverage headed your way because we're covering not just the Palisades fire, which started at 10:30 this morning, but also the Eaton fire, which there are now mandatory evacuations in Altadena. That fire is at least 200 acres, so we are watching both fires. We will also be able to bring you a live report from the Eaton fire, our first from Gina Silva, just as soon as she arrives, and we know that she is very close to that scene. So again, the Palisades fire burning out of control, almost 3,000 acres. The Eaton fire in Altadena, 200 plus acres at this point.
So
At 8 o'clock. Thank you so much for watching us on Fox 11 Plus, also known as Channel 13. I'm Marla Tejas alongside Alex Michelson. We have live pictures across our area of the Palisades fire and also the Eaton fire. That one just popped up about an hour or so ago, but right now our focus is on the Palisades fire that is threatening some 10,000 homes still at this hour tonight. It erupted earlier today, Alex, at 10:30 a.m.
And we have special live primetime coverage tonight of one of the scariest fire nights that we have seen in years in Southern California. Let's talk about the Palisades fire first. At least 2,900 acres burned. That number is going to be higher than that. We're at 0% containment. 30,000 people under mandatory evacuation orders, 10,000 homes threatened. A lot of cars, as you're looking at there, were left because people had to abandon them, and then they were bulldozed out of the way by authorities. That's why they are totaled there on the side of the street right there. And we have seen structure after structure burn, including Pali High and Pali Elementary, both burning tonight in all of this.
Let's take a look at some of the time-lapse video just to give you a better idea as we've watched this fire erupt hour after hour this afternoon. Those flames on the hillside. This is our camera from West Los Angeles, where Fox 11 is based, looking out west. And you can see just the plume of smoke, which is spotted from all across Southern California. And now, again, we have that second fire that erupted tonight. So that other plume of smoke, we will get to the Eaton fire, but our coverage does continue on the Palisades fire. We want to go to Chelsea Edwards. She's been along PCH, and you've seen a lot of destruction tonight.
A lot of destruction. We just saw a convoy of, it looked like LAPD officers and some fire officials going this way on PCH. So that may indicate that something is now happening to the north. But from where we're seeing, we're looking south on PCH, and, you know, we're just seeing this kind of wall of flames. Look over here, Elliot, to the left. This is a new flare up, it looks like. You can see just in the canyon here, this is just near Terrace Circle. Many homes, several, probably many in this mobile home community just completely destroyed. We watched as they burned one by one by one. They went up, they smoldered for a long time, then the structure just kind of fell down, crumpled on top of each other. You could hear the banging and the clanging, and then they were just gone. Now, we've also been watching to the south there. It's hard to tell exactly what we're looking at, but we believe, according to people that we've talked to here on the ground, that is another mobile home park called the Tahitian Village, and that those are homes in that area that are currently burning. Again, we haven't confirmed that with authorities. There are no authorities here to talk to, but just from our vantage point, that's what it appears that we're looking at, even more homes. So when we talk about this tally of the number of homes that have been lost in this, I think it's going to be a much different number than what we heard earlier. It's going to be much, much higher, just based on what we're seeing here on the ground. Now, it also jumped PCH, and we were watching this public bathroom burn for a while there. That burned for a very long time. It looks like it is finally out now. I'm not sure if that structure has collapsed on itself yet, or if the fire just has died down. I'm not sure what's happened there, but yeah, it is. That is now burned, and this wind just continues to kick up. It's really just remarkable how strong these winds are. I mean, there are times where my colleague Elliot Mendoza and I are standing here, and all of a sudden we just get knocked. There was at one point where he said he could actually see it. He could see the smoke kind of billowing down. He said it looked like a bomb, when a nuclear bomb goes off, and you can see it coming. And then we just felt it, and we almost got knocked over yet again. So very strong winds, and now they're gone, and now they're kicking back up again. It's just wild. They're changing directions. Often they're blowing toward the ocean, which is certainly the best thing, but other times they're headed toward the north and the south. I mean, it's really just chaotic. Oh, and looking over my shoulder again, this is a new flare-up. Not sure what's burning back there. Not sure what is actually back there, but something is burning now closer to the bottom here. Now, everything on the hillside next to where we're standing has already gone. When we got here, a lot of that was smoldering. We saw a lot of hot spots, a lot of big embers. Those have all burnt out now. So this whole hillside is gone. All the vegetation is gone. And back in there, we believe there are homes. I don't know what that is. It's burning back there. There's one of those LAPD officers, I believe, that's heading north. So they're responding to something north of where we are. But I don't see any flames to the north now. We did for a while there. So not sure exactly where this thing is moving, but a lot of destruction in the area where we're standing near these mobile home parks. Again, this one, it looks like there are several homes that have been lost, and it appears from where we're standing that many others in the mobile home park that is closer to Temescal Canyon have now burned as well. So it's just been something to watch. We're standing here with this homeowner who's been watching this for hours now, and he just cannot believe the amount of destruction that this has caused. He's lived here his whole life, and he said he's 80 years old. He's never seen anything quite like this, and he's been through a lot of natural disasters living in the Pacific Palisades and the Malibu area for 80 years. So that says something about how serious the situation is.
It is so heartbreaking. I keep saying that, but just to hear his story alone is it just breaks your heart. All right, Chelsea, thank you so much. Ed Lascos, he has more devastation. He has been in the heart of the village there in the Palisades. And Ed, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, we are at one of the several ground zeros of this firefight. This is Radcliffe. It runs parallel to Temescal Canyon, heading down to PCH. The fire jumping over Temescal Canyon. Pali High School on the other side has already been damaged, and the fire roaring through this neighborhood. These homes on the east side, you can hear the wind, and look at the embers. That is the biggest, God. That's the biggest problem with this firefight. These embers just roaring through, as Mikey Armijo, the photographer, saying they're like lit missiles that fly up through the air. Unbelievable big chunks of debris burning off this one home that's going down, looking all the way down this little alleyway. Several homes, one after the other, eastward. Burnt right down, caught on fire as these embers are just spreading like crazy. Down further along Radcliffe, around the bend, more of the homes. We're losing more of those fires. Some fire engines have moved in to try to stop the spread of those embers down there. Look at this home on this side, the west side of Radcliffe. It has been roaring the last hour or so, hearing booms coming from there, the gas cylinders exploding. Some of the, we also thought earlier, some of the electrical transformers lighting up and popping. Everywhere you look here in this area of the Palisades Village, fire. Fire up on the hillsides, fire. That's the top of the bluff, some of the most beautiful spots in this area. You'd stand up there by those mansions, a nice park over there. You look down the bluff at PCH, the ocean, the bay, incredible sunsets. Homes up there burning, the hillside burning. Through here you would never see this. This is a beautiful home that we lost here, just brick chimneys left standing through the debris. But as you look through, you could see the lights from the football field of Pali High School. You would never see that here because this home should be here, but there's nothing here now over this hillside, Temescal Canyon, the football field, the school on the other side. It's also been damaged by this fire. As we swing around, here's some of the homes that first went up on this area of Radcliffe on the west side as the fire jumped over the canyon. They're all down now, smoldering debris, and here we're finally seeing some fire trucks. I say finally because over the last several hours, nothing here. There we go. Front end of that home finally giving out. Long Beach Fire, Engine 10. The firefighters have been putting a lot of water on it, trying to stop as they can the spread of those embers, but we knew it was just a matter of time as it was leaning. And a little while ago, the firefighters said, get back, get back. It's not safe. So they moved back into more of a defensive situation now, but still trying to do structure protection on the buildings next door as this home is gone. Flames just roaring through the embers, fly high into the air. That's the problem. And right down the alley, we've lost several homes, one after the other, from Radcliffe all the way over, continuing east. LAPD going by the last hour, black and whites with their loudspeakers saying, evacuate, get out now, no time to waste, evacuate eastbound on Sunset. That is the way, but I must tell you, it seems like everybody has long evacuated this area. It's in darkness, no electricity, no cell service, everybody just holding on and waiting for the firefighters to come through. As we send it back to you.
Ed Laskos, yeah, thank you so much. It was quite something to see basically the facade of that house just tumble down. The other side of the street, you see the chimney standing, which he's pointed out, and just, he said it, war zone. Looks apocalyptic. We've heard that word a lot today, and it's gone from house to house.
He was talking about Pali High School. A little bit earlier tonight, Matthew Seedorf was live in front of Pali High School. Here's that report.
Yeah, you can we're surrounded by flames, but keep hearing those loud bangs. Like it just sounds like firecrackers just going off, bang, bang. Right now you can see the homes right near Palisades Charter High School. Several homes on fire, if not destroyed already. And then, Sam, if you want to point up to the light, just so people can see the smoke just blowing, just look how fast it's going. I mean, that's something you see. I've covered hurricanes on the coast. That's what you see with hurricanes and the rain, just all of that wind just blowing all this smoke. It's pretty remarkable to see. And Sam, if you want to walk with me outside the high school, we're going to look kind of out towards the football field. Looks like there's a structure burning over there. And we talked about just being surrounded by flames, but it's just all around the football stadium. We saw the press box on fire, and we want to see, because we've seen the other side of the high school. We saw the other side of the high school with the flames on the baseball field and the field house, the locker rooms, and this is the main entrance to the school. And just see, we did see some fire here a little while ago, and I just want to get a quick look and show you guys kind of what we're seeing at the front of the school. And Yeah, you can see the flames coming in from this direction, getting closer to the school. Just definitely a scary situation. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Matthew Seedorf, thank you. We now move to a different part of Southern California, which is also on fire. This is the Eaton fire in the Altadena area, and for the first time, our colleague Gina Silva is giving us a look from the ground. Those are horses, Gina?
Those are horses, yes. There's a woman that just came down the road here, and she's trying to get her horses out of here. But as you can see, we are on New York Drive in Altadena, and this entire hillside is on fire. It has already crossed the street, and there's a building here that is in danger of also going up in flames. I don't know exactly what it is, but I believe it said water meters, something like that. But you can see this is an incredible wind-driven fire. The Eden fire started around 6:30 p.m. with just an estimated 20 acres. And the blaze, as you can see, it has quickly exploded into more than 200 acres, and it keeps growing. There are so many homes here in danger, and that is why officials have issued a mandatory evacuation order in the area that is just west of the Eden Canyon Golf Course. People living on these streets also have to evacuate immediately. And I heard a lady earlier saying she didn't want to leave because she's got animals. And so there was a sort of a thing that was going back and forth. But people living on these streets, they have to leave immediately. You can see how dangerous the situation is. These are the streets: Kinalea Canyon Road, Outpost Lane, Glen Springs, Coolidge, Miranda, Roosevelt, Vernada, Kenclair, and areas east of Altadena Drive. As you can see, this is a fast-moving fire, and these winds are absolutely wicked. And I think that we ourselves are going to have to end up moving because our vehicles are down here, and this just keeps moving down. Now, we came from upland, and I got to tell you, oh my goodness, the winds out there were so strong. It was difficult to stand in one place, so we were concerned that a fire could break out there when this one broke out, and we were sent to this location. But as you can see, Pasadena fire, LA County fire, there are so many units that are here battling this blaze. As I said, there are so many homes that are in danger, and at this point, we did hear that one home is on fire. And right over here, Joab, you can see more people coming with their horses. They're trying to rescue their animals. Can you imagine just, oh my goodness, these embers flying everywhere. Hi there, how many more horses do you have?
We have a couple we just let loose over there. We're trying to get as many as we can out. Yeah.
Are any homes out there on fire?
Honestly, I did not pay attention. I just drove straight to the barn to get my horses out and get the rest of these guys out. We're not just gonna let them burn.
A bunch in there still. How many more? We don't know. I don't know. I don't know how many. How many did you let out?
We took about 4 of them in trailers, 2 in a separate trailer, 3 in another one. So there should be at least maybe 12.
About 12? Are there more people out there right now?
It's a whole bar.
Look down and down to get pizza. I got, let's see. So there's 4, 2, 3, what is that, 9? How are these horses doing? 11, 12. There's 12. Yeah, no, they're pretty wired up. Yeah. They're getting used to it now, but when the wind's blowing and the embers are, they don't really know what to do. Have you seen anything like this? Look at that hillside. Yeah, I've rescued before. Yeah? Yeah. Well, please be safe. Yeah, thank you. You be safe too. Yeah. I think, Joab, we're going to have to end up moving because I could see all of the firefighters that were stationed at this location and the police officers. They already left. And again, this is New York Boulevard. Altadena is up here, and this is Bradley. And the building that is very close to being on fire, and it may be before the end of the night. Again, I don't know exactly what it is, but I did see water meters. What does it say here? It's the Pasadena Tech Center.
Oh, wow.
That's in danger right now.
Okay, and
the
Gina,
Pasadena Tech Center.
I know you had heard at least one home on fire. When you made your travels there, did you actually see other homes on fire?
No, we didn't see any homes on fire. What we did see was the large orange glow from the 210 freeway and that black smoke up there in the sky, and it just was so ominous. It was just, you know, when you look at it, you're like, oh no, this cannot be good because it's spreading so fast. These winds are just unbelievable. We couldn't stand straight when we were in Upland, and then as you're driving, my recommendation is if you don't have to go anywhere, don't go anywhere, because driving is very dangerous right now. There's so much debris on the freeways that's just coming at you. It's just not, it's horrible driving conditions.
So we just broke into programming on Fox 11, so if you were just joining us, welcome to our coverage. Alex Michelson, Marla Tejas, Gina Silva is joining us right now from Altadena. All day we've been talking about this fire that we have been watching in Pacific Palisades. That's still burning out of control. This fire now burning out of control as well in Altadena. Gina, can you talk to us about what you're seeing in terms of firefighters? I was about to ask you about that a moment ago. Then we saw some firefighters get there. Are you seeing a lot of firefighters at work, or are you seeing a lot of what we saw in Pacific Palisades, which is a lot of areas that they just can't get to?
It's a really difficult area to get to, but we did see LA County Fire. I know that Pasadena Fire is also here, and Los Angeles, the Forest Fire is also sending out information, so I'm sure they have crews out here. But we haven't seen that many engines out here where we are. It is possible they are in the neighborhoods where the homes are threatened in the foothills. Again, this is the Eden Fire, and you know, it just started at 6:30 with just about 28. You know, it's just a really difficult spot, a difficult situation for these firefighters who are battling this incredibly wind-driven blaze.
Yeah, it looks a lot like the Palisades fire, unfortunately, but we haven't seen the livestock like that here in Altadena, as that was something new that we hadn't seen in the Palisades fire. All right, Gina, we want you and Joab to get to safety. You said that you might have to go move, so please take care of that. And here's two vantage points. We have Joab shot there on the ground, and then from our Mount Wilson camera, you see the glow of the Eaton fire, which started at first 10 acres, then 20 acres, and now it's well above 200 acres that quickly.
And look, as we maybe take that picture full from Mount Wilson, so we allow Gina and Joab to go get to safety. Look how much bigger that is than it was even a half hour ago when we were looking at that live picture from Mount Wilson. So that thing is growing exponentially, and with winds expected to get worse in the next few hours, we expect that to grow even more. And let's hope that these are the only two big fires that we have in Southern California, because there is nothing stopping, with the conditions we have right now, from there being a third or fourth, you know, breaking out somewhere else. Let's hope that this is it in terms of fires tonight. But again, the worst is yet to come. We want to go to a report from our colleague Matthew Seedorf. Matthew Seedorf is back with us live. Matthew, where are you now, and what are you seeing in the Pacific Palisades area?
Yeah, Alex, we're right off of Radcliffe, and this is where we've seen several homes just up in flames. If we walk a little bit closer, this home right here on the corner has actually been kind of ripping and roaring near Bowdoin Street. It's so devastating to see, because there's, I mean, I would guess at least just 10 homes in this general area that are on fire right now. Just out of control. We've seen firefighters, they were on this street a little while ago, but right now they're not. They're just so overwhelmed with everything that's happening. So it just kind of continues to grow to the next home. It looks like there's a roof of one home that doesn't have visible flames yet, but it's surrounded by fire. And that's kind of what happens right now. With, you can hear the wind still gusting beyond 30 miles per hour. It's just devastating to see this, and you feel for everyone out here. We haven't seen any residents in our area, which is a good thing, because this is just a dangerous situation to be in. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
I want to get a quick update from you, and I know you're not right there, but you two were covering the Pali Charter High School fire.
Yeah.
At last check, were the classrooms, did they get engulfed in flames?
Yeah, we'll flip it around. We'll show you the high school over here. It's actually right on the other side of the street. You can see the fire trucks parked right out front right now, possibly. They're still fighting that fire. I think the majority of the school, hopefully, will be okay. I know that they're overwhelming it right now with firefighters, but we did see those trailer classrooms destroyed, and they're gone. And like I was saying earlier, it's hard to imagine that there were students in class here today, and I know that they're wondering what's going to happen next for them in school.
And just to clarify, because we know that this is challenging for firefighters and they got to pick and choose their spots, but some people are wondering, why would you not pick the high school as one of the spots of places to defend? At this point, it looks like there are firefighters working hard on the high school to keep that thing under control there, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. They showed up probably about an hour ago when we had that live shot, and they were putting out the flames, and they're still back in there. I don't know if we can kind of walk a little bit closer. I do want to update. It looks like the power is out for a little while. We saw lights on here, so that's changed. You can see more firefighters coming down. And we've got the football field to our left here as we're continuing to walk, and this is outside the high school right now. You can see firefighters. They were walking right back into the school and attacking it, so you feel like they have a pretty good hand on the high school itself right now. But I mean, it's just everything around the school is burning.
Yeah, we know the athletic fields burned earlier. Okay, Matthew and Sam, photographer Sam Dubin, thank you so much. Joining us now on the line is Sheila Kelleher. She's with LA County Fire. Thank you so much for being with us, especially on a night like tonight. You have crews at both fires, the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. Let's start with the Palisades fire. What is the strategy heading into the night as the winds pick up?
Boy, good evening. Yes, it is hectic and it is challenging for sure. Everybody's in position, and like you said, it's a triage situation where we're getting what we can get where we're at. Not easy. These winds I can feel in the last hour are increasing, and they've been hard and strong all day. And I'm actually sitting in my vehicle as I'm talking to you, and it's actually being full on pushed around by the wind. And they tell us that by 10 o'clock to about 6 a.m., the peak of the wind is actually going to kick up. So that's kind of scary to understand that.
So we know that there's only so many people that you have and so many places you can go. Earlier with the Palisades fire, some of the folks were talking about if we get another fire, we might not have the resources we need to fight fires. Where are we at in terms of staffing tonight? And at this point, are you basically stretched too thin?
I wouldn't say we're stretched too thin because, we have all of East County and all of our strike teams that were not up for this fire, because we kind of strategically planned that for this exact scenario. So we can't take everything from across the county because we still have to do our day-to-day operations, and that's taking care of everybody with all their emergency calls. So we do have help from our assisting agencies. Well, we're helping LA City with this fire. Cal Fire is down. Governor Newsom has sent down an extra 45 or 60 rigs. So the resources are being spread out, and there are resources, and they're doing a good job of figuring out who goes where and what happens. And on a fire like the Palisades, if the listeners can understand, it's like a tornado coming through. It's like, a hurricane coming through. It's like you can't stop the wind. You can only then, after it's passed through, really go in and help fix things. Now, attach fire to that, you're not stopping the fire when it's blowing 70 miles an hour. You are waiting till it's a blow through, and then you're going in and you're saving what you can save.
I know you're also on the Eaton fire. The Angeles National Forest just putting out new numbers saying that has grown to 400 acres. That started not long ago at a 10-acre fire. Now we're up to 400 acres. Thoughts on the Eaton fire and folks there? Because we just saw a lot of people rescuing their horses to get away from those flames.
Yeah, it is. The terrain is challenging, just like the Palisades fire with the canyons and horse-drawn area. So they are up against what the Palisades folks are up against as well, with the erratic winds, the high winds that are into this evening. So they are also going to have their hands full as these winds continue to gust and be, erratic is the best word I can use for them.
We've seen some streets that just don't have any firefighters on them and homes burning. How do you all, and I know it's very difficult, determine where to go and where not to go, which to, sort of let and where to protect? How does that calculus happen?
So there is this process by which there's homes. It's a triage situation. Very much for analogy, like if somebody is injured and it's obvious that they're not going to survive because they've already lost too much blood or their wounds are too great. You're not going to do anything. You're going to move on to the next victim, kind of like in a war triage situation. Homes are very similar. There's homes that have got great brush protection and great structure, hardening of their homes where they're very stable and you can go in and put some resources on it and get that fire out quickly. And then there's homes that don't have the same type of brush clearance or the same type of home hardening, or they're already burning way too much and too far gone. So while that home is not going to make it anyway, you're going to have to move on and you're going to save the homes that you can save.
Any final thoughts before we let you go tonight? As viewers are watching from both Altadena and the Pasadena area to Palisades and Santa Monica, which we do know is now under some evacuation orders and warnings.
Yeah, I think what's really important for the listeners to understand is that if you have evacuation warnings, start getting all your stuff together, the things that you would take with you, make your arrangement. And if it changes to an order, you need to leave immediately. Don't second guess it. Erratic winds like this are incredibly difficult. It's not your normal typical fire. It is extreme in every which way. So you get that warning, start getting things packed up, get ready to go. And if it's an order, get out and go. Because you can always rebuild a home, but life is our number one priority. So I need to really be careful in that regard. And also just think about those firefighters and first responders out there. It's going to be a long night, and they're working hard. And I've been up since 4 with these winds, so I know a lot of them have been in the same boat that I'm in.
Yeah, and it's going to be another long night at least. Thank you very much for your work,
very
and please pass on our thanks to the entire department as well. We're proud of all you guys. We really appreciate it. And you can only imagine how hard it is for them to be dealing with these conditions as well and doing the best that they can.
Chelsea Edwards, she is out there with Elliot Mendoza behind the camera. You're in along PCH in the Palisades area. Anything change? Has the wind gotten even worse?
I'll tell you, the temperature has changed pretty significantly over the last 30 minutes or so. It's dropped quite a bit. We're definitely feeling this chill, and those wind gusts seem to be getting stronger when they do happen. But, as it's been doing all day, it kind of dies down for a bit, and then they just swoop in and kind of knock us off our feet and then die down again. So we're kind of in the middle of that, but we are getting these strong gusts that are still just blowing around. They're very, very strong. And again, it's getting chilly out here, definitely. Look at this orange glow behind us, though. So we're looking toward Temescal Canyon from PCH right now. So we're south of Sunset, and you can see just embers now. I mean, these structures have now burned. It looks like a lot of them are just gone. There's nothing left here but these smoldering embers, hot spots that are flaring up here and there, but there's nothing left to burn. The public restroom across the street, across PCH, that appears to be gone, or it's done burning at least, so not sure what's left of that. And then a lot of these, we understand now, are mobile homes. These are mobile home parks. There's several of them with hundreds of mobile homes in them, and it looks like decent chunks of those parks are now gone. We've been showing you, when we first got here hours ago, these homes here on Terrace Circle over to the left here, those were all still standing, active flames engulfing. We saw just one to the other that went. We've been talking to one homeowner who's actually still here. I'm hoping that he goes to an evacuation shelter. He's still here. He said he grabbed a photo of his mother, his late mother, and he left. But he also says He's just kind of perplexed because he says that one fire engine could have saved this whole community, and they were there for quite a while earlier. Oh, let's swing over to the left here. Elliot just pointed out, seeing some more activity here up on this ridge. So again, this is back in the hillside. It's hard to tell what exactly is burning back there, but we're seeing these big plumes of smoke come up, these big flare-ups, and it seems like more homes are burning in the back of there as well. So again, the homeowner says that there was a fire engine here initially. They were dousing the area with water, then they ran out of water and said they'd come back, and then they didn't. So obviously had more pressing things that they felt that they needed to get to. But you can imagine how devastating that is for the people who live in these homes, who just felt that they were abandoned. We've been talking to this gentleman for quite some time now, and he now understands, the scope of all of this. He's 80 years old. He doesn't have a cell phone, so he wasn't quite sure where it was happening. He thought it was just contained to this one area, to his mobile home park. And now that he understands how big this thing is, he's more understanding of the firefighters and how they were prioritizing life as opposed to property, which is obviously what they do and what we just heard from that phone interview that you guys just did. All right, seeing a fire engine coming up on PCH here. We've seen a lot of this. A lot of them tend to be going north. When we got here a couple of hours ago, the focus seemed to be on the south toward Temescal Canyon. But over the last hour or so, we've seen a lot of those return to the north. And again, getting these gusts of wind again that are just coming down this hillside. And you can see from the top of that ridge, see that black smoke that's now coming off the top of that ridge? So that's the way that the wind is going, which is toward the ocean. Thank goodness, because there's nothing left to burn here on this side once you cross PCH, other than that public bathroom, which is now gone. But you can see just how it's pushing that black smoke sideways. Just gives you an idea of how strong those winds are and how much is burning up there. I mean, again, when it was lighter out, we could see just black plumes of smoke, which is usually an indicator that things inside a home are burning. And that's what we're still seeing now, what we're still able to see now with this orange glow all around us here on PCH, that black smoke. So a lot of structures have been lost. No idea what the actual count is. It's probably going to be some time before there is an official count. Certainly going to be much higher than the count that they gave us a little bit earlier today. This is a rapidly changing situation, going to keep evolving by the hour, especially with these winds that just continue to gust and fuel these flames. Hopefully it's not pushing it into other areas that have not burned. The good news is, at least on this part of PCH, everything is already burned. There's no vegetation left to burn, so it's just black. When we got here, there was spot fires and embers that we could see everywhere. There's none of that now because there's nothing left to burn. So hoping that firefighters can start to get the upper hand on this, but they certainly have their work cut out for them with these winds and now these chilly temperatures. It's a really dangerous situation, Marla and Alex.
Is PCH open to the public?
No, PCH is not open to the public. So PCH is closed. What they were allowing for a while, they were allowing people to come down PCH who were evacuating from the Highlands area and from the Pacific Palisades. About 3 hours ago, I want to say, we had black and whites coming up and down on loudspeakers, turning everybody who was trying to do that around and pushing them back up north. So there is a hard closure somewhere down there. I'm not sure exactly where it is. But no, PCH is not open to the public right now.
And we're just hearing, Chelsea, thank you so much for your report. We're just hearing that the next press conference from LAFD is not scheduled for tonight, but rather tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. at Zuma Beach. So we will not get any official updates in terms of structure lost until tomorrow. Likely, CAL FIRE is updating the acreage every so often, and so right now we know that it's just below 3,000 acres, and it probably exceeds that because that last number given to us at least an hour ago. Okay, we want to go to Christy Fajardo again in the heart of the Palisades, and more destruction behind you, Christy.
Sadly, we're seeing quite a bit of destruction, and you mentioned that firefighters are going to give an update on structure loss until tomorrow, but likely they don't even know how many structures have been lost, because as we've been here, we've only seen one CAL firefighter come by. He asked us what this was, and we said, sadly, it's an elementary school, and he shook his head. But we've not seen any other firefighters, and we know that people have lost their livelihood. There's a business around the corner that has caught fire and is pretty much destroyed. And down the street, people have lost their homes, and now it appears that some children may have also possibly lost their school. This was the backside of Palisades Charter Elementary. We're on Swarthmore. We haven't been able to get to the front, so hopefully the front has fared better than the back. But I want to show you, if we go down the street, again, we're on Swarthmore. Several homes have burned. You can see that house right over there. It has been burning for the last hour and a half or so. But we've also seen glowing lights on the other side of the street, which seem to indicate that something is burning over there. And so often in these fires, we hear people who come back and wonder why their home burned and others were spared. And if we pan up, I can show you one of the reasons, and that is the palm trees or vegetation around it. One will catch fire like this palm tree, then it starts raining embers on a home, and then that house gets into the eaves, and then there's really not much that can be done to save it. And then there'll be another palm tree right next to it that does not catch fire. So it often looks in a neighborhood a little odd. Some homes burn, others survive, and unless you're here to witness it, you don't really understand why. But we have now gotten closer to this home. You can see it is a total loss. And unfortunately, now we're seeing that the building right next to it is also on fire. And Gino Arias, who is behind the camera, you can pan that way over there. You can see that something is burning right down the street as well. And you probably just saw that rain of embers. And that is what we've talked about and what firefighters fear, because when we have these Santa Ana winds, these strong gusts, it picks up embers when something like this house is on fire. And then it starts raining all over the neighborhood, and they can be carried a mile away. And then they start other spot fires. And again, firefighters might have resources in one area, not even be aware of what's burning. We are going to make our way down the street so that we can see what else is on fire. Fortunately, it looks like everyone heeded evacuation warnings. We're not seeing anyone on this street anymore. And what we're witnessing really underscores why firefighters and the LAPD are so adamant that people leave earlier rather than later, because when conditions are like this, it may be too late. That's why they tell people to leave when they know that a fire might head in a direction. Hopefully it changes direction and the homes are spared, but why take the risk is really what I've heard firefighters and police say time and time again. And now that we're getting up closer, you can see another home, sadly, has also been destroyed. I don't know if these two buildings are part of the same home or if we're looking at two separate homes, but it looks like there are other homes behind it on the hillside that are also burning. And this car here appears, maybe it was a Tesla. And if we pan down there, even more homes are on fire. And just as we were focusing on this house, a trash can, a plastic trash can, actually just came down the street. That is how powerful these winds are. A gust just blew it all the way down the street. And we're gonna walk down there so we can see what else is burning. Just so much devastation, so much heartbreak. And unfortunately, I've seen this on several streets here in the Palisades. And we are, as I mentioned, in the heart of the Palisades. Where I was standing with the elementary school is there's the Frontier Communications building right there. There's also a post office. Fortunately, those were still standing. It did not appear to be affected by the fire, at least not yet. But no firefighters, not one in sight. Just too many fires burning at this hour for them to get to all of them. So, sadly, this is what we're witnessing. Let's send it back to you.
It does look like a Tesla. The frame of that house there still standing, but I'm sure it won't be much longer until it does fall. Christy Fajardo and Gino Arias, thank you for your coverage. From CHP West Valley, while we give you a live look from our Santa Monica cam and the flames off in the distance, the following closures are in place because of the Palisades fire. This is southbound PCH at Las Flores Canyon Road, southbound Topanga Canyon Boulevard at Mulholland Drive, Sheeran Road at Stunt Road, southbound Tuna Canyon Road at Saddle Peak Road, and Old Topanga Canyon Road at Mulholland Highway. That is an LASD closure. Those are the road closures in place right now because of the Palisades fire, according to the CHP West Valley Division. A lot of road closures, obviously. If you don't need to be in this area, there's no need to be, and the whole idea of these evacuation orders is to get out. Before we get to our next reporter, I want to make a point because I've heard from a lot of you on social who are wanting some coverage on the Eaton fire. We do have a crew there. That crew just had to break down because they were getting dangerously close to some flames. So while they make their way to get to a safer location, we are covering the Palisades fire for you. So don't go anywhere. We will have that Eaton fire coverage in just a few more moments. With that said, let's go to Ed Laskos in the heart of Palisades Village tonight with more on the flames there. Ed?
Flames roaring through here, and so these gusty winds. We're on Radcliffe. It runs parallel to Temescal Canyon just on the east side, and Radcliffe on both sides of this street. As the gusts come through here is, well, look at it for yourself. One home after another going up in flames. This is one of the latest ones here. Fire engine, Fire 10 from Long Beach, the city of Long Beach, finally coming in. They've been putting some water on it, trying to ease the flow of the hot, searing embers that these winds have been kicking up. You can see all those embers just lit up, flying into the air, and that's been causing all these spot fires. This home, sadly, is gone, and as Mikey sort of pans down to the right down the street we'll go toward PCH, and you can see home after home as you look down here on Radcliffe. Fire everywhere you look. That was a huge 3-story mansion down right at the corner there of the cliff where you make the right-hand turn, go to Temescal and over to Pali High School. That is gone. Looking through what used to be a 2-story home here, nothing but embers. But up on the hillside, we talk about fire everywhere. Look at that roaring flames up there on top of the hillside. That's the top of the bluff by my thoughts, where you have great views. A lot of the locals go over there. There's a small park, lots of nice benches, great view of the Santa Monica Bay below PCH. Those are some incredibly wonderful homes up there, and that fire looks like it's now roaring into that neighborhood up to the bluff itself. And then down here just below all of that is what's left of these homes here on Radcliffe. This was the first area that was hit, maybe about 3 hours ago, as the fire jumped Sunset and just kept moving. This place, just some hot spots and what's left of the brick chimney, really all that's standing here. But as this burned, the wind was blowing the flames, and I should say, really more importantly, the burning embers across Radcliffe, blowing them in that direction, and that's why it jumped across the street over here to where we have the homes burning now, and it's continuing further east. But I've got to tell you, in the last maybe 15 minutes or so, we're getting these gusts of wind that come through here. They continue to do that, but the thing is, they're now seemingly kind of blowing the embers toward the ocean, blowing them toward PCH. Before, we saw them blowing it toward the east. But see, as this gust comes through, look at the embers. They're not blowing toward the camera. They're blowing down toward PCH, and that is where the firefight continues. We just saw a line truck from CAL FIRE with maybe about a half dozen strike team members heading in that direction, and I assume they're probably going to try to put a fire line down there to try to deal with the flames that they hit the bluff, because they don't want them to continue to go down. But this area of Radcliffe, just along Temescal Canyon, it is a total loss. It is burning. Everything is burning here. I hate to tell you, several homes lost. The area evacuated several hours ago. No power, no cell service. So we're not thinking, as LAPD was going door to door earlier, and also with their loudspeakers on their black and whites telling everybody to get out, mandatory evacuation. The good news in this sense is that they've got everybody out of here. No loss of life we're praying for, but now it's just a battle to keep the homes from going up. Some more fire trucks. Mikey will give you a look. There's another unit pulling in here. We've had engine 10 from Long Beach here the last hour or so, finally moving in. This one also coming in from, how can I read? Also Long Beach. Engine 13, City of Long Beach, also coming in. Mutual aid to help in the firefight here, as the firefighters trying to stage a line in Radcliffe. The embers blowing now off of Sunset, blowing south toward PCH, toward the bay, toward the water, and that seems to where this fire is marching unabated, just going that way, being fueled by these winds. And we're still getting those very strong gusting winds, and unfortunately these homes, well, they continue to burn with the debris. Look at all those embers just flying up. Looks like they're going to catch that tree on fire next. It's a battle where you don't know where. If you had firefighters there, I don't think they would know even where to start. It is just out of control. Everything burning, fires everywhere.
Yeah, and that's the reality. I mean, we heard from LA County Fire, Sheila Kelleher, saying basically it's like trying to fight a tornado. You let the tornado go through, and then you deal with the aftermath after. Which is such a sad way to look at it when this is your home that is under destruction. It's completely engulfed in flames. That is the reality at this hour.
And what we think of what this aftermath will look like, this neighborhood will not be anything close to the same for years, if ever. And you think about all the students at their schools that just got impacted in a big way. I mean, these stories, we often talk about them when the flames are there and everybody's attention, and then the media moves on. But this will impact all these folks' lives for the rest of their lives. And it's a big area of people that are being impacted by what we're seeing here. And it is a picturesque, family-friendly, beautiful, affluent, safe neighborhood that people aspire to live in, and that neighborhood will never be the same after tonight. But again, we have this message. This can be replaced. Thankfully, so far, we do not have any word of any injuries, which is amazing considering all these images that we've been looking at throughout the night. A lot of people seem to be heeding the warnings, but not everybody. Governor Gavin Newsom in town tonight, part of the response at the press conference earlier, he talked about the need to heed the evacuation warnings.
We're just getting this word from LA Mayor Karen Bass that the city of LA has declared a local emergency in response. So we saw this earlier at the state level. With Governor Newsom reaching out to President Biden and getting FEMA dollars headed our way. Well, now the city of LA is doing the same thing to help clear the path for a rapid recovery, as the note says here from Mayor Bass's office, making it a point to say, you know, that the thousands of families impacted by this horrific fire, the city of LA is providing resources and shelter as this emergency continues. She was out of the country
in Ghana.
In Ghana.
On a diplomatic mission, something she was very involved with when she was in Congress working on Africa issues, but a lot of folks wish she was here in Los Angeles tonight. She's on her way back here to try to deal with this issue.
So LA City declaring a state of emergency to help clear the money, the path to get more money and resources to all of the impacted residents. So that is good news. Also getting word that all Malibu schools will be closed again tomorrow due to the Palisades fire. That goes without saying. The district Santa Monica campuses are expected to be open. That's interesting. So the district Santa Monica campuses are expected to be open tomorrow, but a final decision will be made at 6 a.m. Wednesday. So there's a but there as well. And there is also the Los Angeles Zoo. If you perhaps had a plan to go to the zoo tomorrow, they've put out a note that they will be closed tomorrow because of the dangerous wind.
Yeah, those Malibu schools were closed today proactively, not wanting, because they were afraid of a fire breaking out in Malibu. Obviously, that fire breaking out in Pacific Palisades just down the street from Malibu. So far, so good when it comes to the city of Malibu, but they are worried because of the proximity of what's happening here in Pacific Palisades. And we know Malibu has its own, troubled history when it comes to brush fires. Let's listen in to Governor Newsom from a little bit earlier.
By no stretch of the imagination are we out of the woods. You heard the chief say 10 p.m. tonight to 5 a.m. tomorrow will be peak winds. And having just quite literally an hour or so ago gone up the canyon and saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed, not a few, many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, we're just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders.
All right, that was Governor Gavin Newsom. He took part in the 3:30 presser that we brought live to you here with all the LA County and LA City officials. Point well taken. If you're under an evacuation warning, get ready to get out the door. If you're under an order, get out.
And interesting, the timing of all of this, part of the reason he was here was he was supposed to meet with President Biden in Thermal, but President Biden, who was going to Thermal to declare a national monument, landed in LA last night, was supposed to take off for Thermal because of all this, never took off for Thermal, and is still here. So the president spending the night in West Los Angeles, not far from all of this happening. And he may be watching. If you're watching, Mr. President, thanks for being with us tonight. But he's here. He has already authorized emergency funds from the federal government and is in communication, Governor Newsom said, with him on this issue. But the president and the federal government happens to be here for this. The state government happens to be here for this, in addition, of course, to the county and the city leadership as well.
Where do we want to go next? I know that we're waiting for the Eaton Fire live shot. We will get to that in a moment. Let's go to Chelsea Edwards back on PCH there. Chelsea?
Marla, unfortunately, we're seeing yet another structure. It appears this looks like a home going up in flames at the top of that ridge. We could see the outline of it pretty well a minute ago, but the smoke keeps shifting. We can see it, and then we can't. We can see it, and we can't. But that's a new one. That has not been burning as of the last hour or two. So something else is burning up there. Yet another home lost in this vicinity of PCH near Temescal, between Temescal Canyon and Sunset Boulevard, which is where we are. I mean, just devastating losses. You're going to see when the sun comes up. I think we're going to see some pretty incredible destruction in these areas, both in these mobile home parks and in the hillsides surrounding these mobile home parks near Temescal. I mean, it's just everywhere we've been looking for hours now. It's just been nothing but an orange glow, nothing but flames. Now, we're not too far from the Getty Villa. We're told that some of the grounds of the Getty Villa burned, but that the structure and the artwork has remained intact. We're hoping that remains the case and that is protected as well. You look at these homes, though, and just think there has to be a lot of people waking up tomorrow to this news and just hearing about this devastation, and it's just going to be such a long road ahead for these folks. This wind continues to blow. It's blowing a sign that we keep hearing banging. We can't see anything out in the ocean now, but we can hear it banging along the beach path, I think. We also just saw a power line that went down and snapped a few minutes ago. That's also new. That hasn't happened yet. Thankfully, none of the power lines that are around us here on PCH have gone down until that one. That's on the other side of PCH, and we're looking at the lines around us, and I think that we're okay where we're standing here, but we watched that one go down, so things are just burning. They continue to smolder. You get the fire in these palm trees and in these power poles, and they burn until they collapse, which is what we're seeing now. They're just finally getting burnt out. But you look ahead in that distance, and all you see is fire. You could very clearly make out structures a while ago. Now that's hard to even see, and if structures are still standing. A lot of these, there's nothing left. When we first got here, there were actual structures up on this hill next to us. Those aren't there anymore. There's nothing there anymore. The whole structures are gone. Whoa, here's one of those gusts of wind we've been talking about. Those are so strong when they hit. They just kind of come out of nowhere. Also seeing some emergency responders heading south on PCH. They're going up and down. There's a big presence. I mean, we've seen them often coming up and down PCH. Not sure where they're headed. They're not focusing on these mobile parks, that's for sure. But they're doing the work that they need to do. PCH now closed. It's been closed for some time. They were allowing evacuees to come down the hill and then leave on PCH, but they stopped that a while ago, and they started turning people around to go back up north on PCH. So at some point here, they're turning people around and not letting them travel on PCH because the fire is just getting so close to it as well. And did jump it at one point and burn the bathrooms, the public bathrooms that are on the other side of PCH. So you can see these winds. They're swirling. I mean, for a minute they go in one direction, then they kind of spin around and they blow you backwards, and then they're coming from another. I mean, it's just wild. You kind of feel like you're standing in a hurricane or a tornado or something. You can't quite get your bearings at any point. That temperature has also dropped quite a bit as well. For a long time, we could feel the heat from the flames from where we're standing. We don't feel that anymore. Now it's just cold. That temperature has really dropped pretty significantly and continues to drop. Every time we look around, we realize it's become a little bit colder. So changing conditions for these firefighters, which is always tough for them, of course. They have certainly got their work cut out for them, especially if these winds continue, which they unfortunately are expected to. Alex, Marla.
Yes, indeed, Chelsea. Thank you so much. Now to Christy Fajardo, who has been right in the middle of Pacific Palisades and sees some of the most destructive images. Christy, what are we looking at now?
Well, this is Palisades Charter Elementary, where we were the last time you saw me live about 15 minutes ago. Was down the street, but it got too dangerous to be there, so we had to clear out. We were told that dozens and dozens of homes were on fire. It kind of felt like a wind tunnel, and so we decided it wasn't safe. And as we were coming back, the wind shifted again, so we were able to get a closer look at Palisades Charter Elementary. You could see some buildings are on fire, but if we pan, Gino Arias, who's behind, if you pan to the right, you could see others are not on fire. So we don't know at this point how much of the school has been impacted, but certainly it does not look good. And we want to walk down and get away from this because we're starting to feel the heat from these flames. But you can see all around us the little patches of vegetation that are on fire. And we heard firefighters say that it's like trying to stop a tornado. And essentially, we've witnessed that. We would see wind gusts come in and embers flying all around us. How can anyone stop that? You really can't. And that is what firefighters fear and what they are dealing with at this hour. And if we pan that way, I want to show you, that is the Frontier Communications Building. Again, we're on Swarthmore, and I've been talking about those winds, and you can see evidence of them right now. We're getting pelted by the winds, and you also see swirling embers all around us. But that is the latest from where we are. We'll send it back to you.
Christy, we'll allow you to get to safety. Christy Fajardo, and tremendous work out there, and tremendous work by Gino Arias, the photographer. You think about these photographers who are out there in the elements, carrying the camera around, sometimes walking backwards, trying to stay upright in these winds with the flames coming at them in all different directions for hours. We've been on the air now for, 12, 15 hours. And just incredible work by our crews and incredible work by the firefighters out there as well. Big thanks to our crews out in the field.
And of course, the reporters who have to talk during these episodes with the wind gusts, with the masks, with the embers hitting them, the whole nine. So thank you to all of our crews out there. Again, another live look here from our Santa Monica cam and the flames that continue to burn out of control at this hour. We keep showing you the same numbers because we haven't gotten anything new from fire officials. It's just too hard and too late at night. We hope to hear from CAL FIRE soon, but at last check, just under 3,000 acres have burned. We know that it obviously exceeds that. As we're approaching the 9 o'clock hour, we want to thank you for watching us. We're both broadcast on Fox 11 and also Channel 13, which is Fox 11 Plus. And our coverage will continue. We're staying here to bring you live coverage of not just the Palisades fire, but also the Eaton fire, where Gina Silva is getting set up for a live report in just a few more minutes.
Right. So we are staying with you throughout the night with rare live primetime coverage here on Fox 11. We're going to be with you through at least 11:30. There is a lot more still developing on both of these fires. So as we approach the top of the hour, we want to give you a bit of a restart and show you what we are talking about here.
This home seems like it's being considered a loss. But the fire is moving so fast and just exploding because of the wind. So it's pretty intense,
All the way back there is a neighborhood.
The minute I saw people look at us and say, "You kids, get out of your car and walk," I just got out of the car and we just walked.
We watched 2 houses go up.
The smoke is really dark and there's a lot of it.
Listen to these evacuation orders.
We want people to lean forward, ready, set, go, and be ready.
Good evening. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. You are watching our wall-to-wall continuous coverage of the Palisades fire and now the Eaton fire. That is the latest to erupt in Altadena. We want to let you know that we just heard from Pasadena Unified School District that all Pasadena Unified schools will be closed tomorrow, Wednesday, January the 8th, as a result of those flames that have now grown to about 400 acres. But these pictures here, live look from our Santa Monica campus of the Palisades fire. Those are the flames off in the distance. The smaller picture from a ground crew along PCH, which does, by the way, remain closed to through traffic.
We are in the midst of one of the worst windstorms in modern LA history and one of the most destructive fires we've seen in years. And the worst is still to come. In terms of the Palisade fire, one of the two major fires we're looking at least 2,900 acres burned, 0% containment, 30,000 people under mandatory evacuation orders, 10,000 homes threatened. We've seen dozens of structures burn from our perspective. More continue to burn. We saw this scene, which was a bunch of cars that were abandoned in the road. Fire crews needed to get them out of the way. They brought in a bulldozer to move them out of the way. They're now totaled on the side of the road in order to make way for emergency crews. We have seen emergency crews do their best, but these conditions are so bad that they can't be everywhere at every time. They're basically in a triage situation, and that means letting a lot of homes burn. And also we have seen fires burning at the elementary school and high school in Pacific Palisades as well.
Let's give you a look at the time lapse of the Palisades fire. It broke out at 10:30 a.m. So it's been burning for almost 12 hours now. We've been on the air with continuous commercial-free coverage since then. And as you can see, that plume of smoke just raging out of the mountainside there. Those flames have not let up at all. And in fact, this started as just a small 10-acre, 20-acre fire, which is very similar to what we're seeing at the Eaton fire in Altadena. And then it quickly just exploded. And so now, again, we are closer to 3,000 acres. That is the official number given. About an hour and a half ago, we hope to get new updated numbers. We know that we won't hear official word from LAFD and all other city and county officials until 8 a.m. That is the next set press conference tomorrow morning at Zuma Beach.
Well, we've got reporters that have eyes on the ground right now, giving you a sense of what is happening as we speak. One of those is Ed Lascos and his photographer, Mike Armijo, who have getting blown away around a little bit right now. Ed, take your time, be safe, but see if you can tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, that way we're getting some of these big gusts that come through here, and literally, you just saw, they blow you over. I mean, that's how strong they are, and they're blowing now in a direction where they're kind of blowing from the hillside, from the mountainside down toward PCH. Radcliffe, you're right in the heart of the village of the Palisades, and this looks like a war zone here. Mikey will give you a look, home after home. The ones right near the camera, we lost them a couple of hours ago, smoldering debris. Further down on Radcliffe, as it runs parallel to Temesqua Canyon, that's a two-story home. It is burning out of control. On the east side of Radcliffe, through those trees, you can see the flames licking up through some more homes over there, because initially, as this fire moved through, the winds were blowing from the west to the east, meaning they were blowing from the right side of your screen across to the left side, blowing all those embers in this direction. So the homes on this side hit first, started to burn, embers across the street. That neighborhood, that part of the neighborhood here on Radcliffe, burning, still burning, even as we speak. And down along there, past that area, as we look over toward, that is where some fire trucks have now stationed on Temesqua. But looking up on the hill, the bluffs up there, a mansion fully engulfed, burning as some of the embers have hit that. And over to the far side, right at the edge of the cliff, we saw some fire engines, some fire units moving in there a little while ago to try to maybe stop the spread of the fire if they can. In a sense, when you say that, just basically try to stop the flow of the embers as they go through. And Mikey, over here through all of these trees, fire everywhere you look. That is looking up along Sunset westbound toward the Highlands, where the fire actually began several hours ago. That hillside is now lit up again, roaring, and especially it comes to life with a huge wall of flames when you have these strong gusts that come through here. But it is unbelievable, this area where we have lost several several homes. This one over here has been one that we had some fire engines and firefighters come from the city of Long Beach about 2 hours ago, the first that we saw in this neighborhood, and they've been doing a great job on structure protection to keep this fire. We've lost this home, unfortunately, but they've been doing a great job to keep it from burning up the hillside, up toward Radcliffe, up toward it. We're just a block away from Gelson's, the Gelson's Market on Sunset, if you're familiar with the area. So they're doing a good job with structure protection. So slowly we see some more of the fire units moving in here, digging in, trying to stop the spread as much as they can. That is a big area down there on Radcliffe where you still have a lot of flames moving through there. I'll get out of the way so Mikey can give you a look. Through the trees, that's a home, sadly, that's also burning. The embers, I think, hit the eaves of the home and then up it went, unfortunately. We saw a CAL FIRE strike team move in there a little while ago, about a half dozen strike members with their picks and their axes going in there to try to probably dig some line. But everybody, all hands on deck, trying to do whatever they can here. The area long evacuated, no power, no cell service. We haven't seen LAPD in about the last hour. I say that because they were going around with their black and whites with their loudspeakers telling everybody to get out. Mandatory evacuations, as one of the officers said. Get out now. Don't waste time. Evacuate eastbound on Sunset. That's been the main evacuation route. So the entire area is sealed off. Fire engines moving in, firefighters moving in, but many of the hillsides here in the Palisades, many of the homes, beautiful homes up on the bluff, burning as we speak. No end in sight to this wildfire. Back to you guys.
That has been the scene from neighborhood to neighborhood, unfortunately. Ed Lascos, Mike Armijo, thank you so much. Let's go to Chelsea Edwards and photographer Elliot Mendoza on the ground along PCH. Changing conditions there, Chelsea?
Just the wind continues to blow, the temperature continues to drop, and these homes just continue to burn. I mean, we've lost count of how many we've seen at this point. Up there, that is the most active one right now. That's up on the ridge that's above this mobile home park here off of Terrace Circle. So there's some, it looks like there's some large homes up there, and one that had somehow managed to escape or evade these flames for this entire event have just gone up in the last hour or so. So not sure what happened, whether that was an ember or, if the wind just shifted directions, it just pushed the flames toward it. But that structure is now up in flames as well, as we've just been seeing time and time again. I mean, from where we've been watching, there have been full structures that were standing and there's just nothing there now. I mean, there's literally nothing left. That homeowner we've been speaking to all night, who would not go on camera, I tried many times to get him to talk to us, he wouldn't. He's 80 years old, and he said, well, I guess there's nothing left for me to do here. Everything's gone. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do with the situation. So he finally is accepting help, and he's going to one of the evacuation shelters, thank goodness. But you just look at this devastation, and so many people are going to be so impacted by this. I mean, these are entire homes and communities in some cases, at least in these mobile home communities or these mobile home parks, that are just flattened. They're just gone. We don't know the extent of it yet. We don't know how many of these homes have been impacted, but we've seen so many. And these homes, especially these mobile home parks, they're put together so tightly that you can imagine, and what we saw when we got here, and those were up in flames, is that once one goes up, you've got that whole line of them that are likely going to go up as well, especially because there's no firefighting efforts here at all. I mean, we've been here for hours now. We have not seen any active mitigation efforts on any of the flames that we've been seeing anywhere here on PCH, but we have seen these emergency personnel going up and down, doing their very important work. Now, if we look to the south, you can see again just this glow, this orange glow, these embers, these spot fires. We saw a power line go down not too long ago. And you can see the outlines of some of the structures that are still there. A lot of them are gone, though. There's just nothing left to burn. So it really looks like this part of it, at least, everybody who's out is out, and the damage is done in this part of this fire. We're up against the ocean. This is the direction the wind is blowing, which is a good thing. Ooh, just heard a loud boom. We've heard a lot of those. Not sure what that was. But this wind is pushing these flames and the smoke out toward the ocean. There's nothing left to burn here. You've got this parking lot. You've got PCH, and there's no homes on this this side of PCH. So that's a good thing. I think the damage has really just been done in these communities, though, unfortunately, that are on the other side of PCH. We're just seeing utter devastation here. Just incredible to watch. I mean, I have said this before, but I'll say it again. There are times where I just look up and it's so surreal. I feel like we're on a movie set, not actually standing in reality here. But this is unfortunately the reality of these wind events like this. I mean, there's only so much that firefighters can do. There's only so many preventative measures that people can take, and this is the situation that we're in. And unfortunately, because this wind event is going to keep going, it's hard to say what's going to happen overnight. What's going to happen as these winds continue to kick up. Again, right now they're kind of calm, but then we just get slammed with these huge gusts that kind of knock us around. So that's certainly happening up in the hills as well, and coming down these hills and going toward the ocean. So hoping that everybody is out of their homes, and just feeling for all of these people, all of these homeowners who have lost everything here tonight.
All right, Chelsea, yes, it is a devastating night all the way around. Thank you so much. We want to get to our coverage of the Eaton fire. This is burning in Altadena. This is a live look from our Mount Wilson camera there, and this has exploded to at least 400 acres. We do have some really, speaking of devastating images of the evacuation of a senior center. If we can bring that up to show our viewers here. This is, in fact, a live look. We have our Gina Silva. She's there on the ground, and this is her photographer bringing these live images. So it is a senior center that is being evacuated, and you see all of these poor people in wheelchairs, many with masks on, dealing with a lot of different issues, and then they have to reckon with the wind, the flames nearby, and just the uncertainty that they must be feeling, how insecure they must be feeling as well. Do we have our report? No, but who we do have on the line is from the city of Pasadena, Lisa Dudierdian. Thank you so much for taking the time out. Thank you for being with us tonight. What can you tell us about the Eaton fire and how it's impacting the city of Pasadena?
Yeah, as you mentioned, over 400 plus acres have now been impacted. Over 1,000 homes are threatened. We are currently requesting 50 strike teams. Each strike team's 5 engines, so numerous personnel. They could be coming from out of state to support us. We did evacuate that assisted living facility with the help of our police department. We have set up a shelter at the Pasadena Convention Center, and we do have mandatory evacuations. We ask that people please heed to those. We're taking this very seriously, especially when we see what's been going on all day in the Palisades. When we tell you to evacuate, please do so, and please be prepared for those also in the outside just the jurisdictions for evacuation.
All right, Lisa, thank you so much, and we will check back in with you later tonight. We want to go to the ground right now. Gina Silva is talking. Let's Gina, I'm not sure if you can hear us.
I'm Buddy. So he was just telling me, the gentleman was nice enough to tell us that they were rescuing 92 patients. Yes. And describe for us just how quickly that fire got to the facility.
I'm not really sure. I just got here like, 7 o'clock. I'm a night shift. Yeah. I can.
Are all of the patients okay?
Yeah, they're fine.
I'll let you know. Thank you. Obviously, he's very busy, but just take a look. I know that we were at the nursing facility, and all of the patients were being put on gurneys and being transported to other locations, and that's what you're seeing here. 92 patients have been transported. When we were there, the fire was jumping the road and obviously getting way too close to that nursing facility. We're not sure if in fact it's going to survive, but it's not looking good. Again, this fire, just with these winds, you can see how strong they are, and it has just been unbelievable. Excuse me, are you guys with the nursing facility? Yeah. Right? Get out of the way there. It's so chaotic here. You know, we certainly don't want to get in the way of the firefighters and the rescue teams, but there are some family members here also who are concerned for their loved ones, you know. But look, they're being taken in. This Pasadena SWAT vehicle is one of the transporters. I believe that's the case. Maybe I'm wrong. But were some of the patients transported in that?
I believe so.
Yeah, they were? Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, they're using whatever they can. So they were transporting some patients there. You can see them inside in the Pasadena SWAT vehicle. They're using whatever they can to get these patients out of harm's way. And you can see that it is just absolutely just devastating out here. This fire is growing so fast. Again, it started at 6:30 with just about 20 acres, and it has just, you know, grown and grown. It's more than 200 now, beyond that. And there are so many people that were obviously stranded, unable to leave by themselves. And you are watching these elderly folks being helped out of this location. Again, we're at Washington and Boulevard in Altadena. This is where they brought them from the nursing facility. And again, that nursing facility was just too close to that fire. It was jumping the road, and I have just received notice that it's now 400 acres. So it just keeps growing and growing, and these winds are just not stopping, as you can see.
Gina, do you have any idea where they're taking these patients?
It's so hard to hear you say that one more time.
I'm so sorry. Do you have any idea where they are transporting all of these patients?
I have no idea where they're transported. Let me ask it. You know, I hate to interrupt people when they're doing their job because they're trying to rescue these folks who are, you know, elderly. They're not in the best of shape, health-wise, you know, and so I got to let them do their jobs. But I'm sure they're being transported to different hospitals. Excuse me, ma'am, where are the patients being transported to?
They're going to many places. We have transfer agreements with all the facilities. So.
Different hospitals or different nursing facilities?
They're going to different. Some are going to the to the
different facilities, Civic Center and
hospital, and maybe a hospital. Everybody's going to a different location.
Civic Center for sure, another skilled nursing facility.
Thank you so much for letting us know. So there is your answer. They're going to different facilities, but just take a look at the atmosphere here. Just this wind is just unbelievable. It is just wicked, and the smoke, obviously, you know, very difficult to breathe out here. And where we are, the fire is not that close to where we are, but you can see the smoke is still trouble, and also the wind. The wind is just not dying down.
Yeah, although we are seeing some embers right there, Gina, Joab's showing us right now, and we know how quickly those embers can move in this sort of wind. Man, you think about how a fire impacts so many different people that you don't even necessarily think of. Those horses that Gina showed us, all these people and animals and all the rest of it that are impacted by this. But this scene is something that I'll never forget of all these folks who, you know, need as much help as they can, and the desperate effort to help them.
And Gina, to be clear, the nursing home that they were in
I can't even open my eyes right now. I'm sorry.
Is a ways away and was getting close. The flames were getting close to that. So then they evacuated them to this location.
Yes, this is the location where they brought them. When I got to the nursing home, there were still seniors there, and they were transporting them in ambulances and different vehicles, even in police vehicles, to this location. And from here, as you can see, they're taking them in all different kinds of vehicles. Even the Pasadena SWAT vehicle was transporting these elderly patients, and they're going to different facilities. Again, this is because of that fire that is just absolutely out of control right now. And we were told over 90 patients are being transported to the different facilities. But you can see here, it's such a chaotic scene right now.
Hey, everyone else, get in your vehicle and back away. All patients are good. Everyone get out of here if you can, all right? Stop moving out the area. Be careful. All right, good work, guys. Good work.
Wow.
All right, so they're asking everybody to evacuate. Let me see if I can. Sir?
There's more patients down there if you guys want to record it. Down at the bottom, just with the wood chairs, they took them down.
Where are they?
Down at the bottom, like about 2 lights down.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Oh my goodness, this is just crazy.
It is crazy.
Being out here.
It is crazy. Gina, just in your travels, did you see any structures burning in Altadena?
Yes, we did see a couple of structures burning, and like I said, that nursing home, I had to leave because it looked like it was about to go up, and the fire was already crossing the road. And part of the reason why it took us a little bit to get here was that my photographer and I, Joa Perez, we got separated, and when he tried to cross to get to my location, the fire was it was just too much. He couldn't get through. It was right in the middle of the road, and he had to go around. So it's just been a very, it's such a difficult time for the people who are living in this area. This Eaton fire is just out of control, and this wind is just not helping.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at that street sign that is being completely barreled over by the winds.
And which could be a very dangerous projectile if that thing separates, too. Wow, this is crazy.
Yeah, and again, the name of that facility is the Two Palms Nursing Center. Two Palms Nursing Center. Are you with the facility?
No, I'm not with the facility. I'm just a helper bystander. Yes.
And you're saying how many more patients
There's
are
like about 6 or 7 down there. That's where we're heading down there right now.
How far down?
Like about 2 streets down.
Streets down?
Yes.
Well, it's a difficult call. We either walk down, we leave our vehicles here, and we don't know if the fire is going to get any closer, but we'll try to head on down.
Yeah, why don't you take a beat and you guys discuss amongst yourself the way that you think is safest for you to go. We don't want to put any pressure on you in terms of that, and we will go back to you when you think that it's safe. But wow, what a scene right there, and the human drama of all, and it looks like some great work by everybody in getting everybody out quickly.
That was something
Team
to see.
effort. Wow.
The seniors being in wheelchairs, being put into SWAT vehicles to be taken to another senior facility or a nearby hospital. We wish all of them the best, of course. 92 in all is what we're hearing. Evacuated from the Two Palms nursing facility. This is the live picture from Mount Wilson. When we first reported this fire, more than 90 minutes ago, it was 10, 20 acres, and there was just a small plume here, and now that has just exploded, and it reminds us of the Palisades fire, of course. That's the other big fire that we're covering and have been covering since that one erupted almost 12 hours ago at 10:30 this morning.
Takes up our whole screen now. It was just a small blip not that long ago. All right, let's go back to the other fire burning in Southern California. Christy Fajardo with the Palisades fire. Christy.
Yeah, in just the last couple of minutes, we started getting very, very heavy gusts. It's basically pushing us around. And when that happened, all the flames, everything that was on fire just exploded. The flames just got so much bigger. And in the last live shot I showed you, this is Palisades Charter Elementary, and it is on fire. When we went up the steps to look, we saw that some buildings were burning, others were not. Over here it looks like something, perhaps a rock wall, has also caught fire. And this is the backside of the school. This is the part on Swarthmore. And even in the last 10 minutes, if we pan that way, I can show you a house caught fire. And further down the road, multiple homes are burning. In fact, there was a man who drove out who told us that dozens of homes were on fire. And as we were going down there, it became too dangerous, so we had to turn around. But the conditions are just worsening. They're not improving for firefighters. These winds are just blowing embers all over the place. And we're seeing palm trees catch fire, sadly, homes, a school, also businesses on De La Cruz. Business there looks like it's a total loss. It's right next to the Frontier Communications building. Vegetation on the Frontier's Communication building has also burned, but fortunately does not look like the building has. And down the road from us, going in the opposite direction, closer to Villa de la Paz, we are starting to finally see firefighting resources. We saw a couple of fire trucks in that other direction, and just a few minutes ago, a CAL FIRE pickup went through here and seemed to be surveying the area. And if we pan to the right, see another home is burning. And again, as I said, a man told us that further down the street, he saw dozens and dozens of homes burning. He's a property owner. He had gone to check on his properties. He said it was not safe, so he got out. He also advised us not to go down there either. And this is the house that I showed you earlier, and now it looks like it's a total loss. That house there was on fire, then caught this one on fire. And if we pan to the right, you can see these flames and the rain of embers have ignited other homes on fire as well. So that is the latest right now from Swarthmore. Let's send it back to you.
One devastating scene after the other. Christy Fajardo, thank you. You and your crew stay safe. We have some new video into the newsroom, and this is from a stringer, a photographer on the scene from TNLA, Sal Hirsch, who shot some video of an injured firefighter being rescued by CAL FIRE, it looks like, getting tended to here. And I believe that Sal is on the line with us right now. Sal, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for the great work that you do. So tell us about this incident. This is while fighting the Palisades fire, one injured firefighter.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not exactly sure what agency that firefighter was with, but they put out a Mayday call. Apparently, she may have had some sort of blow to the head, and she was in unknown condition. So we were just right down the street filming some of the destruction that ensued prior to that incident, and we got there pretty quick, and we saw CAL FIRE crews as well as some LAFD personnel lifting her on a on a thing, and they put her on the back of a pickup truck and ended up transporting her out of the fire zone. So it was definitely a pretty hectic scene, very crazy, and I just hope she's going to be okay.
Was she conscious? Was she talking to them?
It looked like her eyes were open. I didn't see her. I didn't see her physically talking or anything, but her eyes were open, which is a good sign.
So this is the Palisades fire. What location was this within the Palisades?
This was on Bowdoin Street and Villa de la Paz.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, we've been reporting all day, you know, and it's been great to report. The only good thing that we can report is we haven't heard of any injuries. So at least we know of, unfortunately, at least one firefighter injured in this firefight. Did you see anyone else being treated while you were there?
No, not while I was there. That was luckily the only injury that I did witness. But like I said, you know, just hope she's going to be okay. So,
can you talk to us about your reporting experience tonight? What's it been like for you out on the roads?
Yeah, I mean, it's just been the most apocalyptic scene that you can imagine. I mean, we've been here all day. We have a team of 5 photographers that have been here all day. And, you know, it started off, you know, obviously very intense and everything. But as, you know, the winds kind of intensified towards the evening, things just have gotten way out of control. The fire activity is extremely erratic. The wind is just so unpredictable, blowing in all directions. You know, they had to cancel the aircraft from above, so that was a big, you know, a big blow for firefighting efforts, but necessary. And, you know, it's just, like I said, it's just extremely apocalyptic. That's the only way to really describe it.
Wow. Well, we hope that you and your crew remain safe. Sal Hirsch, freelance photographer from TNLA, thanks so much for the work that you do.
Thank you.
He was talking about the winds. Let's talk more about the winds from the expert on that front. Our meteorologist, Adam Kruger, has been tracking that all day.
Yeah, guys, and so as expected, the winds intensifying tonight. We're seeing that just play out in the video. It's just amazing images. I'm going to start with some of the evacuation maps, though, and I want to remind anyone who's around this area, might be concerned, you can see this for yourself at fire.ca.gov. You can zoom in street level and see whatever you want. But this is for the Eaton fire now, so we're looking north of Pasadena. We have this large red area. That's an evacuation order. That's mandatory. Then we have evacuation warnings, which are optional, but they may change over to orders. So people in the warning areas need to be ready to go if that order comes through. We see this now south of the evacuation order, but also now east, just north of Sierra Madre. We see an evacuation order there as well. Give you a little perspective. Here's Pasadena, and this little spot right here on the left side of your screen is the Rose Bowl. So again, we're talking about this area kind of north and northeast of Pasadena. That's the Eaton fire. Then, of course, you know about what's going on in the Pacific Palisades. We have that evacuation order that extends to just into the northern section of Santa Monica. This is San Vicente right here, and so north or west of there, that's the evacuation order. And then we have this area known as north of Montana. So here's Montana and Santa Monica. North of there in this yellow zone, that's the evacuation warning, which again is optional, but you need to be ready to go if that turns into an order. All right, now looking at the wind forecast. And again, we're just getting into it. We can see from the video that the winds are starting to spike at their strongest that we've had all day long. We can hear it outside of our building here. I haven't been here that long, less than a year, but I've never heard winds from inside our studio before outside, and we're getting that happening right now. We have had wind gusts pick up around Pacific Palisades. We're looking at a forecast right here, but gusts have been measured 40, 50, maybe 60 miles per hour. There's a few and far between instruments, weather instruments there around the Pacific Palisades. But over towards Pasadena, Altadena, around the Eaton fire, we have had some, there's more weather stations there, and some of those are measuring around the foothills wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour. But you get up into the mountain peaks, and we've seen some gusts around 80 plus miles per hour around that Eaton fire. And now as we look at the forecast, again, going through the night, look at these big numbers right here. Many spots, according to this model, projected to see wind gusts at or above 60 miles per hour. And it's going to be like this pretty much all night long. I'll just get out of the way. So here's a look at midnight. This is a widespread thing for a lot of Southern California. We hope other fires don't break out, because if they do, they're going to spread very quickly, like what we've seen so far. Here we go into 4 o'clock in the morning. Not a whole lot has changed. Notice, though, the colors kind of filling in around more of Los Angeles as we get into about sunrise. Here's 8 a.m. Model says gusts around 50 in Santa Monica, which we've already seen tonight, and then maybe gusts around 50 in L.A. Now, even, aside from the fire risk, there's just the fact that we could see wind damage over a large part of Southern California because of how strong these winds are. Trees could come down. We've seen some instances of that. We had a crazy live view with Christy, who was reporting, and a tree fell on a power line. Sparks were flying, and so there may be more of that starting to happen as we go through the night. That's another thing to watch for. Here as we go through the day tomorrow, notice once we get past noon, it's not as intense as what we've been seeing. We'll be past the worst of it by that point, and the wind warnings expire at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Also, the humidity running very low. We've seen it below 20% today. It will get drier, though, as we go into tomorrow. Relative humidity drops below 10% in some spots. So again, winds are picking up right now. They'll be at their peak really from about now through about 9 a.m. and the humidity goes lower tomorrow. Two things working against us. Just to kind of wrap this all up with a map of the warnings, we've got that high wind warning, all areas in yellow, most of Southern California. That's in effect until 6 p.m. tomorrow. And then we see the red flag warnings, which has to do with the wind and the dry conditions and conditions that are favorable for fires to spread. So that's in effect through Wednesday, but also Thursday, not for L.A. and parts of L.A. County, but all these other areas. This remains in effect into Thursday. And then the last thing I'm going to show you here is a fire weather watch that extends into Friday. So this is an area that may switch over to a red flag warning once we get a little closer to it, which means this is basically 4 days, likely. It'll end up being 4 days of red flag warnings. The worst of the winds, yes, they end after the end of the day tomorrow, but still it's going to be breezy with dry conditions and some type of Santa Ana winds likely to last into Friday. And so, it's a long week here. It's already been a long day. It's going to be a long week where we really need to pay close attention to what's going on. We'll head back to you now.
All right, Adam, we thank you so much. Let's bring in Christy Fajardo. She's had some really dangerous situations behind her, and she joined us now live from the firefight in the Palisades. Christy?
Yeah, Marla, we have talked so much about how this is a wind-driven fire and also how unpredictable it is, and we're seeing evidence of that right here. When we walked by 5 minutes ago, you did not see all of these embers that are flying. and we'll get a gust, and then you'll see them fly up into the air. You can see some over there. And if you watch closely, they're going in different directions. It's almost like a whirlwind. And they're landing on homes. And if we pan that way, you can see something is burning behind there. I know that there is a power pole that is on fire, but that much of a glow suggests it's something much larger as well. And those embers that you saw flying are actually coming from Palisades Charter Elementary. Something is burning right on the other side of that fence. We've watched that fire come in our direction. We're actually on Swarthmore, and the rain of embers have ignited other fires. In fact, I showed you some homes that were burning earlier. Now we're seeing multiple trees, and at one point it looked like a car was going to go on fire. There were palm fronds that were underneath it that were burning, and Gino, who is behind the camera, thought very quickly, and he was able to move those fronds away from that car, and that car luckily does not appear to be damaged. But unfortunately, there's really nothing we can do to save the homes and the elementary school and the other buildings that we see burning. And also, you heard firefighters and the LAPD telling people to evacuate hours ago, and this is why. The visibility is really, really poor. And you added to that all the smoke and also the wind. In fact, Gino, can you pan this way? Look at what the embers are doing now. Gino, pan towards the school. Look, I want to show you. There just was one giant gust, and there we go again. Embers just flying everywhere. And this is what firefighters are having to deal with, and why they say this is like trying to stop a tornado. There's really nothing you can do when these embers are whipping around like this and landing on homes and landing on vegetation. They'll ignite sometimes blocks and blocks away, so they could be fighting a fire in one area and not even know that another is on fire. So witnessing very, very tough conditions tonight for the firefight. Let's send it back to you.
That's an understatement, as you know, Christy, and it's tough for you to be out there in the crew. We appreciate you so much. This is the Palisades fire. We want to turn our attention back to the Eaton fire. This one erupted at 6:30 tonight, so it's been about 3 hours. This is our live picture from our Mount Wilson camera, and those flames now pretty much enveloping this whole hillside. At least 400 acres have burned. We just showed you, and we've heard from you on social media about just how horrifying and heartbreaking the images are that we brought you live of those seniors, more than 90 of them being evacuated from a senior facility taken by SWAT, in fact, to other local facilities. Gina Silva, she's moved. You're on the ground. Where are you now?
Yes, sadly, what you're watching is a house on fire. This is the 2300 block of Galbraith Road. And unfortunately, when we got here, it was, fully engulfed. LA County firefighters immediately arrived, and as you can see, they are putting out the flames. There is a person here with a water hose who has been watering down the house, but it wasn't doing much until the firefighters arrived. One of the neighbors,
my name
what
Luis.
is your name?
Luis.
Luis, so you guys were out here trying to help out?
I live right up the corner there. We live in the same building together. We were told to evacuate a while ago, and we went down and dropped some stuff off, but I came back up here because I saw all these spot fires coming up here, and I can't help but feel bad for all the people who live here. And we've never had a fire like this, I don't think, as far as I've been alive, at least not down this close. So,
describe the wind conditions out here.
Oh, it's bad. It's horrific. I mean, just driving in the car, if you don't see any trees around, the car shakes like it's an earthquake. Yeah. That's how strong it is.
Luis, how are you holding up? ¿Cómo estás?
It's fine. Everything is fine. Yeah. So no problem. Yeah.
Where's your house? ¿Dónde está tu casa?
Yeah, this one. It's in the front.
And it's okay.
Yeah. It's fine.
How long have you lived over here?
About 3 years there. I think they live there a lot longer.
And your house is okay right now?
Is okay? Yeah. I think it's okay. Yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Well, they're making really quick work, obviously, the LA County firefighters. Oh. It's an emotional reunion. They hadn't seen each other.
So funny. This is one of my best friends from high school.
Oh. How are you holding up?
Under better circumstances, it'd be so much nicer.
You hadn't seen each other?
in years. A long time. So last person I expect to see him is this guy, but somehow he found his way up here.
Yeah, how are you? I've been asking everybody how you're holding up with this.
I live in La Chiana, Flintridge, but my godmother, she lives down the road, and so I was on my way to her house because she got told to evacuate. And then I saw this, and we all just pitched in to help.
Yeah, I saw everybody moving in using water. Unfortunately, it wasn't doing much because the flames were so strong. But as soon as the firefighters arrived, you can see now that the flames are out. There are obviously some hot spots, but you know, not as what it was, you know, when we first got here. And I got to tell you, you know, we were doing the live report with the senior citizens who were being rescued, and we ended up walking a couple of blocks. And we talk about how fast these fires move. My car was parked at a 7-Eleven parking lot, and I decided to walk back to get my car to come to this location. And as soon as I got there, there was a brush on fire there near my car. Had I not picked it up, it probably would have gone up in flames as well. So it just moves so fast. These winds are just like something we've never seen before, or not in a very long time. And these embers, they just fly for miles and miles and start new fires, new hotspots. It's just absolutely insane. So far, as we've been reporting, you know, it started at 6:30 with only 20 acres and now has gone beyond 400 acres, and it's growing. You know, it's just not, we're not seeing any help from Mother Nature whatsoever. I'll send it back to you guys.
No, and in fact, overnight, the winds are supposed to pick up, as we've been hearing from our chief meteorologist, Adam Kruger, well into the morning. So the firefight will be a brutal one. We're not going to sugarcoat it at all, because that would just be false information. We wish that we could bring you better news, but the winds are still going to pick up overnight, with those wind gusts in the Palisades clocking in at some points perhaps at 70+ miles per hour. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition.
And because of that, even if you don't live in one of these areas that is having a fire right now, but you live in an area that is fire prone, this is a good time to make sure you have your bags packed and you have your valuables ready to go, because the chance of another fire like this starting somewhere else in Southern California tonight is not insignificant. It would not be surprising if we looked at number 3 like this. So if this is a time to make sure your bags are packed, your stuff is ready to go, if need be, you've thought it through, so you're not shocked and surprised if in the middle of tonight, you know, something else breaks out, because the winds are supposed to be even worse between 10 p.m., which we're about to get to, and 5 a.m. And the likelihood of another fire starting somewhere else is very high tonight. And so just know that as you get ready to go to bed tonight.
We want to take you to right outside the scene of Palisades High School, Palisades Charter High School, which we know their athletics fields burned and also some of the classrooms caught fire. Here's Matthew Seedorf with photographer Sam Dubin.
You can see we can walk across the street. This is towards the football stadium. I believe that is the score box on fire as we're going to turn this way with all these embers flying. I do have an anemometer with me. It's measuring winds gusting to 35, 40 miles per hour with flames on the other side of the street as well. Let's see if we can push this way. And I'm actually with photojournalist Sam Dubin. You went to this high school, Sam. If you don't mind, what's this like?
It's heartbreaking. This is my alma mater. The baseball field's totally gone. Some of the buildings are gone. This house across the street's gone. This is the newer aquatic center, the Maggie Gilbert Aquatic Center. Looks okay right now. The classrooms appear okay, but it's just heartbreaking for everyone who went to this school. A lot of people have gone here over the years.
Yeah, I can't imagine just seeing that, especially as your alma mater. And we're looking at, looks like the pool right now, and then looking across the street, so we're battling these winds. More buildings have burned down, and just this thick black smoke. Again, winds, it just stings because of all this debris flying around. Looking at my anemometer, gust 25 miles an hour right now, but we've seen probably close to 40 It's hard to put this into words, seeing this home up here on fire and all these other structures and even a high school. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Matthew, thank you so much. Live picture from Santa Monica, our Santa Monica camera looking out at those flames there. We've seen this all afternoon since this fire broke out at 10:30. We want to show you the scene earlier, though, and this was one of the most surreal images that we've seen today. In addition to all the homes that have burned, this scene here, these are a lot of cars that were abandoned by their car owners when they just got too afraid because the flames were closing in on them, and they abandoned their vehicles, and as a result it blocked this entire roadway. And so to get through, emergency vehicles needed to get through, and so LA Fire came in with a bulldozer and bulldozed all the cars out of the way, and many of them, Alex, have been deemed total losses as a result.
Yeah, and just moved them like toys. And some really nice cars we're looking at in a really nice neighborhood. So we want to play for you if you're just joining us and you were at work earlier today and want information from the press briefing. Here is, you're about to hear from the fire department spokesperson, the chief of LAPD, and the chief of the LA Fire Department. Here's some of what they had to say a few hours ago.
So questions about abandoned cars, that's a good question that has come up. Law enforcement assists us heavily with evacuation, but please remember it's an active incident. We don't have the answers to all of these questions. We will certainly look at that. That's very important. I don't know if police felt like they wanted to make a mention to evacuations. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, just on that question of evacuations, vehicles left in the roadway. If you have to leave a vehicle in the roadway, get it as far off the road as you can so that emergency vehicles can get by. The gist of moving them with bulldozers was an emergency situation. You got to get those fire resources through, and they do what they have to do to be able to facilitate that. So we're asking really for the cooperation, and think a couple of steps ahead. It's not just your vehicle there, but then others line up behind you as well as they see what you're doing. And so I can't stress enough, please follow the evacuation orders. Do your best to be able to get out to safety. Bring the equipment you will need for the next couple of days with you, because as you've heard over and over again, this is not going to end very quickly.
No, it's not, and we're almost nearing 12 hours into this firefight in the Palisades. We've been showing you these numbers for a while now. They haven't been updated by CAL FIRE. Our next briefing, we had one at 3:30 this afternoon. That's when we heard from LAPD Chief McDonald there, who you just last heard from. He was alongside Governor Gavin Newsom as well. That next briefing of officials won't take place until 8 a.m. tomorrow from Zuma Beach. So hopefully we'll get some updated numbers. But in the meantime, obviously, we know that this whole area, much of it is under mandatory evacuation because of the strong winds that will continue well into the night, into the morning of Wednesday, January the 8th. And we're going to be on with you through at least midnight, by the way. So you can count on us. Go ahead.
So we take you from this picture. Maybe we can take our other picture, which is from Mount Wilson, which shows the Eaton fire that we are also keeping track of, and some news from Governor Newsom, who was at that press briefing earlier today in Pacific Palisades. He just announced that they have secured federal funding for the Eaton fire. So we already got federal funding for the Palisades fire earlier in the day. Now the Eaton fire also getting federal funding from President Biden, who just happens to be in Southern California tonight, and I think is kind of grounded because of what we've seen here. So he is also part of all of this tonight. But again, these are the live pictures, and every time we take this image from the Mount Wilson camera, we see more and more flames being wider and wider. This started as just a small part of the shot, and it now extends across the entire shot. At least 400 acres burned. We know that that number is now higher than that. And we see a lot of folks scrambling in the Altadena and Pasadena neighborhoods right now because of that fire. And again, a look back at the Pacific Palisades fire. which you can see from our Santa Monica cam, and really you can see from miles and miles in many different directions. Christy Fajardo is right in the middle of those flames. She's walking right now. Christy, if you can hear us, it's yours.
Yeah, we're actually on Swarthmore, and we saw some fire engines down here, so we decided to come down to investigate. And sadly, we're seeing another, what looks like a home, completely destroyed. And what is really telling is that we keep seeing buildings like the one on the right that appear to be made of concrete. There's another one, the Frontier Communications building, that appears to be made of brick. And those are faring very well. Even when vegetation is going up around them, they have not caught fire. But we've been talking about the winds, and you can see what they're doing with these embers. They hit those flames and they just whip up all of these embers. And if we pan that way, you can see that they are carrying them down the street and towards buildings and homes that have not burned. And that is why firefighters are stretched so thin. There are so many fires burning all at once. And every one of these embers that you see flying has the potential to start another fire. So firefighters are trying to keep up with all of this, but there's really no way to do so. And over there on the right, that is actually Palisades Charter Elementary School. And sadly, we went up there, I went up the steps and we took a look. This is the back side of the school, and multiple buildings were on fire. Some of the buildings had not burned, and we can only hope that they will stay that way. But the playground, what looked like a rock wall, and other structures look like a total loss. And they've been on fire now for probably about 2 hours, and we've seen CAL FIRE coming through and looking at it, but we've not seen any firefighters actually battling the fire at the school. But again, we are on the back side of the school, and I've talked so much about those embers and what they do to palm trees, and you can see evidence of it right there. The palm tree across the street and the three that we're looking at are all on fire. And those palm fronds, unfortunately, fall off the tree or they blow away and catch something else on fire. And we've witnessed that, a house that was ignited precisely because of palm fronds that were burning were blown in its direction. And we also saw a car almost catch fire because it was parked on some palm fronds, and those caught fire from those rain of embers that you've seen. And luckily, Gino, who was behind the camera, noticed that, and he was able to pull the burning palm fronds away from the car and save the car. Unfortunately, we can't do that for the buildings you see here. And most of the people in this neighborhood have evacuated, although occasionally we'll see one car go by, like the one you just saw. But most of the people did heed it, and fortunately, because you would not want a mass of people trying to evacuate now. Visibility is very poor. The winds are really, really strong. In fact, I've been standing and almost knocked off my feet. That's how powerful they occasionally are. And that's also what firefighters are dealing with and what they fear at this hour. Let's send it back to you.
Chelsea, Christy Fajardo there. Thank you so much. Regino Arias, thank you for all of your reporting tonight. We want to go back to the Eaton fire. This is in Altadena. Gina Silva, you were just showing us a home there, and this is the live picture again from our Mount Wilson camera that shows the embers, the flames aglow on this Tuesday night as we approach the 10 p.m. hour. This Eaton fire erupted at 6:30 tonight. This is a multi-agency response, including from Pasadena Fire and Angeles National Forest and LA County Fire. Let's check in with Gina Silva on the ground now. Gina, are you still in that same particular neighborhood?
I'm in the same neighborhood, and you can see that there are multiple fires.
You gotta go next tree, okay? Please,
okay.
Next tree.
Thank you. Pasadena police are telling us that we have to move, and part of the reason is that we heard a loud explosion a little while ago. It was like a loud pop, Job and I were like, what was that? It did not sound good. And there are several houses that are on fire. I'm trying to get to the end of the street to find out what the name is of the street. But as you can see, this entire neighborhood is in trouble. Sir, what's the name of the street?
Bella Vista.
Del Vista?
Bella Vista.
Bella Vista. Bella Vista. So this is Bella Vista. And all of these homes have been evacuated. The officers are saying all of these houses are obviously in danger. They're in the path of this destructive fire that started at 6:30, and it continues to grow, and it is just absolutely devastating because now we're seeing multiple homes on fire. And the danger in that, of course, are the gas lines. You know, everything, I'm hoping that by now everything's been turned off. But there were still some folks in homes that did not want to leave, and officers are telling them, please, you've got to get going, you've got to leave, it is not safe. And as I told you earlier, you know, it just moves so fast. You're thinking you're safe in one location, and then boom, the next moment you're not. So it is a very precarious situation here. I believe that is Pasadena Fire. Yep, Pasadena firefighters are out there battling. We've seen LA County firefighters as well. And again, there's a mandatory evacuation order for multiple communities. We gave you the names earlier. I believe that all of those names of the streets have been the mandatory evacuation has been extended to other locations as well. But it's a very dangerous situation, and obviously you don't want to be here. I know we saw a couple of people in the other at the other home where they were just watering it down, and it wasn't making much of a difference until the firefighters arrived and doused it with their large, equipment that they have, their hoses. And so that's the only way that you're going to be able to battle this fire. Other than that, a little bit of water from the small garden hose is not going to make much difference, unfortunately. Alex, Marla?
Gina, you've been covering fires for a very long time, and even some of our really bad fires lately you've been in the middle of. How does this compare to other stories you've covered over the course of your career?
Oh, this is insane. I mean, there's just no other way to describe this. Earlier, when we were showing you the woman bringing out the horses, we were surrounded by flames on both sides, and it was just getting stronger and stronger, so we had to leave that location. And of course, the wind, it is just so strong that at times it's hard to stand in one location. We've seen many downed trees. We saw that sign that was toppled over. I mean, it's just absolutely insane. I don't think I've ever seen winds this extreme.
And are you seeing that people are heeding the call to evacuate?
Yes, for the most part, people have left. There are some who are still kind of hanging around. You know, I understand it's their home. You know, they don't want to lose it. But again, your life is more important than property, because that can be eventually replaced. But you want to be safe. And that's what firefighters, police officers are always telling us, you know, just be safe, get out, let the professionals try to handle the situation. And they are. There are so many agencies out here. There's LA County Fire, Pasadena Fire, different agencies that I cannot name right now, but I have to move out of the way here. But they're here battling it. Unfortunately, there are so many fires that are taking place right now. That's Cal Fire just arriving now, that it's impossible to be at all the places that are just going up in flames right now. It's just crazy.
Yeah, and of course we know the last number we heard was, well, it started at 20 acres, then exploded to 400, and, we're waiting for Cal Fire perhaps. They'll be the agency to update the number, Angeles National Forest perhaps, but it's well beyond the 400 we can imagine.
Yeah, and that's growing. You know that is growing. Right now, as we mentioned, the names of the streets where there are evacuation orders, that's for Kinaloa Canyon Road, Outpost Lane, Glen Springs, Coolidge, Miranda, Roosevelt, Vernada, Ken Clare, and areas east of Altadena Drive. I'm sure by now that list has grown because this fire keeps moving. And spreading.
We know that you're on the Eaton fire, but we're just getting this vital information about the Palisades fire. We had shown earlier video of the female firefighter being tended to. Now we're hearing that 25-year-old female firefighter did sustain a serious head injury. while fighting the Palisades fire. She was treated at the scene and then taken to a hospital. This is from LAFD itself. And then this, multiple burn victims, according to LAFD, were reported walking toward Duke's Malibu restaurant. We know that right on PCH, approximately 9 o'clock tonight. Again, this is according to LAFD spokesperson Captain Eric Scott. Incident operations redirected medical resources to that location to provide evaluation and treatment. So we've been reporting no injuries. We know at least one firefighter has been injured, and now multiple burn victims reportedly being treated at Duke's in Malibu, the restaurant there along PCH.
Wow. So there is so much going on tonight. We thank you for joining us for this special primetime coverage. We are now going to reset and give you updated information on everything for the time that we usually join you every night, which is the Fox 11 News at 10. And we are going to start that coverage out tonight with a look at some of the most dramatic images that we've experienced together during our last 12 hours of coverage.
This home seems like it's being considered a loss.
There are so many homes that are in danger. How many more horses do you have?
We have a couple we just let loose over there. We're trying to get as many as we can out.
There's 12. Yeah, no, they're pretty wired up. When the wind's blowing and the embers are, they don't really know what to do.
Everyone else get to the back away. I'll make you get out of here if you can, all right?
I always have a bag packed. Sunset's already backed up, and people are fighting, and the only access, ingress, and egress is Temescal Canyon and Sunset Boulevard.
We just watched the last one on that terrace burn to the ground.
Good evening. Welcome to a special edition of the Fox 11 News at 10. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas here for Christine Devine. The fast-moving wildfire in Pacific Palisades has burned almost 3,000 acres, forcing thousands to evacuate. The fire is fueled by those strong Santa Ana winds.
By mid-afternoon, it had grown rapidly, threatening over 13,000 structures, including more than 10,000 homes. Containment tonight at 0%. Mandatory evacuations cover much of the area, with nearby Malibu issuing warnings as well.
Firefighters began using air tankers and helicopters to battle the flames, but both are grounded tonight because of the wind. And we want to show you these images that we're showing you right here. This is a live picture from our Santa Monica cam. Off in the distance, those are the flames in the hillside in the Palisades. Now, evacuation routes were jammed, with some residents abandoning cars and fleeing on foot. Palisades Charter High School has been hit hard. Its baseball field, athletic fields, grounds, they've been destroyed.
So the fire started this morning near Piedra Morada and Monta Hermosa drives. Officials warn that worsening winds overnight could spread the fire even further. Smoke advisories are now in effect. Residents are urged to stay indoors. The fire's cause still not known. We have seen some injuries reported in the last hour.
The mandatory evacuation zone has expanded to the east and north. Here's this wide swath of red that gives you an idea of how big it is. The map from LA City Fire shows the scope of evacuation orders that remain in effect for areas north to Mulholland Road, east to Kenter Road, and south to Pacific Coast Highway. Pacific Coast Highway is closed from Santa Monica's McClure Tunnel to Topanga Canyon, with LAPD managing traffic. Residents are urged to turn off power before leaving, and those near the evacuation zone should prepare a go bag and stay informed through LAFD alerts and, of course, your local news.
Now, the Westwood Recreation Center is open as an evacuation and overnight shelter, which accommodates small animals. That's located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Large animals can be taken to the LA Equestrian Center, which is in Burbank.
We have live team coverage tonight. Meteorologist Adam Kruger is watching those winds. Fox 11's Gina Silva, she's on the Eaton fire. That one erupted tonight at 6:30 in Altadena. Ed Lascos has reaction from devastated homeowners in Pacific Palisades. And right now, this is a live look from the ground in Palisades.
Yeah, is this Ed Lascos' picture? Ed, I don't know if you can hear us. Ed, yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Actually, we have just moved inside our live van. It's too threatening out there. These winds blowing hurricane force. I swear to you, I've never seen anything like this. You can see the embers blowing through here. So the cross here is Sunset. We are at Via de la Paz, right where the 76 gas station is here at Gelson's. And what you're looking at used to be on the northern end of this intersection, a 2- or 3-story apartment building, condo building that stretched up a couple of blocks. It has been burning, wall of flames the last couple of hours, coming down closer to Sunset. There's a gas station on the far side and the 76 closer to this side. But as these winds blow through here, you have a shower of embers. You see a little bit of them going through here, and wait till we get a very strong gust. It's a consistent wind, but you get these sustained gusts that actually have this live van swaying back and forth. And over to the left is also, Mike, you'll give you a look, that's the parking lot at Gelson's, and an idea of these embers that have been a big problem for firefighters. Behind us is Radcliffe. We've been looking at that the last couple of hours. Several homes over there also burned to the ground. We've been watching that the last couple of hours. Radcliffe runs parallel to Temescal Canyon, but it's right here in the heart of the village itself. Look at these embers. Look at this, the truck moving around, these embers blowing through here. It's a firestorm over in this area. And again, when these embers blow through and the wind picks up, you see what's left of that, the condo building, the apartment building on the corner. It just roars to life. And the fire, the wind's pushing it this way, pushing it toward PCH, which means there are still many homes on this area on the south side of Sunset still in jeopardy here as this fire very much out of control. One other point, we're seeing a lot more fire engines moving through here, strike teams moving through, if you will, the last couple of hours from LA City, moving up to the northern part of Sunset here as something we did not see on Radcliffe earlier. Look at that over there. Look at the embers just blowing around almost like a tornado effect of embers as this wind swirls through here. So you have the embers, you have the wind, and then you have visibility down to nothing as the smoke just comes through here and a wall of fire. But unfortunately, this building, apartment building, is lost, evacuated. We heard no injuries there. Everybody got out in time. A block over to our right to the east, the CVS pharmacy. Across the street, several restaurants there, well known to a lot of folks here in the village. They're gone. I just looked at them, burnt right to the ground. So damage here extremely severe, unbelievable when you're in the heart of the Palisades. That this is the kind of a fire you usually see up in the hills somewhere in the canyons, but nothing that comes right through the heart of a downtown area like we're seeing at this moment.
Ed Laskos, thank you so much. On the line now is Margaret Stewart with LA City Fire. Thank you so much for taking the time out. Where does the firefight stand tonight as those winds are picking up?
We have not seen the worst of the winds yet. From now through the rest of the night, they're forecasted to be worsening. So unfortunately, this dangerous situation, we're nowhere near over. It's super important that everyone follows the evacuation orders. You showed the map earlier. Basically, anyone within Pacific Palisades area all the way up to Mulholland, as well as Santa Monica, has now issued evacuations on that portion to the southeast of our map that hits Santa Monica. There's also evacuations there. We do know that we have injuries reported. We had a 25-year-old female LAFD firefighter who sustained a serious head injury, and there are multiple burn victims that were being treated and transported. So we ask people to please get out, stay out, and let us get in there and do our very best against this very extreme fire weather.
Do you have any more information about those injuries, how the firefighter is doing, and maybe any more details about the burn injuries? These are the folks that came to Dukes, right, with injuries?
Yes, we don't have details. As you can imagine, it's a very dynamic situation, sure. So they were transported and taken care of, so we just don't have those kind of details right now. And our firefighter was transported to the hospital, and we don't have an update.
Margaret, what do you want our viewers to know tonight? As you know, you just talked about the worst is yet to come. Given that, what's your word to them?
If there is anyone still in the evacuation zone, immediately leave. We cannot, redirecting resources to try to rescue people out who should have already left takes away from our firefighters out there defending homes. and saving lives. So please leave now, as well as anyone, this is burning in a generally western direction. However, the fire creates added winds, and then those embers can travel, which is why our evacuation zone, is going in all directions. So anyone bordering the current evacuation zone needs to stay aware. They need to stay informed. They can follow our updates, LAFD.org/alerts. They can get them to their phones or to their email. They need listen to and watch the local news. They need to have a go bag ready, the car facing out in the driveway, have a plan in place. And if they do get the order, then evacuate early and quick.
There are some people that may have stayed behind who just look at this and now are scared to leave, or maybe they don't know where to go, or it's, all the flames are around them, or the fire trucks are nearby. It's not easy to get in and out of these regions. What do you say to those people? Where to go, how to get out?
Well, there are law enforcement and firefighters, spread throughout the entire area. So if they see someone, they can ask for assistance and direct them out. This is why we ask people not to stay behind. We know that there's the desire to do so. However, these winds are unprecedented in our recent, we haven't had winds like this in a very long time. And it's very dangerous, and it's not worth trying to protect a building when we want to protect your life.
Earlier, there was the call that was put out by your agency, LAFD, asking any off-duty member to call because you need all, basically, hands on deck. How are your resources tonight?
Yes, and I also do just want to clarify for anyone watching, there was a misunderstanding that kind of went out across different channels, that this is a recall protocol for LAFD members only. We're not asking for volunteers or any other firefighters. So we have a recall process that we execute when needed, and those that are off duty call in, and we can then schedule out any additional resources. So that process is underway by our Department Operations Center, and we have the resources to manage that.
And talk also about the concern, because this is the fire that's burning now, but the winds are supposed to be worse, as you mentioned, and there's not an insignificant chance that there could be another fire that breaks out overnight.
It's entirely possible. We can't predict what might happen in that regards. We do also have the state agency, CAL FIRE, the incident management team, is going to be taking over the incident in the morning, and they are also the agency that coordinates resources from across the state to respond. So I don't have details on what the plan is right now, but they can call in resources from outside the region.
Any other parting thoughts before we let you go? No doubt you're busy.
Yeah, really, we just want to emphasize, our program Ready, Set, Go. Everyone needs to be ready. They need to have their bag prepared, have a communication plan in place, any important medications, stuff for your pets, have that already, because if you are in the expand, as it were to expand, especially towards the west and south, you need to already be prepared. So stay aware, and stay ready.
Margaret Stewart with LAFD, we thank you for taking the time out tonight. Thanks for all the hard work that your crews do, and you stay safe as well.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
We're going to go to Chelsea Edwards now, who is on the ground, who has been reporting for us near Pacific Coast Highway. Chelsea. Not sure if Chelsea can hear us. When she's ready, we will go back to her. In the meantime, we look at this live picture from our Santa Monica cam as this fire continues to get worse, and we really see those winds are whipping up. Let's go to Chelsea now. Chelsea.
If you can hear us, we are now driving north on PCH. Wow, that is a fireball on the right-hand side. So the fire is now on both sides of PCH. Oh, there's another home up in flames on the right-hand side. So it's on both sides, right near the intersection at Sunset Boulevard. We've kind of been in one place for a lot of this evening and a lot of this afternoon, but now we're mobile and we're heading toward Malibu. We're getting reports that there are some homes on the PCH side that are now up in flames, so that's where we're headed, toward the Topanga area. What we're seeing on PCH is just something else. I mean, these hillsides are just lit up. Home, that's another one. Home after home after home after home. I can feel the heat coming from the side of the truck, from the right-hand side where we're sitting. Now we're enclosed in the truck. I can also feel the wind just knocking the truck. I mean, these news vans are very top-heavy. You know, we've got the gear on the top, and they're very tall. And I can feel it just grabbing it and kind of tossing it around as we're driving up PCH. So the visibility extremely low. We can only see about 20 feet in front of us, I would say, as we're... Oh, I don't know about this, Elliot. Very low visibility and a lot of particles in the air. And again, just this glow from all up the hillside. We're actually in an area now where the fire no longer seems to be burning, but the smoke is so incredibly thick we can barely see in front of us with our headlights on. So it appears that at least that portion of the fire of the Pacific Palisades fire is, you know, in that area. But again, we're hearing these reports. There are some situations up in the Malibu area, closer toward Topanga. So that's where we're heading right now. We're hoping to be able to give you a live picture. You know, our camera has been up for the last 7 hours or so, just feeding back live. Elliot, what is this? Is this the feed barn? All right, I think, I don't want to misreport here, but I believe this is, you know, the iconic feed barn near Topanga Canyon. Yeah, that's gone. All right, so we've just passed Topanga Canyon. Wow, that whole thing is just flattened, which means that we're coming up toward the Reel Inn and Cholada Thai. Now, on the left-hand side, it's just spot fires. This fire jumped the PCH and burned everything that's on this side. I'm not seeing any homes on the left-hand side, which is the PCH side yet. But wow, oh, the destruction here. You know what? This is the Reel Inn right here. It's gone. The Reel Inn is gone. No. There's nothing there. Cholada Thai, gone.
Yeah,
wow.
I saw those images actually a little earlier tonight. In fact, those are on my social media. The Reel Inn, Cholada, all of that has been wiped out. That was at least 3 hours ago that those flames just wiped out those obviously landmark spots.
The devastation. I may have lost you, Marla and Alex.
No, you're there.
All right, we're coming up now to some fire activity. Oh, look, no, it is on this side. It is on the left side now. So we've got several fire engines here. This is a first, actually, for tonight. Yes, homes on the PCH side now are on fire. This is something we've not seen in a long time.
Meaning on the side of PCH closer to the ocean?
Yes, to the ocean. So the ocean side of PCH, there's one actively on fire right now. I can see what's left of another one that's just to our left. We have a huge firefighting presence here, and again, we have not seen that, at least for property protection, since we started, you know, at 2 o'clock this afternoon or 1:30 this afternoon. This is the first time we've actually seen a firefight where they're trying to protect these properties, these homes on the left hand, you know, on the ocean side of PCH. So they've got an active firefight up ahead. Oh, there's more homes up there. This is quite a few homes now that are impacted on the PCH side. Wow. We're going to get a little bit closer. We're going to see how far they'll let us in with our news van without, you know, impeding the firefighting efforts, and see if we can get our live picture back up to get these batteries working again to show you what we're seeing, because this is pretty remarkable. This is something else.
Yeah, and I wonder also if your phone is working, if maybe Zoom is potentially an option too, to get some images out of there if need be. But Chelsea, thanks for all your extraordinary reporting all day long, and but really sad updates there to hear about so many iconic spots along the coast that so many of us have enjoyed for years. And you think of all the people that are impacted by this, all the employees, all the customers, everybody. That we're going to be talking about this and dealing with this for many years to come. Chelsea, stay safe. We'll get back with you soon.
Thanks, guys.
All right, our coverage continues here on Fox 11. The Palisades fire, of course, in the Palisades, and then the Eaton fire, that's the other fire that we're looking at tonight, that is in Altadena. Both are proving to be especially difficult firefights because of those destructive winds, which we knew were coming. We got wind of this, no pun intended, last week when Adam Kruger was forecasting that. In fact, Adam, why don't you join the coverage now and give us an update on, as we're past 10 o'clock and those wind speeds are expected to pick up.
Yeah, you know, it's just, it's a little overwhelming, everything that's going on. I mean, you see just bad news after bad news. It's the unfortunate scenario we have. And yes, the winds have picked up in the last hour or so. You might remember going into this with the high wind warnings. The National Weather Service was saying at worst there may be some isolated spots where gusts are as high as 80 to 100 miles per hour. That didn't quite pan out earlier in the day today, but we knew the strongest winds were coming. And now I see verification, at least on some of the higher elevation weather sensors. For example, there's one that's about halfway between Malibu and the Pacific Palisades, measured a 98 mile per hour gust about an hour ago. And we're seeing some gusts get over 90 miles per hour in the San Gabriel Mountains, a little bit north of Pasadena, where we have that other fire going on, the Eaton fire as well. So it's coming to fruition right now. The strongest winds are happening right now. They are peaking. They're expected to stay about this strong all through the night and up through about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Then the speeds at least start slowly but surely backing down a little bit. Another thing that does not work in our favor heading into tomorrow is the air gets even a little bit drier tomorrow than what we're seeing today. And I do want to note that while we're focused a lot on where these fires are going on, there are extreme weather conditions happening all across Southern California right now. And even if you take the fire aspect out of this, it's a major wind event, just simply the winds. There's going to be a lot of wind damage likely across a lot of Southern California as well. I want to show you just real quickly some of these evacuation maps. I know it's kind of scrunched in right here, but this is the Pacific Palisades fire right here. Here's the evacuation order that extends into the northern parts of Santa Monica. San Vicente is kind of the border between the order, which is mandatory, and the evacuation warning, which is optional, but you know, you might want to get ready to go if you have to. That goes all the way down to Montana Avenue in Santa Monica. Fire.ca.gov if you want a closer look at some of these maps. I'll also show you near the Eaton fire what the evacuation map looks like. So Pasadena here is on the left part of the screen. The Rose Bowl is kind of tucked right on the edge right there, so we're a far distance from that. But again, here's the Eaton fire. A lot of that spreading south. You see the evacuation order, then a few of these evacuation warnings, which are suggested but not mandatory in those yellow spots right there. All right, now on to the forecast winds, and this is going to look a lot like what you've seen me show many times here throughout the day today. Not a whole lot has changed in the forecast, but we're in the thick of it right now. We're starting at 11 p.m. and you'll see just some big numbers across the map. Forecast wind gusts 60, 70 miles per hour. We know some of those higher elevations will be even a little bit stronger than that. Here we go all the way through the night into tomorrow morning. This is 4 o'clock in the morning now. Not a whole lot changes with our forecast. Here's 8 o'clock in the morning. We are still dealing with extremely strong winds. Even in L.A., there could be some gusts around 50 or so. That could cause some damage for sure. Now, as we go a little later into the day, this is a look at noon. It's still very windy, but you see the numbers are not to the extreme levels that we expect during the nighttime. And then as we go through the day on Wednesday, here's a look at a little bit later in the afternoon, 4 in the afternoon. We're seeing, again, slight improvement, but still quite windy. If you're wondering, by the way, kind of to get into the science of what's going on, why the winds are peaking right now and why they're expected to be at their strongest overnight, it has to do with what's going on a little higher up in the atmosphere. Something we call the jet stream. You may have heard that term before. It's basically like a river of fast-moving winds high up in the atmosphere where the planes are flying around. And the jet stream pattern, the winds kind of are going around this low right now, but right next to this low, right in this circle right here, if you look at these streamlines, you'll notice how they're moving especially quick right here. There's a very fast moving part of the jet stream that's going from north to south down California. These same conditions cause 135 mile per hour gusts at the summit of Mammoth Mountain, by the way. And so we've got those really strong winds right overhead right now in the higher parts of the atmosphere, and some of those winds are making their way down to the surface, which is giving us the extra boost, the extra enhancement to the wind gusts. Now, as we go through the night into tomorrow, this starts shifting a little farther south. This is noon tomorrow. By that point, the intense part of those jet stream winds will be a little farther south, and that's why our winds start backing down by that point. But high wind warnings, those are in effect until 6 p.m. tomorrow, so that gives you an idea of the worst of the winds continue into tomorrow. Again, the peak peak, though, should start to come down after about 9 or 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Then we have the red flag warning. You know all about that. That's in effect through tomorrow. But also for a lot of the area, what we're looking at here, it continues into Thursday, excludes a portion of Los Angeles down to Long Beach, for example. And then Friday, there's a fire weather watch, which will likely change to a red flag warning at some point, which means this will have been 4 days of red flag warnings. Even though the winds are most intense tonight into tomorrow morning, it's still a Santa Ana wind event with gusty conditions in some spots and dry conditions. That goes all the way into Friday. So our guard needs to stay up for a couple more days, but especially tonight and into tomorrow with the strongest winds here in our area and the lowest humidity still yet to come tomorrow. And again, you know, just in the last hour, we've seen some of the strongest wind gusts so far today. And we know today earlier was quite bad. It's just getting even more extreme right now. The live shots we see from our reporters, hats off to them and the crews that are out there. It is incredible to see. And you can hear from the way they're telling the stories, right? I mean, a lot of them have been reporting in this area for a long time. They're saying that, I mean, they've never been in anything like this. This is just a historic wind event that's unfolding right now across our area. Guys, back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Adam. We want to get you the latest information about the injuries that we can now report. Unfortunately, we do know that a 25-year-old female firefighter with LAFD was hurt tonight while battling the Palisades fire. Here's that image of her being loaded on to the bed of a truck here. This happened near Bowdoin Street and Via de la Paz. She sustained, according to LAFD spokesperson Eric Scott, a serious head injury. She was treated at the scene and she was taken to a hospital for more evaluation and treatment. We spoke to the person who shot this video, freelance journalist Sal Hirsch with TNLA.
I'm not exactly sure what agency that firefighter was with, but they put out a Mayday call. Apparently, she may have had some sort of blow to the head, and she was in unknown condition. So we were just right down the street filming some of the destruction that ensued prior to that incident, and we got there pretty quick, and we saw CAL FIRE crews as well as some LAFD personnel lifting her on a on a thing, and they put her on the back of a pickup truck and ended up transporting her out of the fire zone. So it was definitely a pretty hectic scene, very crazy, and I just hope she's going to be okay.
Was she conscious? Was she talking to them?
It looked like her eyes were open. I didn't see her. I didn't see her physically talking or anything, but her eyes were open, which is a good sign.
Let's hope that she's okay. There's some videos from earlier. The historic Getty Villa in the Palisades has experienced at least some damage to its ground. Trees, plants there have burned. We do not believe that the structure itself caught on fire. The executive director is saying that the art collection remains safe. Museums, galleries, and library archives are protected from smoke by state-of-the-art air handling systems. The double-walled construction of the galleries providing some protection. The Getty Villa will remain closed through at least Monday, and let's hope at first light tomorrow things stay the way that they looked right here and that the structure itself is okay.
All right, from the Palisades fire, let's go to the Eaton fire. This is time-lapse video of that fire, which started just before 6:30 tonight. Altadena Drive, right near Altadena Drive. It has grown to at least 400 acres. It's damaged structures. It's forced evacuations. Crews are working to protect homes and hazardous materials in that area. All Saints Church in Pasadena has opened its doors to shelter people affected by the Eaton fire. That church is located at 132 North Euclid Avenue. Also, Pasadena Convention Center is also serving as an evacuation center for those impacted by the Eaton fire.
Fox 11's Gina Silva has been covering that fire for the past several hours. She's live, and wow, look at this. Another structure engulfed right now.
Yes, unfortunately, another house. In fact, there are 4 houses on the 1100 block of Bella Vista are on fire. It is just absolutely devastating. Some more houses down the street that are...
Yeah.
Gina, we're having some audio problems with her mic. Obviously, you know, the lot of technical challenges in making reporting happen here. But in the meantime, let's stay on this shot from Joab Perez on the ground there. We're seeing some water from the firefighter ending up on his lens. But Gina just said that multiple homes on this street have burned. We have seen that in multiple streets in Southern California at this point, where sometimes multiple homes go up. The good news is that it looks like there are firefighters there. There's not much that they can do to save this house, but they hope to be able to protect other homes. Gina, I think your audio issues have been figured out. Let's try this again. Take it away.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, as I was saying, this is the 1100 block of Bella Vista. And there are 4 homes that are on fire. If you look down the street, there's 1, 2, 3, and then this one that's on fire. And take a look at the palm trees. I mean, you can see how strong these winds are. And it's just moving those embers and the flames onto the next house, and that's what we've been seeing. It is just a devastating fire that started at 6:30 with just, you know, up in the hillside, Eden Canyon, about 20 acres. It has grown to more than 400. I'm sure that number is well above 400 now, and it just keeps getting worse. There are multiple agencies here battling this place. LA County Fire, Pasadena Fire, Cal Fire. But as we've been moving from place to place, you know, there are so many homes, so many structures that are going up. There's just not enough firefighters to battle this inferno.
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to the Palisades fire as well. You know, more heartbreaking images across the Southland tonight. Gina, we thank you. And earlier, Gina had an incredible live shot of an evacuation of a senior facility center in Altadena. We have that video to show you. If you didn't see that earlier, it'll break your heart. We were told that 92 seniors had to be evacuated. The winds were howling. It was a whole lot of uncertainty. You can just look at all of these patients, most of them in wheelchairs, unable to walk. And just the chaos out there. There was a SWAT team from Pasadena Police that actually loaded a bunch of these patients into that SWAT vehicle to transport them. We got some answers from officials. The reason why they were evacuated is because their senior living facility was around the corner and the flames had just jumped the street. So, of course, their building was being threatened. They were going to be taken, we were told, to other neighboring senior facility centers and then also to local hospitals if need be. And here's an image you don't see every day, and one of those patients inside the SWAT vehicle. As far as we understand, all 92 did get out and did get transported. So good news there, Alex.
Yeah, this was the Two Palms Nursing Center in Altadena. And you just saw that there's just chaos to get these people out as quickly as possible, all of them facing their own medical challenges. Here's a little bit of sound from this.
There, we live in the same building together. We were told to evacuate a while ago, and we went down and dropped some stuff off, but I came back up here because I saw all these spot fires coming up here, and I can't help but feel bad for all the people who live here. And we've never had a fire like this, I don't think, as far as I've been alive, at least not down this close. So,
I mean, describe the wind conditions out here.
Oh, it's bad. It's horrific. I mean, just driving in the car, if you don't see any trees around, the car shakes like it's an earthquake. Yeah. That's how strong it is.
Luis, how are you holding up? ¿Cómo estás?
It's fine. Everything is fine. Yeah. So no problem. Yeah.
Where's your house? ¿Dónde está tu casa?
Yeah, this one. It's in the front.
And it's okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
How long have you lived over here?
About 3 years there. I think they live there a lot longer.
And your house is okay right now?
Is okay? Yeah, I think it's okay. Yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Well, they're making...
Wow. So we're back now with live pictures. Ooh, look at that. This is this home, which is going to be a total loss. Firefighters doing the best they can to contain the damage and stop these embers from starting even more fires nearby. And you look at the lights that remind us of Christmas and the joy of the holiday season, and then we see those very ugly pictures of all the destruction and sort of a reminder of the best days and the worst days in one picture.
All right, let's go to Chelsea Edwards. She was driving along PCH where the flames have jumped over to the ocean side, and you were literally seeing homes ocean side burning. Chelsea?
Marla, at least 5 that we can see right now from where we are. We're in the 18,000 block of PCH. Look at what we can see from inside this news van. So you see these homes, they're all, obviously, they're packed together here on PCH. As you know, they're right next to each other. A lot of them kind of sharing their walls. But look at that one that's just fully engulfed at the end there. And we're seeing these firefighter efforts. See that hose that they've thrown on? They're trying to put these out. I mean, this is the first actual firefighting effort that we have seen so far today, everywhere that we have been. I mean, everywhere else we've been, it has been life-saving. But this is the first time that we've seen them trying to save properties. Some of these homes, though, are just a total loss. Elliot, can you show the one that's right across from where we're parked? This one, for example, look at this. So this was obviously a full home at one point. Look, there's nothing left. You can see straight through to the ocean now. I mean, the ferociousness of these flames is just something to behold. Oh, did you see the flames pop up over that house right there, Elliot? So now just across from us, again, this is only 18,000 block of PCH. This is on the beach side of PCH. Looks like something is burning on the beach side of that home. So that indicates, at least to me, that these have to be produced by embers. I mean, if homes are lighting on this side of the PCH, this has to be driven by embers. And then, of course, because of proximity, these homes are so close together, they just spread from house to house. We're also seeing a home right there, the kind of pink one. I can see better now that they've got a light on it. The authorities have a light on it, but it looks like the garage is burnt out. It looks like it's kind of leaning out toward PCH. That's right behind where they've got that hose going, where they're trying to save this one property right next to it. But from what we can tell, at least 5 homes here, total losses here in the 18,000 block of PCH. Firefighters here trying to do what they can to save the homes that are remaining. It looks like they've moved on from the home that's actively engulfed down at the end of our vantage point right here. Looks like they're not even trying for that one, kind of as to what the fire official that we spoke to earlier tonight, who said it's kind of like triage. I mean, you just have to move from home to home, and if you know one is going to be a total loss, we don't waste our time trying to save it. I mean, we have to move on to other things. So that's what it appears is happening here. They've moved on from the shells of these homes that are engulfed and are now trying to save these homes in the middle. But the homes to the left of all of this are gone. There's nothing blocking our view now from here to the ocean. And so it looks like they're trying to save these standing homes in the middle. But again, we're seeing flames now on the beach side of this home here on PCH, which is not a good sign. That indicates that they are, actively on fire as well. So this is just something else. These are very nice homes, very expensive homes along PCH. I've never seen anything like this before, Alex and Marla.
No, and some bad news to share, because we've been warning about the possibility of another fire. And we want to let you know about a new fire, which we've just found out about, which is called the Sylmar Fire. So we're watching the Eaton Fire in Pasadena. We're watching the Pacific Palisades fire, but there is now a fire in Sylmar that the LA Fire Department says is at least 50 acres, rapid rate of spread. There's an evacuation orders in place north of the 210 freeway from Roxford to the Interstate 514 freeway split. So that is the Sylmar fire, at least the 3rd major fire we are dealing with tonight. We'll try to get to you some pictures of that and more information on that. In the meantime, we go back to Altadena, where Gina Silva is looking at the Eaton fire and just destruction underway right now.
Could I ask you a few questions from live on Fox?
Sure.
Okay, come on over, Joab. Okay, okay, guys. So we're in the same neighborhood, and you can see that we are surrounded by fire all around us. There are multiple houses on fire. We've got, what is your name, sir?
Assistant Chief Trey Espy.
All right, so Chief, just describe this scenario for us.
We are in a real serious firefight, and we are losing a lot of homes. The winds are just, they're really not helping us at all. The winds are really bad, and it's sending ember casts, and we're trying to keep ahead of the fire, and it's proven to be difficult.
What is the name of this street?
This is Woodland. This is
Woodland, and that's Bella Vista.
Yes.
And on this street, we're seeing how many homes? My goodness.
Several, and we're losing more. And so we have limited resources. We're trying to get all the resources we can into this area, but we're doing the best we can.
Have you ever dealt with these type of winds?
It hasn't been like this since I've been here since the Woolsey fire. That's the last time I saw winds like this.
I know that some folks, never want to leave their homes because, it's their home. It's where they live. They love their place.
Yes.
Your advice?
I would advise them to leave the area, evacuate the area, and let us, do our jobs. We don't want to have to contend with the fire and contend with, having to deal with people who won't leave. We understand the fact that this is their homes and that they are, they're really trying to protect everything that they have. But it's dangerous for them.
Yeah. And it's moving so fast. I saw the firefighters, Pasadena firefighters over there.
Yes.
They're trying their best basically to contain it because the house is a total loss. And then I saw the embers flying and starting up another house on fire.
Yeah, these ember casts are our biggest challenge. So the ember casts are our biggest challenge along with the winds. As you can see, the houses are collapsing around us. And these ember casts are really giving us a real challenge because these ember casts are being carried upwards of 1 mile to 2 miles away, and they're starting homes on fires that we're not even in the area yet.
So what do you do?
We're just going to keep doing the best we can. We have a lot of firefighters out here giving everything they have and putting everything on the line to save everyone's homes as best we can, and we're going to continue to work and do what we do.
Any reported injuries, sir?
Not so far. We haven't had any reported injuries that I'm aware of in this division, but right now we're just focused on life and then saving property.
We were at the rescue of the senior citizens earlier. That was, oh my goodness,
Yes.
those poor folks.
Yes, lots of people, upwards of 200 to 300 people that were ambulatory and non-ambulatory, but we were able to successfully get them out of the area.
And they were transferred to different senior facilities?
Yes, they were, and some to the Civic Center, I believe.
All right.
Yes.
Final thoughts for maybe some homeowners who may be watching this?
We're doing the best we can. We're going to try to have you come back to your home.
Thank you so much for all you do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for speaking with us. I'm going to let you go because I know you were busy. But as you can see, as he described it, these homes are collapsing, and it feels extremely hot where we are. We are surrounded by flames on the right, on the left, in front of us. This entire neighborhood is devastated. And again, this is the Eaton fire that is destroying all of these properties. And it's a fire that started really small, at around 6:30 with just about 20 acres, and it quickly exploded into this. And it just keeps growing and growing. And we're nowhere near the hillsides. We're pretty far down. And it has just been, those winds keep blowing those embers and the flames, and they spark up new flames, and it has just been absolutely devastating. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, well, you saying that you're surrounded by flames makes me nervous, so you too be safe with the crew out there, of course. Gina, thank you so much for your reporting. We want to make sure that you understand that there is now a third fire. Alex, you just reported this, but I think it's important to reiterate this third fire has erupted. This one is in Sylmar. At least 50 acres burned so far with a fast rate of spread, and evacuation orders are in place for north of the 210 freeway from Roxford to the Interstate 514 freeway split. LAFD is also responding to this. So you think about it, LAFD, oh my goodness.
Whoa.
Look at that. This does look like a demonstration I played firefighter for the day with Orange County Fire, for instance, and they do these demonstrations to show you how quickly a home can burn, and that's exactly what this is. But this, unfortunately, is reality.
Yeah, and Alex Michelson, Marla Tejas here with special coverage on Fox 11 News at 10. I know some folks are losing power and they're not able to watch TV. And in case that happens to you, we just want to let you know, because I've told people about this, we also are streaming on the Fox Local app. All of our coverage is there for free. You can watch us on your phone. If you have to leave your house, you can watch us there. We have this live, commercial-free coverage of this life-saving information there. So you can watch us on TV or on that app. Also on Live Now from Fox, we're streaming as well. Ed Laskos is live for us right now in Pacific Palisades. And Ed, it looks like the winds are getting worse.
Winds are definitely getting worse here. The fire also getting worse as it comes down. That is this at Swarthmore and Sunset. It's right behind Starbucks, if you're familiar with this area, in the heart of the village itself. That's a high-end, well, it was a high-end clothing store, and it just lit on fire about 10 minutes ago because there are embers blowing right across here. On the other side of Sunset is the new development that Rick Caruso put in here maybe about a year or so ago. Mikey swings over that way. You can see all these embers when the wind blows down and it's blowing from your screen. Eventually we'll get a good guess from right to left, and it blows those embers right through. It looks like a sort of a chimney as it comes down across Sunset, and it blew those embers right into that clothing store as it's now fully engulfed. Here's a good look at those embers coming down. Mike, you see them coming down through here, and it's amazing. They're blowing, they're glowing, they come through. We moved inside the live truck for our own protection, but these winds are unbelievable. Look at on Sunset, they are up there over by the U.S. Bank building here in the village. It's a firestorm, a windstorm, a smoke storm. It's unbelievable here because there's no visibility. The power is out, and then all of a sudden you hear a couple of booms, and you see a building like this just roaring, and it's now threatening, moving across to the next side of the building. The next building right over, and but also you could see how the intensity of the flames here, because these winds are blowing right into it. The palm trees are swaying. It reminds me covering some of the tropical storms and the hurricanes when I worked down in Florida years ago. It's that type of situation. The truck, it swings back and forth when you get these very strong gusts. Almost, as one of the witnesses was saying a few minutes ago, it feels like an earthquake, only here it's no earthquake. It's just, look at all these embers blowing over this way. Right, there you go. They're blowing down Swarthmore. That is right through the right through the quarter there, the Rick Caruso development that he put together over here right off Sunset. Decorated for Christmas just a week or so ago. Now it's all dark. Still no, the power shut off. All the smoke detectors, you hear all the beeping going off there. No flames in that area. The street behind that, I must tell you, some multi-million-dollar homes, and the last check, several of those were up in flames as well. So the fire roaring here is moving, as you can see with these flames and the wind and the embers. It's really blowing now to the west and also moving it toward the ocean itself, toward PCH. And as it does, though, there are still many buildings in the residential area, but also in the main business area here of the village itself that are burning, and that is one of them right over here. It's less than a block away from Gelson's, CVS Pharmacy, and that high-end clothing store roaring out. There's another store right next to it that's right now looks like it's going to go, and it's an ember storm here. These lit embers. Firefighters were here a little while ago, maybe about 12 of them actually, with their engines. They moved a few blocks down to try to take care of some homes that were being threatened by flames. They're just moving from one location to another. Not much they can do. Everybody's just trying to, probably just praying that this night ends very quickly.
Just to be clear, so the Villages, which is Caruso's property, is that actually what we're looking at burning right now, or is that the Villages on the side?
No.
So what? Okay.
Yeah, the Villages are actually, that is on the south side, the fire itself. You cross Sunset, that's the north side. We just panned over, and this is right on the corner here where there's a U.S. Bank building. It's now you can't see it, it's covered in smoke. Right on the corner is the beginning of the Villages that goes up Swarthmore, the main entrance of the Caruso development. That is not burning. We have not seen any flames, but on the other side of that, we did see some of the homes. We're going to drive up to give you a better look right down Swarthmore, right down the Villages. We'll creep up here. Just stay with us here a second as we move up. We'll give you an idea. I know there's some homes on the back side. Yeah. Some of the larger homes, they were burning. You could see the glow in the sky, the smoke. But let's see as we come up just a little further. This has actually been like a wind tunnel here, blowing all those embers. As they blow them in this direction, they blow across Sunset to the south side. Wow. And that, unfortunately, is where we've had that clothing store light up on fire. So there's the Villages, looking straight down now. But the glow back there, I'll get out of the way so you can see better, but the glow is really some of the homes on the back side of it. They are burning. they're burning. That not of a threat to the villages themselves, but several homes back there are burning, and there's just no way to stop it at this point with these winds that are blowing certainly out of control.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that is just one of the most beautiful, picturesque areas, not only in Southern California, but in the entire country. Those are like perfect streets. That, to me, is like one of the ideal places to live. It is a close-knit community, and it is just heartbreaking to see so many flames. Look at that. Oh, no. And just awful to think about that and to see so many images like that. And Marla, I just can't think about how many different places are being impacted by this in so many different areas, and how our Southern California community is going to be impacted by this for years to come to try to rebuild from all of this. I mean, on any night, if we were covering one fire that had 1 or 2 buildings down, that would be a huge story for us. And the fact that we are now covering at least 3, 2 of which have been really destructive and a third that has potential to be, is just, you know, unlike any night that I can remember in 15 years of news coverage here in Southern California. We've had big fires before, we've had destructive fires, but to have this much happening at the same time is pretty rare.
It's apocalyptic. The Palisades fire especially, obviously the more damaging one at this point. We've seen the loss of businesses. Ed was just showing us that. We've seen the loss of homes. We've seen the loss of schools. This is, and you talk about the tight-knit community that Palisades is. It's a small community of just about 23,000 population. The high school's gone. Elementary school's gone. We're hearing now businesses along the PCH have been devoured by those flames, from Malibu to Pacific Palisades, of course. Those flames jumping the PCH, the Pacific Coast Highway. And here's a look into Caruso's Village here. You see, you know, the Lululemon, and so far this has been spared, but all it takes is one of those embers, and those embers are everywhere, because across the street, that's a business, I think that Ed was saying, that's a clothing store that is now gone. And look at the flags. I mean, just to give you an idea of those sustained winds, they are whipping, and they will only get worse. I hate to say that, but that is the reality. Just look at those flags. We know overnight the sustained winds could get up to 70 miles per hour. That's forecasted. Adam Kruger has been watching those numbers for us. It is such a devastating scene out there. You know, the best thing that we can report is so far no loss of life, and that's the whole point. They want to save lives before they save structures. Nonetheless, this doesn't make this any less heartbreaking, Alex.
Ed, can you tell, is that clothing store, is that the Elise Walker clothing store that is across the street? Can you, I don't know if you can see it from where you are, or you even can tell.
Yeah, you know, it may be, I can't really see, but I know it is the one right on the corner, right on the backside of the Starbucks that is over there on Swarthmore. So I believe that it is. I know it's usually the type store. There's always, many times, a line of folks, shoppers that get inside. They usually have a guard out front, and it's a very high-end store. Beautiful clothing. A lot of folks come out of there buying stuff looking very pretty. They had some of the best fashions in there, I'm told, and now it's just quickly burning up. But look at how the flames are being whipped by these winds that are blowing down through, swinging down from the north over to the west.
Yeah, Elise is a personal friend of mine, and somebody who started her business there and has several stores in different parts of the state and the country, and is beloved in that community, and has worked so hard to build a brand that is really become iconic for that community. And to see if that is indeed that store going up in flames is just heartbreaking. And I've been in there and know a lot of the people that work there, and it's really, really upsetting to watch that. And that sentiment is, you know, something that is repeated in different businesses and different homes around Southern California tonight. Wow.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you're having to deal with that personally. So many personal stories out there that we've been reporting on all afternoon. We've been on the air since this broke out at 10:30 this morning, so well over 12 hours. Alex and I have been in place basically since 2:30 this afternoon, commercial free, and the Palisades fire continues just to wreak havoc in this small, tight-knit community. So far, the Caruso village looks to be spared, but as I'm saying that on the right side of your screen, that is part of it, and I see some flames erupting. I'm not sure if that is actually the Caruso village. It was off to the right or not. We'll have to wait and see.
Rick Caruso just
Marla, that actually is not, but what we are seeing is some of the flames from that clothing store across of Sunset is reflecting in some of the windows of the businesses here at the village. But as I look down Swarthmore, the village itself is not burning. The shops are not burning here, but a block over, you can see the glow and the flames, especially over there. Look at that, Mikey. That is a half a block over on the back side of the village, and look at that flame, the wall of fire roaring through. I know there were apartment buildings in there and condos that have been there for decades, and maybe 2 or 3 stories that line that street, and they are just going up in flames as we speak.
Rick Caruso is watching our coverage and just texted me, and he's frustrated that he's not seeing water in the hydrants in the Palisades, which has made it difficult to fight this fire. Essentially, there's nothing they can do if they don't have any water, and you don't see a lot of firefighters there. So far, he's been lucky, but we've seen similar complaints from other parts of Pacific Palisades in certain areas where they essentially just ran out of water, and then the firefighters had to leave. So I don't know exactly what's going on with that. Hopefully that problem can be fixed and this property can be spared. But I know that he's not the only one that has been asking questions about that. Mr. Caruso, we hope your property is okay tonight. Just devastating, I'm sure, and anxious everybody watching this.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did pose that question earlier to LAFD about resources in terms of personnel and also water resources, and it didn't seem to be a problem, but of course, you know, we're hearing from people that tell a different story, so we'll have to follow up there. This is our crew. This is our live picture from Ed Lascos and his photographer, who is tonight
Mike Armijo.
Mike Armijo. I apologize, Mike. Of course, it's Mike behind the wheel, taking us through really the heart of the village here in Pacific Palisades, another business that is engulfed in flames tonight. We've seen this time and time again, not just businesses, we've seen it with schools. Palisades Charter High on fire, the Palisades Elementary School on fire as well.
And let's talk about the third fire that is now burning in Southern California, the Sylmar fire. This is our first look at that. This is some video coming in from the Citizen app, and you get a sense for the first time we've seen of the images of what it looks like in Sylmar right now. And you also get a sense of how close this fire is burning to the freeway, which is why the evacuation zone for this goes north the 210 freeway from Roxford to the Interstate 514 split. And you think about that area, all the homes and the businesses that are in that particular area going all the way to the freeway. And so that is an area of concern tonight as well. Now we're back in the west side of Los Angeles looking at the Palisades fire, which is well over 3,000 acres burned, and no end in sight. And we are in the midst of some of the worst winds right now. And Marla, with a lot of this, it basically, like, there's not a lot that firefighters can do.
No, they've told us, as we've reported, that they triage the situation. It's like trying to fight a tornado. How do you do that? When a tornado's on fire, you let it basically explode, and then you have to just go back and do what you can in the post-fire fight. So it's one of those situations with these devastating winds, and this was deemed by the National Weather Service a rare event. They call it a PDS event, which is a particularly dangerous situation. Those are very rare, and that's what this is deemed as. And so we've dealt with this, ironically, 2 more times in the last few months. So I believe it's 3 times in 3 months, because we had, beginning in November, we had the mountain fire in Ventura County. That was devastating, almost 20,000 acres and almost 250 structures destroyed. And then December 9th, the Franklin fire adjacent to the Palisades, that one broke out. That wasn't as devastating. We were on the air with that until the wee hours of the morning. 20 structures destroyed. And here we are on January the 7th into the new year. What a way to start the new year in the Palisades.
Yes, indeed. And by the way, if you're wondering where is LA Mayor Karen Bass, she's been in Ghana. So she's apparently on her way back. That's why we have not seen her on the scene. We saw Governor Newsom at the scene earlier. We know that President Biden happens to be in town, but we have not seen him on camera with all of this. So we expect to hear more from officials at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. In the meantime, a whole lot could happen between now and then. And we are going to stay on the air for at least the next hour, continuing our coverage. Usually this is the time of night where we transition over to our show called Good Night LA. Tonight is not a good night in LA, and we are just going to be continuing our coverage for Fox 11 Los Angeles. This is one of the worst nights that we have seen in a long time. So as we approach the top of the hour and the end of this hour, we're going to do a bit of a reset, and people can get caught up on what they may have missed tonight.
We are covering 3 fires: the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire in Altadena, and now the Sylmar fire. All of that coverage will continue at the top of the hour when we typically bring you Good Night LA. That coverage continues in just moments. Stay with us.
This home seems like it's being considered a loss.
There are so many homes that are in danger. How many more horses do you have?
We have a couple we just let loose over there. We're trying to get as many as we can out.
There's 12. Yeah, no, they're pretty wired up. When the wind's blowing and the embers they don't really know what to do.
Everyone else get back away. I'll make you get out of here, all right?
I always have a bag packed. Sunset's already backed up, and people are fighting, and the only access, ingress, and egress is Temescal Canyon and Sunset Boulevard.
We just watched the last one on that terrace burn to the ground.
Good evening. Welcome to our continuing coverage of the Fox 11 news of this massive firefight across Southern California. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas here for Christine Devine tonight. The fast-moving Pacific Palisades fire, it has burned about 3,000 acres. We can tell you that it's burned more than that. That 2921 acreage number, that has been on the books for a few hours now. We're waiting for new numbers from CAL FIRE. Thousands of people have evacuated. The fire is fueled by strong Santa Ana winds.
By mid-afternoon, it had grown rapidly, threatening over 13,000 structures, including more than 10,000 homes. Containment is at 0%. Mandatory evacuations cover much of the area, with nearby Malibu now issuing warnings as well.
Firefighters began using those air tankers and helicopters to battle the flames, but both are grounded tonight because of the wind. Evacuation routes, they were jammed. Some residents abandoning cars. I know we have some images of that. Palisades Charter High School has been hit hard. Its fields, its grounds have been destroyed.
Fire started this morning near Piedra Morada and Monte Hermosa drives. Officials warn worsening winds overnight could spread the fire further. Smoke advisories are in effect. Residents are urged to stay indoors. We still don't know what caused the fire.
Mandatory evacuation zone has expanded to the east and to the north. The map from LA City Fire shows the scope of evacuation orders that remain in effect for areas north to Mulholland Road, east to Kenter Road, and south to Pacific Coast Highway. Pacific Coast Highway is closed from Santa Monica's McClure Tunnel to Topanga Canyon, with LAPD managing traffic. Residents are urged to turn off power before leaving, and those near the evacuation zone should prepare a go bag and stay informed through LAFD alerts and local newscasts, of course.
The Westwood Recreation Center is open as an evacuation and overnight shelter accommodating small animals. That is located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Large animals can be taken to the LA Equestrian Center, which is in Burbank.
We do have live team coverage. Meteorologist Adam Kruger, he's watching those winds and those speeds. Fox 11's Gina Silva, she's on the Eaton fire in Altadena. Ed Lascos has reaction from devastated homeowners in Pacific Palisades, and you are staying inside that live truck now out of your own concern for your own safety.
Yeah, very much so, because of the winds blowing like crazy and also the lit embers blowing right across a sea, a storm of embers. We are in the heart of the Palisades. Mikey will give you a look. Sunset here at the corner of Swarthmore. To the right, that is the back area of the village. That's the Rick Caruso development. The development itself not burning, but homes on the backside are burning. Several apartment buildings, condo buildings, been over there for decades, maybe since the 1960s, 70s, with the tree-lined street going up in flames. Nothing you could do. All the embers blowing with these strong winds, blowing to the south, if you will, the southwest, blowing toward PCH across Sunset. Mikey will give you a look right across. If you're familiar with this area, you've got Starbucks, the main section here at Swarthmore and Sunset, right in the heart of, very heart of the Palisades itself. There's a trash bin that is actually on fire in a little park right in front of us, and then beyond that, in the background, is a high-end clothing store, and the store right next to it, two businesses burning right down to the ground. Behind those two businesses, if you're familiar with Swarthmore, there are about 2 or 3 other very popular restaurants in this area, a yogurt shop and some nice other Italian restaurants. Those, we were just down there, burnt right down to the ground. CVS, the pharmacy on the other side, still standing, and on the far side of the street, Gilson's, that is still up, not damaged. But the park here is burning. There's a large tree down in the park, because that's also another problem besides the fire situation here. You've got trees, huge limbs that are falling down, huge trees that have come down in this area, not to mention all the power lines. But the best part of that is a lot of the power, I would say all the power here is really shut down. But again, Fire Command telling us be very careful of any lines you might come across, because you never know if they are activated or not. But look at that big fireball roaring through there, and it's interesting. See, there's a guy with a SUV. It's amazing to me. A lot of folks have been coming around here, stopping, coming out with their cell phones, taking pictures. You would think this would be the last place in the world you'd want to be putting yourself in this kind of danger. We had about 6 fire engines right here at this corner maybe about 15 minutes ago. They have now moved down Sunset, have moved east down Sunset toward, well, I guess toward Chautauqua, in that area. There was reports that some homes in that area might also be taking on some flames. But you could see in this area, in the heart of the Palisades, it is very much out of control. Back over here to the right, on the north side of Sunset, more of that fire, that wall of flames that is roaring down. On the other side, there is a 76 gas station. You're familiar with that, the Shell station. And those are a street with just several apartment buildings, homes as well up on the backside of the Caruso development. They are burning. The development itself, which has been a showcase of the village here the last couple of years, is still okay. Still no damage on that, although a lot of the fire alarms are going. But look at the intensity of those flames and the wind that is just whipping those flames, blowing it. And the biggest problem here are those embers blowing around, spot fire after spot fire, and there's no way that the firefighters can keep up with that. As the situation here in the heart of the Palisades is very, very dire.
Ed Lascos reporting live in the heart of it in the Palisades. Thank you very, very much for that.
And it'll be interesting. You know, it's interesting what they're choosing to focus on and what they're choosing not to in terms of where deploying their resources. Meanwhile, there's the Hearst fire in Sylmar, which is now at least 100 acres. You're looking at pictures right now from the Citizen app. You see how close it is getting to the potential freeway there as well. There are mandatory evacuations underway there as we speak.
Yeah, so that has been named officially the Hearst fire. We were calling it the Sylmar fire. Now it's officially the Hearst fire. We have the Eaton fire. That's burning in Altadena. We want to get to that scene. That's where Gina Silva, she's been watching several homes burn there, sadly, Gina, and it looks like more are completely engulfed.
Yeah, completely engulfed. We are watching all of these homes on Delray Avenue and Woodland Road in Pasadena go up in flames. They are a complete loss. We had Pasadena police officers driving down the street, you know, telling all of the people in the community, those who are left, and there are some people who are still here, to evacuate, to leave immediately. It's an order, but there's a gentleman down the street who refuses to leave. He just does not want to leave his house, but you can see